Chapter 201. Conspiracy to Nine-Tailed Beasts. The light of the incandescent lamp makes the dark laboratory become no longer so gloomy. The neat experimental equipment on the experimental bench is also not the same as in the past. Gong Yi carefully observed a piece of meat below through a microscope. Well, no wonder why the Hokage has microscopes. After all, there were petri dishes before, and Orochimaru labs also had computers and surveillance equipment. Especially in Akatsuki, Pain Six-Paths usually sleep in a dormant chamber. That thing is simply science fiction. The gray chunks of meat were more like bark than meat. This is the piece of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, that Gong Yi cut with a golden dung under the attack of Uchiha Madara's Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is also the body of Ten Tails. According to legend, Ten Tails are transformed by the divine tree, so they can have endless chakra. Later, the Six Paths Immortal sealed it in the body and became the first, 3220. Ten Tails Jinchuriki Column Force. When the Six Paths Fairy is about to die, draw out that endless chakra and divide it into nine-tailed beasts. And the body of Ten Tails was sealed on the moon by him. Gong Yi fiddled with the 10 tails, frowning tightly. As for this thing, after he got it, he has been researching it for almost 2 years. So far, there has not been much progress. The actionable Ten Tails body should belong to cellular life. But it is also the body of the divine tree, and it is transformed into a wooden color and stripes. According to Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki's vision, channel the Ten Tails body, capture the nine-tailed beast, and seal it inside. Ten Tails can be resurrected to realize the Moon Eye project and release infinite Tsukuyomi to the whole world. The Eye of the Moon plan, I don't care. I would like to know more. If Ten Tails' body can hold nine-tailed beast chakras, then how many pieces of meat he can hold? Tailed beast chakra. Yes, what Gong Yi is researching is a knockoff version, or a smaller version of Ten Tails. Now Gong Yi's strength has actually reached a short-term bottleneck. He has Sage Mode, which can greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu and even demonic illusion. Under this, there are Kekkei Genkei Jin-dun with infinite possibilities. As long as the chakra is sufficient and under the constant master, the upper limit of Jin-dun is absolutely no worse than Mokuden wood style. It even implies the principle of mutual restraint. Jin-dun subordination theory from the above, it can restrain Mokuden wood style. In addition, Gong Yi also has Hashirama cells that continue to fuse, and the body becomes stronger with time, until one day, it can open the 8-door state. However, the latter too. It takes time, and the chakra needed by Jin-dun depends on the latter too. His most powerful attack methods now are Sage Mode and immature Jin-dun ninjutsu. That is to say, if Gong Yi wants to go further, he can only find another way. Then besides Sage Mode, Kekkei Genkei, Hashirama cells, the 8 inner gates, what else is there in the ninja world that can create miracles and have infinite possibly a tailed beast? Human Jinchuriki column power. When Gong Yi's strength was low, he never dared to think about it. It has enough strength to plan these things. For example, Sanlei has proposed before that he wants Gong Yi to become Jinchuriki column force for its people. But Gong Yi doesn't look down on the strength of the 3 tails, and his bonus is limited, but it is easy to attract Akatsuki's coveted 3 tails can't work, and other tailed beasts, Gong Yi, don't take it seriously. The only ones he favors are probably Yahweh and Kyubi, 9 tails. However, Yahweh is close to Killer Bee, and Kyubi, 9 tails, is sealed with Yin chakra by Namikaze Minato, which belongs to an incomplete state. Gong Yi also gave up the idea of these 2-tailed orcs Jinchuriki column force. In addition to 9-tailed beasts, there is actually another type of tailed beast that can make him a human Jinchuriki column force, even stronger than the 9-tailed orcs Jinchuriki column force. 10 tails. 10 tails human Jinchuriki column force. 6 paths immortal, 6 paths Obito, 6 paths Madara, these three are all 10 tails people Jinchuriki column power. Under them, there is Uzumaki Naruto who can mobilize the power of the 9-tailed beasts, but does not have Geto Mazo demonic statue of the outer path. Naruto can be regarded as a small 10 tails Jinchuriki column force, but his strength is not complete, and he needs to cooperate with Sasuke. What Gong Yi envisioned was actually not complicated. With his current strength, he has the opportunity to control the 9-tailed beast chakra like Naruto. If he can make good use of this piece of Geto Mazo demonic statue of the outer path, his power level, in fact, has reached the level of 6 paths immortal and 6 paths Madara. Amount may be insufficient, but the level is definitely the same. Gong Yi has vaguely grasped the power essence of this world. Ordinary chakra, on top of this is Kekkei Genkei. Blood following elimination is a special product and is not included in the scope of consideration. Then the energy of the same level as Kekkei Genkei is Sage Art Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra. However, Kekkei Genkei is restricted by the human body, and the amount is small. So it often seems that it is not as good as the latter two. After all, each type of Tailed Beast Chakra is massive and has huge destructiveness. Sage Art Chakra has infinite uses, but it is also time-limited. Gong Yi's Yin Seal seems to have infinite storage, but it actually has an upper limit, and it will shorten the lifespan of his cells. And on top of all this, the third level, the power of 6 paths. Gong Yi stopped the movement of his hands, and his eyes gleamed with thought. Perhaps Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has only pure vitality, and a powerful body. Be changed after contact with the tailed beast chakra. The perfect Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in order not to cause disorder, must be sealed one by one from the first tail to the QB, 9 tails. Then the way I want to go, it doesn't have to be this way. Da. The footsteps sounded, and Gong Ling walked in. Gong Yi nodded to her. After having Gong Ling, although it was troublesome to teach her things at first, but after she got acquainted with it, she could also provide some help to herself. For example, this neat and tidy laboratory is Gong Ling's finished masterpiece. Gong Ling wanted to come over, but after approaching less than 2 meters, she subconsciously stopped. Gong Yi followed her gaze, and the thing she was afraid of was actually that piece of 10 tails meat. Gong Ling, you are afraid of it. Gong Ling bit her lip and said in confusion, I don't know, it's just that my subconscious mind told me not to approach that thing. As a 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force, you should be able to feel the 10 tails meet. Gong Yi guessed, big one. 6 probably the 9 big-tailed beasts were all separated from 10 tails, and accumulated over time, they have their own consciousness. Don't want to go back to 10 tails again. Are afraid of the smell of 10 tails meat. It should not be called fear, but disgust. Gong Yi nodded, you go out first. Gong Yi's eyes flickered as he watched Gong Ling's back leaving. The 3 tails are already in my hands, and I can draw the 3 tails chakra at any time. Maybe, I should start the chakra of the other 8-tailed beasts. If anyone knows, Gong Yi has already begun to plot strategic weapons in various villages, tailed beasts, and Jinchuriki column forces. It is estimated that they already want to kill Gong Yi in the cradle immediately. It's just a pity that no one knows. And Gong Yi's opportunity is also coming with a slow, but undeniable attitude. Time, War. Chapter 202, War and Peace. It has been a whole year since the QB, 9 Tails, rebellion in October 1948. Half a year after the Konoha QB, 9 Tails, rebellion, the village of Kurigakure began ambushing Konoha ninjas, conducting assassinations, and stealing intelligence. In the second half of the year, this kind of behavior became more and more rampant. Therefore, the two sides are in the buffer zone in the middle, and the friction becomes more and more intense. When the 50th year of Konoha arrives, the war is about to break out. Dispatch of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, led by the Akamichi clan, the Nara clan, and the Yamanaka clan, led 3,000 ninja troops and began to increase troops to the border. who shined in the last war, and his assistants are Akamichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. The name Ino, Shika, Cho has become the mainstay of Konoha after Sanin left. Gong Yi stood outside the office to avoid suspicion, but with his divine sense, he could hear some words inside. Kakashi, this trip starts with you. Uchiha Shisui is the vice captain and is allowed to act alone if necessary. Azuki Yugao, towards 29 Kuroto, you two are new members of Anbu. In the mission, everything is headed by Kakashi's orders. Your mission is very important. Assist the Ino Shika Cho unit and intercept the Kurigakure intelligence unit. If you have the opportunity, you can also sneak into Kurigakure and bring back the specific situation in the village of Kurigakure. When the 4-person team came out of the office, they saw Gong Yi and were obviously stunned for a moment. Only Uchiha Shisui seemed to have known it for a long time, and naturally saluted Gong Yi. Hello, Dean Gong Yi. Gong Yi hummed, his eyes swept over the 4 of them, and he smiled slightly. Let's go on a mission. I wish you all the best and a safe return. Kakashi nodded and went downstairs first. Asakurato looked at Gong Yi curiously and left behind Kakashi. Azuki Yugao seemed to have something to say, but while wearing a mask, Gong Yi had already entered the office. I don't know, does he know it's me? After entering the office, Gong Yi greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen and sat by the window. With his current status and strength, in the village, he faintly felt like the first person under Hokage. And in the eyes of many people, Gong Yi who can directly suppress Kyuubi, Nine Tails even if it is Kyuubi, Nine Tails who is controlled by others, Gong Yi's strength is definitely above the 3 generations of Hokage. If it wasn't for him being young, Gong Yi would think so. These old guys, they all have things under their belts. If they are in a hurry, they may take you to hell with them. He is still very afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not the many ninjutsu skills of the Sarutobi Hiruzen master. What he fears is to seal the ghouls. This thing, Namikaze Minato can use to seal Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Sealed in the belly of the god of death. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's record, he later used the corpse, even if he was old enough to have only half of his strength. Also took away Impure World Reincarnation, the 2nd generation, and the Orochimaru one. Gong Yi lined himself up, with his current strength, against the 1st generation, 2nd generation, and Orochimaru from Impure World Reincarnation. Shouldn't die, and it can even speed up the snake pill. But the ghouls are sealed, it's not. It depends on your strength. He is completely in the state of the caster. If he does too much now, he will annoy Sarutobi Hiruzen. The consequences. The current state of the village. If they gave us a little more time, that would be fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly, and the years of fighting had worn him down as a ninja, and he lost his temper. Gong Yi shook his head sullenly, the enemy will not give us time to rest. The current situation, more and more, is not good for Konoha. Originally, the village had not yet recovered from the Third World War and the Kyuubi, Nine Tails upheaval, and the village of Kurigakure began to rub against Konoha again, and a war was looming. There is the full-strength Kumogakure village, eyeing it. You really can't relax for a moment. Gong Yi, ninja trained by the medical system, is it available now? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with concern. This matter involves whether Konoha can survive the war next. Gong Yi didn't hesitate, it can be used. If you want to assemble a large team, you can transfer these medical ninjas from other teams to form a medical team. The specific personnel list, Gong Yi has a copy. War is about to break out, this time Konoha's medical force will be stronger than before. Even compared to Tsunade's situation, the effect is not much worse. Hey, I'm relieved then. The village of Kurigakure itself is not strong, I am just worried about the village of Kumogakure. Gong Yi stood up suddenly and stood in front of the window, patting the railing with his hands. If Kumogakure has a move, then I don't mind doing it myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, it's not good for the village to rush to Kumogakure, who has good strength. Gong Yi turned around, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Killing chickens to warn monkeys can also shock the enemy. If Kumogakure really dares to attack Konoha, then I might as well really kill him as a monkey. Listening to these confident words, if he hadn't had absolute confidence in his own strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank, the last time Gong Yi was able to beat Kyubi, Ninetales, who was controlled by Sharingan. Even the weakened Kyubi, Ninetales, even if it's just a few minutes, is scary enough. Now more than a year has passed. How far has Gong Yi's strength improved and how far has his Kekkei Genkai developed him? Compared with his own apprentice, how about Jiraiya in Sage Mode? If he is afraid of Gong Yi's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen can comfort himself with Gong Yi being the future of Konoha. But Gong Yi's murderous words are really like his friend Shimura Danzo. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he had to guide the minds of his younger generation. Gong Yi. Well, what Konoha needs is peace, not war, you know that. Gong Yi's eyelids are drooping. So far, although he is afraid of 3 generations, he does not need to show his cowardice. Some of the things I wanted to say, the positions I wanted to make clear, have already been done. Only in this way, his next plan can easily get the support of other forces. Lord Hokage, I respect you very much, and I agree with your thoughts. Konoha village needs peace. However, Gong Yi sneered and said, being complacent will not bring peace. I would rather take what is straight than what is in music. No waiting. Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks, and the palace counts the past. The first Hokage fought all over Sengoku, coerced the ninja world, established Konoha with the title of the god of ninjas, and exchanged for peace. During World War II, the second generation of Hokage, with the sick and weak on the battlefield, won 10 years of peace in Konoha. You and I have experienced the 3 battles personally. Konoha was beleaguered from all sides, and the frontal battlefield was defeated. I killed Sunagakure Chiyo and forced the village of Sunagakure to retreat. The 4 generations of Hokage were behind, destroying 3,000 reinforcements alone, thus obtaining an armistice agreement. Since ancient times, peace has been obtained from war, not by compromising and making concessions step by step. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, pinched the bong with his hand, and squeezed the copper tin cigarette rod to make fingerprints. He had heard these words from Shimura Danzo. Gong Yi heaved a sigh of relief, nodded to the 3rd Hokage, and walked out. Only when he was about to push the door to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly made a sound. Gong Yi, you are already 16 years old. No, it's only a few days away. Hokage-sama, do you want to give me a present? Chapter 203. That year 16. The 16-year-old Gong Yi represents what the Hokage world is. When he is 16 years old, he can start a family, take over the family property, and even some family ninjas can take over the patriarch. For example, the current Kakashi, who is a few months older than Gong Yi, is the patriarch of the Hitaki clan. Although he is the only one in this family. So what about Gong Yi? 16-year-old Gong Yi means he is an adult, a man with the strongest strength in Konoha village. And in a village, shadow. The seat will undoubtedly be held by the strongest person. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to give Gong Yi a gift, then there should be no better gift than the seat he is sitting on. It's just that he's willing to send it out. Gong Yi doesn't think about it. Just like what he said before, he would rather take what is straight than what is good. If Sarutobi Hiruzen threatens certain conditions, hand over the position of Hokage to Gong Yi. Then Gong Yi will not agree. He used to be able to let Sasori of the Red Sand go for a fair deal. Now, he pays more attention to promises. Besides, with Gong Yi's arrangement for many years, a Hokage position, the time has come, and it will come naturally. Release a sweetened, water-style ninjutsu. Yes, master. Gong Ling's hands are like butterflies wearing flowers, gracefully but quickly start hand seal. Her body is fused with Hashirama cells. Although weakened by the inhibitor, this body is not as strong as imagined, nor does it have Mokudan wood-style ninjutsu. But in terms of chakra, it is indeed much higher than the average person. Sweetened water-style Uzumaki waterspout. Huge chakra gushes out, and water vapor lingers around. Water vapor lingered, and began to rotate in layers but not directional. After accumulating for a second, it was suddenly thrown out. Wherever it passed, a gorgeous and huge waterspout roared past, and the giant trees around it fell one after another, making a loud roar. Gong Ling sighed and looked at Gong Yi expectantly. Gong Yi nodded and commented, "This technique was improved by me based on the second generation of Lord Hokage's extreme ninjutsu hard whirlpool water blade. It incorporates my understanding of Rasengan and a ninjutsu I have experienced. That ninjutsu is undoubtedly 3 joules suction crushing. After the improvement, the power of this ninjutsu is already close to the level. If you have enough chakra and create a large enough waterspout, the effect is absolutely comparable to the level. As of now, you are already a very good master." Hearing these comments, Gong Ling hummed with joy. What she likes most now is to do the things that the master explained, to her ninjutsu school, and then to be praised by Gong Yi. If something isn't done right, she'll just double down on it. "Master, you are amazing. According to what I read in the book, Lord Hokage, the second generation, is a real genius who has created many great ninjutsu, but you can improve and optimize it. You must be stronger than him. How did you learn to flatter yourself?" "Master, isn't this a compliment?" "No, I'm not qualified to praise the master. Gong Ling is wrong." Looking at Gong Ling's sincerity and fear, Gong Yi smiled. It is true that the second generation Senju Tobarama is indeed a genius. But this does not mean that the ninjutsu he created is perfect. For example, in Pure World Reincarnation, this ninjutsu has been continuously improved by Orochimaru, and the latter effect is several times better than the original. Even Senju Tobarama himself can't be reincarnated. And Namikaze Minato, his master, Hiraishin, has added a sealing technique to his own, which is stronger than the original Senju Tobarama. Times are always moving forward. The latter are not necessarily comparable to the predecessors. Improving Senju Tobarama 1-level ninjutsu is not difficult for Gong Yi, who has a huge knowledge reserve. In the form of Rasengan's Chakra Ultimate, plus 2 touches to 3 joules suction crushing. Improvement and creation of the Uzumaki waterspout is nothing but a matter of course. Looking at Gong Ling, who was still a little scared, Gong Yi reached out and rubbed her head. "Don't worry, I didn't blame you. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't have enough sweetened, water-style ninjutsu on hand, I wouldn't have tried to improve the second-generation ninjutsu to teach you. I have a chance in the future. I'll find you some handy sweetened, water-style ninjutsu." Gong Ling calmed down and asked inexplicably, "But I don't have a lot of chakra right now. If I learn too much ninjutsu, but I can't use it, isn't it contrary to what you said, Master? I can't chew too much." "The truth." Gong Yi shook his head and put his hand on her belly. "No, you have to remember that you have great power, but you can't master it yet." From the lower abdomen, Gong Ling's face slowly turned Yuhi. She murmured, "Master, are you talking about the thing sealed in my stomach?" "Well, don't worry about it now, you first strengthen yourself. One day, I will make it surrender to you." Gong Yi let go and carried his back. "I'll go out later, you can practice at home with peace of mind." "Yes, Master." Gong Yi left with his hands behind, somewhat looking forward to today's dinner. Well, today is his adult day, and Aili said that he was alone and very lonely. So we have to celebrate his birthday. But Ariyi took care of Naruto and couldn't leave the village, so Gong Yi was asked to go to her house. "Why don't you just go straight after work?" because Wei Li said to prepare first and let Gong Yi come over later. When Gong Yi arrived near Ariri's house, he sensed the surrounding situation with his divine sense. His brows furrowed slightly. These Anbu Ninja really listened to his own words, and widened the distance of monitoring and guarding a lot, basically not affecting Ari's life. However, the number seems to have doubled. Gong Yi walked away, and when he arrived at the door of Wei Li's house, he turned his head and glanced around. A cold snort. Humph. The Anbu ninjas who were watching around here all felt a pain in their brains, as if they had been stabbed in the depths of their brains by some thin needle. Seeing Gong Yi's cold eyes in the distance, he couldn't help but pale in horror. Lord Gong Yi's strength has reached such a level that thousands of meters away, it can hurt people and be invisible. Is this demonic illusion or some kind of mystery? What is the purpose of doing this? Is it that he doesn't want us to disturb Ari Sakurai, or the intelligence that they have for dinner tonight? Today is the birthday of Mr. Gong Yi. Wei Li went to buy a lot of miscellaneous things. I think it was for his birthday. Probably because they don't want to be disturbed, and they don't want to have eyes on them. There was no communication, and a group of Anbu ninjas stepped back a long distance in tacit understanding. Gong Yi's expression softened, and he turned around and rang the doorbell. While the sound of trotting came from inside the house. The door opened, and Wei Li blinked her big eyes and bent down slightly. Come in, Master Dean. Gong Yi laughed dumbly. You're dressed like that. Wei Li turned in a circle, fully showing her wonderful figure. Doesn't it look good? Yuhi color high heels are calves that increase by 1 point and become fat, and lose by 1 point. White long skirt covers the thighs and knees, and there are not too many decorative items on the top. It's just that the long hair like a black waterfall flows down the stream, resting on the slightly upturned buttocks, a curve that is extremely charming, making people swallow their saliva involuntarily. As for that cheek, Gong Yi has no comment, it is too beautiful. The moment when Wei Li is at the best age in her life, with the most carefully prepared dress, it will bloom. Gong Yi smiled, changed his shoes and entered the door. Wei Li was very happy, followed behind him and closed the door, just wondering why Gong Yi looked a little tired. Chapter 204. A pleasant gift. A very hearty dinner. A table of dishes, many of which are Gong Yi's favorites. It took a lot of thought to paint pear clothes. Gong Yi was also very happy to eat, just stroking his forehead with his hand from time to time. Wei Li took out a bottle of wine and poured it slowly for him. Today you are 16, which means that you are an adult, and you can do many things, such as drinking. That my father treasured back then, and I wanted to bring it out when I got married. Ari originally said happily, but slowly lowered her head. Like many ninjas in Konoha, Ariki was not born into a wealthy family. When she was young, her parents died because of a mission. Later, a friend of a mother in the hospital raised her to the age when she graduated from the ninja school. Probably the same, for adopting Naruto, she did not have any resistance, but took care of Naruto with all her heart. Gong Yi took the wine glass, looked at her slightly depressed mood, and deliberately said something happy so that she wouldn't get caught up in it. Well, is it the wine when you get married? Gong Yi looked at her with a half-smiling smile, until Sakurai Ari's face even looked at Yuhi. Wei Li lowered her head and ate a few mouthfuls of vegetables. Just hadn't eaten much, she raised her head suspiciously and looked at Gong Yi. President, are you not feeling well? No. Then why do you keep rubbing your forehead 320 inches? Go up a little bit, and you'll be fine in a while. Naruto. I slept. I came back from work today and played too much. I fell asleep when I was cooking. Oh. Gong Yi snorted, and there was still a tingling sensation in his brain. This is the sequelae of mental overdraft. 2 days ago, he studied the seeds of divine consciousness, and found a wonderful use. It was based on the principle of breaking Gonguling's mental barrier with a fine needle of divine consciousness. Based on his huge spiritual power, he divides his consciousness and attacks the enemy's spirit. However, this method sounds good, but it is not as powerful as imagined. First of all, it is necessary to let the enemy lose his mind. After all, not every ninja is always in a state of undefended outside the brain like Gong Ling was at that time. Second, it can hurt the enemy. But even so, the damage is very limited, and it can only cause the enemy a little pain. When he entered the room just now, he first swept the surrounding area with cold eyes, causing the Anbu ninja who was watching to lose his mind, and then split up dozens of spiritual senses to attack. Although the effect is achieved. But Gong Yi also overestimated his mental power, attacking dozens of Anbu ninjas at one time. It was a bit overdraft. Maybe in the future, with more mental energy, you can do this. Right now, we have to control the number of differentiated consciousnesses. Gong Yi thought about it. If these Anbu ninja reveal this information to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then his own strength in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart may have to be re-evaluated. After drinking half the bottle of wine, Hilly suddenly said, "I'll give you a rub." Wei Li stood up with her skirt in hand, and after leaving, she put her thin hands on both sides of the top of his cheeks. Gong Yi did not refuse, but closed his eyes and enjoyed it comfortably. At this moment, he only needs to run the spirit refinement and restore the overdrawn mental power to a less uncomfortable state. Is no doubt that a massage with painted pear clothing will be much better. Wei Li stopped for a while, but did not step back, and kneaded Gong Yi's forehead rhythmically. The atmosphere seemed to be a little more charming. Suddenly, Gong Yi opened his eyes and sipped his saliva. "Ellie, you said that a man can do many things when he is an adult, right?" "Ah. Don't let this bottle of wine your father prepared for you." "Ah. Gong Yi stood up abruptly, and hugged the painted pear robe in one hand. After dawn, Wei Li stroked her black hair behind her slender and smooth neck, and ate her breakfast with small mouthfuls. Gong Yi sat on the sofa and hugged Naruto, telling him not to run around. This little guy, now more and more lively, can't sit still all day long. Imagine that when he grows up, the ghost knows what will happen in the village. Gong Yi would occasionally look back at Hilly, and Hilly would also look at him with a heart-to-heart. There is nothing shy, there is just endless tenderness. Perhaps in her heart, she has been waiting for a favorite person. And Gong Yi, she can be regarded as her own eyes, growing up little by little. Until last night, when Gong Yi really grew up, she gave herself to him without any psychological burden. "Sit down, or spank you." Gong Yi, ferocious. Put Naruto on the sofa. Naruto tilted his head and bit his fingers in his mouth. He didn't move, as if he could understand Gong Yi's words. Gong Yi walked behind Hilly, leaned down, and put his arms around her. "Don't go to the hospital today, take a good rest at home." "Well, listen to you. If you want lunch, I'll have someone bring it, or I'll come and accompany you to eat. You are busy, don't worry about me." Gong Yi smiled and kissed her forehead. "It's up to me to do everything. Because you are my little man, I will definitely have to listen to you in the future." Gong Yi pretended to be angry and said, "Is it small?" "Yuhi, not small." Gong Yi laughed heartily, rubbed her forehead, walked over to Naruto, hugged Naruto, and rubbed the child's chubby face. "Be good at home and listen to your auntie, or come back and I'll spank you." "Little Naruto, let me tell you, I wanted to spank you last night. If you don't sleep well, you get up in the middle of the night and cry. If you don't listen today." "Humph." Naruto giggled, and a pair of small hands grabbed Gong Yi's face. Wei Li watched this scene quietly, her heart seemed to have finally settled. When Gong Yi walked out of Ellie's house, he keenly felt that someone was waiting for him. To the fork, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette and looking at him solemnly. "It's like a long wait. Long time. You shouldn't stay there." Gong Yi methodically sorted out the white robe, which was a coming-of-age gift from Hilly. A hand-sewn garment. Young people should not wear black clothes all day to look cool, they should be sunny and refreshing. White is better. Raise your head and look at this old man. Gong Yi was unafraid and said eloquently, A lonely person celebrates his adult birthday for another lonely person. There's nothing wrong with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and went straight to the subject. It is not allowed to be too close to the human Jinchuiki column force. Gong Yi sneered, is that trying to isolate Naruto, keep everyone away from him, hate him, he's Minato's child, who did Minato sacrifice for. If you really do as you say, Minato if he was still alive, what do you think his father would be in? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, then shook his head. Everything is for the village, Minato will understand me. Yes, he will understand you, but it does not mean that he is not uncomfortable. The son of a hero should not enjoy the treatment of the descendants of criminals. Gong Yi snorted coldly and wanted to walk away. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head sadly, no longer talking about this matter, but changed the subject. But the new topic is still heavy. Shisui brought back information from the village of Kurigakure, and they are ready to wage war against me, Konoha. Chapter 205. Time is a pig-killing knife. Undress. Yes, master. Gong Ling closed his eyes and lay shyly on the bed. Her is the serious Gong Yi. With one hand on her lower abdomen, the seal of the 5 elements shines. Gong Yi poured out a huge chakra, carrying his spiritual consciousness, and instantly entered the seal of the 5 elements. Passing through the raging wind, endless thunder, across the vast continent, and came to the ocean surrounded by the sea of fire. All of these are mental illusions transformed into illusions, but they do reflect the power of a powerful seal. Human, I'm going to kill you. The majestic roar came from the sea, and a giant beast as big as a mountain, waving 3 diamond thorns, rushed frantically to the small figure in the sky. However, just rushing to a few hundred meters, a strange force made it impossible to advance. The seal of the 5 elements was cast by Gong Yi. No matter how powerful Ren Sanwei was, he couldn't find it in the palm of his hand. Just like Namikaze Minato, the seal of 8 trigrams set up, even if most of it falls off. Kyubi 9 tails can induce Naruto, break the seal, and let it break out. However, Minato is just a chakra with consciousness that can seal it again. The same is true for Gong Yi. His eyes flashed with dazzling golden light. Gong Yi snorted coldly. The tailed beast is sealed in the body of the human Jinchuriki column force. Shouldn't it be like this? Isoda Sano roared. You lied to me. I never promised you any conditions, how can I deceive? The 3 tails were suddenly silent. It was only then that he realized that although Gong Yi had friendly exchanges with him earlier, he was actually just responding to his own needs. It took it for granted that it was communicating with Gong Yi on an equal footing. In reality, however, Gong Yi never took it seriously. Make a deal, I'll unlock a seal for you, so that you can see the sight of this world. A low and heavy voice came from Sanwei. You want to keep fooling me. Gong Yi doesn't speak, just looks at it so quietly. On the vast sea, there is only the sound of the magnificent waves. After a long time, Isomio said unwillingly, what deal? Gong Yi said indifferently, lend some of your power to the Jinchuriki column power to help her have enough strength to deal with everything in a crisis. I promise this deal. People and beasts don't need so many twists and turns. Deal was concluded. Gong Yi raised his hand and waved, and the outermost Ling Gangfeng disappeared. Sano Asata looked through the earth shrouded in thunder, and seemed to be able to see the scene outside. This is what it has been craving for years after being banned by the village of Kurigakure. But just when it was happy, a huge chakra suddenly transformed into a golden longsword and shuttled through this sealed world. Constantly screaming and rushing, the 3 tails were furious. Human, what do you mean? Gong Yi glanced at it coldly. This is just a precaution I left behind, and it won't hinder you from anything. But if you have any overstepping action, then the consequences, you can imagine. Finished speaking, he ignored the 3 tails who had fallen into silence, and Gong Yi's consciousness was instantly drawn out. The large and generous hands passed over the white belly, bringing a touch of rippling. Put it on, do and catch a cold, Gongling shyly turned around and put on her clothes. Gong Yi packed his things and said, "This time I'm going out, it may take a long time to come back. I'm not at ease when you're at home, so come with me." Gongling was stunned for a while, then her eyes lit up, loudly. "Yes, master." Gong Yi smiled and shook his head. This girl must have stayed at home for a long time, she must be bored. A black robe was thrown away. "Cover up and try not to show your face. If anyone asks, you say it's my bodyguard, and nothing else." "Well, master." Over time and adjusted her face shape for many years, her appearance has been very different from the original. But if you are seen by familiar people, you can still detect clues from the details. A problem may only be solved in a few years before it can be completely solved. At the gate of Konoha village, a scene that has happened countless times has reappeared. Saying goodbye to the ninja troops and wishing them a safe return from the battlefield. It's just different from before. This time, Hokage, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are no longer leading the team. Instead, it was replaced by a handsome young man in white clothes. Ariyi held Naruto's little hand, stood outside the crowd, and looked away. Man, wearing the clothes he gave him, seemed to emit a dazzling light under the cheers of the crowd. Gong Yi nodded slightly to them, then waved. Amid the cheers, with the ninja troops, they headed towards the land of water. Sarutobi Hiruzen is standing in the Hokage building, with the technique of telescope, reflecting Gong Yi's back, walking away. Shimura Danzo stepped out of the darkness, looking unhappy. "Hiruzen, you know. If Gong Yi wins this war, he will be the next Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured without looking back. With his strength, with his reputation in the village, it will be sooner or later to ascend to this position. Take this war as a coming-of-age gift from me. Humph. Shimura Danzo leaned heavily on the crutches and said coldly, "He is just a commoner ninja, and he was brought from the village outside. Let this kind of person master Hokage rights. The harm to the village, have you ever thought about it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, but when he turned around, his cloudy eyes flashed. "Then do you have a better candidate? Or, do you want to be the 5th generation of Hokage?" Danzo kept his mouth shut, his expression moved, but he restrained the desire. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "If you had come forward earlier, I would have announced your identity as an elder and announced the many things you have done for the village. Then you can become the commander of this war logically. If you can win, you can also be a 5th-generation candidate based on your qualifications. But when the information was sent back, you knew it as soon as possible. However, you did not stand up, you are still waiting. My old friend, what are you waiting for?" Shimura Danzo looked ugly, bit Kiba, dropped a word, turned around and left. Some things are destined to be done by someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Danzo was right, there are some dirty things that need to be done by people. However, this is not an excuse for him to be afraid of reality and avoid challenges. This old friend said that he was old, then he was actually old too. The so-called ambition, after countless retreats, is just ridiculous empty talk. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked away, intending to end the telescope technique. Just on the man in black robe beside Gong Yi, he paused. "Stop." Gong Yi raised his hand, and the army behind him stopped neatly. Three masked ninjas emerged from the shadows and saluted in front of him. "Master Gong Yi. Master Gong Yi. Master Gong Yi." Gong Yi nodded, looked at the man in the lead, the man wearing the cat face mask, and opened his mouth. "Kakashi, the mission of Kurigakure village is over, but your team doesn't have to go back to the village for the time being. I've enlisted Lord Hokage, and now you follow my orders." Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then nodded until a letter with Hokage's signature arrived. "What about Uchiha Shisui? He infiltrated the village of Kurigakure alone before, fought with the Kurigakure ninja named Ao, and stole a lot of information. So go back to the village early, and now you should be by Lord Hokage's side. Hearing Kakashi's answer, Gongyi frowned slightly. Uchiha Shisui, who has already received Shisui's help in this battle, would be much easier. But the 3 generations of Hokage, it's stayed. That's it, you follow behind the troops and rest for a while. At the front line, there will be important tasks for you. Yes. 3 Anbu ninjas nodded, and when they went back, 2 people stopped. Azuki Yugao glanced at Gongyi and left with a complicated mind. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the man in black behind Gongyi. Reason, he had a familiar feeling. Chapter 206. Bubble, 5th. A crescent moon hangs high above the sky. In the village of Kurigakure, 4 generations of Mizukage Karataki Yagura are walking alone in a dark tunnel. It's impossible for people in other villages. Unless the situation is extremely dangerous and cannot be dealt with by ordinary ninjas, there are often enough guard ninjas around Kage. But thinking of the person he will meet next, it is only natural that he behaves in such a strange way. At the end of the tunnel, there is a huge abyss. And moist smell in the air. That is the smell of the sea. This abyss was developed from the bottom of the sea. It is a natural seal built by natural power and the powerful ninjutsu of the first generation Mizukage. Karataki Yagura stopped abruptly, and in front of him stood 2 people. One carried a large knife wrapped in white cloth strips, and the other wore a round orange spiral mask. 3 of them met, and there was no sound strangely. Yes, it's just the constant hand seal action of the masked man. Mask, 3220. Down, one eye, turning the pupil in the shape of a scythe hook. A long while, the masked man let out a long breath and waved to Karataki Yagura. Yagura went out in silence. This scene is so quiet that it makes people feel depressed. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Karataki Yagura is not weak. His Mangekyo Sharingan does not have a particularly strong demonic illusion, so his control over Yagura is not too strong. As for the control of the tailed beast, it is almost instinctive, but compared to Uchiha Madara's control of Kyuubi, 9 tails, the combat power of the Kyuubi, 9 tails, he controls has been severely reduced. To reinforce demonic illusion every now and then so that he can control Yagura to do things for him. Kisame Hoshigaki watched this scene with mixed feelings. He also came out of the village of Kurigakure. For the shadow of the village, he will always be full of respect. Just seeing that the 4th generation of Mizukage is being controlled by others, he just feels extremely mocked. But he is one of the accomplices. Almost, the order that should be conveyed to him has also been conveyed. The masked man said indifferently, as if this trip was just to convey an order. He's disguising his actions to reinforce demonic illusion's controls. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at him. Should I call you Mr. Madara, or Mr. Mizukage? Masked man glanced at him. The name doesn't matter. If you can, it's fine if you call me Faye. Oh, that's it. Faye's name is quite good, and it is convenient for me to do things. The name Uchiha Madara is still too loud. Akatsuki doesn't need such a loud voice. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at him suspiciously. The rumored Uchiha Madara, domineering Lingran. Why don't you care about these things? The masked man looked at the abyss under his feet and sighed. This should be the place where Santai was once trapped. If the 3 tails were still there, it might be a lot easier to deal with Konoha this time. Speaking of the 3 tails, Obito under the mask looked a little gloomy. When Gongyi suddenly appeared, Uchiha Obito, who was nominally dead, was not easy to appear. The death of Rin Nohara, he was greatly stimulated, and even opened Mangekyo because of it. Exactly like this, he immediately left the scene at that time. At that time, he thought that Gongyi would take away Kakashi, Nohara Rin's body, so he didn't think about it. Now become Uchiha Madara in the world. And execute the Eye of the Moon plan. He realized that he didn't make a move at that time, and lost some 3 tails. Nohara Rin died, and the 3 tails either dissipated, or were immediately drawn out and resealed. In either case, good news for him. Especially the latter. If Gangyi finds Konoha ninjas, or himself becomes a three-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, it will be a great hindrance to the next plan to resurrect the 10 tails. And with the addition of a tailed beast, Konoha will be even stronger. They have the strongest Kyubi, 9 tails, themselves. In order to avoid future encounters with the powerful Konoha who has the double Jinchuriki, column power, Uchiha Obito does a lot of things. Control Yagura, retreat to Iwagakure battlefield, and maximize the strength of Kurigakure village. Assassinate the Konoha ninja and weaken the power of Konoha. Now let Yagura start a war against Konoha, and also weaken it. If Konoha's strength is too strong, it will be much more difficult to snatch the tailed beast from behind. For this battle, it doesn't matter to him what damage will. Even, he has already begun to plan, another tailed beast owned by Kurigakure. 6-tailed rhinoceros. But when you think of sealing the 9-tailed beasts, you need to proceed in order. And now Nagato hasn't perfected the magic 9 dragons seal, so he doesn't seem to be in such a hurry. Let's press Konoha first, and it's better to pull Kumogakure in too. The masked man thought. 3,000 reinforcements led by Gangyi arrived at the border of the Fire Nation after 10 days. On this day, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi stood on the road with a team of 1 elite ninja, and seemed to be waiting for something. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned. Here. Nara Shikaku followed the sound, and in the border jungle, countless ninjas jumped out of it. A gust of breeze blew, and Gangyi instantly appeared in front of them. Knees been waiting. Duent dare, Lord Commander, this way please. Gangyi smiled. Master Shikaku, please call me Gangyi, sir, I can't bear it. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi looked at each other, shook their heads, and said, you are the commander of the army now, and a lord is an honorific title for you. Other ninjas are watching, so you have to do this. Gangyi hummed, not bothering about this. Where's Akamichi Choza? He's watching from the front line, and this time it's just me and Inoichi who will greet you. Gangyi nodded and pointed to the reinforcements behind him. A total of 3,000 ninjas, plus the 6,000 people you led earlier are enough to defend against the Kurigakure army. Inoichi, please go and reorganize and bring them to the camp. Yamanaka Inoichi had nothing to do, and quickly went to the back. Gangyi took a breath and seemed to be able to faintly smell the saltiness in the air. Shikaku-sensei, let's take a walk. The two walked unhurriedly, deviating from the main force, and finally came to a coast. Distance, in the vast sea, dotted with countless small islands. Among them, there is a continent that hangs over seas, which is the country of the wind, and the village of Kurigakure is also there. Of the 5 major ninja villages, Sunagakure and Kurigakure are the weakest. But these 2 villages, one is in the yellow sand desert, the other is overhanging the sea, and there are natural dangers to rely on. Even if you are weak, you can protect yourself. Nara Shikaku explained to Gangyi, and by the way, also explained the next situation. This time, Kurigakure declared war on me, Konoha, and it was a little strange. Geographically, they don't have much conflict with us and shouldn't be. Gangyi's expression was calm, and there was an answer in his heart. Presumably, this is Uchiha Obito's plan. The current Yagura is very likely to be controlled by Obito. Then Obito controls Yagura and starts War 1. What is the purpose of 6? Nara Shikaku continued. Because of the terrain, this battle can only be attacked by Kurigakure village, and we are the main defender. Because we can't fight across the sea, and the sea environment is too convenient for Kurigakure ninjas to use Suiten, water-style ninjutsu. Form is very passive. Just as the two were chatting, a bubble floated slowly over their heads. Gangyi raised his head and glanced, a golden light swirled out of him, rushing towards the bubble with lightning speed. TFF'd. With a soft sound, the bubbles burst. Gangyi sneered, how dare to eavesdrop on our conversation. In the vast sea, the fog filled the air, and a handsome young man in a sky-blue robe stepped on a flat boat and held a tubular weapon. When the bubble burst, he frowned. Under the control of chakra, the boat underfoot turned its direction and no longer approached the border continent of the Land of Fire. Turn and head towards Kurigakure village. Chapter 207. Withdrawal. That is. Shikaku's pupils shrank. He just subconsciously thought it was just bubbles floating out of the ocean. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the enemy's eavesdropping method. Gong Yi smiled lightly. If I guessed correctly, it should be the strong Kurigakure, Yugao. Feather high. Nara Shikaku was extremely surprised. Isn't that the young man who was rumored to shine in the Battle of Rock Mist during the Third World War? Perhaps, he has to add the identity of a six-tailed Jinchuiki column force to him. However, not many people know this. Gong Yi suddenly and interestingly asked a question. During the Third World War, Shikaku-sensei, do you think the Third World War is over? Ah, you mean. Gong Yi stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the boundless sea. The short-term peace does not mean that the three wars are over, and the next war is just a part of the Third Ninja War. Nara Shikaku stared blankly at Gong Yi's back. At this moment that he realized that this young man, who had been watching his growth all the way, had a far-reaching vision, and he was still above the crowd. The fog was full of turbulence. Yugao stopped the boat and leapt lightly to the land. Kurigakure ninja who was in charge of vigilance came over and said respectfully, Lord Yugao. Yugao smiled freely. Don't call me your lord, I am a part of the village just like you. Yes, Yugao-sama. Yugao was helpless and pointed to the direction of the camp. Is my master still there? Yes. Then I'll go find him first. Calmly on the damp soil, and quickly entered the camp. His eyes stopped at the main office for a while, and then he got into another room. An old man with white hair and beard was muttering and reading a book. Yugao saluted respectfully. Master, I'm back. Old man glanced at him and said displeased "Ly, didn't I tell you not to come back when you go out?" Yugao shook his head. The village has left a lot of strong people over the years, and the 4 generations of adults have. Alas, as a member of the village, contributing to the village is what I should do. How can I leave? Old man snorted coldly. In his opinion, human Jinchuriki column force should not be on the battlefield. 4 generations of Mizukage have done more and more. But thinking of this, he was also worried. Even the power of Jinchuriki column was sent to the battlefield, and the strength of the strong in Kurigakure village was already stretched thin. Why does Mizukage-sama insist on fighting this war persistently? Yugao, can you control the power in your body? Yugao touched his lower abdomen and said bitterly, I don't know why, it seems that it is still resisting me. The old man sighed, his eyes twinkling. The 6 tails are sealed in his disciple's body, and he can't tell whether it is good or bad for his life. If only I could find a way to take it out without hurting Yugao. Reconnaissance of the Konoha army's intelligence, but it's just an insignificant part of the many intelligence assassinations before the war. In the next few months, the 2 sides carried out this kind of action countless times. Seems that the 2 armies are facing each other across the sea, but in fact, the war has started quietly. Gong Yi doesn't. I like this passive form. If it drags on like this, it will not help him to gain credit and prestige through war. And the longer it drags on, the easier it is to get into trouble. In Konoha camp, where the commander lived, a group of gathered Jonin listened solemnly to the information brought back by Kakashi. In the village of Kumogakure, there are signs of gathering ninjas and assembling an army of ninjas. At this juncture, Kumogakure village made such an action, probably in an unfinished battle with Iwagakure village. Very likely that the spearhead is aimed at Konoha village. Now that Konoha has experienced the Kyubi 9 tails turmoil, its vitality has not recovered, and there are only a handful of strong people who can take on great responsibilities. When this happened before, Sanin sent them out separately to guard one side. But this time, is it necessary to let the 3 generations of Hokage? Personally, the last 3 generations of Hokage did not achieve satisfactory results. This time, not many people have hope. Not that there is any doubt about Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's mainly Konoha Ninja Village. The number of ninjas is really not too many now. Of 6,000 ninjas on the battlefield of the Land of Water has drawn almost 2/3 of Konoha's strength. With the remaining third, facing the Kumogakure army, the result can be imagined. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Gong Yi. He is the commander, and it is up to him to decide the major events on the battlefield. Gong Yi looked calm, and tapped the map on the table with his fingers. One more repetition, the heavy voice seemed to hit everyone's heart. Suddenly, Gong Yi's finger stopped on the map. Lifting his head, Gong Yi's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Withdraw. In the village of Kurigakure, the small body of the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura sat on the huge seat, looking a bit nondescript. But the ninja below, no one dared to question whether he was qualified to sit on the Mizukage throne. Mention the position that the 3 generations of Mizukage entrusted to the shadow before his death. Yagura's own strength is enough to secure this position. Moreover, over the years, Yagura has been persecuting ninjas or families with Kekkei Genkei in the village, and various bloody suppression actions have made people unable to underestimate his majesty. Oh, the Konoha ninja retreated. Yes, Lord Mizukage. According to our intelligence unit investigation, the dark blue demons have been stalemate with us for several months after arriving at the front line. But just 2 days ago, the army moved out and left the front line. Hearing this, other high-level officials in the village were all in shock. Konoha's move, why is the purpose of abandoning the borders of the country of fire and allowing the invasion of the Kurigakure army? Then, are they not afraid of provoking the dissatisfaction of the daimyo of the country of fire? But Yagura smiled. I think it's from the Kumogakure village. The troops were dispatched, and Konoha's troops were scarce and could not be divided into 2 places. Can only focus on that and put it aside. For the news of Kumogakure sending troops, others are hearing it for the first time now. After some analysis, I really think it is possible. After all, the village of Kurigakure hangs overseas all the year round, and does not set foot in the mainland very much, and the only few invasions have been repelled at the border of the country of fire. The last time the Iwagakure army attacked the Land of Water, the enemy had the Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu that paved roads and bridges, and moved forward little by little. Can only force the daimyo of the Land of Water to send the village of Kurigakure to fight. Now Konoha does not pay attention to Kurigakure, but to Kumogakure village, and it is only natural. It is estimated that when they want to come, Kurigakure village will invade the border of the fire country at most, and if they get some benefits, they will retreat. Yagura sneered. If that's the case, then we don't have to be polite. Send troops and land in the fire country. Country borders. First build up the defense line, and then step by step nibble on the fertile land of the fire nation. Some people were worried and said, there are not many ninjas in our village. Is it too dangerous to fight with all their strength? Karataki Yagura glanced at it, her eyes narrowed slightly, and it exuded a dangerous smell. Are you questioning my decision? The man hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak any more. Soon, almost 2 days after Konoha's retreat, the army of Kurigakure landed on the border of the fire country one after another. The momentum revealed, there was a faint momentum of engulfing the fire country. This news was also spread to other forces. Sunagakure village in the Land of Wind. Rasa smiled disdainfully after reading the information. The deep blue demon is still a little younger, and his command of operations is far from Orochimaru, so he retreated like this. If it were me, I would at least have to face off against Kurigakure village and defeat Kurigakure village before we could shift our focus. Kumogakure village, the Land of Thunder. The 4th generation Raikage, who took office in 320 shortly after, clapped his hands on the table and made a vibrating sound. He laughed. The last time I fought the dark blue demon, I wasn't happy at all. A few years have passed, but I want to see if he is stronger or I am stronger. Iwagakure village in the land of Earth. After reading the information, Onoki frowned and said nothing for a long time. After a long time, he nodded. This child is very sensitive to the situation judgment. Kurigakure village was defeated by my Iwagakure village last time, and after having gone through the blood fog policy again, and defected from many strong men, its own strength is not enough to worry about. In contrast, the mighty Kumogakure village is the biggest threat. Just fight the Kumogakure village first, and then free up your hands and clean up the Kurigakure village. It's so much easier. It may cost a lot, but at least, Konoha can keep most of the interests of the Fire Nation. However, Onoki also shook his head. This battle, the key point, still had to be on the battlefield of Kumogakure. If Konoha does not resist, then the unobstructed village of Kurigakure will surely drive straight in. The country of fire will be in danger at that time. Compared with these three villages, two are watching and one is eager to try. Konoha, at the center of the war, was silent. Only Danzo was shocked after reading Gong Yi's plan from the third Hokage. Gong Yi is too daring. Third generation of Hokage took a deep breath. Perhaps this is what he told me before, to kill the chickens and show the monkeys first. Only in this way can many coveted forces be deterred. Bright moon hangs high on the sea. The land that should be bright, but because of the fog, I can't see my fingers. A white figure was walking on a small road in the country of waves, heading towards the village of Kurigakure, step by step. This kind of road is not suitable for large troops to pass through. As long as the ninja army ambushed, it is easy to wipe them out. But the few ninjas have no such worries. Beside the white figure, a black figure followed closely. Chapter 208. One person kills one village. Master, it seems to be coming. The crisp female voice rang in his ears. Gong Yi stopped, and his spiritual sense came out, and he couldn't help nodding. It's coming. Looking at Gong Ling's nervous face, Gong Yi smiled slightly. You try to hide as much as possible later, you don't have to come out to help me. After I finish things, you can just protect me and go. Gong Ling blinked. Yes, master. Gong Yi calmed down. What he was going to do this time was even more dangerous than the last time he entered Kurigakure village. Last time, it could be said that he sneaked in secretly. After being accidentally discovered, he had to fight a battle. And the main thing is to break out of the siege. And this time, all he has to do is to attack the village of Kurigakure with one person's strength. Yes, the retreat of the army is just a cover. Of 6,000 Konoha ninjas was mobilized to the border of the country of fire near Kumogakure, led by Nara Shikaku, to defend the army of Kumogakure village. And he, alone, dived into the land of water. To warn the monkeys. Kurigakure village is chicken, Kumogakure village is monkey. Until this tiger Konoha recovers, monkeys can't be called king. Who? In the depths of the fog, there was a questioning voice. Gong Yi didn't answer. A black spear suddenly appeared and pierced away. In an instant, a muffled hum came. Not only that, the black long spear swings its tail and travels freely in the mist, and the sound of the body falling to the ground is constantly heard. Instant ninjutsu, Doden earth style, sharp spear. Gong Yi nodded with satisfaction, much faster than before. Before arriving at Kurigakure village, he didn't want to be discovered, so as not to waste his efforts. According to Gong Yi's speed, without consuming chakra and reducing the frequency of strength, it took him one night to finally arrive outside Kurigakure village. At this time, the sky will be clear, and the fog will gradually disperse. The village of Kurigakure is peaceful and the so-called blood fog village seems to be just an illusion. However, the blood fog is a fear rooted in the depths of people's hearts, not some diffuse fog. Gong Yi took a deep breath and the chakra surged wildly. With both hands shrouded in front, a ninjutsu that has been accumulated for a long time is about to burst out. Such a big action will naturally attract the attention of Kurigakure's vigilant ninja. Who? Quote. Enemy attack. A sharp scream resounded all around, and dozens of ninjas rushed over directly. However, in the face of all this, Gong Yi didn't. Hurry up, spit in his mouth. Futon, wind style, vacuum dance. A dazzling blue light lit up, and the endless wind condensed. In it, a black sickle emerged from the void, and on the black sickle, it exuded a rich and dangerous aura. When the huge black sickle was formed, it suddenly rose, and then slashed down. The wind brought by chakra, with a brave and domineering force, slashed from the gate of Kurigakure village to the center of the village. With a length of 1,000 meters and a width of nearly 10 meters suddenly appeared in the gully. There were messy buildings, silent, dead ninjas, and countless ordinary civilians. This blow was extremely domineering, and countless Kurigakure ninjas ran out of the surrounding buildings. The large buildings looked around on alert. It's just that when they saw the terrifying gully, their hearts trembled. The power of manpower can be so terrifying. Who is it? Roars sounded from the back of the village, and then a small figure descended here at an extremely fast speed. Karatake Yagura Yuhi looked at all this with heartache. Even in a state of control, most of the time, he will rely on his subconscious to do things. Only critical commands will be controlled by Uchiha Obito's demonic illusion. In other words, he himself does not know that he is being controlled, and still thinks he is the fourth-generation Mizukage of the village of Kurigakure. He regards everything in the village as his territory. Now that the village has suffered such a blow, he can't help but be angry. A white figure slowly walked in from the ruined village wall. Karatake Yagura was furious when he saw the man's face. Dark blue devil. Words were finished. Karatake Yagura did not give Gong Yi a chance to speak, and attacked brazenly. The figure jumped out, still in the air, with both hands hand seal. Sweden, water style, great exploding water colliding wave. The overwhelming water flow, like a flood, rushed towards the white figure, and there was a constant explosion. Once caught in it, there is no life or death. Not only that, Karatake Yagura dives into it, like a duck in water, towards the enemy. Only when he was halfway through, his pupils shrank and stopped suddenly. A sea of fire suddenly bloomed, facing the flood without showing weakness. Water and fire are constantly connected. Under the consumption of each other, terrifying high-temperature steam evaporates. Once contaminated, it will inevitably be injured. Karatake Yagura stopped where he was, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Kaden, fire style, is restrained by Sweden, water style. You can stop me by the steam that evaporates, but you can't stop this ninjutsu. However, his sneer, in the continuous annihilation of water and fire, gradually disappear. This Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu is amazing. When the two finally dissipated, Karatake Yagura looked at the figure not far in front, and his heart trembled. The man was tall and straight, his face was handsome, and his eyes were deep. On that forehead, a diamond-shaped mark shimmered slightly. Pale white strange energy surrounds him, sometimes twisting like a snake, sometimes circling like a dragon. Hissing, a low roar, ups and downs, endlessly. Gong Yi turned on Sage Mode and walked slowly forward. It is normal to use Sage Mode to instantly cast Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation to block Yagura's Sweden, water style, ninjutsu. Stopping in his footsteps, Gong Yi looked at the countless ninjas around him, his eyes slightly narrowed. This scene seems familiar. Once, he also stood below, facing the three generations of Mizukage Tsujido Tsukuri, as well as countless Kurigakure powerhouses. That battle, he almost killed the three generations of Mizukage and was seriously wounded. And this time, he faced the situation again. The roles are reversed. Once he was besieged and killed, but now, he is going to defeat the village of Kurigakure with one person. Karatake Yagura touched the scar on his left eye, which is the shame that Gong Yi left him. Kurigakure ninja, listen to my orders. Kill him. There were no loud promises, there were just countless ninjas, leaping over the building, constantly rushing towards the bitter wind that Gong Yi brought. Sweetened water style, water colliding wave. Sweetened water style, water dragon bullet. Sweetened water style, Kurigakur, S jutsu. Innumerable powers of sweetened water style ninjutsu, large or small, in the hands of the Kurigakur ninja, they were spread out. Because of being on the sea and land, water vapor is everywhere, so the release of sweetened water style ninjutsu is easy. Especially the signature ninjutsu unique to Kurigakur village, the Kurigakur assassination technique, shrouded in white fog, countless ninjas got in and kept approaching Gong Yi. If someone else came, it would definitely be a mortal situation. However, for Gong Yi, he sneered, folded his hands, and then crashed to the ground. Senpo, sage art, was reincarnated. All things in the earth, countless inanimate beings, came to life all at once. Please download Filu Shaukan's latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 209. To Gong Yi, 3rd. Ah, what is this? Monster. Bastard, what's attacking me? Can't you kill sweeten, water style, water breaking waves? It's useless, it's useless. The clay formed claws and swung it wildly. The houses that collapsed before, those build stones one by one to form stone men, striding towards the Kurigakur ninja. More trees were uprooted. They rose, waving their branches, sweeping across a large area. Chaos. It's all chaos. In the white fog, screaming again and again, the ninja who got in, screamed from anger, then to fear, and finally the sound gradually disappeared. Kurigakur, who had not had time to rush in, watched this scene, and his heart was broken. What kind of weird ninjutsu is this? It can even give life to the dead, and even control them to attack the enemy. Karataki Yagura couldn't stand it anymore, but Kiba pulled out the stick on his back, chakra lingered up, and slammed the coral hard on the ground. The stick breaks the sea and strikes. Gong Yi's expression remains unchanged, and an azure water wall stands in front of him. Sweetened water style, water formation wall. Boom. With a muffled sound, the water wall trembled wildly, but it finally stopped. Bastard, doesn't he need a hand seal to release ninjutsu? Karataki Yagura was shocked and angry. The last time Gong Yi escaped from the village of Kurigakur, he was not so strong. The current Gong Yi is obviously stronger than that time, even a grade higher. That kind of bright white energy, what the hell is it? But there was no time for him to wonder. The vast fog dissipated, Gong Yi retracted his hands. In front of him, all the things created by inorganic reincarnation have returned to calm. Only the bloody land 320 and the stump and the broken foot illustrate the cruel scene that happened before. 300. Just one ninjutsu took more than 300 lives. The power of sage art is shocking. And this is just an appetizer. Gong Yi suddenly raised his head, looked at Karataki Yagura with a cold look. At this glance, Karataki Yagura's heart was shaken. But Gong Yi soon turned his attention to other people. He had already discovered that Karataki Yagura was indeed being controlled. Its strength, obviously compared with previous years, has not grown much. This is an abnormal phenomenon. In the Hokage world, ninjas with strong talents often have a period of strength. The higher the talent, the earlier the leap period. For example, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, etc. At the age of 13 or 14, jumped from the middle genin level to the elite jonin, and even quasi-kage level. Karataki Yagura has been cultivated by the third generation of Mizukage as the fourth generation, and his talent is high, no doubt. His age is similar to Namikaze Minato. But the strength displayed now is only an elite jonin level. This is the level he reached a few years ago. Haven't made progress in recent years. No, obviously impossible. Then there is only one reason. Uchiha Obito's demonic illusion control. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't have the demonic illusion as powerful as Tsukuyomi, so when he controls the tailed beast and the human, he can't use 100% of the tailed beast or the human's strength. This is the only way to explain why Yagura is the shadow of a village. There is no good way to resist such a character. If Gongyi wanted to, he could behead him on the spot, regardless of the consequences. It's just that, next time, who will Obito control to kill Yagura's influence? It's impossible. Gongyi doesn't need variables. All he has to do now is to knock down the village of Kurigakure, maim it, and beat it to the point of fear. Killing a fourth-generation Mizukage can have a variety of effects. The other ninjas present in Kurigakure village has the same effect. In contrast, it is undoubtedly better to control variables. Of course, the difficulty will also be higher. My mind turned around. Gongyi looked at others with a cold eye. Fingers together, a long sword with brilliant golden light condensed out. Drink lightly in your mouth. Go. Long sword groaned softly, a tremor, and rushed over a Kurigakure with the momentum of thunder. Circling around, the head fell to the ground. Jin done. It's the Kekkei Genkai of the dark blue demon, the golden ninjutsu. There was an uproar, even fear. Third generation of Mizukage is injured by this ninjutsu. If it wasn't for being seriously injured by Gongyi, he would not have died on the battlefield. Over the years, as Gongyi's reputation has grown, and his background has gradually stabilized, the village ninjas have been collecting information on him. Medical ninjutsu that surpasses Tsunade, taijutsu comparable to the fourth generation of Reikage, and the combat method of one-handed hand seal, etc. Among them, the most eye-catching is undoubtedly the Kekkei Genkai that has never existed in the ninja world since ancient times. Jin done. This Kekkei Genkai has powerful properties beyond common sense. Under the abundant chakra form changes of the master, Jin-dun ninjutsu can be changed at will. Sometimes he takes the form of kunai, sometimes he transforms into a long sword, and even a short sword. And its characteristics, there are 3 characteristics of sturdiness, speed, and sharpness. When all this is combined, the power of Jin-yun ninjutsu is almost even better than other known Kekkei Genkai. The sword light moves like a dragon, and wherever it passes, there must be blood flying. Heads fall to the ground. Even if someone blocked it, there would only be a big hole left between the chest and abdomen. The screams kept ringing. Karataki Yagura was furious, and led a group of ninjas to rush up desperately. Face of the enemy's siege, Gongyi's expression didn't change at all. Sage art chakra flows into the whole body from the diamond-shaped mark on the forehead, replenishing the previous loss. Slap the ground with one hand. Senpo, sage art splits the earth and turns the palm. Ka, 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 ka. Some ninjas with poor physical skills and unhappy reactions fell directly into it. Apart from a scream, not even the body was left behind. When the earth closed, there were only a few hundred ninjas in front of them. Gongyi's hands quickly hand seal. A round ball appeared in his hands. Senpo, sage art white excitement. The ball trembled, emitting thousands of white lights, causing the air in a large area around it to vibrate wildly. Hundreds of Kurigakure only felt that the bones of the whole body were violently rubbing, and their bodies became numb in a moment. Not only that, but the strong light from the ball, and the harsh air trembling sound, made Kurigakure's eyes stabbed shut, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Ears can't hear anything. Gongyi is also uncomfortable, but the 2 small snakes condensed by sage art chakra around his ears swim to the corners of his eyes, blocking the white light, and the line of sight can penetrate the small snakes to see outside. He, not affected by this technique, open his mouth and spit forward. The powerful Kaiden, fire-style, ninjutsu appears again. Senpo, sage art dragon flame release song jutsu. A fire dragon with white flames roars out. While shaking his head and shaking his tail, the enemy kept falling down, and raging flames ignited on his body. Karataki Yagura looked hideous, and the water formation wall blocked the dragon. Under the protection of the guard ninja, a seal is formed on both hands. Sweden, water style, water mirror technique. One, a mirror composed of clear water stands on the ground, turns its direction, and aims at Gong Yi. Gong Yi frowned slightly, but he didn't feel any discomfort, he just felt like something was missing. It was a ray of breath. Just as he was looking at it intently, a figure suddenly appeared in the mirror, lifted his foot and stepped out, walking directly out of the mirror. Gong Yi blinked, disbelief. Watching that scene in disbelief, that person actually looks exactly like himself. It's a mystery. Gong Yi raised his hand, and the black spear appeared in front of him, heading straight for that. Gong Yi and go. But a strange scene appeared, that in front of Gong Yi, a black long spear appeared, whistling forward. Its color, length, and momentum are all exactly the same. Two long spears, in the blink of an eye, the tips of the spears touch each other. Sigh, silent annihilation. Gong Yi was moved. He didn't believe in evil, and he instantly performed two ninjutsu techniques. Futon, wind style, vacuum dance. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. Huge wind, helping the fire, surge forward. But another Gong Yi, even can do this. The same is instant, the same as the wind to help the fire. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and it continued to explode. Kurigakure, still alive, seeing this scene, couldn't help cheering. Mizukage, Sama, blocked the dark blue demon. Karataki Yagura was a little tired, and when she saw this scene, she couldn't help but sneer. This technique becomes stronger when it is strong, and weak when it is weak. What kind of ninjutsu do you use? You can also use ninjutsu when you create it. I have to say, you can actually master instant ninjutsu, or even Jin-dun. But today, don't think about leaving so easily. He didn't say kill Gong Yi, just said Gong Yi don't think it's easy to go. After this battle, Karataki Yagura has discovered that Gong Yi's power is still beyond his own imagination. If Gong Yi wants to leave, his own ninjutsu is limited by distance, so he can't catch up at all. However, upon hearing these words, Gong Yi suddenly stopped. Look at him with a half smile. Then look at that, the exact same existence. Really? Chapter 210. 2 Village. The 8 inner gates are open. Open. Break. Health. Injury. The 4 gates are opened instantly, and the whole body is up and down, and the speed and strength are greatly improved. People. The man also acted like this, rushing over directly. He swung his right fist and bombarded the enemy's chest and abdomen. Bang! A puddle of clear water was scattered on the ground, offering a toast to the ninjas who had been sucked in by the cracked earth. Well, it's okay to use water instead of wine. Gong Yi clapped his hands and smiled disdainfully. He can copy my ninjutsu, although I don't know the reason, it's really powerful. But his body is just a pool of water and your chakra. How can it be compared? I have exercised my body countless times. In fact, if it weren't for Gong Yi's caution. He didn't even need to open the 8 doors, he directly used physical skills to fight, and he was sure to disperse the person in the mirror. Now his body, after countless workouts, has become terrifyingly strong. In particular, it has integrated Hashirama cells, which have strong self-healing properties. Perhaps the person in the mirror made by Yagura can achieve a good level of physical strength, but it is far worse than Gong Yi's body. Ninjutsu is broken. Karataki Yagura's face is flushed Yuhi. Gong Yi angrily, his face changed from Yuhi to blue, then from blue to Yuhi. Extremely ashamed and angry. Everyone, give it all to me. Kill. Kill him. ... Compared with the previous silent, but fearless siege, this time when Kurigakure rushed up, the sound of killing was deafening. However, Gong Yi showed sarcasm. If it wasn't for fear, why would he need to speak out to strengthen himself today? He will leave his name in the history of Kurigakure village. Now that the 8 doors have been opened, he is too lazy to use ninjutsu to bomb the enemy. Of Sage Art's chakra by the powerful ninjutsu is really terrifying. Sage Art chakra he made himself had already been used up, and halfway through the battle, he had already started to mobilize the stored amount from the yin seal. The vast majority of the ninjutsu he performed before were covered in a huge area and full of lethality. The kilometer-long vacuum-slashing dance. The majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation that burns everything. The cracking earth that ripped apart the earth and turned its palms. And the inorganic reincarnation, white shock technique, etc. To say the least, loss is probably sharp gun, and water formation wall. In fact, Gong Yi also compared the three sage modes. In his opinion, sage art, the frog with the most frequent appearances, has the highest blessings for speed, strength, and combat response. The slug sage art that Senju Hashirama glanced at has the highest healing effect and chakra volume on itself. As for the snake sage art, which he masters, it has a great bonus to the power of ninjutsu. Thinking about it carefully, there is a little bit of battle, animal husbandry, and law in the previous online games. Gong Yi is also very satisfied with the snake sage art. Before Master Sage mode, his strongest is taijutsu, medical ninjutsu. Jindun ninjutsu is limited by the amount of chakra and can only be used as a whole card. Now with the snake sage art, the power of ninjutsu has been strengthened. It can be said that he basically has no weaknesses now. The attributes of the three dimensions have reached the perfect level. Now, since we want to kill Kurigakure, we will kill them one by one, right? It was even more shocking and terrifying. A golden light rushed out of the fog. Gong Yi held the hilt of the sword and pointed the long sword diagonally. Drops of blood flowed down from above, which was the blood of the ninja who died under the Jindun long sword before. Gong Yi let out a long laugh, and strode with his sword. Come on, come on, come on. Let me see how many Kurigakure ninjas you have. Is it enough for me to kill? Swish. The long sword slashed, and a Chunin stared at him and died unwillingly. Boom. Blocking the front with one hand, Rasengan blasted a Jonin who was attacking. The long sword turned again, and in front of Gong Yi, the people in the half-sector area flew out backwards. Everyone's neck has a bloodline. PFF'd. The blood was pouring out, and the scene was terrifying. Gong Yi was tossing around in the crowd, like a butterfly wearing flowers. The golden sword danced, and every time it was swung, it would definitely take a life away. Moreover, with his speed, his chakra strength was well controlled. The white clothes on his body were not even stained with a drop of fresh Yuhi's blood. It was really killing Yuhi, and he got out of the white blade. Dang! With a loud noise, Karataki Yagura Yuhi closed his eyes and blocked his golden sword with a coral stick. You devil! Gong Yi smiled casually. You've already been controlled by demons, so what qualifications do you have to speak of me? Long swords and long sticks crossed. Gong Yi slapped with one hand, and Rasengan forced Karataki Yagura away. Turning around, he kicked a ninja's body in half, and stepped on the man's shoulder. Gong Yi jumped into the air suddenly. Dozens of meters away, a group of ninjas were hand seal, ready to jointly release a large-scale Sweden water-style ninjutsu. It's just that their hand seal speed is too slow. The long sword swung across the sky, and the half-moon swayed. A dozen golden lights escaped from the long sword and turned into golden kunai in midair. Puff puff, the sharp knife pierced the tofu, and those ninjas died unsuspectingly in the golden misery. Gong Yi's thoughts moved slightly, and the golden suffering did not turn around, and came within 10 feet of him, turned into a storm, and did not strangle the enemy among them. In this way, no one could approach 3 meters beside him. Instead, wherever he went, Kurigakure must have fallen. Even if the enemy hides in the corner, hides on the roof, and is far away. It seems that as long as he shows a little killing intent, Gong Yi will instantly kill him when he feels danger. Human life, at this moment, is worthless at all. Like a mustard, it was harvested by the long sword in Gong Yi's hand. With the loss of physical strength, Gong Yi has opened the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate. In the state of Jingmen, you can keep your stamina, unless you have no energy to draw. Karataki Yagura is still fighting Gong Yi with all his strength, but Gongyi doesn't seem to want to mess with him. Often force him to go and slaughter the other Kurigakure. This scene was also seen by many besieged Kurigakure. The fourth generation of Mizukage of his own has lost the strength of the blood fog policy in the village before, but has become pitifully weak. Even his roars and shouts were as if he was craving for Gongyi to stop. The earth has been dyed Yuhi, and the village of Kurigakure is in ruins. There are ninjas everywhere who are unwilling to die under the sword. This life, I didn't die on the battlefield, I didn't die in the mission, I finally died in the village, in front of Mizukage. They are not reconciled, and even more angry. Why does Ent Mizukage, Sama even have the strength to protect the village? If you dare to invade my Konoha, you must prepare to be slaughtered. ... If your ninja army is still there, how can I take advantage of the fact that I am in the village? It's all because of your wrong decisions. Since it's wrong, you must have the consciousness to bear the mistake. Gongyi had a smile on his face, wielding a long sword in his hand, reaping people's lives. But in his mouth, he spit out the words of punishment one after another. He not only wants to kill, he also wants to punish. Haha, is this your shadow? This is the weakest shadow I've ever seen. He can't even compare to the 4 generations of Kazekage Rasa that I knocked to the dust. How dare you to fight with me, Konoha? I, Konoha's 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, killed 3,000 Iwagakure troops with one person. Today, I will slaughter your Kurigakure village, and I will live up to my reputation as him. ... Karatake Yagura stopped, his eyes bloody Yuhi, and his hands were shaking. Even his legs seemed unable to support his small body. After many years of practice, I have grown crazy. Why can't I even stop this man's footsteps? My 4 generations of Mizukage have really failed enough. It's just that I can no longer sit back and watch Gongyi be so rampant. It's a big deal, just take this life and give the village an account. However, before he could die with Gongyi's footsteps had already stopped. The tip of the sword pointed diagonally to the ground, blood dripping. Gongyi looked at the sunset, and felt exhausted. This is from early morning, fighting until evening. A bubble floated over the village swayingly. Then, more bubbles. Gongyi narrowed his eyes and looked at the handsome man who walked in from outside the village. Bubble Hagaka 6-tailed Jinchuriki, column force. The handsome man in the sky blue robe looked extremely ugly, looked up at the slaughtered village, and screamed in the sky. Deep Blue Devil, you should be damned. Chapter 211. Overwhelming bubbles surrounded Gongyi. After the long howl, Yu Gao suddenly shouted. Blast! Bang, bang, bang. Countless bubbles exploded like disillusionment, and its power was no less than that of a cage-level powerhouse. Gongyi's face changed slightly, the water formation wall flashed out instantly, and the rock armor was attached to his body. Forcibly blocked this blow, Yu Gao took this opportunity to pick up the flute and quickly blow out the foam. Sweetened, water-style, strong acid foam. More and more foam flies out and keeps flying towards Gongyi. Gongyi sneered, put his hand to his lips, opened his mouth and spit. Kaden, fire-style, dragon fire. Roar. With a roar, a large flame burst out, blasting bubbles in midair. The strong acid contained in the bubbles floated down, corroding the buildings of Kurigakure village into a mess. Seeing this scene, Yu Gao, who was already in a state of anger, became even more manic. In him, there is a chakra energy that does not belong to him. 3220. Tail Beastization. Gongyi was surprised and pulled back. Someone blocked up and was killed by him with 2 swords. Yu Gao can't be. An old man with white hair and beard rushed in from outside the village, and when he saw the Yuhi-colored chakra emanating from Yu Gao's body, his face changed greatly. However, before he could get close, he was forced to back away. Master. Yu Gao let out a low growl, as if he couldn't control himself. Don't let the tail beast control your mind and stop your movements. But the enemy. Don't worry, the master will come out. Ah! The old man looked at his chest in astonishment, blood spilling out. A golden kunai swirled a few times inside, stirring his internal organs to a pulp, and then flew out and returned to Gong Yi. Gong Yi sneered. The village of Kurigakure is really strong. There are 7 people with ninja swords in the past, Sujito Tsukiori generation, and this generation has produced many strong people. Pity that the salacious operation of Mizukage in the past dynasties just forced the strong to be detached from morality, unwilling to contribute to the village, and even defected. Who seems to be very powerful. If he is allowed to join the siege of himself, he will be really difficult to handle. However, this old man should have not shot for a long time, and his sense of battle is really bad. He just took advantage of his concern for his apprentice, secretly let go of a golden dungeon, and beheaded him. Seeing the master slumped to the ground, Yu Gao was stunned. When he woke up, his eyes suddenly bloody. Yuhi. I'm going to kill you. Boom! A powerful aura filled the air, Yuhi-colored tailed beast coat, 4 tails faintly appeared. Only the last 2, he can reach the 6-tailed state. In this regard, Gong Yi was not afraid at all, and went head-to-head. The lotus rose. Yu Gao, who lost his mind, still had his fighting instinct, dressed in the coat formed by the tailed beast chakra, and confronted Gong Yi head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions in the distance continued to sound, and the ninjas who were still alive retreated one after another. However, even so, the scope of the physical battle between the two is getting bigger and bigger. From the edge of the village to the center of the village, and from the village, all the way to the rear of the village. Karataki Yagura looked at the scene with an ugly face. He found that he seemed a little out of hand. Damn, if the 3 tails are still there, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force, I will definitely be able to kill Gong Yi today. Gong Yi didn't hear what he said, he only knew that the Jinchuriki column strength, melee and long-range attack of the person wearing the shirt would be greatly improved. Enemy. Legs swept across. Konoha whirlwind. Yu Gao opened his mouth and spat out hot acid. Yoden, lava style, bundle. Gong Yi looked a little surprised and hurriedly backed away. Turned out to be Yoden, lava style. Obviously this technique is only known in the ninja world. Only Terumi Mei can. Why does Yu Gao also say that Yoden, lava style, is from the 6 tails, and Terumi Mei is also from the 6 tails Jinchuiki column force here? Understand Yoden, lava style, Kekkei Jinkei, but at this time, he can't allow him to think more, when he retreats enough distance. Gong Yi slapped the ground with one hand, and shot into the sky endlessly. Doden, earth style, Yan Jinchuriki, column 2 long gun. Yu Gao pulled his hands, and a huge bubble wrapped him in it. The densely packed sharp earth guns, after piercing the bubble, advance a few points and be blocked. Gong Yi grinned, the opportunity was seized. He ran frantically, and kept jumping to the heights with the help of the collapsed Kurigakure building. When he reached the highest point, he suddenly jumped into the air. Fists began to bombard the air continuously. The high-speed punches rubbed against the air to generate flames, and then used the hitting air to form a huge shock wave. Punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. When the number of positive punch shock waves accumulated is sufficient, that piece of flame is like a peacock opening the screen. The 8 inner gates morning peacock. Go. Sigh. A sharp cry, countless shock waves. Crazy it exploded and went straight to Yu Gao. Yu Gao opened his eyes wide, looking at this unavoidable move, and tried his best to resist. Yoden, lava style, bone-melting monster technique. However, this powerful ninjutsu was 1 second before Gong Yi was extremely skilled and hit the super powerful physique trick at the right time. Boom! Countless shock waves suddenly fell on his chest, and there was a constant roar. Bone shattered, PFF'd, blood sprayed. Even under the protection of the tail beast coat, Yu Gao was on the verge of death after receiving a blow from Morning Peacock in the front. He was defeated, and if no one rescued him, he would die soon. No one thought that Gong Yi, who had been fighting for a day, would be able to fight back and forth with the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force. The scene is intense, and the weak can't intervene at all. All kinds of ninjutsu were called, and the whole village was destroyed. It would be fine if it was just that, but Gong Yi still won. The six-tailed Jinchuriki column force is at stake. Karataki Yagura's face changed greatly, and he burst out. Protect Yugao. Yes. Who were still alive rushed towards them frantically. I vowed to save Yugao and block Gong Yi. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi laughed. With both hands on the ground, Yuhi's face turned up, and he shouted angrily. Rise. Senpo, Sage Art Wanli Earth Flowing Wall. Rumble. The huge city wall rises from the ground, blocking everyone out. Quick, blast away this city wall. Rescue Yugao-sama. Karataki Yagura even used the powerful Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu to blast away the city wall. The reason why he was so anxious was not just to save Yugao. The most important thing is the six tails in Yugao. Now the village of Kurigakure has lost the three tails. If the person Jinchuiki column force is killed, 1. The six tails died for a short time, and in this period of time without resurrection, there will be no tailed beasts in the village of Kurigakure. The only strategic weapon to deter other villages is gone, and the village of Kurigakure will face the danger of annihilation. And Karataki Yagura has an idea in his heart that makes him extremely excited. Jinchuriki column force of the six-tailed man, Gong Yi breathed a sigh of relief within the 10,000 li earthen wall. He looked down at Yugao, who was gradually losing his breath. Killing him means nothing to me, just kill him later. The corner of Gong Yi's mouth. Ching Chao, his plan, start the first step today. Wrap his right hand with a golden dungeon, remove the powerful corrosive tail beast coat. Gong Yi reaches out and touches Yugao's lower abdomen. Round of sealing ninjutsu from the village of Kurigakure appeared in front of him. Just looking at it, Gong Yi was sure, this sealing technique is indeed from the Uzumaki clan. With a twinkle in his eyes, Gong Yi chakra poured in. Seal. Release. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmates find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 212. Cut off the six tails. The seal stripes full of strange patterns turned black from Yuhi, and then turned into a liquid like ink, flowing out. The seal is broken. Gong Yi quickly flew backwards. Almost as soon as he left, thousands of miles of earth flowed through the wall, and a group of Kurigakure rushed in. As soon as they saw Yugao lying on the ground, they rushed over. Karataki Yagura was also inside, and his expression changed when he saw Gong Yi walking out. Dangerous. Everyone, retreat. Everyone was stunned, but it was too late. Ah! Roar. The sky was gusting, Wangyang beat the waves on the coast, and the endless energy of heaven and earth gathered. White light slowly formed, and a ticking liquid flowed out. The earth was corroded. In this scene, the world changed color, and everyone was shocked. Phew! A burst of breathing sounded, and countless liquids were sprayed out. All the liquids seemed to be corrosive, and the ninjas who were contaminated made screams one after another. Ah! What a lifesaver! It hurts, monster! Karataki Yagura stepped aside with trembling hands. Looking at that, a huge 29, white slug-like monster, his eyes were fixed on the six tails behind it, and he didn't want to go away for a long time. Six-tailed rhinoceros. In terms of appearance, the six-tailed rhinoceros can be said to be the ugliest, and the least majestic among the 9 big-tailed beasts. It was very ugly, with neither the size of a mountain nor huge pupils. Was a liquid-like snot flowing all over his body, and it was even uglier than Tsunade's psychic beast, the slug. However, no one would underestimate its power. After breaking the seal, Yugao, who had already died, remained silent. When it turned its head and looked at this familiar scene, it looked up to the sky. Kurigakure village, ban me for countless years. Today, I will destroy everything. Yin and Yang chakra, in the ratio of 2:8, began to converge. In its mouth, a huge black ball condensed out. Karataki Yagura's face changed greatly. He ran away from the village, and ran wildly. The other ninjas who were still alive but didn't know why, watched this scene unknowingly. Tailed Beast Bomb. A move that all tailed beasts can perform, and it is also the strongest move. The ultimate ninjutsu, the powerful ninjutsu that destroys a village and a country. The black light, in a dazzling and strange state, appears in front of everyone. The six tails trembled suddenly, and the tailed beast bomb spit out. Along the center of the village, bombarded all the way. Goes, no grass grows, no houses for people. It was not until the sea near the village of Kurigakure came a huge roar that the tailed beast bomb finally disappeared. Karatake Yagura stared blankly at this scene. Village, it's over. Originally, most of the Kurigakure village was destroyed because of Gong Yi's large-scale ninjutsu. Now bear another tailed beast bomb. At this moment, it is like a ruin. He suddenly turned his head and shouted in a shrill voice, "What a good thing you have done. I will kill you." When the words fell, he ignored it and headed towards. Gong Yi, however, ignored this feeble barking. Don't even care what attack Karatake Yagura is about to launch. Once QB Ninetails also sent two tailed beast bombs towards Konoha. One was blocked by Gong Yi with all his strength, and the other was turned away by Namikaze Minato with Hiraishin Guiding Thunder. Karatake Yagura faced the tailed beast bomb of six tails, but avoided it selfishly. This kind of person, he doesn't even have the intention to kill him now. Contrary, his eyes suddenly lit up. Good chance. Using the only remaining Sage Art Chakra, Gong Yi quickly hand seal, released a ninjutsu. Senpo, Sage Art Raiden, Thunder Style, Jinchuriki Column. Boom. A Jinchuriki column composed of thunders rose from the ground and pushed the six tails away. Afterwards, the endless thunder turned into a chain, trapping the six tails. Originally, the six tails had just released a tailed beast bomb because of anger, and it is now in a weak state with no strength. In addition, the size is not too big. The mucus on the body even conducts lightning. Rage Jinchuriki column quickly tied it, and the lightning roared, turning most of the six-tailed body, paralyzed. Human, you are courting death. Six tails roared, and several tails slapped around constantly. Gong Yi's six gates were fully opened, and the sage mode increased again. A flying leap, dodging those tails, came to the six tails. The dazzling golden light turned into a huge chopping knife. I let you out. You should pay me a little too. Gong Yi grinned, slashing with a slashing knife, and headed straight for one of the tails. Human, what are you doing? Click. Ah. The shrill screams of pain suddenly sounded, and the harsh sound directly shocked some Kurigakure who were not dead. A tail condensed from the tailed beast chakra fell to the ground, swayed a few times, and lost its vitality. There is even a faint feeling of dissipating between heaven and earth. Six tails are not eight tails, let alone QB, 9 tails. Its body composed of chakra, once cut off, will soon dissipate. The Jin-dun chopping knife instantly returned to Gong Yi's body, and Gong Yi's hand also became golden. Grabbing that tail, Gong Yi headed straight out of the village. Karatake Yagura bit Kiba and chased after him, but before he could catch up 2 steps, the sound of an explosion behind him made him have to stop. Six tails broke free from the bound dragon Jinchuriki column, and they were making trouble in the village at this time. No, I have to suppress the six tails first. He didn't think about whether he has the ability to suppress the tailed beast, because in his subconscious, he has the ability to suppress the tailed beast. Just stepped out of the village and got into an enchantment. Gong Yi nodded to the worried Gong Ling who was waiting by the side. Then he didn't dare to throw the snatched tail on the ground at all. Taking out a seal scroll, Gong Yi unsparingly cast out seals one after another. Of the sealing scroll alone is not enough to seal the giant chakra of the tailed beast. Gong Yi has to strengthen it. Even in order to ensure that the tailed beast chakra does not dissipate, he just bit Kiba and squeezed out the last drop of Sage Art chakra inside the yin seal. Is mainly based on the golden chakra, the sealing technique is the main body, and a drop of Sage Art chakra is the finishing touch. The huge chakra tail turned into a ball of light and was sealed into the scroll. Seal. Complete. Phew. 3. Gong Yi took a deep breath, feeling that all the plans before the battle had been completed. There was even an unexpected joy. But after relaxing, he only felt a dim light in front of him, and a violent tearing sensation came from his body. Oops, the mental strength is overdrawn, the body energy is squeezed too much, and the after effects of the 8 inner gates are coming. Not only that, he didn't even have Sage Art Chakra left. After biting on Kiba, you can't stay here for a long time. There are Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki and others behind Karataki Yagura. This battle did not appear, but Obito can definitely feel it. And Kurigakure has thousands of ninja troops on the border of the Fire Nation. They know the village is under attack and will definitely come back. Gong Yi took a deep breath. Gong Ling, let's go. Yes, master. Gong Yi raised his foot, but only took one step and felt unbearable pain. In this battle, he was not injured, but he reduced his state to a minimum. A full day, from early morning to night. With one person, against a village. His overdraft, even with the support of the Yin Seal, can't bear it anymore. Just when he stumbled, Gong Ling held him up. Master, I'll help you go. Well, let's go. Recommend a new book, The Battleship of the Silver River, to friends who are interested. You can go and read it. Also, the races have been good these days. Chingang's shadow has gone to the highlands. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. 1. Received, the ruler should not stay for a long time. Baidu search 99 Playmates find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 213. Gong Ling vs Terumi Mei. Night was dark, and I looked at the ruined Kurigakure village in front of me. Kisame Hoshigaki, only felt chills all over. Is this what that man did? In front of him, the masked man stood with his hands behind his back, and under the mask, Obito's expression was exhausted. He and the ghost shark hurried to Kurigakure village, and saw Six Tails ravage Kurigakure village, destroying the remaining buildings. At that time, he immediately used Mangekyo Sharingan in secret to control the Six Tails. But in the process, Karataki Yagura seems to be too stimulated today and almost broke his demonic illusion. Last resort, he expended his energy to reinforce Yagura's seal. It wasn't until the moon was clear that Karataki Yagura, with the help of a group of Kurigakure ninjas who came back, subdued the Six Tails. My demonic illusion, after all, is still missing something. Yagura could be perfectly controlled, there wouldn't be so many things. Hearing the ghost shark's muttering, Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. Pretending to be mature, he sighed. The ninja world is really full of talents. This Gong Yi, at a young age, is so powerful, he is no less than the genius of our time. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at his back and calmed down a little. In front of me, is Uchiha Madara. According to what he said, if it wasn't for the battle with Senju Hashirama that year, he was seriously injured, and he still hasn't recovered completely. The ninja world was already trembling under his prestige. Just give Mr. Madara a little more time and he will recover. Masked Man looked at the Kurigakure under his feet. Grief-stricken, constantly cursing Gong Yi, shouting, and crying, and shook his head. Akatsuki's power is still weaker. We need to speed up the absorption of other powers. Kisame Hoshigaki said, isn't Orochimaru already joining Akatsuki? Why didn't you see him on missions? Masked Man explained lightly, he is now working with Nagato to study the 9 seals of the magic dragon, and he doesn't have to go on a mission for the time being. That man, as always, is obsessed with ninjutsu research. Even after joining Akatsuki, I am only interested in some unfamiliar things. Such as the 9 seals of the magic dragon, such as Rinnegan, and such as his own fake Uchiha Madara. To be honest, the masked man does not want to have more contact with Orochimaru. This wily character has too much contact and it is easy to expose his own tricks. He prefers to do things with ghosts and Nagato, who are not so smart and only fight for the so-called beliefs. The ghost shark looked at the ruins at the bottom of the mountain and couldn't help but said, "Mr. Madara, the dark blue demon has been fighting for a whole day, and it must be in a bad state now. Should we chase after him and kill him?" Exclamation mark quote. The masked man was silent. The man named Gong Yi, grew up with him. For him, he never really saw it clearly. In school, he easily beat his peers without even showing any trump cards. The first time I went out to perform a mission, I killed a Jonin team as a genin. There must be a lot of things hidden. Especially when Uchiha Madara died, Gong Yi was mentioned. It is said that this person has mastered extremely powerful taijutsu, and can even resist a blow from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. From Karataki Yagura's memory, he did not perform this kind of body art today. Other words, Gong Yi still has a whole card. The masked man didn't dare to chase. He shook his head. Although this person is very strong, it's nothing to worry about. Don't tell me, even the Pain Six Paths in Nagato's hands can deal with him. Let him be a little more arrogant, and attract the attention of other Danin villages. It is also convenient for us to do things in secret. Hearing this, Kisame Hoshigaki couldn't help but nodded. Gong Yi attacked Kurigakure village today and attacked 2,000 Kurigakure left behind in the village, causing heavy casualties among the civilians of 1,000 Kurigakure villages. It even killed the six-tailed Jinchuiki column force, released the six-tailed, and destroyed the entire building of the Kurigakure village. Such a feat will definitely cause a great uproar in ninja countries. To draw their attention to the past, Akatsuki, do things. The country of rain has been completely controlled by Nagato. Orochimaru joins you, Sasori of the Red Sand has agreed to join, and the rest is Horn, all, Deidara. Mr. Madara, didn't you say that there is also a good talent in Tangren village, who can be attracted in? That, the guy named Hidan, wait a minute, his strength is still very weak, it will take some time to grow up. Moonlight, if the conversation between the two was heard, I would be shocked. Of the names they mentioned was a missing nin from each village. Powerful, has a weird temper, and doesn't take human life seriously at all. If these people gather, the destructive power they can exert is simply unimaginable. Putting his hand on Gong Lingxiang's shoulder, Gong Yi walked slowly. In his body, the rejuvenation technique was being brushed over and over again. He slowly recovered his overdrawn mental power and physical energy. As for Sage Art Chakra, Gong Yi can't do anything about it. Maybe after I go back, I have to find a time to accumulate it slowly. Just a big battle, all the Sage Art Chakras that have been stored for a long time will be exhausted. Gong Yi really can't wait to complete the fusion of Hashirama cells now. As long as the fusion is completed, it can regenerate Hashirama cells by itself, and exercise a little. He can have the terrifying physique of the Senju clan. The chakra limit can also be solved by more than half. Even a chance to master Mokuden, wood-style ninjutsu. By then, he will also be the second ninja in the ninja world to have two types of Kekkei Genkai besides Terumi Mei. Of course this chance is a little small, no matter what. Yamato or Danzo, they are both implanted with Hashirama cells, and the master, Mokuden, wood style, is only the most superficial state. Uchiha Madara is a real master of Mokuden, wood style, and its power is no less than Senju Hashirama. However, when he uses Mokuden, wood style, he has Hashirama's face on his chest and looks rather weird. I don't know what's going on. In my mind, I just thought of Kekkei Genkai, Terumi Mei, Gong Yi, and the next moment, I met her. You are. Terumi Mei stood in the way of Gong Yi's departure like an enemy, and beside her, there were three ninjas. Gong Ling, kill them. Yes, master. Gong Ling accepted this order without hesitation, hand seal with both hands, and a huge drop of water rushed out. The face of all this, Terumi Mei remained calm in the face of danger. Yoden, lava style, corrodes slime. Kai. Gongling's sweetened water-style ninjutsu, after encountering a large piece of slime, is directly corroded and evaporated. Didn't have the slightest effect. Terumi Mei sneered, "Where is the little girl? Dare to do it to me." Gongling didn't show any expression. She was in a state of battle. Only Gong Yi's orders were in her mind. Kill them. Sweetened water-style Uzumaki waterspout. Huge chakra gushes out, and water vapor lingers around. Water vapor lingered, and began to rotate in layers but not directional. After accumulating for a second, it was suddenly thrown out. Wherever it passed, a gorgeous and huge waterspout roared past. Terumi Mei's face changed slightly, but she did her ninjutsu. Futon vapor style art of mist. The good gray mist boiled and filled the surroundings, corroding the rushing waterspouts one by one. However, inside the waterspout, there is actually a spinning characteristic, and even if it is corroded, it will come to Terumi Mei's side. Terumi Mei slaps her hands on the ground. Sweetened water-style water formation pillar. A water Jinchuriki column rises from the ground to the sky and directly defeats the waterspout. Not only that, she also hand-sealed with both hands, quickly released more ninjutsu, and for a while, directly forced Gongling to the left and right. Gong Yi sighed lightly. The means of Gongling's master were still too few. The face of Terumi Mei, the strong blood follower, she was completely crushed and beaten. It's a pity that I entered Kurigakure village this time, and I didn't get enough sweetened water-style ninjutsu. Otherwise, you can help Gongling to strengthen her strength. However, this does not mean that Gongling's means are only so much. Gong Yi said softly, "Gongling, borrow its power." Gongling struggled to get out of Terumi Mei's attack, and with a thought, a yuhi-colored tail stretched out from behind her. Terumi Mei's face changed greatly. Tail beast support. You are human Jinchuiki column force. Chapter 214. What are you kidding? Chapter 3. Facing Terumi Mei's surprise, Gongling made a bold attack. Sweetened water-style rocky waterfall. With the blessing of the tailed beast chakra, this is the great waterfall technique of advanced ninjutsu, and its power is even greater. The overwhelming water slammed down. Like a waterfall of 10,000 feet, bombarding the deep underground pool. Terumi Mei was surprised, but not afraid at all. When he opened his mouth and spit, a gray mucus spewed out and went straight to the 9-day silver river. Kai, kai, kai. It is still the collision of corrosive slime and water, high water vapor, constantly emitting. Kekkei Genkai and chakra, the tailed beast, are basically the same level of energy. A short time of fighting, Terumi Mei is not afraid of the power of the tailed orc Jinchuriki column. Even said that she now has the strength to fight the tailed beast head-on. Even if she can't win, she is enough to protect herself. Of course, if you want to be like Gong Yi, pressing the tailed beast to fight, it is still a little bit worse. With the help of Sanwei, Gongling continued to release the various sweetened, water-style ninjutsu of the previous master. Terumi Mei is good at sweetened, water-style, and has a very good understanding of the characteristics of these sweetened, water-style ninjutsu. Coupled with two kinds of Kekkei Genkai blessings, for a while, it was also on par with Gongling. After fighting for a while, Terumi Mei was suddenly surprised. This is the power of the three tails. Has been locked in the abyss of the sea trench in the village of Kurigakure, and all generations of Mizukage have tried to find a suitable person, Jinchuriki column force, to make the most of it. 320 months of the blockade, many strong men from Kurigakure village visited Sanwei. Some people even comprehended special ninjutsu, such as the later Yagura, who mastered powerful ninjutsu such as coral stick combos and Asata iron cannonballs. After that, the three generations of Mizukage had the will to make Yagura become the three-tailed Jinchuriki column force. However, because Yagura is too good, it is more suitable to be the shadow of a village. So the three generations of Mizukage Sujido Sukari, hesitant. It's just a pity that I haven't had time to make a decision to seal it into Yagura's body. The three tails were secretly sealed in the body of Nohara Rin by the Kurigakure ninja controlled by Uchiha Madara. Use it to carry out the three tails plan. After that battle, the three tails disappeared. Neither died nor appeared in the ninja world. During this process, the Kurigakure ninja never gave up looking for the three tails. However, there is no news. Until today, Terumi Mei was overjoyed. I didn't expect the three tails to be inside your little girl, and today I will bring it back to Kurigakure village. It is naturally impossible to really bring the tailed beast back. She wanted was to defeat the young woman in front of her, subdue her, and bring her back to the village in the form of Jinchuriki column force. And from the point of view of the scene, even after getting the assistance of Chakra with one tail, Gong Ling is not the opponent of Terumi Mei. Gong Yi nodded and had to say that in the Hokage world, there are some women who are really outstanding. Tsunade, who had a skin-to-skin relationship with him, and Terumi Mei in front of her. Not only is his skin white and beautiful, but his body is like a devil, and he is not inferior to other men. Even strictly speaking, after the death of Sujito Sukuri and Karataki Yagura being controlled, the strongest ninja in the village of Kurigakure should be Terumi Mei. This can be seen from Karataki Yagura's persecution of Blood G ninja. Mei is still alive and well, and even joined Anbu. With a rub of his fingers, 3 golden rays of light fly like swimming fish. Ah, 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 with 3 screams, he kept standing beside him, watching Gong Yi's 3 ninjas vigilantly, and fell directly to the ground. Terumi Mei looked distracted, and when she saw that golden light, her heart shook. It's you. At this moment, Gong Yi's consciousness moved, and a hard needle of consciousness pierced into Terumi Mei's eyebrows. Ah! Terumi Mei only felt that her head was stabbed hard, and the pain was unbearable, and the movements of her hands slowed down. Gong Ling seized the opportunity and slapped Chakra's tail fiercely behind her back. Directly shoot Terumi Mei flying dozens of meters. When Terumi Mei shook her head, her face was pale, and she half knelt with blood on the corners of her mouth. A man and a woman were already standing beside her. Head, Terumi Mei smiled miserably. As the dark blue devil you. Gong Yi nodded, you know me. Terumi Mei's mind flashed that scene. A man who was completely embarrassed, burned his whole body by Fudan, vapor-style ninjutsu, even his face was burned to the bone. As they passed by, a golden light pierced through his mask. And he remember the ugly face, but I remember the man who made a riot in the village of Kurigakure and almost killed 3 generations of Mizukage. Later I learned that that person was the dark blue demon of Konoha. Now after many years, that ugly face has returned to its original appearance, and it is even so handsome that people dare not look directly. Terumi Mei snorted, as if she didn't care about her situation at all. She threw a very strange question. How did you know me? Gong Yi was stunned and frowned, what do you mean? Terumi Mei took a deep breath and explained, I'm in the village of Kurigakure, and I've never been well known, working in Anbu. Even in the village, many ordinary people do not know my name. But when you passed me by then, you called out my name. I've always been curious about this, how did you know me? Gong Yi scratched his head, only to realize that he seemed to have exposed something. At that time, he relied on the appearance of the original book, and when he saw the face under the mask of Terumi Mei, he blurted out directly. Now that I think about it, this weird question is probably in Terumi Mei's mind, and it has been turned around countless times. Lowering his body, Gong Yi stretched out his fingers and tucked Terumi Mei's yuhi-colored hair. Well, your hair is beautiful. Don't change the subject, answer me this question, and tell me that even if I die today, I don't blame you. Terumi Mei said firmly, there are some things, she is very persistent. Gong Yi felt that it was not easy to handle, and suddenly threw a proposal. Let's do it. Let's make a deal, I'll tell you a secret, you don't have to ask this matter, and cooperate with me by the way. Terumi Mei looked at him suspiciously, don't kill me. Gong Yi chuckled, you are no threat to me, or the entire village of Kurigakure, no threat to me anymore. No benefit in killing you, so I might as well cooperate with you, and I'll catch something. Terumi-May lowered her head and thought for a while, and when she raised her head, her cherry lips parted slightly. Chakra is flowing, Yoden, lava style. A big golden hand, pressed directly on her mouth in an instant. Gong Yi chuckled, woman, sometimes, my patience is not as good as you think. Terumi-May sat on the ground slumped, you killed 3 of my 3 subordinates. You also killed many of my village comrades, and even seriously injured the 3 generations of Mizukage, causing him to die on the battlefield. I can't make a deal with you. You still kill me. Perhaps after you accept the terms of the deal, you will be more willing to live with the secret I told you. Gong Yi smiled mysteriously. Terumi-May looked at him puzzled, then why don't you talk about your conditions? It's very simple, you copied the Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu from Kurigakure village after you were in the top 5 generations of Mizukage. No matter what is low level or high level, I want both. What? Terumi-May's flowers are pale. 5 generations Mizukage, what are you kidding? Also, why should I give you our village's ninjutsu? But after refuting, she suddenly realized that, compared with this condition, the secret in Gong Yi's mouth may be more confusing. Biting on Kiba, Terumi-May said in a low voice, now Yagura controls the overall situation in the village. I usually have to be careful when I do things. How can I become a 5th generation Mizukage? Gong Yi leaned over and pressed his face to hers. Terumi-May was a little unnatural with the heat she exhaled. Yagura, he's just a puppet being controlled by demonic illusion. Your entire village of Kurigakure is just a tool in the hands of others, and even attacking Konoha is just doing things for them. Terumi-May sat on the ground dumbfounded, her long yuhi-colored hair hanging down on the ground, slumped and powerless. What are you kidding? What a joke. Chapter 215. Quartet Vibration. Some things are like the window paper on the heart, as long as someone points out a hole. Then the infinite light will pour into the heart one by one. Terumi-May thought that Karataki Yagura's temperament had changed greatly during this period of time. Especially the strange retreat from the Iwagakure battlefield, she felt inappropriate. Obviously at that time Iwagakure experienced several battles, and its strength was greatly reduced. He also killed 3 generations of Reikage, and damaged many strong men. In this case, the village of Kurigakure and the village of Kumogakure joined forces to attack the village of Iwagakure. If it was just that, it could also be said that he cared about the lives of his fellow villagers. Is a Mizukage thing to do. Then, the blood follower ninja was persecuted aggressively, forcing the strong in the village to either defect or hide. This is unreasonable. Not only that, but this time, the sudden proposal to attack Konoha and start a war is also full of doubts. This is definitely not like a shadow of a village. What should be done? If you were in the Mizukage position, what would you do to recuperate and restore the strength of the village? Instead of closing the country, actively establish cooperative relations with other countries and conduct trade exchanges. In addition, it is to expand the source of income of the village, accept a large number of tasks, and arrange some strong people to the positions they should be in, so as to give full play to their value. Just when she was speculating, doubting, and in a daze, Gong Yi patted her pretty face. Do you still want to die? Terumi-May turned her head, avoiding Gong Yi's slightly frivolous movements. I don't want to die, but I don't want to make a deal with you either. Oh. Gong Yi's voice is interesting. Terumi-May smiled charmingly, you have already told me the secret, how can I cooperate with you? Go back and gather people to deal with Yagura. Gong Yi touched her beautiful face with his hand, but you are still there, my hand. Then you killed. Terumi-May can't go on, she really doesn't want to die now. When I think of the village being controlled by Yagura, controlled by that. The mastermind behind the scenes, countless companions are like dolls, doing things for others. She just wants to rush back, launch a coup d'état, and kill Karataki Yagura. Don't want to die? Then cooperate with me well, anyway. This matter has nothing to lose to you. Maybe it can help you to ascend to the position of the 5th generation Mizukage. Terumi looked at him bitterly. Then how do you ensure that after letting me go, I will not abide by the terms of cooperation? Until then, if you want to kill me again, it won't be so easy. Gong Yi let go of his hand and said calmly, you just need to promise. As for whether you will fulfill your promise in the future, I believe you will agree when you return to the village. Finished speaking, he no longer had any nostalgia, and floated away with Gong Ling. Terumi stood up, patted the dust on her body, and watched the man go away with a complicated expression. Turned around and saw the bodies of the 3 subordinates on the ground. His mood was even more complicated. With this kind of demon is really annoying. Master, will she keep her promise? Gong Ling fluttered her long eyelashes, blinked her big eyes, and followed Gong Yi curiously. Gong Yi glanced back at the direction of Kurigakure village, and the corner of his mouth twitched. She won't break the contract, and she won't dare not. Gong Yi said this with confidence, and it was true that when Terumi buried her body and returned to the village, she was stunned when she saw the ruins. A middle-aged ninja wearing an eye patch ran up. Terumi, you're back. Ching, what's going on? Ching said in a low voice. It was done by Konoha's dark blue demon. He was alone. That's about it. After listening to what happened, Terumi only felt that all her strength was drained from her body. What will he do if I go back on it? Stepping on the rubble, she lowered her body and closed her eyelids to a dying Kurigakure. The devil-like curves of the delicate body were slowly shaking. Will he do it again? That devil! How could he do such a thing to my village and make a deal with me like nothing happened? Terumi stood up, eyes bloody Yuhi. Blue, what about Yagura? Ching said in surprise. Mizukage, Sama, he. Don't call him Mizukage. He doesn't deserve it. Terumi, you. Come with me, first treat the surviving companions, and call your subordinates. I have something to tell you tomorrow. Terumi walked firmly on the ruins of the village. Some decisions had already taken root in her mind. Even making deals with demons is like being controlled by puppets. 10 days later, information about Kurigakure village has been put on the desks of the high-level officials of the major shinobi villages one after another. Seeing that crazy, unimaginable information, everyone was shocked. Kingdom of the Wind, Kazekage of Sunagakure village has just walked out of the daimyo's palace with a group of subordinates. An intelligence ninja ran up to him with a pale face. Rasa snorted coldly, in a hurry, what a formality. The man lowered his head and handed a piece of information to Rasa. Rasa looked at it casually. Just looking at it, the casualness on his face disappeared, and it became more and more gloomy. Boom! The surrounding floor shattered. Rasa raised his head and roared, "Dark Blue Devil!" In the village of Iwagakure, Onoki leaned on his waist. While talking about getting old, he browsed the job content that he was going to watch today. When he saw the information sent back from Kurigakure, he frowned. This was a few days ago. Lois replies respectfully, 10 days ago. 10 days ago. Onoki squinted. Yuhi. S. rosacea sucked the air gently. That, S. when Konoha retreats. Shaking his head, Onoki sighed with emotion. It's really terrifying. It's so courageous and knowledgeable. Lois was puzzled and looked at him suspiciously. Onoki smiled and explained. Using Konoha's retreat as a bait, the village of Kurigakure sent a large army into the country of fire. A result, the Kurigakure village's rear defense was empty, and he took advantage of it to enter the village and kill the village. Not only that, Konoha's army of ninjas, which has reached the border between the land of fire and the land of thunder, can guard against the Kumogakure army. ... Table, Onoki laughed loudly. This can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. No. Onoki pondered for a while. And his eyes lit up. This is a feat that kills 4 birds with 1 stone. With this battle, Gong Yi has completely built up his reputation, and he is no longer a genius of the younger generation. It is an attitude that is truly superior to ordinary ninjas, and has an equal dialogue with the cage-level powerhouses in each village. After this battle, if he waits until that fellow Sarutobi hears and abdicates, Konoha's fifth Hokage will basically be him. Wonderful. Lois opened his mouth, a little shocked. In this battle, there are so many famous people in it. It's just a 16-year-old young man. He really thought about so much. If Lois knows, Gong Yi will. He was eavesdropping on him back then. When he was a conspiratorial teenager, maybe he would feel even more incredible. It really is a different person, and the world is turned upside down. And on the side of the Land of Thunder. In the village of Kumogakure, the fourth generation of Reikage, standing in front of the window, looks very excited. As expected of the dark blue devil who fought against me back then, not only has his strength not fallen, but he is so powerful. It seems that this battle, I have to personally go out. Behind him, the secretary and several elders looked at him helplessly. Lord Reikage, you are the shadow of a village, don't act rashly. I turned to look over, and slapped the desk. What are you afraid of? Killer Bee is still in the village. Regardless of the flying sawdust around him, I said impatiently, Reikage and Tenten are at their wits' end when they are the five. I am a little envious of the dark blue devil, who has no worries about killing them, and there is no need to worry about anything. His secretary, Azabui, said calmly, if this kind of thing happened in our Kumogakure village, you wouldn't feel envious, Lord Reikage. Chapter 216. Four Kingdoms Pressure, Fifth More. Forced into other people's villages, released tailed beasts, causing countless civilians, and the ninjas suffered heavy casualties. It's not just about war anymore. Conceivable that after this battle, the Kurigakure troops on the border of the Fire Country will definitely not be able to fight with peace of mind. Many ninjas have to rush back to see if their family members are still alive. And most importantly, after this battle, the prestige of the village of Kurigakure will be reduced to the lowest level, even lower than that of the village of Sunagakure. Will not give too much consideration to Kurigakure village when they issue tasks in the future. Will be a huge blow to a ninja village whose main source of income is to do tasks. No village dares to bear such a blow. After listening to the advice of the secretary, the fourth generation Reikage resisted the urge to go to the battlefield. If Gong Yi does this again, there will only be one cage-level strongman, Killer Bee, in the village, which will give Gong Yi another chance to destroy the village and kill. You know, Gong Yi vs. Kurigakure, 3220. Was in the village. It was in front of the fourth generation Mizukage and the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Even so, the six-tailed Jinchuiki column force was beheaded by Gong Yi. I thinks that he is much stronger than Yagura, and doesn't think Killer Bee is stronger than Jinchuriki column Liu. But if you play Gong Yi one-on-one, Gong Yi doesn't. If you want to fight with them, you just want to destroy the village and kill people. They alone can't stop them. Mabui said calmly. Master Reikage can't go to the battlefield, neither can Master Killer Bee. But we can send your second right hand, Darui, to the front. In addition, Lord Dodai is strong and famous, and he can become the commander of the army. The fourth Reikage hesitated. Although I trust Darui very much, he is still young, and I am afraid that he is not the opponent of the dark blue demon. As a commander, Dodai-sensei is not good to end the battle, so there is no one who can restrain the dark blue demon on the battlefield. Smiled slightly, have you forgotten that we still have a Jinchuriki column force? Yugito can control the power of the tail beast very well, and with her strength, she can resist the dark blue demon without any problem. Even if there is a problem, there is still me. Azabui, in addition to Reikage's secretary, she is also the famous Jonin, master of Kumogakure village, who can send any object and person to a designated place instantly. If the two-tailed Yugito can't stop the dark blue demon, just make sure the dark blue demon is on the battlefield. can instantly activate the technique of sending the gods to send Reikijai to the past, forming a 2-on-1 trend. I have to say that the secretary who can control Reikiji's temper, Azabui, is a woman full of wisdom. Darui, who was standing beside him, smiled uninhibitedly. Actually, I think, if we want to restrain the dark blue devil's shot, we still have a way. Oh. This time, he has gone too far. When Gong Yi arrived at the front line and joined forces with Ino Shikacho, there was no time for repairs. Anbu ninja who set out from the village has already come to him. What village ordered Lord Gong Yi to return to the village immediately? Nara Shikaku changed color suddenly, patted the table and said loudly, Master Gong Yi is now the commander of the army, how can we resist the Kumogakure attack when he leaves? The Anbu ninja below bowed his head and dared not speak. He was only in charge of conveying the order, and as for the result, he did not need to worry about it. And now, there is no chance for him to explain. Gong Yi, who was sitting at the top, looked at the secret letter with a cold expression on his face. You go out first. Yes, Lord Gong Yi. After Anbu ninja left, Gong Yi flicked his fingers and the letter flew to Shikaku's desk. Teacher, take a look. Nara Shikaku picked it up hesitantly, looked at it for a while, and looked surprised. In the end, he could only sigh and look at Gong Yi with mixed feelings. You did go too far, but I didn't expect that it would provoke condemnation from the 4 great ninja villages. Gong Yi sneered, he had already read the contents of the letter. Situation is not complicated, mainly the 4 major ninja villages jointly issued a statement condemning Gong Yi this time for the massacre of ordinary civilians. Means are cruel and inhumane. Although there is no explicit rule that ninjas cannot attack ordinary civilians, this is a default rule. Otherwise, a ninja who has mastered chakra can easily kill hundreds of ordinary people. This kind of established rule can protect the lives of ordinary people, allowing ordinary people to cultivate the land for the ninjas, cultivate food, exchange trade, make daily necessities, etc. Yes, Gong Yi went a little too far this time. The first battle in the village of Kurigakure, the civilians who were affected, at least several thousand people. There are a lot of them, all of them died in a large-scale ninjutsu bombardment. Especially after the 6 tails were released by him, the 6 tails who cut off one of their tails, violently rioted in the village, and even more casualties. If they don't do this, will the Kurigakure army return to the country obediently? According to the letter, the Kingdom of Thunder has sent condemnation to the Kingdom of Fire, and the village of Kumogakure has promised that it will not launch during the period when Konoha punishes Gong Yi. War, coupled with the pressure from several other countries, Ninja Village forced the country of Fire to hold Konoha accountable. 3 generations of Hokage and a group of high-level officials had to order Gong Yi to return to the village. In fact, in Gong Yi's view, the purpose of killing chickens and setting an example by himself has been achieved. Those villages began to fear themselves. Who does not care about the lives of ordinary civilians and has no rules to restrain them will be a huge threat to a ninja village. The war with the village of Kurigakure, from this point of view, has been won. As for transferring myself back to Gong Yi, I am afraid that there are Danzo and the 3 generations of Hokage inside. I don't want to see their power grow too fast. Otherwise, how could they call themselves back? War, benevolence and humanity have never been mentioned. Teacher, I will leave you on the battlefield. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath. Don't worry, I can block Kumogakure's troops without the opponent using cage-level powerhouses. I'll go back to the village right away, and I'll help you dispatch a group of reinforcements. Gong Yi said lightly, and his footsteps were already walking outside the tent. When he walked out of the tent, Kakashi waited for Anbu for a long time. Name, it is an escort, but in fact, it has a bit of surveillance. Gong Yi's face. Black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Go back to the village. Yes, master. Gong Ling nodded, and a crisp voice came from under the black robe. countless Konoha ninjas, the group left the army station unhurriedly. When 1-6 those ninjas, from Nara Shikaku's mouth, learned that Gong Yi did not return to the village as a hero this time, but returned as a responsible person. An uproar. In their opinion, Lord Gong Yi, it was a heroic feat of killing a village with one person. There is no merit, and there is hard work. Angry crowd. Nara Shikaku narrowed his eyes slightly. Yamanaka Inoichi leaned over. You don't control the real. Nara Shikaku snorted. This is a stupid move by the top of the village, why should I control it? Yamanaka Inoichi sighed. The village hasn't recovered from the Third War and the EPUB, Nine Tails turmoil. The 4 major ninja villages are putting pressure on us. We should really bow our heads. Nara Shikaku stared at him. Do you think that the 3 wars are over? This time, the war with Kurigakure and Kumogakure is not a continuation of the 3 wars. In war, I, Konoha, must not bow my head. Gong Yi made it. Nothing wrong. Chapter 217. Get out of here. Did Gong Yi do something wrong? No matter what others think, but at least in Uzuki Ugao's view, Gong Yi is absolutely right. He is a hero. It is Gong Yi's credit for putting down the Battle of Kurigakure so quickly, and this cannot be erased. Great work. It's just that when she looked at Kakashi, Asakurato and the others beside her, an angry look flashed in her eyes. These people, in the previous discussion, even felt that Lord Gong Yi had gone too far. Don't they forget how many Konoha villages died during the EPUB, Nine Tails rebellion? Ordinary civilians. War, it was you and I who hurt each other. Whoever has the stronger endurance will win. Perhaps sensing Uzuki Ugao's angry gaze, Kakashi turned his face away and did not dare to look again. Over the years, he has been around 3 generations of Hokage, taught by words and deeds, and many extreme personalities have changed. And more, agree with the concept of the 3 generations of Hokage. This makes him feel very dissatisfied with. Gong Yi does not regard human life as one thing. Strong, with power, should protect the weak, not harm the weak. Turning his face away, Kakashi's gaze always subconsciously fell on the black-robed figure in front of him. He always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and whenever he saw that person, there was always a sense of guilt in his heart. It seems that he owes him something. This life, Kakashi has never loved anyone, and has few friends, but he owes a lot of people. Didn't take good care of Rin, he didn't fulfill his promise to Obito, and he didn't help the teacher Namikaze Minato when he was in distress. However, why does he feel guilty about a stranger he has never met? When he saw the gate of Konoha village, Gong Yi slowed down. After tidying up his white robes, he walked in slowly. On the long street at the entrance of the village, there were 2 rows of villagers. Gong Yi walked over quietly, countless eyes were watching him, and the atmosphere was solemn. Kakashi, Uzuki Ugao and other Anbu held their breath, but felt extremely stressed. When Gong Yi walked out of the end of the crowd, his ears moved. Behind him, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Lord Gong Yi, Gai Spin. Lord Gong Yi, Gai Spin. Lord Gong Yi, Gai Spin. The corner of Gong Yi's mouth, slightly tilted. It's not that he didn't catch anything. In the shade outside the crowd, the brothers Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi couldn't help smiling. But they didn't waste them spreading the news and agitating the people. Presumably this one move was enough to show Gong Yi his inclination. Yes, they have begun to bet. In the eyes of the Hyuga family, the 3rd generation of Hokage is getting old, and the 5th generation of Hokage will be born soon. Hokage candidate they value is Gong Yi. To do this kind of thing now is to show your favor to Gong Yi, as long as you reveal a thing or two afterwards. Gong Yi should receive this affection. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard the loud cheers from the village. He picked up fell subconsciously. Is it too hard for me to suppress Gong Yi? Obviously I can't do it. Gong Yi doesn't. To take care of these things, he only knows that he really did nothing wrong. From the perspective of the Konoha villagers, the fact that the war was settled by Gong Yi alone reduced the risk of their loved ones dying. This is a heroic feat. How could it be the sinner who was ordered back, responsible? Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open, and Gong Yi stood at the door. Look at that. Vicissitudes of the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him silently and stood up. Gong Yi smiled, pointed to the village's long-lasting cheers, and shrugged. The village, treat me well. Don't know if I'm really thanking the villagers, or I'm mocking the high-level people, anyway. This sentence is quite harsh to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, not knowing what to say, and finally sighed, go home and rest for a while. Gong Yi laughed and walked away without saying a word. Danzo, get out of here. A loud shout resounded in the headquarters of the route. Dozens of ninjas flew out vigorously and surrounded Gong Yi in the center. Gong Yi snorted, the 8 inner gates opened. Raise your foot. Crash. Boom. A dull voice sounded, the ground suddenly shattered into countless pieces, and the ninja at the root was unstable. Just as they were trying to stand firm, they suddenly felt a tingling pain in their brains, as if someone was stabbing their brains with needles. Gong Yi glanced around, looked at the pale-faced root ninjas, and said coldly, I'm afraid you forgot, besides the identity of the root ninjas, you are still my Konoha ninjas. How dare you disrespect me? A group of ninjas were speechless and looked at each other, both shocking Gong Yi's strength and feeling a sense of contradiction in their hearts. They are all brainwashed ninjas. Loyal to Konoha, loyal to Danzo. But Gong Yi is the director of Konoha Hospital and the commander of the Kurigakure War. In their capacity, they must show respect to Gong Yi. Gong Yi, why do you care about these juniors? Danzo was standing on the steps with a cane, looking down at Gong Yi. Gong Yi grinned, raised his hand, and shot the black spear like thunder. Instant ninjutsu. Danzo's face changed greatly. He wanted Hand Seal to resist, but it was too late. He could only pull a root ninja and block in front of him. PFF'd. The spear went through, and that ninja was already dead. What do you mean? Gong Yi stared at him with cold eyes. I want to ask you, what do you mean when I'm not in the village? What you do behind your back? I think I can't guess. Konoha executives ordered him to come back. This is definitely not a decision made by the 3rd generation. Indecisive old man, alone. Among them, it would be absolutely impossible without Danzo fanning the flames. Danzo was furious. You dare to attack the elders just by guessing? Are you trying to betray Konoha? How many ninjas in the village know about your elder status? Gong Yi sneered, and the golden long sword appeared in his hand. Function's jade-like face, a cold light, he stepped forward and walked towards Shimura Danzo step by step. How can I betray Konoha if I shoot you? I have reason to suspect that you are taking the benefit of Kumogakure village or even other shinobi villages and instigating the 3 generations of Hokage to force me to leave the front line. Today I really killed you. Even if it were announced, the villagers would only stand by me. Shimura Danzo bit Kiba's teeth, looking gloomy. His life, he was in darkness, and no one would know no matter how much he did for Konoha. Gong Yi was charged with this kind of crime before he died. It would be more uncomfortable than killing him. However, Gong Yi has hit the door. If he still shows weakness, then he is not Shimura Danzo. Futon, wind style, vacuum sphere. A huge wind blade flew out, and with a single stroke of Gong Yi's long sword, it shattered directly. Just when the two were about to break out into a more violent conflict, a low anger sounded from a distance. Enough. Shoo. A figure suddenly appeared beside the two of them, a ghostly figure, accompanied by countless black crows flapping their wings and flying away. Whoa, 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 the crow's ugly, clumsy voice sounded. The voices of young people spread in the ears of Gong Yi and Danzo 320. Lord Gong Yi, Elder Danzo, don't do anything. Lord Hokage has arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared in the middle of the field, blocking Gong Yi and Danzo, the young man before, stood behind him. Gloomy look, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, "What are you guys doing? Are you still, take me, Hokage, in your eyes?" Danzo didn't speak, but Gong Yi sneered. "You see the villain as a gossip, but I can't rub the sand in my eyes. Gong Yi, watch your identity." Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists hard. Gong Yi didn't give in and said loudly, "3 generations of Hokage, please also reflect on your previous order to call me back, whether it was right or wrong." Danzo said gloomily, "The village's orders, right or wrong, are not up to you to question." Gong Yi snorted coldly, and the long sword of golden light disappeared from his hand. His hands were interlaced behind him, and his robe was swung. "This war, the follow-up results, will let you know whether it is right or wrong. At that time, don't come and beg me." After speaking, he turned to leave. Just eyes fell on the young man behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Shisui, a genius who is not for his own use, but firmly follows behind the 3 generations of Hokage. Suddenly, Gong Yi smiled without hesitation. "Danzo, do you still remember the proposal I gave you 3 years ago?" After saying this, Gong Yi walked away. There was only a group of people behind, with gloomy expressions on their faces. "Thanks to the big brother for the reward of more than 4,000 points, I really appreciate it. Giving me a headache lately. Originally, I had tens of thousands of words in manuscript, but recently, all of them have been used to update, which is why I can't update it. Very uncomfortable, it's uncomfortable, I can't even speak." Chapter 218, The Second Disciple. The Uchiha family will never use it for themselves. This is determined by the roots flowing in their blood. Mention Gong Yi, even Konoha, even Uchiha Madara, cannot control the Uchiha clan. This clan only fights for their own interests. When a situation that goes against their common interests occurs, even the ancestor of Uchiha Madara, they dare to abandon it. But Uchiha's power is so powerful and so easy to create miracles. Uchiha Shisui, a mere 13-year-old, dared to stand between Gong Yi and Danzo, showing the strength of Uchiha. 4. This kind of weapon that is not under his control, but is extremely dangerous. There is only one way to deal with him. Destroy it. Gong Yi can no longer tolerate Uchiha, not to mention the grievances with Fugaku. Just to clear the obstacles on his way, Uchiha can no longer exist in the world. But Uchiha tolerates no. Gong Yi can accommodate the Hyuga clan. After returning home, Gong Yi rested for 2 days, and the invitations from the Hyuga family had already been delivered to his house. Celebrating Hyuga Hinata's 3rd birthday. Gong Yi smiled, time flies so fast. It has been more than 2 years since the 48th year of Konoha in October to the 51st year of Konoha. My own, little Naruto also started running around in the village. And Hyuga Hinata, a few months older than Naruto, is now 3 years old. Accepting the invitation, Gong Yi replied that he was on time for the appointment. Gong Yi sees very clearly about this invitation. Than celebrating the birthday of the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan, it's more about strengthening the alliance with Gong Yi. Over the years, the Hyuga family has been trying to build a good relationship with Gong Yi. In the front, there is the origin of Hyuga Kionzong, and in the back, Hyuga Hazashi. Hyuga Hiyashi is constantly pulling in, and the sealing technique of the caged bird is perfected. The Hyuga family did last time really made Gong Yi very satisfied. He has no reason not to go. The next day, Gong Yi stepped into the gate of the Hyuga family's clan land on time. It is still the same simple and elegant, but full of luxurious atmosphere of the big family decoration style. This is not the first time he has come, but every time he comes, he has witnessed a major event in the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hazashi gets married and gets closer to various ethnic groups. Of the bird in the cage controls the family members. And this time, it will be announced that Gong Yi and the Hyuga clan have officially formed an alliance. At the banquet, looking at the little girl, who was carved with pink and jade, Gong Yi was in a trance. It has been a few years since the beginning of the plot. Witnessing Naruto growing up, seeing Hinata shyly hiding behind him, and occasionally encountering Uchiha Itachi carrying his younger brother around the village. The future Konoha 12 Little Strong are thriving one by one. And this time, what role will he play? Hyuga Hazashi and Hyuga Hiyashi stood outside the door with expressions on their faces. How to choose, big brother, you decide. Hiyashi was so tangled that he invited Gong Yi to a banquet today, but he actually wanted to get closer. But this inconvenient connection is actually very fragile. He prefers to rely on a rising star with a closer relationship. But Hazashi suggested that Hinata should worship Gong Yi as his teacher, which made him a little embarrassed. Hinata is someone who will be inherited and cultivated by main clan in the future. She follows Gong Yi, which may not be good. Hiyashi took a deep breath and patted his brother on the shoulder. Hazashi, let Neji go. Hazashi was anxious. Big brother, you are confused. How can Neji's identity be comparable to that of Hinata? If you really want to have a good relationship with Gong Yi, Hinata is the best student. Of course Hiyashi knew this, but he felt that anything should be double insured. Hinata is at home, with her own guidance, to acquire the main clan heritage. Neji follows Gong Yi, and can also get closer. Even if an accident happened later, Gong Yi fell, did not become the 5th generation of Hokage, or was suppressed by the top management. Big deal for the Hyuga family, just abandon Neji. I've decided, just Neji. Neji is 4 years old and is about to go to ninja school. In the family, the inheritance is too profound, and according to the rules of the family, he cannot learn it. If I follow Gong Yi, maybe I can make a difference and add another strong man for me, Hyuga. Hyuga Hazashi has no objection to these words. In fact, he prefers to teach his son personally, but it should be better to follow Gong Yi. After all, Gong Yi is now the top powerhouse in the village. When the banquet was over, Hyuga Hazashi led Hyuga Neji to Gong Yi's side. At the dinner table before, they laughed and put forward the idea of letting Gong Yi accept a disciple in the family. Gong Yi did not refuse. The children of the Hyuga clan, if they were cultivated well, their potential would definitely be higher than the Aburame Kaiwei that he had collected. After all, Hyuga is also a descendant of Otsutsuki. Looking at Hyuga Neji with clear eyes, calm expression and a hint of curiosity, Gong Yi reached out and touched his head. Uncle Gong Yi. Neji shouted obediently. Hyuga Hazashi quickly corrected. In the future, you will have to call Master Gong Yi your teacher, you know. Well, hello teacher. The child changed his mind quickly, and he didn't have any complicated thoughts. He did what the adults told him to do. It is difficult for Gong Yi to hook up Hyuga Neji, who is pure-hearted now, with that handsome boy who is full of resentment in the future. He nodded. Neji and I are also related, and I have no choice but to accept him as a disciple. However, he is also a child of the Hyuga family. Some families need to learn ninjutsu. I hope you will not be stingy. The two Hyuga Hiyashi brothers looked at each other and nodded tacitly. 3 days after the appointment, Hyuga Neji went to Gong Yi's house to receive the first instruction, and Gong Yi left the Hyuga tribe with a smile. The alliance between Gong Yi and the Hyuga family, after accepting Hyuga Neji as a disciple, is truly achieved. And this news, not unexpectedly, reached the ears of Konoha executives. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado were sitting in the Hokage office, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking a cigarette with a frown, and the two also felt helpless. Gong Yi is now doing things more and more. No scruples. Yeah, I recklessly entered the village of Kurigakure before, and later threatened Danzo, and now I am even more reckless to befriend the Hyuga family. He has no regard for us at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head. How do you know? He only attracted the Hyuga family. Hi. Hiruzen, your King Zhao means. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushes out the intelligence letter in his hand. Returned from the front, many ninjas in the Ino-Shika-Cho unit strongly demanded that Gong Yi be returned to the battlefield. 4. This matter, sensitive, not just the Hokage series. Shimura Danzo is in a hurry now than anyone else. Danzo couldn't sit still after another fusion of Hashirama cells, but backlash. Gong Yi's power is getting bigger and bigger now, and the cooperation between himself and him, the primary and secondary status, is constantly shrinking. Once Gong Yi really steps into the position of Hokage, the resources of the master in his hands are just a joke. When Gong Yi arrives, he can ask for anything and everything. Bringing a few strong roots, Shimura Danzo bit Kiba and stepped into the palace. When he saw Gong Yi and saw his eyes, he was stunned. Uchiha. Faye, I recommend a book to my friends, The Green Valley Deku of Infinite Return. Brothers who are interested can go and read it, as well as sisters. Chapter 219. Have you brought what I want? Gong Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan, slowly turning in his eyes. Shimura Danzo was very surprised and waved his hand, and the ninja under him brought a sealed thick box. Part of the Hashirama cell, in it. Danzo put his hand on the box and looked at Gong Yi warily, but you have really figured out a way to fuse Hashirama cells and suppress phagocytosis. Gong Yi smiled, a mass of chakra poured out of his palm, and then pressed it onto the table. In Danzo's horrified eyes, a small green tree slowly emerged from that table. Mokuden, wood style. Danzo lost his voice. You have already mastered Mokuden, wood style. Gong Yi shook his head. I'm not even a master, but I've already seen the door. So, are you going to make this deal? Danzo no longer hesitated and pushed the box directly in front of Gong Yi. Tell me. The answer is actually quite simple. Gong Yi pointed to his eyes and said slowly, Hashirama cells are too powerful, and there are very few body cells that can compete with him. But according to legend, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were enemies all their lives, and the last battle was one death and one serious injury. Seen that Uchiha Madara's power is not inferior to Senju Hashirama. And Uchiha Madara's power is derived from the genetic Kekkei Genkei, Sharingan. Danzo took a deep breath and looked into Gong Yi's eyes. He didn't ask how Gong Yi got it. For people like them, the process is often not important. The purpose is achieved, the result is perfect. 28 That is the most important. You mean, with the power of Sharingan, suppress Hashirama cells? Yes, but it also has to be used in conjunction with the use of inhibitory agents. Sharingan will not be able to help in the initial integration stage. Gong Yi smiled lightly, spreading his hands. Gong Ling, see off. Black-robed figure appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo's pupils shrank, and he felt a hint of danger on this petite black-robed man. When did Gong Yi subdue such a strong man? Thinking of Gong Yi's recent actions and the tip of the iceberg he showed, Danzo became more and more alert. When he left the palace's territory, Danzo looked back subconsciously. Check. Go back and check the true identity of the man in black robe. I want to know who he or she is. Lord Hokage, I have a question. It is inconvenient to ask if I don't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. Kakashi, if it's a question about your practice, you can ask it casually. 4. Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long since let go of his worries that he is the son of White Fang. Hatake Kakashi's performance over the years, under his own words and deeds, has begun to completely think for the sake of the village, and has also realized the will of fire. On some knowledge, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is generous with it. If Gong Yi knew, he might just laugh at himself. The 8 inner gates on the sealed book, he also took the step back and proposed to let Sarutobi Hiruzen accept him as a disciple. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen refused directly because of his old age and busy work. He treats Kakashi now, but like he said, he lacks time and energy. Kakashi shook his head. It's not a matter of practice. I just wanted to ask you about director Gong Yi. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, if it's irrelevant, I'll answer you. Kakashi thought for a while, then asked cautiously, Director Gong Yi has a man shrouded in a black robe who looks like a guard. This person a ninja from the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. Has Gong Yi started training guard ninjas for him? Not very clear, but it should be strong and give me a sense of familiarity. If that's the case, I think it's a ninja in the village. It's powerful, so you can say this kind of evaluation. There seem to be not many such talents in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of doubts, and then photographed people to get the relevant household registration information. For the shadow of a village to know the specific situation of every ninja in the village. Often only the up-and-coming ones will be noticed by them. After checking the household registration information, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Gong Ling War orphan, who grew up in the same orphanage with Gong Yi, did not separate until he was 5 years old. Continue to look down, but the more you look, the more flawed it becomes. He shook his head when Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped reading. Obviously, the identity information of that ninja named Gong Ling is forged. And to be able to do this, in addition to the ninjas of the relevant departments, Gong Yi, the director of Konoha Hospital, can also do it. After all, many ninjas in the village were born from the hospital, and the household registration information will also pass through the hospital's hand. If Gong Yi wants to change the identity of a dead ninja and press it on the person, Kakashi said, it is very easy. But this kind of thing can be big or small. If you really want to investigate it, it is just to dig out the identity of that person and expel him from the village. If he did, he would offend Gong Yi. Now, after being ordered to return to the village, Gong Yi has become dissatisfied with the Hokage lineage, and even attracted other family forces. On my side, if I go too far, I'm sure there will be some trouble. At least, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to see things like Orochimaru happen again. Konoha can't stand the turmoil. Call Kakashi in, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gives him an answer. That person is a ninja from the village, named Gong Ling, who was raised in the same orphanage as Gong Yi. However, she is withdrawn and not many people know her identity. Getting such a specious answer, Kakashi hummed. No further investigation. As for the association from the name, sorry, in the Hokage world, the pronunciation of Rin and Ling is different. He really didn't think of Rin Nohara. Originally, there were many ninjas hiding their heads and faces in the village, Anbu, the roots, and some secretly cultivated by the family. In the village, Danzo's side, also a few days later, got similar information. He also made a similar judgment to the third generation of Hokage, a similar treatment, but he was a little more vigilant about Gong Ling. After all, he is a mysterious person who can make him feel dangerous. A speculation about Gong Ling's identity disappeared in this private investigation. Gong Yi didn't pay attention to these things. What he is most concerned about now is the Hashirama cell protoplasm. It can proliferate, divide, and cultivate more progeny Hashirama cells, so that he can fully fuse the protoplasm. With this thing son, he is basically no longer subject to Danzo and can do fusion work on his own. Looking at the petri dish, another batch of progeny Hashirama cells were cultured. In Gong Yi's eyes, divine light flickered. The way he gave Danzo was actually a trap. A trap. The power of Sharingan can indeed suppress Hashirama cells. But that has to be at least Mangekyo-level Sharingan. Ordinary Sharingan alone won't do much unless you have a lot of Sharingan. If Danzo really goes this route, then he will have to face the Uchiha family. As for himself, Gong Yi smiled. He took a different road. From Konoha 47 to now Konoha 51. 4 years have passed. My fusion progress has reached 90%. It can even stimulate some Hashirama cells to simulate Mokuden, wood-style chakra. Gong Yi muttered to himself, but it's not enough. This is just a simulation, To really use Mokuton, wood-style, ninjutsu, I have to push the fusion progress to 100%. As the fusion progress of Hashirama cells is getting higher and higher, the subsequent fusion effect is getting better and better. It will only take a few months at most, he can be perfectly fused, with a body comparable to Senju Hashirama, or even stronger. This is the first batch, and then another batch of daughter cells should be enough to supply. Gong Yi is looking forward to it. After the real fusion is completed, what will happen to your body? Phyllu reminds you. An LT, otherwise block collection IP. Chapter 220, Do Not Disturb. Next morning, Gong Yi pushed open the courtyard gate. A little boy stood at the door. Come alone. Well, teacher. Father said that I am 4 years old and can come to the teacher by myself, so he didn't send me. Gong Yi smiled and patted Neji's head. Hyuga Hazashi taught the children, it's pretty good. Not too doting, but advocates cultivating his independent character. Just that when Gong Yi touched Neji's forehead, he raised his black hair and saw the blue stripes. Gong Yi pursed his lips. When did this happen? Like a frightened rabbit, Hyuga Neji nervously pulled her hair down and covered her forehead. He lowered his head and murmured, last night. Looking at the child's faint fear of ridicule and fragile mind, Gong Yi let go of his hand. Do you know what that means? Neji shook his head blankly. The grade is still young. What does it mean for the Hyuga branch to be a bird in a cage? Gong Yi was silent for a moment, then smiled. Beckoned. Come in. Neji nodded quickly, followed Gong Yi's footsteps excitedly and entered the courtyard. Compared with the luxurious and heavy Hyuga family land, Gong Yi's house has a little less heritage. But it's better than simple and quiet. Children don't understand this. They just find that there is no fun, and they are not very interested. Teacher, what are you going to teach me? Gong Yi thought for a while, is it possible to refine chakra? Hyuga Neji nodded, yes, when I was 3 years old, my father taught me. Hearing this answer, Gong Yi didn't. Sighed. This is probably the cheapness of a ninja from a big family. Ordinary commoners, at least after the age of 5, enter a ninja school before they can be taught the superficial chakra refining technique. But family ninjas can come into contact with these things at an early age. It can be said that at the starting line, it is a lot ahead of others. However, there are pros and cons to this. Next, before entering the ninja school, chakra is not allowed to be refined. Hyuga Neji opened her mouth wide. Ah, teacher, won't you teach me ninjutsu? Without refining chakra, it is naturally inconvenient to perform ninjutsu. Hearing Gong Yi say this, he thought that Gong Yi was not willing to teach him. Gong Yi shook his head without much explanation. Follow the course I designed for you. Now, you will lead 10 laps around Gongji. Hyuga Neji is a little dejected, but Gong Yi is his teacher and he listens to everything he says. Had to go outside the house and start running. Looking at Hyuga Neji, who had no interest, Gong Yi smiled and shook his head. Medical ninjutsu, the more sophisticated he is, the more he understands the structure of the human body and the development of the human body. After treating many ninjas, Gong Yi realized a problem. Refining chakra too early is certainly a start, but it is also very harmful to the body. Chakra itself is the fusion of mental energy and physical energy. When a child is growing up, the physical energy is used to refine chakra, which will affect development. After all, not everyone has Gong Yi's early recovery technique. In his view, 5-year-old began to refine chakra, a very reasonable threshold. Just like in the previous life of Washa, some people who practiced martial arts are often small. They will not learn anything advanced, but mainly rely on medicinal herbs and diet to recuperate their bodies. Until the age of 12 or 13 that he began to get in touch with martial arts. Because at this time, the development of the body has reached a critical point. For example, secondary sexual characteristics, and for example, changing kiba to stop, etc. The aborigines of the Hokage world benefit from the rich energy of heaven and earth, and their bodies develop rapidly. But no matter how fast it is, it still needs to be around 5 years old, to reach the original development level of 12-13 years old in China. Then, let Hyuga Neji get in touch with some of his master's advanced things, let him lay the foundation first. Long as the foundation is sufficient, his achievements will be high and stable in the future. Running, as well as a series of his own courses in the future, all serve this point. 1 year. There's still 1 year left before Hyuga Neji goes to school, but it's enough to lay a solid foundation for him. Gong Yi smiled, paid a little attention to Hyuga Neji's running situation, and didn't care. This thing. Let Gong Ling pay attention. He entered the house by himself. By the Hyuga family was placed on the table. After making sure that Gong Yi was not on the battlefield, Kumogakure started the battle again. The Ino-Shikacho troops blocked Dodai, the Darui troops, and the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. There seems to be no Gong Yi, this war, and nothing wrong. Gong Yi looked calm after reading the information. The strength of Kumogakure village can be said to be the strongest in the ninja world now, and it is stronger than the severely damaged Iwagakure village and Konoha, whose vitality has not recovered. He couldn't believe that Kumogakure village would continue to be so deadlocked. Just wait. Running, sprinting, swimming 20 laps back and forth in the pool. After a long day of exercising, Gong Yi put his hand over Hyuga Neji's body and used medical ninjutsu to recover from his fatigue. I have to say, if you have a medical ninja to take care of you when you are laying the foundation, the effect will be particularly good. Go back. Today's class ends here. Ah. Hyuga Neji's mouth was open, and he was a little worried about gains and losses. Seemed to have learned nothing today. Gong Yi waved. Gong Ling walked out of the dark and took Hyuga Neji outside the house. The master still has some instructions. If he is not there, you also need to maintain this intensity of exercise and cannot stop. Gong Ling recalled Gong Yi's words and added, he will check. Hyuga Neji had no choice but to nod and walk home slowly. When he had dinner at home, Hyuga Hazashi asked about today's study. It didn't involve any unique ninjutsu, just some simple physical exercises. Hyuga Neji said it again without any scruples. After listening, Hyuga Hazashi frowned instead. Gong Yi did this because he didn't want to teach Neji the real thing. Father, should I refine chakra and practice the ninjutsu of my Hyuga clan? Hyuga Neji asked. Hazashi thought for a while, then said solemnly, you are now your teacher's disciple, you have to listen to him when it comes to your practice. What he says, do what you do, don't go against him. And, Hazashi chose to trust Gong Yi. Other words, he was willing to sacrifice his son's future to maintain this hard-won alliance. I have to say that although Hyuga Hazashi has doubts in his heart, once he makes a decision, he will be very decisive. In the following days, even if Hyuga Neji did not go to Gong Yi's place, he urged Neji to complete the exercise task assigned by Gong Yi. Time came to the second half of Konoha 51, and the war between Konoha and Kumogakure finally came to an end. The two sides did not use tens of thousands of ninja armies to fight, and they all restrained. After all, there are other villages around. However, on the local battlefield, Konoha, who is still at a stalemate with Kumogakure, was almost defeated in this small battle after Kumogakure dispatched various strong men. And in the Konoha village, the call for Gong Yi to return to the battlefield is getting louder and louder. Basically, in the Konoha village, on the streets and alleys, there are people discussing the war. It is widely believed that if Gong Yi was on the battlefield, Konoha would never be beaten like this. Faced with these calls, even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not turn a blind eye. After discussing with several elder advisors, he sent someone to the leader of the palace. The person sent is Hitaki Kakashi, who has already gained the trust of Hokage. However, Kakashi didn't even enter Gong Yi's gate, and was stopped by someone. Gong Ling said indifferently, The master is practicing a critical moment of ninjutsu, forbid others to disturb the entry. Chapter 221. Spike Kakashi, 5th. Kakashi was stunned, and quickly explained, "This is an order from Hokage-sama." Gongling shook her head. "Master is at a critical juncture in his cultivation, please don't disturb me." "About the war with Kumogakure. Can't go in." Gongling is still unreasonable, or in other words, except Gong Yi, she is like this too. Anyone. Kakashi took a deep breath, thinking that when the 3 generations of Hokage sent him out, he had to pass the word on, and for a while, he didn't care about anything. He wants to break in. As soon as he moves, he goes into Gong Yi's house. However, he only rushed out a short distance, and a big blue hand grabbed him. Kakashi's face changed greatly, his body was in the air, and he was directly crushed. Boom! When Kakashi reappeared, he was still there, outside. He was almost injured just now, and at the critical moment, he still managed to dodge with a skilled substitute technique. Looking at Yuchin, 3220. With big hands composed of pure water chakra, Kakashi's face is ugly. Of ninjutsu involves the morphological changes of chakra, and also injects nature transformation, and the black-robed man in front of him used it so easily. Gongling looked at him indifferently. Kakashi bit Kiba, and the lightning flashed on his hand, which is more advanced than advanced ninjutsu. He also has it. Reikiri. Gongling did his part, and controlled the big hand of the water chakra, and grabbed it. Wow! The sound of the turbulent water sounded, and Chakra's big hand was directly cut by Reikiri. Kakashi stepped forward to kill. Gongling's face remained unchanged, and both hands quickly hand-seal. Sweden, water style, water breaks. Wow! Still can't stop it. Raiden, thunder style, restrains Doden, earth style, and Sweden, water style, and even with the blessing of Sweden, water style, there is a better enhancement effect. If Gongling only relies on Sweden, water style, ninjutsu, it is very hard to beat Kakashi. Just when Gongling wanted to mobilize the power of the tailed beast to block Kakashi, a huge black, yellow hand pressed down from behind her. Target, only one person. Kakashi. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Strong pressure forced Kakashi to retreat. That black-yellow giant hand, however, did not give up. The 5 thick fingers with even faint fingerprints, suddenly closed together. Sharingan on. Reikiri. Kakashi's hand was full of white light, and he slashed towards one of the weakest fingers. Dang! The golden light flashed, and Kakashi flew back upside down, in the air, spitting blood continuously. Fingers folded, huge palms grabbed him in the center. Kakashi's face was pale and even a little frightened. This ninjutsu with a huge palm is terrifying. It's clearly Doden, earth style, why not restrained by Raiden, thunder style, ninjutsu, go back. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will come in person. Humph. With a cold snort, the palm disappeared, and Kakashi fell to the ground. The black-robed man glanced at him, turned and closed the door. Master is worthy of master. His palms are far more powerful than mine. Gongling walked in the yard, no longer the indifference before, but a little excited. The azure blue palm she used and Gong Yi's big black and yellow hand were actually the same ninjutsu. All Gong Yi know, I realized it a long time ago, and gave it to her by the way, and also mentioned how to integrate the chakra changes of water nature. If Gongling is well practiced, then this ninjutsu will show a powerful squeezing force, as well as the characteristics of the endless Sweden, water style, ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjutsu can't break through Gongling's attack at all. In Gong Yi's hands, this ninjutsu, which he named the heaven-shattering palm, is even stronger. With the earth-based chakra, the enemy will be shattered in one shot. This is only the most superficial use. The master's form changes, and even the palm can be used to grasp, grapple, block and other effects. As for the fact that he just couldn't rush out of Kakashi, it was because Gong Yi put a little gold chakra in it, and Raiden thunder style naturally couldn't cut that finger. Back in the yard, Gongling caught a glimpse of Hyuga Neji standing beside her. "What are you doing? The 500 push-ups that the master asked you to do, are you done?" "It's done." Hyuga Neji nodded quickly, but then swallowed. "Sister Gongling, what kind of ninjutsu did you and your teacher perform just now?" "It looks similar, but it seems to be very different. And it looks so cool. The teacher didn't even come out, and he defeated a powerful Jonin with one palm." Hearing the question, which was like a barrage of cannonballs, Gongling tilted her head. "Go, after 500 push-ups, go for another round of stakes." "Oh." Hyuga Neji bowed his head in frustration. The teacher has such a strong ninjutsu, why not give it to himself? Let out a big hand calmly during the battle, no matter how powerful it was, it would scare people to death. In the quiet secret room, Gong Yi spit out turbid air. He looked at his hands with a satisfied look. Of the palm of the sky is the result of his many years of Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu practice. Whether it is a form change or an injected nature transformation, they all have the power of ninjutsu. Although ninjutsu is not only judged by its power, it is also related to the difficulty of learning and the degree of damage to the body. But basically it belongs to the class of ninjutsu, and the power is not small. But it's not just the ninjutsu that makes Gong Yi satisfied. What he is more satisfied with is that his chakra upper limit has finally been raised. The fusion degree of Hashirama cells has reached 99%. The remaining 1% will not need to fuse Hashirama cells, but will undergo qualitative changes due to quantitative changes, and the body will automatically replenish. Thus forming a body that is entirely his own, not a Hashirama-like body. At this level, the chakra upper limit bottleneck that has plagued Gong Yi for many years is also directly opened. That requires a lot of chakra, such as the palm of the sky, can even be released from a distance of several hundred meters without anyone showing up. If it's on the battlefield, swept a lot, Gong Yi is even more looking forward to it. If the fusion progress reaches 100%, what changes will he have? It shouldn't be long before. Half a month or 10 days or even less. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the seriously injured Kakashi with a gloomy expression, waved his hand, and sent someone to take him down for treatment. Originally thought that under his own guidance, Kakashi's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and at least he could compete with cage-level powerhouses. However, without even seeing Gong Yi's face, he was caught by a slap. What ninjutsu is, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know, and he's not in the mood to know. He only knows one thing. Gong Yi's strength is increasing day by day. Even if it is himself, if he doesn't use the ghoul to seal, he is afraid that he will not be able to beat him. And Gong Yi's attitude is getting tougher. I even said that I don't take myself seriously anymore. But, do you really want to come and beg him? Recommend a book, Hokage, The Strongest Eye Technique, the author Waste Fish. Interested brothers can go look at Philo to remind you. Book 3 Things to Read, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 222. 3 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally set foot on the road to the palace leader. He didn't bring anyone, not even Anbu ninjas. For certain things, after thinking about them, he can see through. Gong Yi's move is not so much that he doesn't take himself seriously, it's better to say that he was resentful to himself for ordering him back before. The temperament that a strong man should have. You can't ask anyone to be Konoha White Fang. Use it if you want, and kick it aside if you don't. Gong Yi obviously couldn't hold his breath. Maybe you can have a good talk with him. The big deal is to pull down this face and beg him, and things will eventually have a solution. After meeting Gong Yi, some of Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous guesses were completely overturned by him in an instant. The aura of the deep sea, and the inexplicable danger, constantly emerged from that. The young man in the white robe. This feeling shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling for many years. In his memory, only the first Hokage, who was about to die soon, gave him this kind of feeling. Even the powerful second-generation Hokage and second-generation Raikage did not bring him this feeling. He only felt that there seemed to be something in Gong Yi all the time. It was suppressed, and it was almost enough to burst out. Once it erupts, its power is simply unimaginable. After swallowing his saliva, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that today's visit might not be so easy. I seem to have said that a few months ago. Gong Yi squinted and smiled. The outcome of this war is not as easy as you think. I hope that one day, you don't come and beg me. So why is Hokage-sama here today? Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Every day, Konoha's ninjas are dying in battle. As a member of the village, you don't want to see this scene continue. Hee. Gong Yi shook his head and chuckled. When you called me back, did you ever think about this follow-up development? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, feeling a little regret in her heart. The Kingdom of Thunder clearly promised not to start the war lightly, and to give both sides a peaceful buffer time to adjust the situation. However, Gong Yi didn't stay in Konoha for a few months, and the Kingdom of Thunder broke this agreement and started a war brazenly. Which was still deadlocked, changed completely after the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force Yugito entered the war. On the front line, there were 6,000 ninja troops, plus 2,000 reinforcements, a total of 8,000. Now, more than 3,000 people have been lost, which is a heavy casualty. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have imagined that Kumogakure village would dare to send Jinchuriki column forces to the battlefield, or aren't they afraid of losing control and the tailed beast running wild? The village's handling was inappropriate. As Hokage, and as the person who issued the order, I'm here to apologize to you today. Sarutobi Hiruzen said word by word, with a sincere tone. Gong Yi leaned back slightly and turned his body sideways. The face of Hokage's apology, he didn't want to take it so calmly. After all, this was the shadow of a village, and it was an old man. Of course, the most important thing is that if you accept it, it's hard to talk about the next conditions. I can promise to go to the battlefield. I can even promise to turn the tide of battle and bring victory. Gong Yi said lightly. It seems that the situation of turning the tide of the battle is not difficult for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed, but the good city still made him control his expression. In front of others, happiness and anger are invisible. This is the basic requirement. But I have one condition. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. You said, as long as the village can provide, they will agree to you. It's easy. Gong Yi smiled. I want to read the sealed book again. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered and felt that this request was not excessive. Originally, Gong Yi made so many credits in the past few years, enough to read the sealed book once, but Gong Yi progressed too fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give him. It is a little bit to suppress Gong Yi's momentum. Now that Gong Yi wants to see it, the big deal is to give him it's nothing more than to make him more palms. To hold a ninjutsu. Just when he wanted to agree, Gong Yi added. Watch the sealed book alone, don't let anyone disturb me. Gong Yi was the only one in the quiet Hokage office. In his hand, a quaint, long scroll unfolded in front of him. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant in every possible way, he still agreed to Gong Yi's request, but there was one request that he could only watch for 1 hour. In an hour, how much can he write down? How much? No excerpts are allowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought very clearly. If Gong Yi is not allowed to go to the battlefield, the grievances of other civilians in the village and the family will not be appeased. Of course, he can actually go to the battlefield himself, but the odds of winning are not very big. And most importantly, if he made a mistake on the battlefield, then there would be no one in the village to suppress Gong Yi at all. He has to ensure his own life, even if Gong Yi's reputation is high. As long as he is still in power for a day, he can let Gong Yi have a few scruples. Touching the Book of Seals, which is the large scroll in his hand, Gong Yi sneered again and again. 3 generations of this old guy. He said he was going to let me watch it alone, and he set a time limit, but he still did it. Obviously, the seal on the Book of Seals was not completely opened, and Gongyi could only see a few forbidden techniques. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately so. Gongyi didn't panic at all. When it comes to sealing techniques, after years of study, he is by no means weaker than anyone in the village. Even now, he is already studying the 8 trigrams seal, an advanced seal technique that can seal QB 9 tails. Both hands quickly hand seal, hit the scroll, and the light flashes. The seal is unlocked. The first forbidden technique I can see is the multiple shadow clone technique. Once Gongyi gave up this ninjutsu and chose the 8 inner gates because of insufficient chakra. But now, he doesn't have these worries. His eyes swept 320 in 10 lines, and with the second seed of consciousness that was about to be born, he remembered it in his mind with an unforgettable effect. 5 minutes have passed. The second forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Imagining the power of Orochimaru and impure world reincarnation, Gongyi is delighted. Write it down. The time has passed 5 minutes again. The third forbidden technique, the 8 inner gates. Skip. The fourth forbidden technique, Gongyi frowned. Jump to the fifth forbidden technique, Gongyi frowned deeper. Izanagi. Izanagi. Recalling the first time he browsed the Book of Seals, he didn't seem to have seen these 2 ninjutsu. According to my own memory, these 2 ninjutsu should belong to the Uchiha clan. According to legend, the Book of Seals was established by the first generation, and the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama perfected it and even added a lot of ninjutsu to it. Originally, I wanted to be the strong foundation of the village, but unfortunately, most of the forbidden techniques here are difficult to learn, and they are harmful to the body. So by the time of the third generation, it was rarely shown to others. Even Namikaze Minato only learned Hiraishin from above. No, there is another one. The ghoul seal is also on the Book of Seals. Looking at these unfamiliar and familiar ninjutsu, Gongyi has no time to think about the reason for their existence. Write it all down, and the time has jumped to about half an hour. For the rest of the time, aside from a series of forbidden techniques such as the demonic illusion dark line, Gongyi jumped straight to the end. Mokuden, Wood Style. Chapter 223. This is the purpose of his strong request to read the Book of Seals. Kekkei Genkei's power is beyond doubt. This is an existence that can be on an equal footing with the power of the tailed beast. The 3 generations of Kazekage and Rasa, with the Kekkei Genkei, can suppress the one tail. Uchiha Madara can control Kyubi, 9 tails, with Sharingan. Senju Hashirama can also completely suppress Kyubi with Mokuden, Wood Style, 9 tails. This shows that Kekkei Genkei is strong. But Kekkei Genkei is also divided into strong and weak. This strength is not only the so-called restraint relationship. Degree of development and utilization of a certain Kekkei Genkei. For example, Terumi Mei, who is also good at Fudan, Vapor Style, is now inferior to Fudan, Vapor Style, of the 3rd generation of Mizukage Tsujido Sukari. Another example is the Mokuden, Wood Style, used by Senju Hashirama, which is definitely stronger than Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. This is a comparison of the same kind of ninjutsu. Different species can be compared with White with Kimimaro. 2 are about the same age, and both have Kekkei Genkei as masters, but their strengths are vastly different. Various reasons lie in the development of Kekkei Genkei, and the difference in utilization. Gongyi's early master had Jindun, and now he is also good at Jindun. Reason is also that Gongyi's development of Jindun is getting higher and higher. From a few kunai, to a long sword in the back, and even used to cover any part of the body at any time. He was fighting against Kyubi, 9 tails, he even used the ultimate move that could resist Tailed Beast Bomb, John. Now Gongyi's fusion of Hashirama cells is about to be completed, and he also has a hunch that he can indeed use Mokuden, Wood Style, chakra. In this way, he is the existence of 2 kinds of Kekkei Genkei master at the same time. If so, then make full use of Mokuden, Wood Style, ninjutsu. Compared to developing Mokuden wood-style ninjutsu on his own, Senju Hashirama, who has reached the limit on this road, is undoubtedly his best teacher. In the Book of Seals, a scroll set up by Senju Hashirama himself, it is impressive. Then there is the related Mokuden wood-style ninjutsu. Mokuden wood-style deep forest emergence. The ninjutsu that uses his own chakra as the source of life to quickly grow many trees from the ground. The trees are like uprooted, a forest can be created in an instant, and all attacks and defenses in the forest are controlled by the caster. This is the Mokuden wood-style starter, and it can also be called the basis for maximizing the effect of Mokuden wood-style. Take note, Mokuden wood-style wood dragon jutsu transfers chakra to the seeds of trees, resulting in huge dragons. The binding force of the big tree is very strong, and once it is entangled, it will absorb chakra. Gong Yi is also very impressed with this move. It can resist Kyubi, 9 tails, and even suppress the powerful ninjutsu. Kyubi, 9 tails, was once bound and screamed by a wooden dragon. Senju Hashirama is using this move to suppress the actions of Kyubi, 9 tails, and this move seems to give Madara a strong impression. In the Fourth Ninja War, Madara was using Hashirama's cells to launch this trick, as if paying homage to Hashirama. Remember, Senpo, Sage Art, Mokuden, Wood Style, Shinsasenju. Mokuden, Wood Style, on top of the Buddha. These two moves are combo moves and must be used in Sage mode. Once you use Shinsasenju, you can create a huge Buddha statue with countless giant arms behind it, and then use the mark of the Buddha on the top to blast out all the countless giant arms. Of these two techniques is arrogant. Not only can Chia Madara's powerful Susanoo, but even the huge destructive power, blast the terrain, forming the valley of the end of the ninja world. Gong Yi is a little crazy. Compared with his hard work to develop Kekkei Genkei, these Mokuden wood-style ninjutsu is not only powerful, but also easy to obtain. If he learns it quickly, then he is invincible in the current ninja world. But when he wrote down another gate of the great god ninjutsu, Gong Yi suddenly stopped. What's wrong with yourself? Quote. Gong Yi's face was a little pale, and the feeling just now made his calm mentality for many years to be shaken. If it weren't for the sudden trembling of the seeds of divine consciousness in his mind, he would have almost lost himself in that feeling. Looking at the Book of Seals in his hand, Gong Yi threw it on the table and returned to the state of the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen seal. Why do I feel this way? Obviously many years ago, after researching my own Kekkei Genkei, I said that I want Jindun to resound throughout the ninja world and become a Kekkei Genkei no less than Mokuden, wood style, or even stronger. Now, I'm addicted to Mokuden, wood style, ninjutsu. Gong Yi suddenly sat down with his knees crossed, and the divine art was slowly activated. When the spiritual power flowed one after another, the second seed of divine consciousness that had been shackled for a long time suddenly condensed. Gong Yi suddenly understood. Feeling that I had before had a faint smell of going crazy. In recent years, Gong Yi has made rapid progress. From ordinary ninjas, he has successively acquired various advanced ninjutsu, and even developed Kekkei Genkei and successfully practiced Sage mode. Strength is fundamental, but it is your own heart that controls this strength. There were no people or things that could make Gong Yi's mood unbalanced before, but this time he was triggered by many Mokuden, wood-style ninjutsu, but it made him lose state. Two divine consciousness seeds slowly turned, and finally appeared in his eyes, like dazzling stars, constantly flickering. Gong Yi smiled dumbly, but he was too persistent. Mention Master Mokuden, wood-style ninjutsu. With his current strength, it is actually enough to suppress the ninja world. As for the Fourth Ninja War in the future, he still has more than 10 years to improve his strength. Why rush? Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. A little surprised to see the sealed book that was thrown aside and Gong Yi sitting cross-legged on the ground. You are. Gong Yi stood up with a smile. I just watched a ninjutsu and thought it was suitable for me, so I couldn't help but practice on the spot. What ninjutsu? Well, let me show you. Gong Yi slowly hand seal with both hands, Seems to be the first time to use it, not very proficient. Bang! With a soft sound, dozens of gongyi crowded into Hokage's office. Multiple shadow clone techniques. A ninjutsu that is very simple to practice, even a young Naruto can learn directly. The reason for being listed as forbidden technique is also not complicated. Every shadow clone will give feedback on what it sees and feel, and when many shadow clones are withdrawn, the caster will suffer a huge mental shock. It is easy to cause the practitioner's mental confusion and become an idiot. Moreover, this technique has very high requirements for chakra. With gongyi's powerful mental power and the amount of chakra that breaks through the limit, it is almost in an instant, he mastered this ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It seems that Gongyi only learned this one ninjutsu, so, it is an acceptable result. Bang! All shadow clone disappeared. Gongyi shook his head and felt a little uncomfortable. This is the first time I use it, and I am not very proficient. It's okay, I am very satisfied with this ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the sealed book and raised his eyebrows. Then what you promised? 1 month care. Gongyi raised a finger and said relaxedly. A month later, Kumogaku retreats. Chapter 224. Jiraiya joins the war. The mist boils and the heat rolls. The huge bath, there are many people soaking in Izumi. The norm for the soup country. The country is rich in geothermal heat and has many natural warm Izumi ponds, hence the name of the country of hot water. It's just that compared to the usual lively hot tubs, there have been a lot fewer people visiting this shop these days. In the white fog, a man with sharp white hair was naked and soaked in it. But his attention was all on the conversations of the others in the bath. HMPH, why is Kumogaku and Konoha fighting, and the battlefield is on the territory of our country of soup? Shima, there's nothing you can do about it. They're a big country, and the ninja village is very strong. We, the country of soup, can't resist. The young man called Shima said angrily. Once our Tang ninja village was also called the Battle Ninja Village. It's outrageous to be bullied to such an extent now. The companion shook his head, his eyes showing helplessness. I only hope that the village of Kumogaku will defeat Konoha as soon as possible and end this war. Some people were puzzled and asked curiously, why didn't Konoha defeat Kumogaku? It stands to reason that Konoha is stronger. Sneered, Konoha strong, that is the past. One after another with Tsunagaku, Iwagaku, and then through the Kyubi, 9 Tails chaos. Even their younger 4 generations of Hokage are dead. What's more powerful is just lingering. 320 inches. Isn't there still an existence called Konoha Sanin? Hey, did you just come out of the deep mountains? Konoha Sanin has long since left the village, Orochimaru betrayed, and is now listed as a Konoha class wanted criminal. Jiraiya Tsunade is nowhere to be found, except the old guy's 3 generations of Hokage. There are not many strong men who can handle it. Shima sneered, extremely disdainful. His companion shook his head, not necessarily. Konoha also has the dark blue demon, Gongyi, who is as famous as Yellow Flash. And before, they even entered the village of Kurigaku, and until now, the ninjas in the village of Kurigaku are rebuilding their homes. Shima shrugged, of course I know that one. But don't you know that he killed too many ordinary civilians in the village of Kurigaku, and was condemned by the big names of the 4 major countries, and the 4 big ninja villages jointly put pressure on him. Now he can't get out of the village at all and is under house arrest in Konoha. Hearing this, a group of people were surprised and talked a lot. Shocked by what the dark blue demon has done. He also disdains Konoha's weakness, and with such a strong man, he is even afraid of the pressure of the 4 great powers. But in the end, they all thought that if Konoha didn't send the strong to the battlefield, battle with Kumogaku is sure to be defeated. Crash! The sound of water sounded, and Jiraiya left the bath with a heavy face. Put on your clothes and feel heavy in your heart. Over the years he has been outside, looking for Orochimaru, and also writing his own book, looking for the so-called son of prophecy. I don't really care much about things in the village. Until recently, he didn't know that so many big things happened in the village. The chaos of Kyubi, 9 Tails. Minato, dead. After he left, Tsunade actually left. Imagine how, under such circumstances, there are not many strong men in the village who can hold it up. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen has no choice but to compromise with the 4 great powers. Thinking of the recent war, he bites Kiba. Maybe I can't be so irresponsible anymore. I should go back to the village, or go directly to the front to help the army of Konoha. Just as he was walking out of Wen Izumi's store, Z stopped suddenly. A man wearing a Yuhi cloud cloak walked slowly from the street. Akatsuki people. Although Jiraiya didn't know the man, he knew the suit. In his investigation, Orochimaru is joined this organization. Recently, he even got news that Akatsuki, for some unknown reason, often appears in Yuno country. He did not act rashly, but watched the man walk by. Strong, not weaker than me. Jiraiya hid her body a little so that no one could see it. Zhao, they all look around, frowning. According to Pain, Hidan should be in the land of soup. Let me introduce him to Akatsuki. But how do you find him? Just as he walked past the Wen Izumi store where Jiraiya was located, his brows subconsciously tightened. There are strong people here, leave first. Akatsuki has set a strategy of low-key development, secretly executing the plan, and in the early stage, try not to be in conflict with the powerful with names and surnames. Zhao, all of them suddenly increased their speed, mixed into the crowd, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Jiraiya pursued for a while, and had no choice but to shake her head and leave. Is indeed a master in Akatsuki, but he is not Orochimaru, nor does he have any aura of Orochimaru. The news that I got this time, I am afraid it will be a waste. Thinking of this, Jiraiya turned and headed north of Yuno country. Since Orochimaru can't be found, it's better to go to the battlefield and help Konoha through this difficult time. It took a day for Jiraiya to arrive on the battlefield, and even directly into the camp where Konoha's army was stationed. Facing his appearance, unexpectedly, not many ninjas appeared happy. For these ninjas, the so-called Sannin, is a thing of the past. In this day and age, Sannin is more of a coward who turned his back on Konoha. They were looking for was Gongyi. It was Gongyi who could stop Kyubi, 9 Tails, and save the village during the rebellion of Kyubi, 9 Tails. It was Gongyi who could defeat one village and force Kurigakure to retreat. Lord Yi, not you, Sannin Jiraiya, who left the village for so-called friendship. Jiraiya met the Inoshika Cho trio with a complicated look. 3. Is there anything I can help you with? Nara Shikaku smiled reluctantly. Master Jiraiya suddenly appeared, and with such a strong reinforcement, we will be relieved to resist Kumogakure next. These words are insincere. Akamichi Choza is not as euphemistic as he is, and he stands out bluntly. Lord Jiraiya, you still remember that you are a Konoha ninja. Where were you a few years ago? Jiraiya smiled wryly, knowing so many things, he could actually guess the ninjas in the village, and he should have a grudge against him. He didn't want to argue too much, he just wanted to contribute a bit to the village in this war. Yamanaka Inoichi stopped Akamichi Choza and said calmly, Lord Jiraiya, you are not on the expedition list. About you, maybe, we have to wait until Lord Gongyi arrives before making arrangements. Gongyi. Jiraiya was surprised. Isn't he ordered to be in the village and not allowed to fight? Akamichi Choza sneered. If Lord Gongyi doesn't come again, this battle will be defeated. What face will Konoha have to protect the territory of the Fire Nation? Nara Shikaku nodded and said meaningfully, now, we can only rely on the command of Lord Gongyi. Words, you, Jiraiya, are not Konoha's savior. Jiraiya's face changed, and in the end, she didn't leave, but stayed. When he wants to come, even after Gongyi arrives, he should need a strong person like himself to help him. But the truth, is it really like this? 3 poles in the sun, under the high temperature, thousands of ninja armies are standing outside the camp in neat rows. They are waiting for someone. Someone who can lead them to defeat Kumogakure. In countless sights, a white robe slowly walked out from the horizon. Star eyes, function as handsome, like a graceful, kunzi. Even under the scorching sun, the white robe gave people a cool feeling. Gong Yi no walked to the front of the Konoha army in a hurry, showing a smile. Reach out and hold the sky high. We will win this battle. Chapter 225. Gong Yi's influence. Definitely. 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 ... Early in the morning, the Kumogakure army noticed the abnormality of the Konoha army, and thousands of people were dispatched. They thought that the other party was going to start a war, so they quickly assembled their troops, and even sent intelligence ninjas to observe secretly. At this time, it was found that the other party was only to greet a person, and he couldn't help but wonder. And after the arrival of that person, the morale of the Konoha army was high, which made several intelligence ninjas look at each other in dismay. That person seems to be the dark blue devil of Konoha. According to the picture, it should be correct. Gong Yi's appearance is rare and handsome in the ninja world, and almost anyone who has seen him or seen his portrait will not admit it wrong. After learning that the dark blue demon arrived at the front line, several intelligence ninjas did not dare to stay, and immediately rushed back to the camp of the Kumogakure army. Master Dodai, the information has been checked. A man standing at the top suddenly turned around. Thin and squat, with a blindfold on his left eye, which turned out to be a one-eyed disabled man. But no one will disrespect him. Dodai, Jonin of Kumogakure village in the Land of Thunder, the courtier of Reikage in all dynasties, and he is also the reviewer of all dynasties. When he was young, he was trusted by the 3rd generation of Reikage, and when the 4th generation of Reikage took office, he was still the most trusted one. Besides, this person is very powerful. With Kekkei Genkei Yoden lava style, he is the strongest in the village, except Reikage, the 4th generation, and Jinchuriki column. Of the younger generation is not as powerful as him now. He is known as the person who tells the strongest myth. That's exactly what happened. Even if the 4th generation of Reikage sent Darui, the commander-in-chief of the battlefield was still Dodai. Report. Dodai spoke softly. The intelligence ninja below said quickly, the Konoha army is assembled just to greet one person. Dark Blue Devil. Dodai nodded. Darui next to him wondered, why shouldn't he be in the Konoha village? How could he come to the battlefield? Dodai shook his head and said, we can tear up the agreement and start the war. It's normal for Konoha to send Gong Yi. Don't worry about this kind of thing. So-called agreement, treaty, agreement, and even contract, when reached on the battlefield, will be torn up sooner or later. Just that generally, someone with stronger strength will take the initiative to tear it apart. Darui was stunned, but nodded immediately, thinking that he was naive. Dodai is more concerned about one other thing. You said that the dark blue devil is upright, without any trace of concealment, and arrived at the front line. Intelligence ninja hummed and gave a positive answer. Dodai's eyes flashed. If this is the case, then the morale of the Konoha army will be improved. Indeed, according to our observation, after Gong Yi arrived, the morale of the entire Konoha army was completely different. Even shouted the slogan of victory. If that's the case, it's not very good. Dodai muttered to himself, with a worried look on his face. Darui and his companion Samui looked at each other, puzzled. Seeing this, Dodai felt the need to explain. After all, Darui is so talented that he is used as the second right hand by the 4th generation Reikage, and may even be a candidate for the 5th generation Reikage. Teaching him all the time is also what I do as a leader. Gong Yi is different from you. He doesn't come from the big Konoha family, he all grew up from an ordinary civilian ninja. The first time he came to prominence was in the Konoha Tsunagakure War, when he defeated Rasa, the most prestigious and most likely to succeed the fourth-generation Kazekage at the time. After that, he took credit in the war, even chasing the Color Flash, and was called the Konoha Duo with Namikaze Minato. If he hadn't been too young at the time, he would probably have been the fourth Hokage. Everything that this man did, you must know. In order to regain the eyes of his subordinates, he chased and killed 7 people of ninja swords, and even seriously injured the third generation of Mizukage Tsujido Tsukuri, so that the village of Kurigakure was attacked by the village of Iwagakure. We entered the village of Kurigakure some time ago and settled the war with one person. That's right. The rise of this person is a step-by-step, and it is easy to gain the identity of the Konoha ninja. He is also the director of the Konoha Hospital himself, and has treated countless people with his superb ninjutsu skills. In the village, he has a high prestige. If this person is on the battlefield, even if he does nothing, it will improve the morale of the army. Dodai breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. Can't let it. He gathers the army and gathers the strength. If we give him enough time, we are afraid that we will be dragged into the quagmire of war in this battle. He didn't say defeat, because in his heart, he felt that the powerful Kumogakure village could not be defeated by Konoha. In terms of the number of ninjas, on the battlefield, Konoha only had more than 5,000 people, while Kumogakure had 7,000 elites from a single powerhouse. There are currently only Gangyi, Ino Shikacho 3 people on the opposite side of Konoha. On his side, the only strong people who have Kekkei Genkei, there are Dodai, Darui, and Samui, who seem to be delicate, but in fact, they are extremely tyrannical with one-handed swordsmanship. In addition to these, the most important thing is one more thing. In the Kumogakure army, there is still a tailed beast called Jinchuriki, Column Force. He is the kind of person who can fully mobilize the power of the tailed beast. Jinchuriki, Column Force. The Dark Blue Devil has a firm foothold and will launch an all-out attack tomorrow. Dodai drank and made a decision. All the Jonin present agreed, and no one resisted. In Konoha camp, after welcoming Gangyi, the ninjas returned to their proper positions. Either guarding the guard, or resting in place. There are also those who are responsible for the maintenance of the ninja tools. Gangyi was walking on the dirt road laid out by the camp, next to a frowning Nara Shikaku. Master Shikaku, I am here, why are you still frowning? Gangyi smiled and waved at several ninjas who looked over, but he was talking to Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku shook his head. Of course I'm happy that you came, now the morale in the camp is boosted, and the ninjas are not as pessimistic as before. But I'm still very worried about this war. Nara Shikaku stopped abruptly and asked, why didn't the village arrange reinforcements for you when you came? Gangyi smiled, teacher, don't you think that under the excitement of the crowd, the higher-ups had to push me out? Will they give me another strength to support me? Damn. Nara Shikaku squeezed his fist, aren't they afraid of defeat? Hihi Gangyi chuckled twice and said leisurely, war has always been just a continuation of politics. On the battlefield are nothing but chips for the exchange of interests. I think, in addition to the battlefield, the village is engaged in a political game with the Kingdom of Thunder. Nara Shikaku's eyes widened suddenly. You mean, Lord Hokage and the others, it is possible for them to seek peace with the Land of Thunder. Judging from the original book, this battle is indeed Konoha seeking peace with the Land of Thunder. Even later, the Country of Thunder sent people to Konoha to sign a peace treaty, and by the way, forced Hyuga Hazashi to death. Gangyi is very clear that he can come out to command the army, but the high level can't stand the pressure. But no one wants to see that they lead the Konoha army to win this war. Once he wins, Gangyi's prestige will completely peak. Then the next 5 generations of Hokage, as long as Gangyi does not make mistakes in the middle, he will be his. To stop him from winning the war, but not let Konoha lose, and actively seek peace, is the best solution. Gangyi put his hands on his back and walked towards his own command camp. Behind him, Nara Shikaku got a little excited. We fought hard on the battlefield, and we didn't lose. How can the top level show weakness? Even the battle with Iwagakure village was completely passive. But it was also after 4 generations of Hokage won local battles that we approached the truce with a victorious attitude. What the hell is the top thinking? Gongyi said indifferently, Master Shikaku, when you were assisting the 4th generation, you were considered a high-ranking Konoha. Don't you understand what they're thinking? Nara Shikaku stopped and looked at Gongyi blankly. It's against you. Hee, maybe it's not just targeting me. Gongyi smiled casually. I guess in their hearts, they didn't think that Konoha could win this war. Pessimism spreads. Nara Shikaku is a little disappointed. He is a smart person. No matter how he analyzes it, he really thinks that it is almost impossible for Konoha to win this war. No, Gongyi, Lord Jiraiya, is here too. We have a chance. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up and seemed to have found a breakthrough. If there are Gongyi and Jiraiya, 2 cage-level powerhouses on the battlefield, they can completely dominate the direction of a war. Even if you can't win, you can hold on to it. Gongyi can certainly feel Jiraiya's presence. Since he stepped into the camp, he has been paying attention to the powerful chakra aura in the rear. But in his opinion, this war does not need Jiraiya at all. You're worrying too much, Shikaku. I'll be enough for this battle. Gongyi said lightly, in a tone that could not be rejected, full of strong and unparalleled confidence. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collection, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT, please keep the collection this paragraph, otherwise block the collection of IP. Chapter 226. Potential pressure on Jiraiya, 5th more. Facing Gongyi's strong self-confidence, Nara Shikaku was shocked for a while. He almost never saw such a domineering Gongyi. But thinking of Gongyi's feat of killing a village by himself last time, he also instantly understood. It is natural for a person with such strength to be domineering and arrogant. Need to meet Jiraiya. Gongyi narrowed his eyes and nodded. I'll go see him alone. I also want to know what meaningful things he has done over the years when he left the village. Sleeve, Gongyi moved in the direction of Jiraiya. Nara Shikaku stood behind and looked at his back, initially just sighing. But then his face changed. As Gongyi progressed, his momentum rose by 1% with almost every step he took. And at the back, that kind of aura like a mountain like a sea, almost made people bow their heads subconsciously, not daring to wait and see. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth wide, stunned. Jiraiya certainly felt 3-2 and 2-0. That kind of aggressive aura, frowned. No matter what he said, he was also one of the most powerful people in the village. He had been famous for a long time, and he was still an elder. How can a junior be suppressed? Not to be outdone, he suddenly released his momentum, and the huge chakra lingered up. It's just that when he reached the most powerful, Gongyi's aura was still climbing. Hi! How could he be so strong? Jiraiya's face changed greatly. If he didn't turn on Sage Mode, he would definitely not be able to suppress Gongyi's aura. It's just that before he can start Sage Mode, Gongyi has come to his side. 3 years apart, Jiraiya, your strength has improved a lot. Gongyi used to call Jiraiya an adult, but now, with his status, it doesn't have to be so. His first name is his correct attitude. Jiraiya's face was a little ugly. Duent there. Young man, it's really out of blue. I'm far from what you've done. Oh, can I take this as your accusation against me? Gongyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiraiya frowned. Not afraid, there are some things that should not be affected by civilians. This is blaming him for what he did in the village of Kurigakure. In fact, Gongyi has indeed been criticized. Especially for people like Jiraiya, who are kind-hearted and advocating peace. Gongyi shook his head and said in disapproval, Jiraiya, you have no right to accuse me. Wait, Jiraiya retorted, Gongyi no. He said hurriedly. If you stayed in the village, then I, Konoha, wouldn't be here. The civilians who died in the EPUB, Nine-Tails, upheaval were no less than the Kurigakure civilians I killed. You, an indirect accomplice in killing the Konoha villagers. Under the pressure of Gong Yi's momentum, Jiraiya had nothing to say in the face of these words. Suddenly, Gong Yi put away the monstrous aura, and his expression became eased. Facing the embarrassed Jiraiya, Gong Yi chuckled. The words are a bit heavy, but you should understand that these words actually represent the attitude of the Konoha ninja. Jiraiya lowered his head. He could feel his own attitude, exactly as Gong Yi said. Village has spent so much effort to cultivate itself, but it needs him the most. There is nothing more disappointing and angry than one defecting, two leaving. He whispered, I want to participate in this battle and do my best for Konoha. Gong Yi didn't answer directly, instead asked another one. You searched for Orochimaru, what was the result? Jiraiya was stunned for a while, then subconsciously said, no result. He hardly appeared in various countries, only heard that he joined an organization called Akatsuki. Oh, Akatsuki. Gong Yi looked at Jiraiya with a half-smile. I heard that this organization was established by a ninja named Yahiko from the Land of Rain. I once had a relationship with Yahiko and his other two companions. In my opinion, their strength does not seem to be enough for Orochimaru to take refuge. Jiraiya's expression changed, and she said suspiciously, to be honest, Yahiko and the other two companions you mentioned were once my disciples. But they died in the Third War. Akatsuki now. Perhaps, you can continue to investigate, maybe you will find something amazing. Gong Yi smiled, turned and walked out. Jiraiya was still immersed in his words. When Gong Yi turned around, he suddenly woke up. 4. My arrangements on the battlefield. You are the commander, do you have any suggestions? Gong Yi turned around abruptly with a cold tone. Those who leave should not interfere again. Jiraiya excitedly said, this is a matter of the village, I have an obligation and a responsibility to help the village. This victory or defeat has nothing to do with you. Gong Yi. Jiraiya. Gong Yi's eyebrows moved, and Sage Art Chakra suddenly flowed out, dazzling white light pouring out of his body. The momentum was even greater than before, in an instant, like a surging flood. Jiraiya's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Sage mode. Humph. Gong Yi snorted coldly and left the place. Jiraiya still stays there. No wonder Gong Yi is full of confidence, he actually mastered Sage Art. And that feeling, that kind of instantly entering Sage mode, seems to be stronger than his own Sage mode. That year. Ask yourself, the teenagers related to Sage Art have grown to such a level now. If he turned on Sage mode calmly, how would he compare to him? Jiraiya smiled sadly, maybe he really shouldn't be on the battlefield. Midnight, quiet inside the tent. Gong Yi sat cross-legged, his eyes opened as if closed. There was a faint movement in the air. If there is an extremely strong person here, as long as you stand outside the tent, you will find that there seems to be some terrifying monster entrenched in it. That kind of, the momentum that is getting more and more gushing, but being forcibly suppressed, is constantly ups and downs, and is advancing layer by layer. Drink. Gong Yi snorted coldly, his aura suddenly gathered, and in an instant, he became, like an ordinary person without a little chakra. Opening his eyes, 2 seeds of 2 divine consciousness were embedded in his pupils like stars. Hashirama cell fusion progress, 10 completed. The blood in the body is rushing, the bones are humming, and countless cells begin to tremble. Faintly, something transformed in Gong Yi's body. Gong Yi felt this change attentively, and seemed to feel that the whole world had become more intimate with him. Descendants of Otsutsuki, blood of immortals. Gong Yi stretched out his hand and looked at the fair skin, no longer as pale as before, but with blood. At the fusion stage of Hashirama cells, the skin color of the whole person will be eerily pale. That's Hashirama cells doing the trick. But once the fusion is successful, make this power your own. 1. The skin color will show the normal changes of the host. Gong Yi's mind moved, and the 8 doors in his body opened one by one. Open. Hue. Health. Injury. Do. Jing. At the juncture of the 7th gate, Gong Yi had a feeling that he could take this step at any time as long as he wanted to. Even without reckless consequences, even the 8th door can be opened briefly. 11 years of physical exercise, coupled with the fusion of Hashirama cells, has finally come to this point. It can be said that with physical skills alone, he can already stand at the top of the ninja world. But that's not enough. Gong Yi's eyes gleamed, and the two seeds of consciousness kept turning. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, I wonder if your Tsukuyomi, Koto Amatsukami, will work for me. Thanks to Zanling Xiao, just like that, love fans, you, Yishi Luoluo, for the reward of these brothers. Thank you very much. To read the Chapter 227. Kurigakur-ku. At the end of Konoha 51. Just when countless eyes were focused on the land of soup, when Konoha and Kumogakur were at war, there was a village that fell into a strange silence. Kurigakur Village. During this period of time, Kurigakur Village has completely shrunk, and all the troops in the Land of Fire have also been withdrawn. Prevent other villages from entering while taking advantage of it. Especially when various buildings in the village have been destroyed, someone needs to rebuild their homes. It's not surprising to the outside world for the silent village of Kurigakur. Dead of night, the Kurigakur village was filled with an atmosphere of pain that should have been after the war, and there was a faint sound of sobbing, which came from the place where the villagers were resettled. A seductive woman walked out of a stone house, took off the Anbu mask, and stood in the moonlight. As she appeared, more and more ninjas gathered silently. 1, 2, 10 10s, 50 50s. Everyone's here. Ching said solemnly. Terumi Mei nodded, took a deep breath, and waved her hand. Action. The Kurigakur coup started silently on the night of the full moon. This group of ninjas are all Terumi Mei's confidants, the forces she has secretly drawn and subdued over the years. After she told everyone that their Mizukage Sama had been controlled and turned into a puppet, everyone agreed with Terumi Mei's plan. Launch a coup and kill the puppet Karataki Yagura. Only in this way can the village of Kurigakur be pulled back from the abyss. And the time to start the plan is stuck in the battle between Kumogakur and Konoha. Only in this way can we not be disturbed by other villages. When Terumi Mei brought people close to Yagura's residence, a ninja who was hiding nearby appeared. Sir, Yagura is not here. Terumi Mei 29 frowned. Karataki Yagura didn't stay where he should be. Where would he go? Troops, to suppress their coup plans. Ching suddenly said, will he be suppressing the forbidden area of the 6 tails? Terumi Mei's eyes lit up, and a beautiful voice came out of his mouth. It is very likely that he has always wanted to be a 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force. But the 3 tails. Now the 6 tails have lost their Jinchuriki column power and can only be locked in the forbidden area. Yagura might go there if he wants to. Follow me. 50-50 ninjas followed her and quickly headed towards the forbidden area of Kurigakur. Mr. Madara, do you really want to make Yagura a Jinchuriki column force of the 6-tailed man? Kisame Hoshigaki stood aside, looking at the little figure lying quietly on the abyss of the trench. Next to the figure, is Uchiha Obito wearing a mask. Masked man chuckled. Yagura's strength is already very strong. But against a master like the dark blue demon, it seems too powerless. He becomes the Jinchuriki column force of the 6-tailed man. We can better control the village of Kurigakur for us. You don't have to worry about anything. With my Sharingan, it is very simple to control the tailed beast to be obediently sealed. After saying these words, the masked man's expression suddenly changed. Someone is here. Ghost Shark, you go out to block them. I need time to complete the sealing technique here. Kisame Hoshigaki nodded, and walked out with the big sword shark on his back. Standing in the dark tunnel, Kisame Hoshigaki sensed the person coming, and found that there were many familiar scents inside. Stop. It's you, Kisame Hoshigaki. Someone was surprised and seemed a little unbelievable. Believe. Terumi Mei stepped forward, missing Ninkasame Hoshigaki. Why are you here? Kisame Hoshigaki didn't want to explain, but instead asked, what are you doing here? A ninja behind him said, Karataki Yagura is being controlled, and the entire Kurigakure village is being manipulated. As a member of the village, we want to change all of this. The ghost shark's expression moved slightly and looked behind him. At this moment, Ching shouted loudly. Rush in. Terumi Mei spit forward and Yoden, lava style, made his way. Filled with corrosive mucus, it poured out. Kisame Hoshigaki frowned and avoided it. But after Terumi Mei and Ao rushed over, he stopped more than 20 ninjas. Terumi Mei glanced at the ghost shark in surprise. According to the information, the ghost's strength is very strong. It was so strong that Yagura was afraid, and even forced him out of the village and became a missing nin. Why does the ghost shark face his own ninjutsu, but he can't stop this problem? There is no need to think, the top priority, the Karataki Yagura inside. Hundreds of meters of tunnels, rushed through. Terumi Mei and Ao, as well as more than 20 powerful ninjas, stopped abruptly. In front of them, Karataki Yagura was watching them with faint eyes. In those eyes, the strange pupils kept turning. Sharingan. Terumi Mei's face was resentful. As expected, you have been controlled. Karataki Yagura did not speak, her body was a little stiff. A voice suddenly came from the dark, kill them, Yagura. Karataki Yagura moved, waving a coral stick, and rushed up directly. Terumi Mei's silver kiba bites when she senses someone in the dark. You look around, find that secret person, Yagura to me. Both hands began to quickly hand seal. Terumi Mei did not show weakness to Karataki Yagura. Sweeten, water style, great waterfall. Karataki Yagura also hand seal, sweeten, water style, great waterfall. Almost the same sweeten, water style, two huge waterfalls, washed down towards each other. Boom! The explosion sounded, like a waterfall smashing into a deep pool, and there was an echo. Ching stood aside, took off his blindfold, and looked around with a foggy eye. Byakugan. Just as he watched, the wind blew, and a round of Yuhi's black Uzumaki opened up behind him. A person came out of it. Kaden, fire style, fierce dragon flame jutsu. Large flames poured out, and the Kurigakure ninja was caught off guard and instantly killed 5 people. Uchiha. It's Uchiha's man. Blue's face changed suddenly, and based on Sharingan and this powerful Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu, he immediately judged that the enemy was Uchiha. Terumi Mei was very angry. It turns out that it was Uchiha, Yagura who controlled you. How do you see the 3 generations of Mizukage who trust you? Resisting her attack, Yagura said, I'm already a 6-tailed Jinchuiki column force. The one who died today will be you, and the one who goes to see the 3 generations of Mizukage will also be you. Haha, joke. Terumi Mei looked crazy, and the attack became more and more fierce. The ninja who has just become a human Jinchuriki, column power, can't control the power of the tailed beast at all. Today I'm going to kill you to avenge the ninjas who were killed by you and forced away. Futon, vapor style, skillful fog boils the sea. A large piece of fog is used, and the Kurigakure assassination technique is used, but the Futon, vapor style, feature is added, and the whole piece of fog is constantly boiling. Its high temperature can really boil the sea and burn the mountain. Karataki Yagura's expression remained unchanged, and the water mirror technique was shown again, but the inside. Terumi Mei, before she walked out, the whole mirror was pierced by a water arrow. You think I don't know your ninjutsu skills? Terumi Mei came prepared and almost touched the bottom of Karataki Yagura. How to deal with it is clear in your mind. Hearing the constant screams from behind, Terumi Mei bit Kiba and frantically attacked Karataki Yagura. The masked man disappeared into the space again, and out took the 10 ninjas who were still alive to be careful. Uchiha Obito hides behind a rock, looking gloomy. Who has just become a Jinchuriki column force, has not increased but decreased in combat power. Not only the control of chakra, but also the timing of releasing ninjutsu is much weaker than before. Addition, many proud ninjutsu are known by Terumi-mei, and now they are not opponents of Terumi-mei at all. It can almost be said that being pressed and beaten is dangerous. Even if I kill more Kurigakure ninjas on my side, if Karataki Yagura dies, it won't help. Deep breath, Obito made up his mind. Through the mask, Mangekyo Sharingan turned slightly. He wants to control Terumi-mei with demonic illusion. Now that Terumi-mei is in a fighting state and distracted, it's a good opportunity. A strange wave unfolded. Terumi-mei looked at it subconsciously, and instantly fell into the Sharingan demonic illusion. At this critical moment, Obito drank. Yagura, kill her. Unexpectedly, Karataki Yagura stayed in place stiffly, motionless. Something went wrong. Before Obito could react, a golden light suddenly flew out of Terumi-mei's eyes and stabbed Obito. Ah! A scream, Obito started space ninjutsu and disappeared into the Kurigakure forbidden area. Terumi-mei woke up instantly, almost instinctively, and released a Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu to prevent 320 attacks from being approached. Suiten, water-style, water dragon bullet. A ninjutsu that is not so strong, but also very powerful. However, without stopping, it hit Karataki Yagura. Boom! Even if the power is average, the ninja's body is not much stronger. Karataki Yagura flew out upside down, vomiting blood in his mouth and his eyes were confused. Ching and a few others rushed over to protect Terumi-mei from being attacked. Terumi-mei shook her head, clearing the uncomfortable feeling from her mind. Walking up to Karataki Yagura, he looked puzzled. Looking at Terumi-mei, the dying Yagura grinned. I didn't expect that I would have such an ending. You. Terumi-mei looked at him hesitantly. Yagura lay in front of the abyss, and scenes flashed through her mind. That was what he had done under control, and now that he woke up, he only felt bitter. What is your own life? Terumi-mei, I appoint you as the 5th generation Mizukage to lead the village of Kurigakure. In my body, the 6-tailed seal is not very stable, and it will dissipate after I die. Now, you take it out and trap it in the blockade set up by the original Mizukage. After that, you can find the right Jinchuriki column force. Karataki Yagura sadly ordered all this. His breath was getting weaker and weaker. Terumi-mei was still puzzled, but the last words Karataki Yagura said seemed to have been said by him while he was awake. In this way, his position as the 5th generation Mizukage can be considered legitimate. Behind him, there are other ninja witnesses, and when he goes outside to preach, it can be explained clearly. With a sigh, Terumi-mei no longer hesitated, and with the help of Yagura's last chakra, she took the initiative to unlock the 6-tailed seal. When the 6 tails appear, they will not have time to go wild. Terumi-mei used the power of the sealed land to trap it. A big ninja village, after all, needs the strategic power of the tail beast to deter other villages. But looking at Yagura's body, she remained silent. Who was beside her, suddenly asked, what is that golden light that flew out of your eyes just now? Chapter 228. Doden, Earth Style, Landslide. The second Tentenming, in the stunned state of thousands of Kurigakure ninjas, a message was released. 4 generations of Mizukage, Karataki Yagura died in battle. Died in missing Nin Kisame Hoshigaki and a Uchiha tribe with Sharingan. Before his death, the Anbu captain Terumi-mei was appointed as the 5th generation Mizukage. Kurigakure ninjas were a little stunned by this news. However, there were also some ninjas who felt the fluctuations of the battle last night, and after investigating the battle location, they did come to the existence of Kisame Hoshigaki. The wound caused by the shark muscle is very characteristic, and it can be seen at a glance. As for the existence of the Uchiha tribe, the trace is on the ground. Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu burns can also be detected. Kurigakure ninja, good at Kaiden fire style but few. There are still some people who have an opinion on the appointment of Terumi Mei as the 5th generation Mizukage. Terumi Mei lives in Anbu all year round, and there are not many villagers who know her. However, all opposition, without support, and Terumi Mei's great strength, all vanished. 2 kinds of Kekkei Genkei. The whole village, no more. Can't find such a powerful ninja. Of a village must be the most powerful person, only in this way can the villagers be protected. Especially after the Dark Blue Demon incident, many people are already dissatisfied with the weakness of the 4th generation of Mizukage. Now replaced by Terumi Mei, many villagers support her instead. After the simple ascending ceremony, Terumi Mei did not do anything else, just instructed the ninjas to help the villagers and continue to rebuild their homes. Revenge for the 4th generation of Mizukage, not many people have mentioned it. From the Kurigakure villagers' point of view, it was a mistake for Yagura to force Kisame Hoshigaki away and not to kill these geniuses and powerhouses, and even persecute other Kekkei Genkei powerhouses. Doing so will only reduce the strength of the village. If Yagura hadn't done this, at least when the Dark Blue Demons invaded Kurigakure village, the village would not have suffered such a heavy price. This time Kisame Hoshigaki came back for revenge, but many people were happy. Photo. Mizukage, Sama, everything has been arranged. Ching hesitated for a while, but took back the old name. Terumi Mei stood on a high tower overlooking the rebuilt village of Kurigakure, heartbroken. Oneself, a woman, actually became a Mizukage. Although it was a coup d'état, it was indeed appointed by 4 generations of Mizukage. Presumably so, she gave Yagura a decent death. Die fighting against foreign enemies, not at the hands of her own. However, when she thinks that there was once a man who mentioned that she would definitely become the 5th generation Mizukage, she felt a little uneasy. Rubbing his forehead subconsciously, Terumi Mei had one thing that made her even more uneasy. Obviously, that Uchiha powerhouse yesterday used Sharingan demonic illusion on her. At that time, she fought with all her strength, and was caught off guard when she was caught off guard. But that golden light should have been left by that man. Quote. Terumi Mei made a judgment. She vaguely remembered that when she was fighting with the 3-tailed Jinchuiki column, the man stabbed her brain with a strange ninjutsu. I thought it had disappeared before. Now that I think about it, that weird thing still remains in my mind. Until yesterday, it worked, instantly breaking the demonic illusion of the strong Uchiha, and even launched a counterattack. Now, in my mind, is there that ninjutsu? Mizukage, Sama, do you have other things to tell me? Terumi Mei woke up suddenly, looked at Ching, and hesitated for a while. You collect the sweetened water-style ninjutsu in the village, no matter what is high level or low level, all are collected. Ching looked at her suspiciously. Terumi Mei thought for a while and explained, Konoha has a book of seals, which records the powerful ninjutsu of the ancestors. When there are suitable geniuses in the village, they can learn it and give birth to strong men one after another. Ching nodded, it was true. No matter what is Yellow Flash, Deep Devil, or other Konoha ninjas, most of them inherited the ninjutsu of the previous generations of strong men in Konoha village. But not in my Kurigakure village. Think of my original Mizukage, which was on an equal footing with the existence of Senju Hashirama. Second generation Mizukage also perished with the second generation Tsuchikage, powerful but their signature ninjutsu, but nothing remains. The more she talked, the more Terumi Mei found a reason for her actions. My idea is, let me do work like the sealed book. Collect enough ninjutsu, save it, and wait until a genius appears, or a strong person makes a contribution. They can learn these ninjutsu skills. Make sure my Kurigakure village heritage goes on. Terumi Mei was a little guilty, but felt that her idea was really good. Trading with that man is one thing, and doing so is really beneficial to the village. As for whether or not to trade with that man, Terumi May pursed Yuhiran's mouth and looked into the distance. There is the land of soup, and the battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure. If Gong Yi loses, Jiraiya-sama is gone. Nara Shikaku said in shock. His eyes fell on Gong Yi involuntarily. Gong Yi should have a conversation with Jiraiya if he guessed correctly. After that, Jiraiya left. Gong Yi glanced at him calmly. He shouldn't have come. But, phew, the wind sounded, a ninja appeared in the tent, saw Gong Yi, and immediately reported the situation. The Kumogakure ninja army is changing, it is gathering, the vanguard is coming towards us. Nara Shikaku's expression changed greatly. How is it possible, so fast? Gong Yi stood, smoothed the folds of his robe, and walked slowly towards the door. Walked, he said, the Kumogakure side should know that I'm here. My lack of firm footing and not familiar with the situation of the troops, to take advantage of the situation and catch us by surprise. Nara Shikaku smiled wryly. This is probably both pros and cons. The arrival of Gong Yi's fair and bright, although it has inspired the morale of the army, it is easy for people to find information. The current situation. When passing by Shikaku, Gong Yi issued an order. Assemble the troops and stand by in Yuhi Yunshin, the country of soup. The country of soup is famous for its hot soup. The so-called hot soup means warm izumi. The origin of warm izumi is mostly caused by excessive geothermal heat. In places where there is a lot of geothermal heat, it is often accompanied by a large number of volcanic accumulations. Yuhi Yunshin is the mountain range with the largest number of volcanic groups in the country of Yuno, and it is also the most unstable area. In the country of Tang dynasty don't come here very often. When the war between Konoha and Kumogakure broke out, it became the most suitable battlefield. The terrain is empty, and the land was washed by the volcanic eruption and the rolling lava 10 years ago, and it became flat. Very suitable for the two armies to confront each other, fight and compete. Nara Shikaku did not hesitate to gather all the ninja army of Konoha in one place, and set off towards Yuhi Cloud mightily. It's just that when he set off, he looked around suspiciously. Where's Mr. Gong Yi? The other ninjas are also at a loss, not knowing where Gong Yi is going. Yuhi Yunshin, the sky is blue, the earth is empty and flat. Looking far away, it is boundless and seems to be able to see the horizon. This day, a figure in a white robe, alone, came to the foot of Yuhi Cloud Mountain. There was a faint sound of ground shaking in my ears. It was the Kumogakure army that had assembled first and set off immediately. They will arrive at the Yuhi Yunshin battlefield one step ahead of Konoha and set up a formation. Just that no matter how fast they are not as fast as Gong Yi alone. Standing under the Yuhi Cloud Mountain, looking at the highest volcano, above it, there is an endless sky. There are no clouds, only a blue sky. The white-robed figure's mouth turned up slightly. This mountain is called Yuhi Cloud. How can there not be a Yuhi Cloud? Wow! Sage Art Chakra rushes out from the Yin Seal. Sage Mode, turned on instantly. Pale white strange energy surrounded him. Sometimes twisted like a snake, sometimes circling like a dragon. Hissing, a low roar, ups and downs, endlessly. Both hands began to hand seal, but it was not as fast as before, but every seal was completed very slowly. The huge Sage Art Chakra keeps coming together with Gong Yi's hand seal. In a full minute, even Kumogakure's 1,000 strong forward force had already arrived at the battlefield. Who is that? What is he doing? Could it be Konoha's? I know, he is. The dark blue devil, Gong Yi. What he's doing, it's like in hand seal. No matter what. Whatever he does, stop him first. The rapid voice kept ringing. Thousands of Kumogakure ninjas, led by the leading elite Jonin, rushed towards Gong Yi with murderous aura. Kill Gong Yi before the army arrives, this will be a great achievement. Gong Yi glanced at them, and finished the last seal in a hurry. Immediately, a palm hit the ground. Doton, Earth-style, landslide. Boom. A bang, shaking the world. Countless ninjas whose ears were buzzing and chakra disordered suddenly stopped. In their stunned sight, the nearby volcano suddenly exploded. The figure in the white robe stood up, turned around, smiled, and opened his hands wide, like a hug. Behind him, a sky-high fire Jinchuriki column, with a huge roar, shot straight into the sky. And that blue sky was dyed into fire in an instant. Yuhi. And LT, otherwise collection will be banned. IP. Chapter 229. The Power of the Palm of the Sky. Third more. The volcano erupted, and the magma poured out. The 1,000 Kumogakure vanguard troops who rushed down the mountain almost ran into it head on. Just an instant, there were countless screams. The fiery magma, no matter whether you are a human or an animal, is crushed by a single strand. Ah! Help! It's so hot, ah! When Kumogakure's army of 6,000 people arrived at the battlefield, what they saw was this scene. Horrific, as if the world was destroyed. And under the Yuhi cloud in the sky and the billowing lava, a white figure stepped out slowly. The overwhelming magma, when it touches him, will be directly swept away by the white energy surrounding him. Like a rushing river, it encounters a hard stone and takes a gentle detour. Dodai's pupils shrank, looking at this world-destroying scene, his body trembled a little. Can manpower actually do this? Darui, Samui and the others, who were leading the small troops, were also shocked and stood stiffly in the east of the Yuhi Cloud Mountains. Gong Yi is very satisfied. This avalanche technique is another self-created ninjutsu he has studied for many years in Doden Earth-style ninjutsu. Based on the fusion of ninjutsu, rock lodging destruction, and ninjutsu swamp of the underworld. Find the Earth's veins through chakra, swamp of the underworld ninjutsu characteristics, soften the soil, and then use the characteristics of cracking earth and turning palms and rock lodging destruction to crack mountains. This has the effect of landslides and fissures. For active volcanoes whose structure is not rigorous, the effect is even more unexpectedly good. One move, the volcano bursts, magma erupts, and with the power of nature, thousands of ninjas are instantly killed. However, this technique also has disadvantages. The activation time is too slow, the hand seal program is too complicated, and it often takes a long time to prepare. He came here in advance, also to launch this technique in an orderly manner. Gong Yi stood alone in front of the Kumogakure army before the lava billowed. Behind him, an army of Konoha after another, came together. Facing this scene, the Inoshika-cho troops, shocked, all cheered. Before the war began, such a great victory had already been achieved. Lord Gong Yi, you are truly invincible. In the dark, there are intelligence ninjas from other countries watching this scene. Being horrified, they all recorded Gong Yi's strength and prepared to report it to their respective villages. A man wearing a Yuhi cloud cloak with a solemn expression. Alter terrain and destroy mountains with manpower. I have only seen this kind of power in the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. This son. Zhao, all frowned, he suddenly remembered Gong Yi. Deep Blue Devil, back then, I could only barely behead one of my Kaden, fire-style, hearts, but now it's so powerful. Jiraiya was sitting on a huge branch and saw this scene too. Although he said he left, but in his heart, he couldn't let go of Konoha. So secretly followed to the battlefield. If the situation of the Konoha army is unfavorable, even if Gong Yi is not happy, he will do his best to help the Konoha army. However, seeing Gong Yi's powerful ninjutsu, he subconsciously swallowed. His sage mode is perfect. Not only can you instantly enter the state, but the power of ninjutsu used is also stronger than my sage mode. I don't know if Minato is still alive, the two of them are equally famous, and their strength is comparable to Gong Yi. Dead people, no matter what. In people's hearts, multiple weights. But there is one thing that cannot be changed. That is their strength, it has stopped and continues. The living people, on the other hand, can continue to progress and move towards a higher realm. Gong Yi slowly raised his hand, and his voice, with the assistance of chakra, directly spread throughout the battlefield. Konoha ninja, do ent. Come forward. Hearing this, Konoha ninja couldn't help looking at each other. Even Yamanaka Inoichi and others were surprised. Shikaku, what tactic is this? Nara Shikaku took a deep breath. Maybe Gongyi-sama's strength is beyond our imagination. Akamichi Choza's big eyes turned wildly, and his expression was extremely excited. Really, man, Lord Gongyi, is this another feat of killing one village by one person? I can't wait to come forward and fight side by side with him. There are not a few people who have the idea of Choza. However, Gongyi's order was there. Nara Shikaku added a few more words, and everyone was suppressed. Today, they will witness a myth. When a person's strength reaches an unimaginable level, the number of people has no meaning. Kill him. Dodai let out a loud shout, his face full of killing intent. The dark blue demon is so arrogant, he will be killed here today. Does he think that my Kumogakure village is a kind of weak existence like Kurigakure village? Kill this guy and look down on my Kumogakure village. Raiden Thunder style, Thunder Tiger kill. Die, dark blue demon. Facing the overwhelming army of ninjas, Gongyi smiled. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, and a thick stone Jinchuriki column supported him and rose from the ground. An instant, he stood on a high place and looked down at the Kumogakure army. Hand seal with both hands, a heavy voice suddenly sounded. Behind him, a big black and yellow hand covering the sky and the sun slapped it fiercely with an unstoppable gesture. A Kumogakure ninja is rushing forward with the main force, intending to approach Gongyi and perform ninjutsu. However, when he was running, he suddenly found that the sky became dark, and the light seemed to be squeezed out. Raised his head, a huge palm filled with lines wrapped him in it. He had a look of despair in his eyes, and it seemed that he could no longer escape. Not the only one in the same situation as him, there are hundreds of people in this army alone. Doden Earth style palms up. Gongyi gave a soft drink, and Zanhuang's big hand pressed directly on the center of the army. Pop! There is no roar, just the earth shaking, dull echoes, and the screams of many ninjas before they die. Zanhuang raised his big hand again. The ground was full of flesh and blood, and no one survived. With just one blow, hundreds of people can be killed. The power of this technique is so powerful that if you touch it, you will die, and you will change color when you see it. In this way, Zanhuang raised his big hand to a certain extent and swept it from left to right. Hundreds of people were directly shot, or seriously injured, or died directly. A group of strong men led by Kumogakure village were horrified. This is not even close, there are heavy casualties, and what will be the next fight? Just when they panicked, there was a commanding voice that was in danger from behind. This technique is powerful, but the speed is too slow. Everyone spreads out and moves forward alternately. Do ent. Concentrate. The voice of Commander, Kumogakure Jonin Dodai. Although shocked by the powerful ninjutsu power of Gongyi's master, he quickly found a way to deal with it. Under his command, the Kumogakure army, all dispersed, no longer assembled to fight. Instead, they moved forward one by one, at their own fastest speed. Gongyi clapped twice more with the big hand of Xuanwang, only taking away a few dozen people. He couldn't help shaking his head. Even powerful ninjutsu has flaws. 4. Doden Earth style ninjutsu is slow and hard to improve. But is this the only way for him? Gongyi chuckled, a seed of divine consciousness, turning it slightly. When hundreds of ninjas approached him, they jumped up, trying to kill him on the tall stone Jinchuriki column. A monstrous sea of fire erupted in an instant. Senpo, Sage Art Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Instant ninjutsu, too fast, and Kaiden Fire style, has the advantage of covering a large area. Almost caught off guard, this group of ninjas were screaming and vanishing. In the sky, the ashes from the eruption of the volcano and the ashes from the burning of the ninja floated. The Yuhi cloud covers the earth, and the magma is still spewing. White figure standing on the tall Jinchuriki column, like a fairy, ca inspiring. Crime. Phailu reminds you. Chapter 230. In the face of this devastating blow from the Sea of Fire, Kumogakur's attack stopped in an instant. Everyone stopped moving forward. The fearful voice of swallowing saliva kept coming out. Why is this person so strong? His ninjutsu is extremely powerful, and its coverage is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And it can also be instant. Even if you get close to him, can you kill him? Facing the Kumogakur army, who was sluggish and hesitant, Gong Yi grinned. Don't dare to come. Then I'll come. With his right hand stretched out, a golden long sword slowly emerged. Feet, his body flew out like catkins and goose feathers. Seen slow, but at the speed of Gong Yisage mode, it was in the blink of an eye, and it came to the center of the Kumogakur unit. Good chance, kill him. Kunai, shuriken, and detonating talisman, all threw them over. It also contains the ninjutsu released by the surrounding ninjas. Faced with all this, Gong Yi turned around. Swish. With a swipe of the long sword in his hand, a person's life goes to the west. At his speed, these attacks with average speed and power, almost all of them could not touch him. Like a butterfly wearing flowers, Gong Yi moves freely among the crowd. Everywhere I went, someone almost died. When it came to a crowded place, Gong Yi's long sword was directly inserted into the ground. Golden burial. Sha, 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 endless golden sword tips drilled out from the ground. The sharpness not only pierced the ground, but also caused the nearby ninjas to scream. The technique of ground burial is improved according to the characteristics of Doden, Earth-style, rock Jinchuriki column gun. With the sharpness and speed of Jindun chakra, the effect is several times better than that of the Jinchuriki column gun. Seeing that dozens of ninjas screamed and died, Gong Yi was still not satisfied. The long sword is retracted, and both hands begin to hand seal. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Huge chakra flows, and in the blink of an eye, 49 Gong Yi's shadow clone appear. On the way to the battlefield, Gong Yi didn't go to practice Mokuden, wood-style ninjutsu, there was no time at all. In comparison, multiple shadow clone techniques can bring a quick boost to his strength. The main body of Gong Yi hides in it and drinks it lightly. Kill. 49 shadow clone drank together, kill. With Gong Yi's strength, even his shadow clone has the strength of Jonin. The clones scurried away suddenly, and in the army, with high-speed movements, they continued to kill the enemy. Meantime, all kinds of ninjutsu are at your fingertips. Rasengan, Doden Earth-style ninjutsu, Kaden Fire-style ninjutsu, taijutsu, used in succession. Killing an army with one person sounds spectacular, but in fact, it is extremely dangerous. The enemy can rely on crowd tactics to grind you to death. But there are also advantages, that is, great ninjutsu, which can be performed at will, without worrying about accidentally hurting allies. Because of this, Gong Yi did not let the Konoha army advance. Of his sage mode, it works great for no matter what is power or coverage. Even with these multiple shadow clone techniques, you don't have to worry about anything at all, you just need to kill people when you see them, that's right. There were constant screams in my ears, even if Gong Yi was broken up, but Kumogakur village the ninjas suffered even more casualties. Dodai's face was ugly, and he was always calm, but he couldn't calm down at this time. This continues, the strength of the Kumogakur army will be weakened to the limit. On the side, there is a ninja army of more than 5,000 Konoha, eyeing them. A woman with a hot body and good looks came to him. Lord Dodai, if you keep fighting like this, even if the dark blue devil's chakra is drained. Of the ninjas in my village also exceeded expectations. That way, no. Dodai took a deep breath and looked at the woman. Yugito, what do you think? Yugito smiled, the strong should be dealt with by the strong. but the strength of the dark blue demon. I'm a Jinchuriki column force, and even if Konoha Hokage is here, I'm not afraid. Chakra surged on Yugito's body, and the powerful momentum continued to rise. Okay, then you go to stop the dark blue demon, and I will let the army surround you to assist you in your attack. Yugito nodded, his body moved, and he was already rushing towards the white figure who was about to kill. Swish! The golden light on the tip of the sword is endless, and the fresh Yuhi blood is dripping continuously. Gong Yi's eyes swept around, and there was no one alive around him. There was no one around the more than 20 shadow clones he still survived. Did you notice? Gong Yi's brows twitched, apparently because of his own quick kill, making Kumogakure's commander unable to sit still. Suddenly, Gong Yi turned around, and in his pupils, an extremely beautiful big beauty was reflected. This person was rushing towards him with a fierce and domineering aura that completely violated her appearance. Wherever he passed, blue fireballs kept emerging. Jinchuriki column force, Yugito. Dark blue devil, your opponent is me. As soon as Gong Yi's spell seal was resolved, all shadow clones were withdrawn, and he noticed that a lot of chakra was lost. Gong Yi frowned, but was not flustered. With his 100% converted body, the amount of chakra has been raised to a very high upper limit. In addition, there is a yin seal in it, which is enough to support this war. Watching Yugito's progress, Gong Yi laughed loudly. I heard that the last battle was. You suddenly rushed out and destroyed my Konoha 800 ninjas. You're not weak. Today's battle killed thousands of people in my Kumogakure village in just half an hour. Next, I will make you pay the price. Gong Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression indifferent. That's what I mean too. The distance is close. It is the best range for performing ninjutsu and attacking the enemy. Yugito waved both hands, and behind her, the condensed blue fireball smashed down overwhelmingly. Meteor showers are like fire, but this kind of fire is blue. Gong Yi was not afraid at all, and the water formation wall shot out instantly. No matter what. Your fire and water are destined to have a restraining effect. Not only that, a black long spear, glowing in deep pitch black, like thunder blasting, passed through the meteor shower and headed straight for Yugito. Boom, boom, boom. Meteor showers continuously hit the defensive cover constructed by the water formation wall, creating layers of ripples. Boom. When another one blue fireball hits it, water formation wall, break 5. After all, it is Kaiden fire style ninjutsu with the power of tailed beasts. Even if water formation wall is instant, even if you get Sage Art bonus, but also unable to withstand the force of Jinchuriki column of two-tailed people, all the way forward, constantly stacking attacks. However, Gong Yi didn't panic at all and opened his mouth to spit. Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. A fire dragon, shaking his head and shaking his tail, met those blue fireballs and devoured them one by one. Yugito's hand showed a blue light. Looking at the oncoming black spear, he stretched out his hand carelessly. The sound of golden iron rang out. Yugito's face changed slightly, and he moved the spear back, changing the direction of the spear's attack. Make it disappear behind you. This person's Doden earth style seems to be mixed with another kind of chakra. Almost didn't hold my cat's paw. Thoughts passed in a flash. Yugito had already rushed in front of Gong Yi. Without a second word, in the blink of an eye, you have entered the strongest state. The tailed orc Jinchuriki column has the strongest form, the tailed beast. Gong Yi walked out of the fire and rain. Behind him, 7 golden longswords, from top to bottom, constantly revolving around him. Humph! Tailed orc Jinchuriki column force. I've already killed one. I don't mind today, I'll kill another. Chapter 231. 3-1. Boom! Under everyone's attention, the two played against each other for the first time, making a huge concussion sound. The earth trembled, the air evaporated, and the volcano not far away was even more implicated, spewing out more magma. Stepping on the lava with bare feet, Yugito didn't feel anything. The tail beast coat covering her body was even hotter than the lava. Looking at the spotless white figure in the distance, Yugito stuck out his tongue and licked his arm. Wound on. The dark blue devil is stronger than she imagined. Kekkei Genkai named Jindun can cut the tail beast's coat and hurt her body. Thinking of the six-tailed Jinchuriki, column power is. Die at the hands of Gong Yi, Yugito put away his contempt. But she was not afraid. With a screech, Yugito charged again. Gong Yi's face. There are no waves in the ancient well. He killed the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force, and even cultivated a three-tailed Jinchuriki column force in his hands, and even the Kyubi nine-tails Jinchuriki column force is also him grown up from a young age. 3220. He is not at all afraid of the tailed beast, a weapon of war that people fear. Even said that he was still a little excited. Fighting against such a high-level powerhouse in the ninja world will allow him to quickly master his own skyrocketing strength. Hairy rat flame jade. Yugito showed his whole body, and dozens of mouse-shaped fireballs suddenly bloomed on his body. Blue shape, very high temperature. Gong Yi strode forward, spinning wildly around the 7 long swords beside him. Like a storm, it swept through the scorching hot fireball. Gong Yi has become more and more skilled in the development and utilization of Jindun Kekkei Genkai. Under his control, the storm formed by the 7 long swords constantly smashed the blue fireball, preventing it from getting close to him. When Yugito moved, her tail beast was a two-tailed cat, and the body was a cat demon-like existence. Extremely fast and flexible. In the state of tailed beast, in addition to providing her with a huge chakra, the speed and flexibility bonuses are even higher. Shoo! In an instant, Yugito appeared on Gong Yi's face. In front of him, the cat's paw flashed a sharp blue light and swung down. Gong Yi grinned and kicked over without showing weakness. Sage mode, it's not easy to mess with. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yugito was in pain and flew out backwards. In the air, 7 golden long swords followed closely. Another agile turn, Yugito avoided the 7 golden swords and rushed towards Gong Yi frantically again. Blooded pursuit. Blue flames linger all over the body, and then attack Gong Yi with super high-speed physical techniques. Under such an attack, ordinary people simply can't stand it. But beyond Yugito's expectations, Gong Yi calmly stopped him. Fist. Retreat. Elbow. Finger. One move and one style, perfect. Sometimes tough, sometimes soft. Occasionally touched Yugito's body from a distance. Watching this scene, looked shocked. Master Gong Yi, his physical skills are so powerful. Yamanaka Inoichi wondered, isn't Mr. Gong Yi famous for his super strength physical skills in the first place? Why are you so surprised? Akamichi Choza took a breath and explained to his brother, this is completely different. Back then, Lord Gong Yi was not so well known for his super strength physique. It is better to rely on the 8 inner gates to crush the enemy with that. But look, every time Lord Gong Yi makes a move, his moves are unpredictable. This kick is completely the purest Konoha whirlwind, and Genquan represents Teishu. Look again, this palm. Is there any shadow of Hyuga gentle fist? Yamanaka Inoichi looked intently, and his expression changed slightly. The Hyuga family, but the famous Konoha family, still have power, they Ino Shikacho, above a single family. In addition to Byakugan, gentle fist is also a must. Of course he knew it. Now it seems that in Gong Yi's physical skills, not only the master of the unparalleled Genquan, but also the Hyuga gentle fist. Hardness and softness, even if it is a tailed beast turned person Jinchuriki, column, physical attack, he is completely at a disadvantage in counterattacks. Nara Shikaku's voice was a little hoarse, and he said slowly, and Lord Gong Yi did not open the 8 inner gates. Other words, he has not even used half of his strength yet. They can see these things, and Dodai, who pays close attention to the situation on the battlefield, naturally can also see it. When Yugito was thrown to the ground again, almost letting the Jindun long sword pass through his chest, he couldn't sit still. Darui, Samui, the two of you go to assist Yugito. Samui carried a short knife and flexibly flipped it in his hand. Even if she was standing on the enemy side, she admired the man opposite very much. Not to mention so powerful, yet so handsome. Hearing Dodai's order, she hesitated. Master Dodai, it's a one-on-one battle now, we'll intervene. This is war, not a personal duel. Dodai shouted coldly and stared at Samui. You want to disobey orders. Go, Samui. Darui rushed out first, and Samui had to follow behind. The two found a gap and blocked Gong Yi's move for Yugito. However, just that move made Darui's complexion change greatly. The strength is too strong, can't attack hard. When the words fell, a leopard-like lightning suddenly released from his body, like a ray of electric light, shooting at Gong Yi. Raiden Thunder style, Black Madara is bad. This technique was developed by the third-generation Raikage, with fast speed and concise attack, almost no one can escape. And the next development, as Darui thought, directly hit Gong Yi. Darui's face showed joy. Samui, come on. Once on the battlefield, Samui had no choice but to let go of his admiration for Gong Yi. Carrying a short knife, he bullied himself up, with two giant ruts in front of his chest, shaking like waves. Cloud flowing and flying blades. When she wanted to come, since Gong Yi was hit by Darui's Black Madara, even if he was not injured, he would be paralyzed. However, when she got close to Gong Yi and saw those interesting eyes under the dense lightning, her whole body was stunned. Take it. Countless black lightning bolts were suddenly absorbed into Gong Yi's face. The golden long sword in front of him, and then into the earth. Gong Yi's hand transformed into a kunai, which blocked the short sword of the giant ninja in front of him. Samui was not to be outdone. The short knife in his hand flew up and down like a butterfly, and he kept walking beside him, looking for opportunities to attack. However, every 6 times, they were blocked by Gong Yi's short knife. Your swordsmanship is very strong. But compared to the swordsmanship of my Konoha Hitaki clan, it's far worse. Gong Yi chuckled. When Jindun Kuu blocked Samui's dagger again, Kuu's tip extended by 3 points, slightly picking it up. Samui hurriedly pulled back, but soon, she realized something was wrong, and immediately covered her chest with her hands. Her clothes were torn from her abdomen to Rugo. If she hadn't retreated quickly just now, she might have been cut in two. Darui looked at Yugito, who was panting beside him, and knew that Gong Yi, the two-tailed man Jinchuriki column was trembling with strength, and lost a lot of physical strength. Now, I have to block Gong Yi with Samui. It's just that he is puzzled. Obviously Black Madara is bad and has already hit Gong Yi. Why didn't it have the slightest effect, but almost pushed Samui into a corner? Chapter 232. Darui is dead. Just that Darui immediately raised his attention when he saw Gong Yi approaching in a calm, yet very shocking manner. Can't let it go. He goes on like this, and his offensive must be stopped. The art of shadow clone. A shadow clone appears beside Darui in an instant. The two looked at each other, and they started hand seal sequence, exactly the same. Raiden Thunder style, Black Madara is bad. Double Black Madara is bad. Crack. 2 thunder leopards, running towards Gong Yi. The speed is so fast that it does not give people any reaction time. However, something unexpected happened. Gong Yi stopped in place, completely endured the double Black Madara, and walked out unscathed. I used the same ninjutsu twice for me, but it didn't work. Gong Yi sneered and continued walking towards Yugito, the second tail. Today's battle, if you can kill a tailed orc Jinchuriki column force, it will be a huge blow to Kumogakur. Darui's face changed slightly, and behind him, Yugito reminded loudly. His Kekkei Genkai, with metallic properties. The thunder and lightning generated by Raiden Thunder Style will be introduced into the earth by him, and it has no effect on him at all. No more Raiden Thunder Style ninjutsu. Darui suddenly woke up, and on Gong Yi, in addition to the white energy, there was indeed a faint golden chakra floating. If this is the case, he can explain himself why the 2 consecutive Black Madara differences have no effect on him. Since the good Raiden Thunder Style is not good, then let you try my Kekkei Genkei 29. Darui was ruthless, his hands clasped together, and the chakra of the thunder and water properties on his body instantly merged to form a unique chakra. Gale Style, Storm Style. As a talented young generation in Kumogakure village, Darui is very talented, and even has the potential to become a cage-level powerhouse. And his new master Kekkei Genkei is even more powerful. Let's make a name for my Kekkei Genkei with this battle. Encourage caustic soda. Several lasers shot out in the blink of an eye, and wherever they passed, even the air evaporated directly. This kind of piercing chakra can even break through the defense of the 4th generation Reikage. Has been verified when Darui and the 4th generation of Reikage sparred before. Kai, the laser penetrated through, and several holes appeared directly in Gong Yi's body. It worked. Darui is happy. Behind him came Yugito's loud reminder, be careful. Bang! Gong Yi, who had just been pierced through, suddenly turned into a cloud of mist. Shadow clone. Crap. Before Darui could react, a golden longsword penetrated his body from behind him. Gong Yi was back to back with him, and the golden longsword was thrust out from the back, and then slowly pulled out. Didn't the 4th generation of Reikage tell you about my speed? I was the same as him back then. Boom! Darui opened his eyes wide, and his body knelt down directly. Inside his body, Jin-Dun chakra frantically destroyed his internal organs. Almost instantly, he was physically dead. The remaining will only allowed him time to say 2 words. So fast. Gong Yi held a sword flower and looked extremely relaxed. With his current physical strength, the speed of performing the teleportation technique has even surpassed that of Namikaze Minato back then. Although Namikaze Minato is Hiraishin's 3 battles, but his yellow flash name is obtained by the unpredictable telekinesis. Shunjutsu is not complicated, this ninjutsu is very low level. Almost every ninja can touch it, and it can be said to be similar to the basic 3-body technique. But if you want to learn the advanced realm of instant body technique, it is not so simple. Namikaze Minato relies on super time and space sky body technique to reach ultimate. On the other hand, Gong Yi is completely complete. With his physical strength, he can traverse the air barrier to achieve the instant body effect. The distance is very short, but it can have an excellent effect when Darui is caught off guard. Ah, I'm going to kill you, dark blue demon. Two-tailed Yugito roared angrily. Behind her, the tailed beast coat directly added a second tail. Tail beast transformation, full body state. Gong Yi shook his head. I've heard this sentence too many times, it's boring. Moment, he looked around coldly. If you only have this trick, then you can die. Stretching his muscles and bones, a green light appeared on Gong Yi's body. The 8 inner gates, open. Lord Reikage, the front line is bad. A ninja anxiously broke into Reikage's office, ignoring Reikage's rage, and immediately explained the situation. Master Dodai from the front sent back an urgent report. The dark blue demon alone fought against my Kumogakure army, and the strength is strong, we can't resist. Reikage was shocked. How is this possible? He is only one person. Beside him, Mabuyi calmly said, Master Reikage, please calm down. Have you forgotten that the 3 generations of Lord Reikage once resisted tens of thousands of ninjas alone? I was stunned for a moment, then murmured, has Gong Yi's strength grown to such a level? He dared to enter the village of Kurigakure alone, which shows that his strength has already reached cage level. It's totally fair to fight my Kumogakure army alone now. The 4th generation of Reikage is puzzled, but on the battlefield, there are Darui, Samui, Dodai teacher, and the person Jinchuriki column force Yugito. They join forces, even I am afraid, can't they stop the dark blue devil? Azabuye was also puzzled and looked at the ninja who sent the information. Lord Yugito is already on, but after she turned into a beast, she still couldn't stop the dark blue demon, and even almost got killed a few times. What about Samui and Darui? When Dodai-sama returned the information, he also sent 2 people. The specific situation is unknown, but Lord Dodai suddenly sent back information. I am afraid the situation is not optimistic. After hearing these words, the 4th generation of Reikage couldn't sit still. Originally he was a belligerent. Gangyi also had a fight with him, and at that time, he was the underdog. Now that many years have passed, he has practiced ninjutsu to a very deep level, and his body has also undergone transformation over the years under the stimulation of Raiden Thunder-style's nature transformation. It can be said that he is not even afraid of tailed beasts now. Now that he heard Gangyi wreaking havoc on the battlefield, he couldn't hold back. Mabuyi, send me over with the technique of heaven. Mabuyi pondered for a while, then slowly said, you go alone, if there is something wrong. There is my Kumogakur army there, what can I do wrong? No, if you really want to go there, it's better to bring Lord Killer Bee. My God-sent technique can only be used once in a short period of time, I don't want to make any mistakes. Okay, you and I go to Yunlei Gorge. Reikage didn't hesitate, grabbed the petite Mabuyi, smashed the glass of the office directly, and quickly rushed towards Yunlei Gorge outside the village. There, it is the place where Killer Bee retreats. On the battlefield, there were battles before and after, but now it has undergone earth-shaking changes. Countless people watched the scene on the battlefield in shock. Yugito, covered in blue flames, was supposed to be frightening, even incapacitating. But now, it was caught by Gangyi with one hand. Smashed to the ground with no pity on Shangshiyu. Boom! Another loud noise of 320, Yugito's spirit shook, and his chakra couldn't gather. In her mind, the anxious voice of the 2-tailed cat came out again. Yugito, that's not going to work. Your tailed beast coat will be scattered by the enemy sooner or later, and then you will be in danger. But, you hold on, I will double the release of the tailed beast chakra later, break free of his control, and take the opportunity to escape. Gangyi frowned, and Kumogakur village handled the relationship between the people Jinchuriki, column force and the tailed beast very well. No matter what is 2 tails, or 8 tails, almost everyone can understand each other with Jinchuriki, column force and cooperate with each other. He once killed the 6-tailed man Jinchuriki, column Li Yugao, but the other party just transformed into a tailed beast coat under the emotion. Defense is pretty normal. Moreover, he used Morning Peacock to blast away Yugao's coat with countless air waves, and then killed Yugao in one fell swoop. But Yugito is now not only in the state of the tail beast coat, she is in the full body of the tail beast. The defensive ability is almost comparable to that of a tailed beast. It seems that this kind of attack alone is not enough. Can't get out of the distance and cast Morning Peacock, then it's better to kill you directly with the golden chakra. A golden long sword in the left hand turns out, and Gangyi slashes it coldly. But at this moment, Yugito, which he was holding with his right hand, suddenly sent out huge energy fluctuations. Gangyi's face changed slightly, and he instantly cast Water Formation Wall. Boom! With a loud roar, Yugito flew upside down. One of her legs was directly blown to pieces by the erupting tailed beast chakra. The strong man breaks his wrist, but it's such a great courage. Gangyi sneered, reaching out with one hand. Above his head, a big black and yellow hand, covering the sky and sun, grabbed towards Yugito. The gecko's tail is broken, and it depends on whether you can escape from my palm. Chapter 233. Of Xuanwang's big hand needs no further description. It has been proven long ago when it swept a large area. Yugito looked pale at this scene. Can't you escape after all? A strange hum sounded, and a beam of light appeared in the sky. Two figures fell from the sky. One of them was in the air, bursting with endless thunder light, like a thunder god coming into the world, punching the big hand of Xuanwang with a punch. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Xuanwang's big hand kept shaking. From the distance visible to the naked eye, he was directly knocked back several meters. Fourth Raikage. Gong Yi's face was a little dignified, and he looked at another man wearing sunglasses. Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force, Killer Bee. Combination, recreate the battlefield. The fourth generation of Raikage is carrying his right hand behind his back, and his muscles are trembling faintly on the thick metal wrist guard. What kind of ninjutsu is that, so powerful? The fourth generation of Raikage looked at Gong Yi warily, and asked without looking back, Yugito, are you alright? Yugito coughed up a mouthful of blood and said weakly, it's not life-threatening, but my leg is broken and I can't fight now. Also, Lord Raikage, watch out for the dark blue demon, he's very powerful. Not much to say about Gong Yi's intelligence. Word, strong, is enough to explain everything. The fourth generation Raikage nodded. Just when he was on guard against Gong Yi, Killer Bee shouted not far away. Big brother, Darui is dead. Raikage looked at the sound, and his face changed suddenly. Darui is actually dead. For a time, his heart is full of anger, and he keeps surging. Darui is the escort appointed by Raikage himself, the fourth generation of Raikage, who inherited the Black Raiden Thunder style of the third generation of Raikage, and even created a unique Kekkei Genkei, Gale style, Storm style. It can be said that as long as Darui is given more than 10 years, his future is limitless. There is even a chance to become the heir to the fifth generation of Raikage. He actually died here. Dark Blue Devil. A furious roar resounded throughout the battlefield. The fourth generation of Raikage is full of lightning, and his hands are interlaced in front of him, posing a fighting stance. I will kill you today. Gong Yi smiled slightly, the white light on his hand spun sharply, a Rasengan as big as a grinding disc, constantly condensing. I would like to see how much your strength has improved compared to that year. Exclamation mark quote. ... What was that light just now? Who are the two people who fell from the sky? In the Konoha army, there were constant voices of doubt. 4. The scenes on the battlefield today have changed from worry, shock, to excitement, and even gradually become numb. The power of Lord Gong Yi completely surpasses all Konoha elephants. On the battlefield, one person alone can fight against thousands of troops, and he is invincible. At the back, one person fought 3 people alone, attacking the famous genius and strong Darui. Called, the second right hand, by Raikage, the fourth generation. Not only that, he forced Samui, the strong swordsman, to retreat, and even nearly killed the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Such a record, constantly provoking, stimulates their nerves. Now there are 2 more strong men appearing, one of them even punched back the big-handed ninjutsu performed by Lord Gong Yi. Visible strength. Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi looked at each other. That's 4 generations of Raikage. The other one is his brother Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. According to the picture, it should be correct. Of the strong men in each village is almost all circulated in the ninja world in the form of portraits and photos. It's actually quite easy to recognize someone, especially for someone like Nara Shikaku who is at the top of the village. On the contrary, at the time, Gong Yi, pretending to be disfigured, showed up in a black robe all day long. That time, he was in a period when he was entering adulthood and his appearance changed greatly. The entire ninja world, there is almost no spread of his appearance. Many people have only heard the name Deep Blue Devil, but don't know what Gong Yi looks like. How could the 4th generation of Raikage and Killer Bee appear on the battlefield at the same time? According to the information, they should stay in the village of Kumogakure, the Land of Thunder. If this teleportation technique is suddenly used in a certain village to perform a beheading operation, wouldn't it be impossible? This will only put the strong in danger. This technique must have very harsh release conditions. Sending from heaven is almost unknown to the outside world. But Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi were smart people and quickly thought of the release conditions. They were actually right. To perform this technique, one must be physically fit to a certain level. History, in the Kingdom of Thunder, apart from the 3 generations of Reikage, no one could withstand this kind of technique. The 4th generation of Reikage is also able to withstand the technique of heaven after years of practice and physical strength, reaching the level of the 3rd generation. As for Killer Bee, it is because of the 8 tails that it can withstand this kind of art. Akamichi Choza worried. Do we need to help Lord Gongyi? He has been fighting for so long, I am afraid that there is not much chakra left, and now he has to face the cage-level powerhouse, and even the existence of Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned. Let's go up and join forces, we should be able to deal with one of them. The name of Inoshika Cho was also fought through wars. The 3 teamed up, even the cage-level strong, dared to fight. This is why Konoha let them go when there was no one to send leading the army of ninjas. It's almost a cage-level presence has been dispatched. Nara Shikaku shook his head when he heard the words of his 2 companions. In this battle, before Gongyi has spoken, we must not interfere. Ignoring the doubts of the 2 companions, Nara Shikaku's eyes twinkled. He had already vaguely guessed why Gongyi acted so flamboyantly. There have been people in the village suppressing Gongyi and limiting the growth of his power. Even this war, which is about Konoha's fate, has sent reinforcements to Gongyi. Originally, Gongyi also had enough achievements to compete for the position of the 4th generation of Hokage. But he was too young and Namikaze Minato was too loud, so he was suppressed. Now that Gongyi is an adult, if another war that shocks the world will show his great strength, then Konoha's 5th generation Hokage position will no longer be hindered. Perhaps there is another obstacle, that is Sarutobi Hiruzen, but this obstacle will only gradually approach nothing with the passage of time. Kilometers away, all of them watched the battles with excitement. For Gongyi's powerful strength, he was even more delighted to see it. So powerful, if you give this person a few more years, he will definitely reach the level of Senju Hashirama. No, he should have kept his hand just now. Could it be that he still has a better hole card? Just at the corner, while they were muttering to themselves, a black Yuhi-colored Uzumaki slowly emerged. Corner, all turned around, and Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, appeared beside him. It's you, Faye. The name of Uchiha Madara, Obito, after careful consideration, finally decided not to use it for the time being. Not yet the right time. Therefore, he changed to a name that he casually suggested when talking to the ghost shark, Faye. After that, among Akatsuki, only Nagato, Konan and Kisame Hoshigaki knew his name as Uchiha Madara. Maybe there's another, Orochimaru. But Orochimaru is obsessed with research and doesn't care at all. Obito won't have too much contact with him. Therefore, the strong men who joined the organization later only know that the masked man is called Obito, and the master is a powerful time-space ninjutsu. And, a Sharingan. The masked man nodded and turned his attention to the battlefield, focusing on Gongyi. In the matter of Kurigakure village, he must have intervened, otherwise Terumime could not have escaped my demonic illusion control. Chapter 234. Instantly defeated Reikage 3rd. Terumime's coup d'état is actually fraught with danger. But in the end, it was a bit of a drama. Obito overestimated his demonic illusion ability. After controlling Yagura and Six Tails one after another, he wanted to control a cage-level powerhouse like Terumime. When distracted, Six Tails and Yagura broke his demonic illusion control one after another, so when he yelled at Yagura to move, Yagura's body stiffened and he didn't shoot immediately. On Terumi Mei's side, when Gong Yi and Gong Ling captured her, they attacked her with a fine needle of divine consciousness, which was a complete divine attack. Not scattered. After letting Terumi Mei go, Gong Yi even kept the fine needle of divine consciousness in Terumi Mei's body. This is also the case, when Obito controls Terumi Mei, it is equivalent to having another person who helps Terumi Mei break free from demonic illusion. And that line of consciousness rushed out and killed Uchiha Obito, who was careless. At that time, Obito felt the breath of Gong Yi. Yagura died, Terumi Mei Master Kurigakure was in power, and if there was no other plan, Akatsuki basically lost the tool of Kurigakure village. Obito had no choice but to use time and space ninjutsu to arrive at the land of soup. He wants to assist Koke, all, and bring Hidan into Akatsuki. Feeling the battle here, he also came to take a look. "How's the battle going?" Obito asked in a deep voice. "Zhao," he didn't even explain 320. "He doesn't like this guy who wears a mask all the year round. You can see for yourself, you won't know." Obito snorted and looked intently. And the next battle made him stunned. Thunder level Chio dance. A familiar move reappears in front of you. Looking at the 4th generation Reikage who was covered in blue lightning, fast as a thunderbolt, Gong Yi laughed and took it with a palm. Senpo, Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. Jung. The tyrannical hand knife meets the Rasengan who gathers a large number of chakras and keeps spiraling. The powerful force forced the two strong men away. Gong Yi threw his hand away, and even though Rasengan unloaded Reikage's power, a part of it still passed. Not bad. The 4th generation of Reikage's right hand trembled slightly, and his heart became excited. "You are also stronger than I thought. Come again." Gong Yi shook his head, facing the praise of the 4th generation Reikage, but he was dismissive. "Maybe I'm stronger than you realize now, even stronger." The words fell, he did not hesitate any longer and showed his whole body. The 8 inner gates are open again. Doors are open. The gates are open. In the previous fight against Yugito, he only opened the 4th gate. But now, he wants to open all the doors. In this battle, his purpose is to stand up. It is to make the entire ninja world realize that it is big. It's the kind of powerful that can look down on the ninja world and be invincible. In this case, it is better to drag it down slowly. Righteousness, it is better to show the crushing power and bring despair to these people. The warm-up is over. Now, enjoy the fear. Gong Yi murmured, "There is another door on the body, and it opens in an instant." The shocking door of the 8 inner gates, open. This is the last door in front of the gate of death. Once opened, the body will begin to emit blue light produced by the evaporation of sweat. Color steam. Endless blue steam lingered outside Gong Yi, and inside was that strange white sage art chakra. By this time, everyone present saw this scene, and their pupils widened. The dark blue demon, how strong is it? Was it just a warm-up before? Like a demon, Gong Yi looked at the 4th generation Reikage who was in shock. One punch, just one punch. The right hand was slowly pulled back, and the powerful energy, like a bow full of strings, began to gather. Next blow will definitely be an earth-shattering blow. 4 generations of Reikage's complexion changed greatly. At this time, Gong Yi gave him the feeling that it was extremely dangerous. He didn't dare to hesitate, his body began to run fast, and the blue lightning on his body continued to gather. When he reached the peak, he pressed his thumb on the inside of his palm, and his 444 fingers came together, like the god of thunder, and stabbed towards Gong Yi. The hell thrusts are all in one hand. Gong Yi moved. The blue steam surged out, and at the moment he started, a fierce tiger roared out. Day tiger. Under the attention of all the people, the two suddenly collided with each other. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a blue figure flew out. No one knows who that will be, because whatever. Whether it's steam or lightning, it's all blue. But when Killer Bee flew out quickly, in the air, and picked up the man who flew out upside down, the answer was already obvious. 4 generations of Reikage, lost. Just one move, he lost. Gong Yi brushed his chest. There are 444 small white dots. Result of the powerful thrusting characteristics of the 4 books of hell thrusting. However, even his defenses were not broken. Your strength, compared to the 3rd generation of Reikage, is still a bit worse. He can master the 4 books, and cultivate to the point of mastering the books. You are still stuck in the 4 stages. Gong Yi sneered. Reikage, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, he was definitely the center of attention at this moment. After the shock door is opened, you can use the advanced physical technique Day Tiger. Of this move is that in the original book, when Might Guy uses it, it instantly kills Kisame Hoshigaki. Gong Yi doesn't care now. Its physique, chakra, and the status bonus of Sage Mode, which are dozens of times more than Might Guy. 4 generations of Reikage, it is impossible to take this trick. Brother, are you alright? Killer Bee looked at I anxiously. He had no idea that his brother would be defeated so quickly. He was just standing aside and swept away. After all, before departure, the elder brother also said that he would have a good fight with the Dark Blue Devil. However, the 2 sides briefly contacted, and the Dark Blue Demon broke out with a big move, directly defeating the 4th generation Reikage. The 4th generation Reikage's expression was decayed, and blood was constantly spitting out of his mouth. Unable to speak anymore. Killer Bee looked at Gong Yi, who was walking step by step, exuding a powerful momentum, and bit Kiba. Teacher Dodai, take Yugito and eldest brother back to cover with the whole army. Dodai looked at him solemnly. Are you going to stay and block the Dark Blue Demon? Killer Bee put away his usual cynical smile and made a decision. Someone has to do this or we'll lose even more, and I can't die. He's Reikage, he has to live. Dodai sighed, gave Gong Yi a hateful look, hugged Reikage with both hands, and moved closer to the army behind him. Gong Yi looked at the retreating army of Kumogakure village, and then looked at Killer Bee. You're going to stop me? Killer Bee did not speak. His body shook. 7 long or short knives were pinched by him with various parts of his body. And on him, tentacles stretched out one after another. At the back, the 8 tails waved and swept. Complete body tail beast transformation. This is the strongest person in the world, Jinchuriki column power. There is no one. A decisive battle of life and death, ready to go. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, Baidu search 99 Playmates, find 99 Novel Network and LT, otherwise collection will be banned IP. Chapter 235. Fighting Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. Gong Yi felt the remaining Sage Art chakra in the vulva seal, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, in fact, it is extremely cautious. The Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, its strength, can almost be said to be the strongest existence in the human Jinchuriki column force at this stage. This kind of strength is not strong in the general sense. The strength of Killer Bee itself is not weaker than ordinary cage level. And the 8-tailed is the best among the tailed beasts, only weaker than Kyubi, 9 tails. Killer Bee and Yao can understand each other again, and have a true spiritual connection. 1 + 1 of the two, the superposition of strength is far beyond 1 + 1. At how powerful the previous 4 generations of Reikage were, but at least the current 4 generations of Reikage have not reached their peak, and their best ninjutsu has been conquered by Gong Yi. Killer Bee is the biggest worry. With a screeching sound, the golden long sword appeared again. Gong Yi held a long sword and rushed towards Killer Bee without hesitation. Jinchuriki column force. I want you to the land of thunder today, and cut off your arm. Facing Gong Yi's attack, Killer Bee stopped laughing and didn't dare to be careless. The short knives wrapped around various parts of the body began to swing wildly. Abandoned heron chopping knife. Use the 7 knives flexibly with various body parts and physical techniques. Its unpredictable and fast blade style makes it impossible to see clearly. Is a physical art in itself, and then the speed and strength of the tail beast is accelerated, and ordinary enemies cannot compete at all. However, Gong Yi is not. Is a normal enemy. He also has Sage Mode bonus, his physical swordsmanship. Is in no way inferior to anyone in the world. Dang, 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 dang. As soon as the two fought, there was a piercing sound of gold and iron mingling. The long sword composed of the golden chakra and the yuhi, colored short sword wrapped in the tailed beast chakra attacked each other without showing weakness. Sparks were scattered, and the killing intent was full. Countless people outside who were paying attention to this scene were shocked when they saw the picturesque, yet extremely dangerous sword confrontation. A simple physical technique reached this level. Sir Shikaku, I heard that you fought under the seat of Lord White Fang, but I don't know how Mr. White Fang's swordsmanship compares to these two. There is a Konoha ninja, I can't help but ask. Even Nara Shikaku was excited when he saw the dazzling and gorgeous body attack. Master White Fang's swordsmanship is purer than the two. Perhaps in the realm of swordsmanship, it is a higher level. But Master Gong Yi's power, Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power-tailed beast state, are stronger than the ordinary human body of Master White Fang. If Lord White Fang fights against them, who will win and who will lose, I can't tell. Konoha White Fang, that is the legend of the ninja world that surpasses Sannin. At the end of World War II, it dazzled on the battlefields of various countries. At this moment, in Nara Shikaku's words, it is vaguely inferior to Gong Yi. Dang! Another sword strike. Gong Yi frowned, and slapped Rasengan behind him with a palm. Sigh. The short knife that Killer Bee attacked strangely was slapped away by him, fluttered, and returned to Killer Bee's hand. 7 knives are really unpredictable. But you have 7 knives, so I only have 1 sword. Gong Yi snorted coldly. The long sword did not dodge or evade, and driven by super high speed, he stabbed Killer Bee in the lower abdomen. Killer Bee struck out with 3 swords, trying to block the sword. He succeeded. Gong Yi's sword was stopped when it stabbed 3 centimeters from his lower abdomen. However, the next moment, Killer Bee's face changed greatly. On that long sword, a large group of golden light was transformed into 5 rays of light, which suddenly shot out. Dang, dang, dang. In a hurry, Killer Bee could only do his best to block 3 rays of light, but the remaining 2 sword lights hit him directly. Huh, the dull voice sounded, and Killer Bee came up. Gong Yi frowned slightly. He could feel that his strange move of turning 5 swords with 1 sword did not cause any damage to Killer Bee. The first 8 knives. Killer Bee jumped high without fear of death, using his head as a weapon, directly to Gong Yi. Under his tail beast coat, yuhi-colored bones appeared, one after another, completely covering it. Boom! The dull voice sounded again. Gong Yi stepped back, a golden light on his hand and a faint blood on it. Just now, he attached the golden chakra to his hand and took the attack from Killer Bee. The distance between the two was widened. Gong Yi looked at the enemy cautiously. Your strength is stronger than Raikage. Seeing that Gong Yi stopped, Killer Bee did not attack in order to buy time for the Kumogakur troops to retreat. He just laughed. It's my honor to be recognized by the Dark Blue Devil. HMPH, but your strength is just that. Gong Yi snorted coldly, threw the long sword in his hand, and started to quickly hand seal with both hands. The long sword was in the air and instantly transformed into 7 handles. 7-handed swords, head and tail and head, circling in a circle, flying wildly. Gong Yi pointed his finger far away, and the 7 swords flew out one by one. Jin Dun Kixing Lianju, facing this attack that was almost at its peak, Killer Bee's 8 tails suddenly moved. 8 yuhi-colored tails are wrapped in it, and the body is like a spinning top, spinning. Ding, ding, ding. A sharp thorn after another sounded. Killer Bee abruptly leaned against the body of the tailed beast, blocking the blow. However, even so, 7 holes appeared on his body, and blood kept flowing out. Gong Yi nodded with satisfaction. The penetrating power of the 7 star beads is indeed as good as he imagined. But the next moment, he shook his head again. The hole in Killer Bee's body is rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The complete body of the tail animal can quickly heal the injury of Jinchuiki column force. Not only that, after Killer Bee blocked, he grabbed his hand forward, and a tail slapped like a palm. Gong Yi was not afraid, and the same grab it forward. That covered the sky and the tail suddenly collided. Boom! The earth-shattering sound made this world tremble. It can't be delayed any longer. Gong Yi's heart moved, and the blue steam surged, an instant technique, and came to Killer Bee. Good come. Killer Bee grinned, with countless tailed beast bones on his body, and attacked Gong Yi directly with physical techniques. Gong Yi was not afraid at all, and on him, golden light bloomed one after another. Even use the golden chakra to form external spikes similar to the bones of a tailed beast. I am going to tear down your animal skin. Gong Yi roared wildly, grabbed a tailed beast bone with one hand, and did not dodge or evade the bones that. Grabbing this bone, Gong Yi's hand vigorously exerted force. Click. Broken. Ah. Killer Bee stings, and a long knife slashes. Ultrasonic vibration Raiden thunder style knife. The knife is filled with Raiden thunder style chakra, and it is extremely sharp. And visible to the naked eye, the knife vibrates at a high frequency, and its penetrating power is also more terrifying than imagined. Gong Yi doesn't hold on one side of the body, and the left foot kicked out. Kick it on Killer Bee's wrist and kick the knife away. Not only that, but a mark moved lightly in the consciousness seed in the left eye. Raiden thunder style Jinchuriki column. Boom! A thunder Jinchuriki column rises from the ground. One after another thunder and lightning, like chains, trapped Killer Bee. Killer Bee's tail vibrates, and he is about to break free from the bound dragon Jinchuriki column. He is not afraid of the paralysis attribute of Raiden thunder style. However, Gong Yi's attack, like a flood, continued incessantly. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. The earth trembled, hands stretched out one after another, grabbing Killer Bee's 8 tails respectively. Now, on the giant thunder Jinchuriki column, the tailed Killer Bee is bound in the air. And his 8 tails were grabbed by 8 big white hands and kept pulling outwards. Perfect opportunity. Gong Yi started to accelerate and ran towards Killer Bee frantically. In the air, he continuously blasted straight punches. High-speed attack, forming a cloud of Yuhi-colored shockwaves in the air. The 8 inner gates Morning Peacock. Not only that, when the Yuhi-colored shockwave rolled away like a torrent, Gong Yi took the form of a huge white tiger several hundred feet tall, roaring the heavens and the earth. The 8 inner gates. Killer Bee looked miserable, opened his mouth and spit out a black ball, in the ratio of 2:8, brings together yin and yang chakra. Tailed Beast Bomb. The next blow will be a landslide and the earth will crack, and the sky and the earth will change color. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 236. Sword World. Moment Tailed Beast Bomb appeared, the expressions of countless powerhouses watching the battle changed drastically. Especially the masked man, without saying a word, grabbed the horn, and used the time-space ninjutsu to escape thousands of meters away. Jian Zhao, with that puzzled look, the masked man simply explained. This technique is the ultimate trick of the tailed beast. Even if it is human Jinchuiki column power, it must be released in the complete body tailed beast transformation. Its power can destroy more than a dozen mountains, and there is no problem. Corner. They were all astonished and attacked like this. Even if he has 5 hearts, it will only be destroyed in an instant. Where the Konoha army is, Nara Shikaku's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. Ino Shikacho troops, join forces to release the enchantment. Om, om, om. The army of more than 5,000 ninjas was divided into 3 places, and 3 beams of light rose from the ground. A huge barrier protects them inside. Too many people, you can't run away, you can only fight hard. Gong Yi, who is in front of him, can block him. A figure pierced the air and suddenly came to the front of the Konoha army. Jiraiya turns on Sage Mode and guards, 3220, with a solemn expression. In front. No matter what. Gong Yi wins or loses, he must protect the Konoha ninja army. As for the other intelligence ninjas who observed this scene, even if they didn't know what Tailed Beast Bomb was, they sensed the danger inside and avoided it. It's all too long to say, but in fact, it started when Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force accumulated Tailed Beast Bomb. Gong Yi is in the blue steam and doesn't care about it all. Like a butterfly flying into a fire, it rushed over. Morning Peacock arrives first. Tailed Beast Bomb's black ball directly hit the countless Yuhi-colored air shock waves. Boom! It's like an army crushing, unstoppable. Morning Peacock, Break 5, Roar. Roar of the Day Tiger. Fierce and domineering, take Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom! The huge sound resounded through the world. The escaping energy swept across all directions. Crack! The earth is cracking. Boom! The volcano erupts again. There are 7 or 8 small hills, which are directly polished by energy and turned into nothingness. Should be dead. Killer Bee weakly muttered to himself. With the strength he has practiced for several years, he can only barely release Tailed Beast Bomb once. But even so, he believed that no one could survive the attack of Tailed Beast Bomb. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. That had shrunk countless times, walked in the air, and rushed over in the blink of an eye. Roar! The white tiger energy body passed through. Gong Yi stood in front of the Jinchuriki column, with a golden longsword under his feet, supporting him. Killer Bee's eyes widened, his expression stiff, and he was dead. Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force. Die! Everyone was stunned. Gong Yi actually resisted Tailed Beast Bomb and even killed Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force. Jiraiya swallowed, that's Tailed Beast Bomb. Akamichi Choza burst out laughing, and his excitement was beyond compare. Yamanaka Inoichi was also happy, but more calm. Lord Gong Yi, who was at the Tailed Beast Bomb of Kyubi, 9 Tails 3 years ago. Now it's just a Tailed Beast Bomb unleashed by a single Jinchuriki Column Force, and of course he can take it. Jiraiya looked surprised. 9 also used Tailed Beast Bomb on the village. Nara Shikaku glanced at him and said lukewarmly, Master Jiraiya wanders around the world leisurely, of course he doesn't know what happened to our village. At that time, Kyubi 9 Tails only used Tailed Beast Bomb once. Not even 3 generations of Hokage can stop Kyubi 9 Tails. Then you are. It's all up to Lord Gong Yi and Lord Hokage for the 4th generation. 2 of them, Gong Yi fought Kyubi 9 Tails hard and took the next round of Tailed Beast Bomb. Lord Minato even transferred a Tailed Beast Bomb to seal Kyubi 9 Tails again. But that's exactly what our young Hokage, the 4th generation, paid for with his life. Speaking of which, Nara Shikaku felt a little down. Jiraiya looked embarrassed, but saddened. His own disciple die like this. Gong Yi took a breath and looked at the tail that was still pulling Inorganic Reincarnation's big hand, his face grim. Killer Bee's stomach with a palm, Sage Art Chakra spewed out. What is he going to do? The masked man in the distance changed greatly. Did he take the opportunity to release Yatai after the death of Jinchuriki column? Jiraiya paid attention to this side, and when she saw this scene, she even shouted, Gong Yi, you can't. However, all of this, Gong Yi is ignorant of all this, and still goes his own way. Iron Armor Seal. Breaking 5, not a solution, but Breaking 5. He actually used a powerful seal technique to cooperate with Sage Art Chakra, which is 1 level higher than ordinary chakra, which directly destroyed the seal. After unlocking, Gong Yi pulled away and stepped back. Just as he backed away for less than 3 seconds, the sky and the earth were howling, and the rain was pouring down. Endless energy began to gather. Yin chakra and Yang chakra come from the fusion of heaven and earth. Forms a monster with 8 octopus tentacles and the body of a giant brown bull. Yahweh, bull demon, human. 8 tails. To meet, without any hesitation, a shocking battle begins again. What Gong Yi asks, 8 tails chakra. What 8 tails think, revenge for Killer Bee. When the 8 tails appear, Kumogakure, who has retreated to the extreme distance the army couldn't help but stop and looked back. Yugito has recovered his thighs with the help of 2 two-tailed chakras. A pair of beautiful eyes, looking at the battlefield. Eyes of the seriously injured 4th-generation Reikage, his expression was tragic. Killer Bee is dead. Yao Wei has been released. The 4th generation of Reikage looked sluggish. He never imagined that his partner, his brother, would die like this. If you don't win, go head-to-head with Gong Yi, but cooperate with Killer Bee. So then will you die? Endless self-blame flooded into my heart. Tears flowed from his fierce eyes. Dodai bit Kiba, the army, keep retreating. Go back to the country, and tighten all the way. Yugito didn't leave, just stood there blankly. Dodai leaned over, Yugito, you are now. I'm fine. Yugito shook his head in a depressed mood, just looking over there. Yao is released, Killer Bee must be dead, the dark blue demon is too fast, if he wants to leave, Yao must not be able to keep him. Just like this, our village of Kumogakure will lose a tailed beast. Dodai patted her shoulder and comforted, we still have you, and Lord Reikage is still there. Village must be safe and sound. Yes, Dark Blue Devil. His power is beyond our imagination. This kind of existence will either oppress the ninja world like Senju Hashirama, or it will be jointly attacked and will not exist in the world. Don't worry about these things. Dodai saw clearly. He knew that no village would dare to let Gong Yi's existence continue to live. Yugito lowered her head, but in her heart, she thought of another possibility. What if the former? ... Boom, boom, boom. One after another octopus tentacles slapped on the ground, and the 8-tailed ox ghost showed the power of the tailed beast. This is not a tailed beast controlled by demonic illusion, but a 8-tailed beast that unleashes its wildness and possesses full power. Gong Yi deftly evades the tentacle attack, and at his speed, the 8 tails cannot attack him at all. Gong Yi looked a little crazy. I dared to fight Kyubi, 9 tails, hard back then. You are a mere 8-tailed, what can I do? When getting close to the 8 tails, Gong Yi's hands started to hand seal frantically. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Not only that, Gong Yi is still in hand seal. Another tentacle shot, and next to Gong Yi, a shadow clone directly cast Big Ball Rasengan and rushed up. PFF'd. Shadow clone shattered, but the attack of the tentacles was also slowed down. 8 tails are angry, more tentacles, overwhelming 1. 6 covered and photographed. And next to Gong Yi, shadow clone, one after another, performed different ninjutsu, and rushed forward without fear of death. Big Ball Rasengan, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, Earth Shore Return, Sky Shattering Palm, Spiral Waterspout, but all of this can only resist the 8 tails attack for a short time. However, the time all this has bought has been enough. Gong Yi's face, ruthless, with a golden long sword under his feet, he was lifted into the air. Standing high, overlooking the 8 tails. Although I can't suppress the tailed beast like Senju Hashirama. But I can kill the tailed beast. After the hand seal was completed, Gong Yi pointed together like a sword, shaking it and pointing to the next. Senpo, Sage Art Jin done. Sword World, open. A long sword, the tip of the sword downwards, suddenly plunged from above the sky. And behind the long sword, there is infinite golden light, coming in a mighty manner. It was one long sword after another. With an incomparable sharpness, it is like a 9-day waterfall, falling from the sky. In a golden ocean, countless long swords came crashing down. Chapter 237. This is the world of swords. Kingning resounds endlessly, sharp and sharp, cutting everything. When the sword world opened and descended into the world, the entire battlefield was almost hell. All the people outside the sword world felt chills all over their bodies and trembling in their hearts. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya paled in horror. On his shoulders, the two great toad fairies also croaked. Distance, Uchiha Obito was even tighter. This kind of ninjutsu, the deterrent to people, is too strong. Coke. All swallowed. Decades ago, I fought Hashirama, and in that fight, I wasn't the only one. And other ninjas, besieging Senju Hashirama together. Obito looked over and listened to the text. During that battle, Senju Hashirama used a Mokudan, wood-style, ninjutsu technique called Deep Forest Emergence. As soon as this technique came out, the mountains and plains were all giant trees that were spawned by his huge chakra. Every giant tree has a powerful strength that can be deployed by Senju Hashirama to turn it into the most powerful attack method. Dark Blue Devil's art, vaguely, has the same effect as Senju Hashirama's 29th birthday. These bystanders all felt cold all over their bodies. Who are in the sword world, feel even more deeply than them. As far as the eye can see, the sword. It is still the sword. The entire battlefield is shrouded in the world of swords. A slight movement of the body condensed by chakra will be cut and shattered by the sharp sword that is constantly circling and flying. And that feeling, it seems that the disconnected body cannot be reconnected. It knows that it can no longer be trapped in the sword world. Moo. With a roar like an ox, the eight-tailed ox ghost drummed up the huge-tailed beast chakra, sweeping all around. Clap Lala. The sword world swayed, and countless flying swords were swept away. Empty has its own appearance. When the eight tails wanted to rush out, the long swords that were swept away, turned around again, and with a sharper momentum, cut its body. Gong Yi looked at all this with cold eyes. He couldn't believe that eight tails could rush out. This ninjutsu was indeed inspired by Deep Forest Emergence. But inside, it also incorporates his previous understanding of Jin Dunjan, who had resisted Kyubi, nine tails, and even added the essence of sealing. In the whole sword world, every long sword is transformed by his chakra, occupying all directions, forming a huge seal formation. Don't ask for a seal, just ask for a seal. Impossible to escape. The eight-tailed cow ghost panicked, staring at Gong Yi with huge pupils, and opened his mouth to spit. A black-tailed beast bomb that flew out directly. Tailed beast bomb with its own hands, which is faster and more powerful than the force of Jinchuriki column. However, in the face of all this, Gong Yi just shows his hands and suddenly closes them. Sword World, 99 long swords converged and attacked the tailed beast bomb that spewed out. Not only that, but there are other long swords that support the power of tailed beast bomb. Boom! The tailed beast bomb, halfway through the shot, disappeared into the air. Tailed beast, it sounds powerful. But attacking carrot, but there is no decent means of attack, just like Kong doesn't know it. He doesn't despise this way of using energy. When he was the weakest, Gong Yi would understand the truth of using every chakra to the limit. Like the tailed beast, a massive chakra, but tossing and turning, is tailed beast bomb. If you can do it all at once, that's fine. But what I'm afraid of is, such as the existence of Gong Yi, the first generation, their power is not necessarily lower than that of the tail beast, but will have more means. Stop playing with you. Gong Yi took a deep breath, and the spell seal opened again. The sword world trembled, and countless flying swords, as if they had been guided, began to fly in an orderly manner. Speed is getting faster and faster, the sharp meaning, tearing the world. When reaching the limit, Gong Yi drank. Sword World Storm. Kai, Kai, Kai. Every sword is heading towards the eight-tailed bull ghost, forming a huge storm in the sword world, tearing and strangling. The eight-tailed bull demon desperately resisted, but its body was too large to stop it at all. Just for a while, its body was riddled with holes. It opened its mouth to vomit, but even the tailed beast bomb couldn't condense. In the end, the capital is rich. It's still not dead. Gong Yi sighed, his eyes widened, his hands clasped in the void. Two big black and yellow hands appeared. Countless swords in the sword world roared in unison, and thousands of golden lights rushed towards his hands frantically. The blink of an eye, a huge sword with a length of hundreds of meters was held in his big Xuanwang hands. Cut! The giant sword was swung down suddenly, as if the world had opened up. Boom! A terrifying voice sounded, and the eight-tailed ox ghost's body, which was riddled with holes, was directly chopped into two pieces. In addition, the slashing power of the giant sword spreads thousands of meters ahead. A long ravine that can't be seen all the way. Then a dozen mountains in the distance, unexpectedly, were all split open. The sword energy was 30,000 miles across, and the sword light was cold in the 19 states. Xuanwang's big hand dissipated, and the golden giant sword dissipated. Gong Yi's body moved, and he came to the half-body of the eight-tailed bull ghost, and the golden light flashed away. One of the bull's horns fell off directly into his hand. A huge pupil stared at Gong Yi, his eyes angry and indifferent. Human, I am immortal. After a few years, I will be reborn and reproduce this world. Gong Yi held its broken horn in his hand and sneered at 320. So what, I can kill you today. In the future, I can kill you 100 times 1,000 times. Moo! The shrill cry resounded through the world. The eight-tailed bull ghost, an entity composed of chakra, slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. At this point, the human Jinchuriki column is dead. Eight tails are dead. Gong Yi stepped on the golden long sword, floating in the sky, and the white sage art chakra slowly disappeared. His eyes swept across this messy, hell-like battlefield, and cast into the distance. Volcanoes are constantly erupting there, and the magma is wreaking havoc on the earth. The sky is full of Yuhi mons, and Yuhi clouds are filled. On the ground, thousands of Konoha ninjas looked at him in awe and adoration. Jiraiya's eyes flickered at him, then turned away. Gong Yi looked again, and a few kilometers away, a man wearing a yellow striped mask looked at him and turned his head away. Black Yuhi-colored Uzumaki appeared, and the masked man and horn, both, left directly. At the end of his gaze, the shadow of the Kumogakure army was looming, like a prodigal dog, fleeing in embarrassment. This battle, he will settle it alone. The army of 8,000 ninjas will be killed and wounded everywhere. After that, he will kill Darui, capture the Jinchuriki column force, and defeat the fourth generation of Reikage in an instant. Fighting, breaking the tailed beast bomb, killing Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, using the powerful golden escape sword, cutting the tail beasts and ghosts. The first person in the ninja world. Well deserved. Philo reminds you, the 3 things to read and collect. Tweet the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 238. Pain and Akatsuki, 2nd. The war was over, and the storm subsided. Raindrops flowed down the sky, contacting the erupting volcanic magma, sending out billowing smoke. The huge gully created by Gong Yi before, slowly gathered rainwater, and some groundwater was penetrated. Half an hour later, a river was rolling in the country of Yuno. Seeing that the torrential rain will continue, Gong Yi will no longer stay in this messy place. A move, Gong Yi appeared before the Ino Shika Cho troops. Just as he approached, cheers like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis rose from the sky. Master Gong Yi, invincible. Long live Lord Gong Yi. Invincible, invincible, invincible. ... Gong Yi heaved a sigh of relief. After this battle, he was the #1 man in the ninja world. Defeat Kurigakure and Kumogakure, 2 ninja villages one after another. And his personal record is even more contemptuous. Except Onoki from Iwagakure village, the 4th generation Kazekage, the 3rd generation Mizukage, the 4th generation Mizukage, the 4th generation Reikage, and even the future 5th generation Mizukage are all his defeats. Its strength has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. Even the tailed beast was beheaded by him. If I want to come back to the village this time, the old guy from the 3rd generation Hokage will no longer dare to do any small actions to himself. But these are all things to consider later. With a wave of his hand, the cheers of the mountains and plains suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes converged. This war. We, Konoha, won. Gong Yi said loudly. His handsome face exuded an invisible personality charm, which made every Konoha ninja present fall in love. Countless respectful eyes fell on him. Of cheering victory sounded again. Gong Yi smiled and looked at the trio of Ino Shikacho 3. Although this battle is won, it is not suitable for pursuing the victory. Nara Shikaku wiped the rain off his face and nodded. The torrential rain has come so hard, I don't know if the heaven and the earth are weeping for the 8 tails, or it is the season of flooding in summer. But no matter. Why, this weather is not suitable for chasing the Kumogakure troops. Nara Shikaku is very relieved. Gong Yi is not just strong enough, sensible or calm enough to distinguish the situation. This kind of character is really a Konoha Hokage, that would be Konoha's luck. But even if we don't pursue, we can't just retreat like this. Gong Yi said with a smile. The rain was beside him, and automatically split open, as if there was an energy shroud. The army of more than 5,000 ninjas still remains on the border, putting pressure on the Land of Thunder. This war has cost the lives of thousands of ninjas in my Konoha village. It almost trapped me, Konoha, in a land of no doom, the Land of Thunder. How could I have to pay a price? Gong Yi's tone turned cold. Otherwise, I don't mind going to the Land of Thunder in person. Who heard these words trembled in their hearts. If Gong Yi comes to a certain place, destroying the village and destroying the country, it is conceivable. First let everyone go to the camp to shelter from the rain and repair it. After Gong Yi finished speaking, he nodded to the army and floated away. After him, Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Ding, Naka Inoichi, hurried to gather the army. Rain is getting heavier and heavier. The situation is getting more and more complicated. The orange-haired Pain stood in the rain curtain, looking up at the sky that looked like a weeping country of rain. Behind him, there are powerful beings standing in 2 rows. By Conan on the right, followed by Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand. On the left is Kisame Hoshigaki, Kaku, Su, and a young evil youth with a huge scythe on his back. His name is Hidan, and he was born in the land of soup. As for the masked man, and Orochimaru, they are not here. Conan stood under the tower and looked up at Pain. Then our plan. Pain said lightly, the plan to collect tailed beasts, develop a new forbidden technique, and manufacture tailed beast weapons has to be delayed. Hidan said carelessly, why do you delay my joining Akatsuki? Not for dormancy, I need fresh blood, I need Matsuri to worship the evil god. Pain looked at him like a bandaged Rinnegan, looking directly at Hidan. Hidan took a step back subconsciously, and the corner, all stood in front of him. He said neither humble nor arrogant, Pain, this is different from what we said earlier. Pain chuckled lightly and looked at the others. Sasori, Oni, Deidara, how about you? Sasori has now been replaced by a human puppet, but his appearance is not too different from the previous Fei Liuhu, and even his name was named Fei Liuhu by his nostalgia. He buzzed and said, I don't care, just provide me with enough materials and let me continue to study the puppet forbidden technique. When he said this, he was a little surprised. Is the strength of the dark blue devil really that powerful? Pain did not speak. Zhao, all stood up and explained. This matter can't be fake. The Kekkei Genkei masters, and the sage mode mentioned by Pain, are far beyond our expectations. This man has grown up so fast. Sasori of the Red Sand was in a trance. He vaguely remembered that the dark blue demon was not so powerful back then. At that time, the dark blue demons were also very strong, but they only had attainments in taijutsu. Even if he defeats himself, he relies on his fighting talent to intimidate the 3 generations of Cage's puppets with 3 jewels suction crushing. And now, it sounds like the dark blue demon has the power to crush everything. Maybe he didn't know, if it wasn't for his secret art support, Gong Yi might not be able to get to where he is today. The fair trade that year, Sasori of the Red Sand gained life, and Gongyi gained the opportunity to control the lives of others. Kisame Hoshigaki said calmly, "There is no rush to collect tailed beasts, and my current strength is in getting you. The Kurigakure village Sweden water-style ninja surgery provided by Afe can also be improved. Now I want to find a place to practice so that I can face that man in the future." Pain nodded and looked at the young man playing with the dirt. "Deidara, what are your thoughts?" Deidara laughed, "As long as you give me the promise of Iwagakure village Doden, earth-style ninjutsu, I will listen to your arrangement." "Well, don't worry, I'll do this for you as soon as possible." Pain looked at the rain curtain outside, and said leisurely, "Postponing the plan is a last resort. Now that the 8 tails are dead, with the size of the 8 tails of the chakra, it will take at least 10 years to revive." And the 3 tails disappeared. It is very likely that he was controlled by the dark blue demon. I need to improve my Rinnegan ability, and I will deal with him in the future. With the legendary Rinnegan, face the now powerful and invincible dark blue demon. Present was a little curious, who would win and who would lose Hidan, but Pain had already covered his mouth with words. Hidan, Horn, both. Now that the village of Kurigakure is out of our control, the organization also needs sufficient financial resources, and it is up to you to do this. How? Although it was a good questioning sentence, there was not much room for negotiation in the tone. But Zhao, Hidan did not refuse, and the two happily accepted the task. Zhao, both of them like money, and they like to do bounty tasks. Now with Akatsuki's intelligence support, he will only be more comfortable doing it. As for Hidan, he just mastered the evil mystical arts and just wanted to find someone to fight. Earning an economic source, what else is there than executing a bounty task with a high bounty, which comes faster? These things are set like this. Several missing nin also left one after another, and only Conan remained with Pain. Nagato, you. Call me Pain. Pain, you are really sure to defeat the dark blue demon. Pain stroked his eyes. Rinnegan's power is beyond your imagination. A dark blue devil, he is not my opponent. ... Like Akatsuki in the shadows, after Gongyi defeated the Kumogakure troops in front of him and achieved an amazing victory. The entire ninja world, large and small forces, are all uneasy. To read the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 239. Dominate the laws. 3rd. Personal strength is too strong, which will cause others to fear you. However, it will not directly prompt others to join forces to attack Gongyi, as Kumogakure Dodai said. Reason is very simple: without enough interests and crises, it is impossible for others to join forces. The ninja world has been fighting endlessly, especially the formation of several major countries based on the power of the village. After countless wars, the accumulated hatred has been extremely high. It's not that simple to get a few villages to let go of their grievances and join forces to deal with Gongyi. Comparatively speaking, this anxiety about Gongyi was transformed into other actions. The village of Iwagakure began to remain silent, and after the Third Ninja War, the strength of the village of Iwagakure was greatly weakened. Onoki didn't want to use force anymore, just wanted to recuperate. And in the 3 battles, Sunagakure village, which was defeated twice in a row, unexpectedly took the initiative to submit a request for friendship to Konoha. Faced with this request, all countries in the ninja world were surprised. But after being astonished, I felt it was a matter of course. Sunagakure village is low in strength, and it is adjacent to Iwagakure village and Konoha village. And the support of the daimyo of the Land of Winds to Sunagakure village is getting smaller and smaller. A result, Sunagakure village can only take the elite ninja training route, and cannot expand the number of ninjas as much as before. 3. If a channel of peaceful communication can be established with Konoha, this is a good political move. But this is just a request. Whether Konoha will agree or not depends on the follow-up development. For now, Konoha's top priority is how to deal with the Kumogakure village, which was defeated and shrunk in the country. Continue the use of soldiers and give up. The current Konoha is far from being able to devour a country. The Third World War and the Kyubi Nine Tails upheaval greatly damaged Konoha's vitality, and the number of ninjas in the village was reduced by almost half. Even if the Kumogakure village was really destroyed and the country of thunder was destroyed, it would only be a wedding dress for others. Konoha can't take over that huge territory. In fact, this is also the reason why Gongyi did not continue to attack after defeating the Kumogakure army. Not time yet. The continuous rainstorm and the gloomy sky gave many people more time to rest. The country of thunder is happy. This kind of weather, the Konoha army will not attack at all. As for the Konoha ninja army, they have been fighting abroad for more than a year, and they are also powerless. The feeling of returning home inevitably spread throughout the camp. Gongyi stood in front of the tent, and he was the only one. His eyes were clear, but his heart was full of turmoil. The Yuhiro mission in the system, after he defeated Kumogakure village, was finally completed. In fact, Gongyi doesn't depend much on the system anymore. At the back, he mostly relied on himself and climbed to the top step by step. After all, the system is only an assistant. How far you can go depends on your own efforts. Take a brief look at the tasks. Mission: survive the 3 wars. Mission description: survive the Third Ninja World War. Overall progress: 10 inches. Branch missions: complete the defeat of the Sunagakure arsenal behind the enemy, complete the rescue of Nara Shikaku, complete the leader of the Konoha Medical Corps, complete the Konoha ninja reputation status and complete the end of the war against sand with your own hands. Completed: participated in the Battle of Kamuna-kun Bridge, ended the war against Iwagakure completed, destroyed the Kurigakure village Sanway plan completed, reduced the loss of Kyubi Nine Tails Konoha, entered the Kurigakure village, pushed back the Kurigakure army completed, defeated Kumogakure by 1-person army is complete. Review: perfect. Reward: tens of millions of points of the Master of Learning, top-level skills of Master of Learning, to rule all the laws. There is no complicated task introduction, it is as simple as that. A perfect rating, as expected by Gongyi. The Third Ninja War, except Iwagakure vs. Kurigakure Village Battle, Iwagakure vs. Kumogakure Village Battle, he basically participated in the whole process. And in those 2 wars, he also played a driving role. The other, the war against Sunagakure village, he used Sasori of the Red Sand to assassinate 3 generations of Kazekage as a handle, forcing Chiyo to surrender. The follow-up war against Iwagakure village, he participated in the Battle of Shinwu Kunchao, which can also be regarded as the end of this war. As for the level of participation in defeating Kurigakure and Kumogakure by 1 person, needless to say. It can be said that in the Third Ninja War, he played a vital role in every war. Get a perfect rating, of course. Comparatively speaking, Gongyi prefers to study his growth over the past 10 years. From the initial careful survival, to leading the medical team in the back, to making a name for various countries, ending the war, and finally leading the outcome of the war with the power of 1 person. This feeling gives a great sense of satisfaction. As for the rewards given by the system, tens of millions of points, Gongyi smiled casually. If it was before, he might be very happy with this thing. After all, it can upgrade the rank of a scholar, or improve the skills of a scholar. But now, his strength has reached his level, and he is no longer attractive. Keep it for now, it can be used at any time when the time is right. Gongyi thought about it for a while, and turned his attention to that. The rule of law that is called the top-level scholar's skill. What kind of skill is worthy of the title of top-level? You must know that even the existence of divine art is only a skill that can grow. And the divine art has already given Gongyi a great help. Cultivating the perfect sage art relies on the divine consciousness born after the cultivation of divine art. And the effect of the divine art is more than that. Strong spiritual power, giving Gongyi a lot of benefits in his daily practice. Unforgettable, insight into the radius, divine attack, etc. Here, there is one thing that is extremely important. That is the power of the mind and the enhanced chakra control ability. Gong Yi didn't notice it before, but when he studied the Kekkei Genkai Jin done at a higher level, he gradually realized it. The general Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu often requires a hand seal to perform. Even Sharingan and Byakugan need hand seal to open their two eyes. Other pupil techniques are also matched with corresponding techniques. But Gong Yi's Jindan hardly needs a hand seal. From the earliest Jindan Kunai, to the Jindan long sword, and then to the John River behind, Jindan was buried on the ground. Often the golden chakra is released outside, and Gong Yi just can change the chakra form and attack method at will. Extremely flexible, the enemy often fails to react. Gong Yi didn't care about it before, but only later found out that it was because his mental power was too strong, which caused his chakra control ability to reach a peak level. And this is just an additional effect of the divine refinement technique, and the divine refinement technique has not reached the 6th floor or above. In other words, this is still in the stage of intermediate academic mastery skills. Governing all methods is above the magic of refining. Gong Yi is very curious, what is the stronger local skill introduction? Governing all methods. Deriving all techniques, governing all methods. Fei Lu reminds you. Read 3 Things collection of things. Push to see the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels in LT. Chapter 240. Unpredictable Gong Yi's thoughts. The extremely simple skill introduction is just 8 words, and the last 4 words are the same as the skill name. Gong Yi frowned. Literally, this skill can derive ninjutsu and control various laws. Shaking his head, Gong Yi doesn't to struggle with this issue again. Even after practicing divine art for so many years, he has gradually figured out the magic effect of controlling all dharmas. Seems simple in thought, but in fact, it should be very complicated. Explore slowly in the future. Perhaps in comparison, Gong Yi feels that what he has gained from this battle is not just the rewards of the system. One person defeats the Kumogakur army, kills the strong enemy, and brings the prestige to oneself as the biggest gain. And another gain. Gong Yi looked at the thing in his hand, which was the horn of the 8-tailed bull ghost that he cut off. This is the transformation of the tailed beast chakra, which is extremely condensed. Because it is at the level of the 8 tails, unlike the 6 tails, it will quickly dissipate. Even if the 8 tails die after being cut off, this horn is still preserved in the world, and there is no need to seal the scroll. With this thing, plus the 6-tailed chakra, and the 3-tailed body of Gongling, closer to his collection of chakras from the 9-tailed beasts, and become a Jinchuriki column force of a small 10 tails man. In fact, with Gong Yi's strength, he can now forcefully collect them. But Gong Yi doesn't hurry. After he defeated the army of Kumogakur, he somehow felt a vague sense of loneliness. It seems that this piece of heaven and earth, if there is no resistance, life will lose its meaning. Once the meaning of life is to live, to control one's own destiny. Now that he has the strength to do all this, the goal is achieved. But that's exactly what happened. He felt lonely, similar to the loneliness of the sword demon Dugu seeking defeat in the Legend of Condor Heroes. Now, Gong Yi has a new goal. He needs to challenge, and needs more strong people to challenge him. Only in this way can he have the motivation to move on. And to do so, it should be impossible at the moment. But as time goes by, he believes that in the original book, there are so many masters in the 4th Ninja World War, which should make him feel a little happy. In Konoha 52, the Country of Thunder sent an envoy to the village of Konoha to carry out an armistice agreement. Signing of Konoha ninjas hoarding on the borders of the Land of Fire can finally go home. Before leaving, all the ninjas glanced at the Land of Soup, Yuhi Cloud Mountain Range. The volcano has long since been extinguished, and the magma has solidified into large pieces of stone. Those floating volcanic ash, washed down by the torrential rain, landed on the earth and became the fertile Kuratsuchi land. What the ninjas are looking for is a big river that rushes into the sea. That is the big river that Konoha's strong blue demon, a sword cut out. That sword not only cut out a huge ravine, but even turbulent the nearby earth plate. During the month-long torrential rain, the Yonokuni River collapsed and burst its banks, and merged into the gully along the fragmented earth plate. To scour, thus turning the gully into a river. This river is located in the country of Soup. The upper stream originates from the country of rivers, crosses the territory of the country of fire and the country of thunder, and finally flows into the sea. This was done by human beings. And this river, also by the Konoha ninja, named it Deep. The unpretentious name, named after Gong Yi, in honor of everything he did. Perhaps in the next few decades, Blue River will also become a popular place in the ninja world like the Valley of the End. The Konoha Gate, the familiar scene, is still the deafening mountain tsunami. Gong Yi received the cheers from the crowd and calmly came under the Hokage office building. Sky cleared up, and the sun, which had not been seen for a long time, appeared above his head. Gong Yi looked at the building, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and paced inside. Never has he entered this place with such a relaxed state of mind. But relaxing, maybe he is the only one. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, who were waiting for him, all looked solemn. Why, won't you be happy? Gong Yi looked at everyone playfully, the smile on his face was extremely bright. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly. Happy, how can I be unhappy? Kaharu Udatane said unceremoniously, Gong Yi, you don't have to take such a risk at all. We are already negotiating with the Land of Thunder, and even if the confrontation continues, they will agree to withdraw. A humiliating quest for peace. Gong Yi didn't. With a smirk, politics has always been a lack of strength, that's why I play with it. I'm Konoha, why should I compromise? Kaharu Udatane burst into anger, but you do it. Killed so many Kumogakure ninjas, and even Darui, Killer Bee, the 4 generations of Raikage's attention. This made Konoha and Kumogakure village a deep hatred. What about revenge? Gong Yi asked back, his smile closed, and his face became cold. If I want to, I can force my way into Kumogakure village and kill the 4 generations of Raikage. I can do it. Kaharu Udatane raised Yuhi's face and pointed at Gong Yi, trembling beyond words. Put your fingers away. I don't like people pointing at me like that. Gong Yi said coldly. The air in the entire office was almost frozen. Kaharu Udatane's face turned pale, and he tried to hold on, but was pushed down by Homura Mitokado. Homura Mitokado said calmly, winning is good thing. The messenger of the Land of Thunder will soon come to Konoha to sign the armistice. This battle is up to you, and the negotiation should be up to you, so please give your opinion. Gong Yi nodded and looked at the 3 of them seriously. To their surprise, Gong Yi shook his head in disgust. Forget it, leave these troublesome things to you. After speaking, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. In the office, the 3 of them looked at each other, completely confused. Gong Yi's actions are really inconsistent, and people can't guess what he's thinking. Originally, they thought a lot about what Gong Yi would do when he came back. For example, Gong Yi won the war, and when he came back, he would show off his might and show off himself in front of them. This is the most superficial idea, and with Gong Yi's performance over the years, he should not get carried away and make such a move. Instead, they are more worried about another possibility. Taking advantage of the great victory, Gong Yi forced Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate. It's very possible, and if Gong Yi does this, the villagers will definitely be on his side. After all, Gong Yi's current strength is much higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He came as Hokage, no problem. But no, Gong Yi saw them and did nothing. Just showed a tough attitude and seemed to declare that he had done nothing wrong. Besides, Gong Yi is gone. He doesn't even want to be involved in the final negotiation with Kumogakure. What was the intention of doing this? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed with a gloomy expression, and finally sighed in vain. The strength has reached the point where he can decide a war by himself. We can no longer speculate on his mind. Kaharu Udatane was surprised, but he's only a 16-year-old. Age is never a criterion for judging a person. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Homura Mitokado said calmly, if Gongyi wants the Hokage seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head, was silent for a long time, and finally said quietly, then give it to him. Chapter 241. The Eager Uchiha Fugaku. When Gongyi returned with a victory, the whole of Konoha was in the excitement of winning the war. Although a lot of manpower was lost in the initial stage of this battle, compared to the previous battles, the losses in this battle were too small. You must know that in the middle of the Third World War, Konoha and Iwagakure and Sunagakure village fought, before and after. At least 7,000 ninja troops were lost. This time, they also played against both countries, but the overall loss was not even 3,000. The reasons for this disparity can be imagined by anyone. Before that war was commanded by the three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the divisional battlefield was also commanded by two apprentices of the three generations, Orochimaru and Jiraiya successively. But this time, it was Gongyi alone. Gap is here. Many people have realized that three generations are old. The future of Konoha, Namikaze Minato used to be, but now, it is Gongyi. The voice calling for Gongyi to be the top Hokage, since the ninja from the Land of Thunder left Konoha, getting bigger and bigger. Especially the commoner ninjas, they prefer the position of Hokage, which is held by a strong man from commoner background. Once the four generations of Hokage, Namikaze Minato, also, 3220, are civilians. It's just that the four generations' reign is too short, less than a year. Now, they want to promote Gongyi to the top. In addition to the voice of the commoner ninjas, several other Konoha clans also started to stand one after another. The first is the Hyuga clan. As the first Hyuga clan to fall to Gongyi's side, they are now more eager than anyone to become Gongyi, Hokage. Because once Gongyi is in power, the benefits that the Hyuga family can get will be unimaginable. They are no longer simply wealthy families, but have the opportunity to go further to the center of power. Elders. The position of advisors. Important departments, such as the intelligence department, the mission dispatch department, and even have the opportunity to intervene in the security forces controlled by the Uchiha clan. In addition to the Hyuga family, other big and small families also intend to move. As the Ino-Shika-Cho clan, who were led by Gongyi, this time, they are completely on Gongyi's side. Ino-Shika-Cho itself needs to keep warm and stand firm. Previously, because Nara Shikaku served as a consultant teacher for 4 generations of Namikaze Minato, they were actually close to the center of power. However, with the death of the 4th generation, the 3rd generation of Hokage came back to power and enabled the old man. Nara Shikaku was beaten back again, even causing the Ino-Shika-Cho 3 clans to go to a dangerous war. This time, if there is meritorious power from the dragon, the status of the Ino-Shika-Cho 3 clans will also be improved a lot. The most eager ones are these 4 major families. And these 4 major families also accounted for almost half of the power of the Konoha family, and the remaining 4 families were the Aburame, Inuzuka, Uchiha, and Sarutobi. Uchiha is independent of the outer, that is to say, there are only 3 tribes. Scale has begun to tilt. And the civilian ninja is the last straw that overwhelms the scale. At this time, Gongyi only needs to stand up, raise his arms, and reveal his intention to be Hokage. Then no one can stop him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has begun to accept his fate. As long as Gongyi stands up, he is willing to hand over the Hokage position. However, under this turbulent situation, Gongyi was unexpectedly silent. He backed away. One day, outside the palace, a middle-aged man walked in with a boy. Approached Gongyi's mansion, the middle-aged man instructed the young man a few words. Itachi, you have already graduated from the ninja school, and you are going to start performing your duties. Getting to know some of the strong men in the village will be very helpful to your future. The young man nodded sensible, and his eyes stayed in the deep room. Gong Yi is the strongest being in the village, the middle-aged man said with a sigh of relief. Itachi frowned and looked at his father. Father, didn't you say that Uchiha's power is the strongest power in the world? Fugaku rubbed Itachi's head lovingly. Uchiha's power is indeed the strongest power, but with the strength of our generation, we still can't tap this power. Relatively speaking, Gong Yi has stood at the top of the world. To decide the direction of a war by one person is a level that our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, can achieve. Uchiha Madara. Itachi chewed these words thoughtfully. But then, he was curious again. Father, your generation can't do it. What about our generation? Shisui's talent is known as Uchiha's strongest, and he is better than Gong Yi, so what? Fugaku shook his head. I don't know, and I don't dare to try to know the answer. Itachi began to think about his father's words, but before he had time to think about the result, they had already stood in front of Gong Yi's mansion. The door opened slowly, and a man in a black robe stood at the door. Come in, the master already knows you're here. Fugaku said softly, excuse me. Itachi followed behind him and looked at the black-robed man, but when the man looked over, meeting a pair of clear eyes, Itachi bowed his head slightly. In this black-robed man, Itachi felt a powerful smell that can only be felt in his father. Master Gong Yi is indeed the strongest in his father's mouth. Even one of his subordinates has unfathomable strength. Two stepped into Gong Yi's mansion, and Gong Ling slowly closed the door behind him. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a young man in a white training suit looked over. There are blue lines on the boy's head. Just by looking at it, Uchiha Itachi knew that this is the Hyuga clan, and the family is separated. Heard that Lord Gong Yi took a son of the elder of the Hyuga branch as his apprentice. The man's name was Hyuga Neji. Come to think of it, it's this one. After doing the math, he seems to be only 1 year older than his younger brother. Fugaku, come in alone. In the courtyard, Gong Yi's long voice came. Fugaku froze for a moment, then nodded to Itachi, signaling him to stay here. Itachi gave a quiet hum, and his eyes fell curiously on Hyuga Neji. Neji, keep training, don't stop. Hyuga Neji puffed up and had to continue his training. Itachi watched quietly and found what this little brother was training, which was very interesting. It was a row of high and low stakes, on which were hanging many sandbags. Neji jumped on the stake, and headed to the other end. Just as he moved forward, those sandbags in the air kept smashing over. Neji dodged quickly, making sure he didn't get hit. Although it seems that Neji is very fast, for some reason, Itachi always feels that this young man seems to be carrying something on his back. Lead to body shape, become very bulky. Sandbag, and when he was halfway there, he was hit by the sandbag, which made him annoyed to go back to the beginning and start again. Is it really a unique training method? Itachi exclaimed in his heart. Half of the training objects, mostly trees or stones, are dead objects. But the enemy is alive. Use the swaying sandbags to simulate the enemy's attack. If you walk past it successfully, it is equivalent to avoiding many attacks. If the training is successful, the ninja's response to battle will be greatly improved. A long time, Uchiha Itachi glanced inside the room curiously. This training method must have been thought of by that adult. I don't know, what will he talk about with his father? In the living room, a scent of tea lingered on the nose. Gong Yi sniffs 1. 6, took a sip and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a smile. I haven't seen you come to me for a long time, and even less have seen you so open and upright, even bringing your child to visit me. Fugaku smiled wryly. I didn't see you before, so I had a grudge. Didn't come to see you later, but there are too many things in the clan, and I can't find time. Then find me today. Fugaku took a deep breath and looked at Gongyi very seriously. I want to know, when are you going to propose the remaining condition? In order to obtain Mangekyo's opening method, Gongyi proposed three conditions. All the Kaden fire style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. 1 pair of 3 Tomo's Sharingan. And let Uchiha Fugaku do something for Gongyi himself. Gongyi looked at Fugaku with a half smile. Why are you in such a hurry? Is the patriarch of the dignified Uchiha clan so eager to do things for others? Fugaku shook his head and pursed his lips. It's not that I am in a hurry, it's that you are already so powerful. It's hard for me to imagine what else needs me to help you do it. Chapter 242. Suzano. Fugaku was in a hurry, and there was no way. He handed over Uchiha Chinfeng's 3 Tomo Sharingan to Gongyi. He was a little worried. With Gongyi's strength back then, he was definitely at the level of shadow of a village. If Gongyi asked him to help, what would he do to deal with the shadows of other villages, and even said to let him use Mangekyo Sharingan to control the tailed beast, but at that time Gongyi just said that the time was not up. He had to hold back. But recently Gongyi's amazing record came back, and Fugaku couldn't sit still. Even the existence of the 8 tails, which took the world and the earth, was killed by Gongyi himself. He can't imagine that, with his own strength, he can help Gongyi to do something. Could it be that there is no possibility of destroying Konoha? At least Gongyi has never shown signs of betrayal of Konoha. Even the whole Konoha, all have a great chance of being owned by Gongyi. Facing the eager Fugaku, Gongyi put down the cup in his hand. Squinting slightly and looking at the other party, Gongyi suddenly said, "You came so rashly to the door, you can't just come to ask this question. Or, you have a good condition, let me accept it." Fugaku was startled. Gongyi's wisdom almost saw through his thoughts. Seeing Fugaku's expression, Gongyi shook his head and smiled. "Let me think about it. What conditions are you going to use to impress me?" "Oh, there is." Gongyi pointed to himself. As the head of the Uchiha clan, you represent the entire Uchiha. If you come forward in person, recommend me as the 5th generation Hokage. Quote. Don't you want to? Being instantly told by someone, Fugaku asked back. In fact, this is exactly what he thought. In his opinion, Gongyi now occupies the right place in the right place, as long as Uchiha, who is independent from the outside, also falls to Gongyi. Then the position of Hokage is a certainty. It's just that people are unpredictable. He can't guess that Sarutobi Hiruzen has accepted his fate, and he doesn't need his help at all. He couldn't guess what Gongyi was thinking now. Gongyi laughed dumbly. If I want to be in power, why do I need Uchiha's help? After so many years of hard work, no one in the village respects me. Fugaku was silent, his face darkened. He couldn't guess what Gongyi was thinking. What the young man wanted, he didn't even care about the position of Hokage. Then, what was his use value? Gongyi looked at him and sighed inexplicably. This sigh, Fugaku was also frightened, not knowing why he was sighing. Actually, Gongyi just sighed because of Fugaku. Is a genius who can open Mangekyo Sharingan. But because of the burden of the family, he became more and more temperless. What kind of reality flattened his edges and corners? Gongyi said lazily. Actually, when I asked you to promise me such a condition, it was to let you help me deal with some powerful enemies at a critical moment. But my strength is progressing too fast, and now there is no enemy that can threaten me. I'm also a little unsure. I can let you do it for me. Ah. Fugaku opened his mouth wide and looked at Gongyi uncertainly. Is this a compliment of himself? Or, he said that he is useless? Gongyi turned his head slightly. Actually, I've always been curious about what abilities you have gained after opening Mangekyo. You want to fulfill that condition at the cost of seeing my abilities and satisfying your curiosity. Fugaku thought, and if so, he wouldn't mind showing it. Gong Yi laughed. Isn't it a bit too cheap? Well, it's a little cheap. Fugaku nodded earnestly. Gong Yi chuckled. Being able to satisfy my curiosity is actually very precious. Then you decide. Please. ... Boom. The dull sound of falling to the ground sounded. Uchiha Itachi looked at the child with a smile, and fell off the stake again. Neji glared at him, but didn't say anything, and jumped on the stake again hatefully. Itachi said loudly, when avoiding the sandbags, don't focus on the sandbags that hit, try to observe the shaking rhythm and direction of the sandbags in front of you. Hyuga Neji turned her head and blinked. He, who has always been smart, quickly understood the meaning of this big brother wearing the Uchiha family costume. Of the sandbag as compared to the attack of the enemy. Then he escaped once, even if he succeeded. But the enemy's attack is continuous and will not give him time to rest, just like more sandbags hit the road on the way of the stake. If you want to dodge more attacks, or even counterattack, what should be done, then, is not just to focus all of your attention on the current attack, but to observe, judge, the enemy's next attack direction. Only in this way can you take every attack calmly and even have the opportunity to counterattack. Neji's eyes lit up, and without turning on Byakugan, he stepped forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. This time, he stepped over the stakes at the same speed as before, but his attention was well distributed. It's like watching the enemy's movements while resisting the enemy's attack. Is it in the hand seal, or if the shoulder is shaking, what angle should I attack with taijutsu? A minute later, Hyuga Neji successfully crossed the long wooden stake. Looking back, those sandbags were still bumping around, but in normal times, he could rely on his reflexes, and it would not be bad if he passed half of it. And this 320 times, it came over with ease. This Uchiha tribe is really strong. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. This Hyuga Neji is very smart. He just mentioned it briefly, and he understood it instantly and used it successfully. In time, he will surely be a genius in the village. If you count the time, Sasuke is 1 year younger than him. After entering the school, he may be able to be a friend. Just when he thought of his brother tenderly, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly turned to the house behind. Not only that, but at the door of the house, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared and was about to rush in. Just when the black-robed figure was about to rush in, a clear voice came out. Gong Ling, step back. Yes, master. The black-robed figure left respectfully. Uchiha Itachi stood up cautiously and looked at the house. There, he smelled a very disturbing smell. Evil, weird, powerful, yet with a hint of amiability and friendliness. As if that was the ability of the Uchiha tribe, a natural hidden ability. Looking at the gray arm that occupies half of the room in front of him, Gong Yi's eyes glowed with brilliance, reached out and touched it. This is Susanoo. Chapter 243. Amaterasu. Seeing Gong Yi touch the gray Susanoo arm, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. But soon, he let go. Come on. Because of the burden of the family and the pressure of the village, it is not convenient for me to use Mangekyo's abilities. Many people look down on me. Today I will take this opportunity to show Gong Yi the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku thought clearly. In his opinion, although Gong Yi knew about Mangekyo Sharingan's eye-opening method, he must have learned it from the Senju family's book collection inherited from Tsunade. Gong Yi himself doesn't know the power of Mangekyo. Now take this opportunity to let him feel a little bit. Maybe it will make Gong Yi pay more attention to the whole Uchiha. At least in this way, Master can take the initiative in getting along with Gong Yi. Instead of being so passive every time. Gong Yi touched one of Susanoo's fingers and his eyes lit up. High substantiation of chakra. Fugaku raised his eyebrows. Did he recognize it instantly? Dang. Knocked. Gong Yi pondered again. Moment. Gong Yi nodded and said, compared to the chakra-materialized body of the tailed beast, Susanoo is stronger. However, in terms of volume, it is less, which should be limited by the amount of chakra of the Susanoo caster. No, maybe it has something to do with Mangekyo Sharingan Master's pupil power. Fugaku's complexion changed slightly. With such a simple contact, Gongyi guessed so many things. Hiss. A slight voice sounded, and a touch of golden light suddenly appeared in Gongyi's hands. Don't mind me giving it a try. Gongyi smiled and looked at Fugaku, his eyes eager to try. Fugaku turned slightly serious. Please, but let me remind you first. Released by Mangekyo has extremely hard defenses, and ordinary ninjutsu can't be effective at all. Oh, is it? Gongyi pressed his hand down unhurriedly, and the golden light on his hand became more and more dazzling. A harsh rubbing sound sounded. Fugaku looked at this scene, and his face changed completely. How is that possible? Quote. 4 of Susanoo's fingers, cut off neatly, fell to the ground. In Fugaku's mouth, Susanoo, who was extremely tough and had outstanding defensive power, was cut off so easily by Gongyi. Faced with this result, Gongyi's expression seemed natural. It didn't seem surprising. In fact, Gongyi was a little surprised in his heart. Susanoo's defense is really scary. He seemed to be effortless, but secretly kept adjusting the hand knife just now, so that the Jin-dun chakra covering the edge of the palm transformed its characteristics, and with the sharpest edge, it seemed to be easily cut open. Moreover, in Gongyi's view, Fugaku is now the master Susanoo. It should only be the initial form. After this, there is the first form of the upper half of the derived skeleton. The second form full of flesh and blood meridians. The third form of wearing armor. If you say the first 3 forms, there are weaknesses in the step area. Then the fourth form, derived from the lower body and double, is said to have no shortcomings. This form can also be blessed on the tailed beast to form the so-called prestigious Susanoo. And this is not only the limit that Susanoo can achieve. In addition to the 4 forms, there is also the complete body of the master of Uchiha Madara Susanoo. Just thinking about it, Gongyi trembled. Not fear, but excitement. Sure enough, my opponent is in the future. Now I seem to be invincible in the ninja world, but those things can be done by Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and even Pain Six Paths. And it's possible to do it more easily than you want. There is still a long way to go. Gongyi is very excited. It seems that he is not alone. As long as he waits for a while, just a little time, he can face endless masters. The golden chakra won for a moment. Gongyi smiled and looked at Fugaku. This should just be Susanoo in its initial form. Well, let me think about it. You have opened your eyes for many years, but you haven't tried your best to display the experience of Mangekyo Sharingan. In your eyes, there is still a lot of pupil power. At least it can delay Susanoo to the first form. No, with your talent, you may be able to achieve the second form. Hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath. Hiss. How much do you know about my Uchiha? Gongyi shook his head. Perhaps you shouldn't be so surprised. Since Mangekyo can control the chakra illusion arm with pupil power, push it up to cover the whole body, and even control Susanoo to fight directly. Not surprising, very simple speculation. Looking at your expression, it seems that I have already said it. Fugaku was already hesitant to continue showing Mangekyo's abilities. Just the tip of the iceberg, Gongyi actually deduced so many things. At that moment, he even felt that he had been seen through by Gongyi. Put Susanoo away. Scared the kids outside. Gongyi pursed his lips, and in his perception, Uchiha Itachi outside stared at the room very nervously. This can be called the perfect character in Hokage, showing a difference since childhood. Even the moment Susanoo appeared, he felt it. Fugaku reined in his emotions and undid Susanoo. Those evil eyes still stared at Gongyi. You're sure? It depends on another ability of Mangekyo. Please, I'm looking forward to it. As you wish. Boom. A black flame instantly ignited in the cups placed on the table. The tea inside evaporated instantly. Gong Yi's expression changed slightly, a black flame. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, the name of this art. Amaterasu. Fugaku is trying to control himself now, and he has an urge to focus on Gong Yi. Instantly activate Amaterasu and burn this demon-like man to death. This guy really knows too much. 4. Uchiha, he knows more than himself. Susanoo's ability is good, and it took him a few years to grope secretly before he postponed it to the second form. This guy just touched and felt it, and then speculated to the back. It was really terrifying. However, this thought was instantly dispelled by Fugaku. Amaterasu's power is, without a doubt, an unquenchable flame. The flame will not go out unless the target captured by the sight is burnt out. However, this technique also has a disadvantage, that is, the activation seems to be very fast, but there is always a little gap in the middle. 4. An extremely fast taijutsu expert, the sense of danger is too acute. Maybe as long as she shows Rusi's killing intent, she will be evaded by Gong Yi at high speed. At that time, the situation will be irreversible. Gong Yi looked at the water glass that was burned to nothingness, and was silent for a while, and then, under Fugaku's puzzled eyes, he stretched out a finger. Use Amaterasu again. To this finger. Fugaku growled, "You're crazy." Chapter 244. Su Zanming. Gong Yi turned a deaf ear and just stretched out his fingers. There is a lot of fearlessness in trying the law. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him for a while, then bit Kiba and said, "Since you want to try it, don't blame me for the consequences." Gong Yi raised his eyebrows, as before. Fugaku licked the corner of his mouth. Once the flame of Amaterasu burns, it will never stop until it is destroyed. Since Gong Yi wants to try it, let him try it. Boom! Black flames rise instantly, and Gong Yi, who is opposite, trembles. On the fingers, there was a heart-piercing pain, 10 fingers connected to the heart. However, he held his breath, raised his fingers, and put them in front of his eyes. Squinting slightly, watching this flame carefully. In fact, Gong Yi has long speculated about Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo ability. His guess is based on the performance of the original plot. Fugaku's two sons, Itachi and Sasuke, both possess the powerful ability of Amaterasu. According to the genetic characteristics of Kekkei Genkei's blood, Fugaku is very likely to have Amaterasu. And the result of speculation has been confirmed today. This fire is extraordinary. Gong Yi sighed, not seeming at all to feel that his fingers were constantly being burnt to pieces. Fugaku looked at him puzzled. "Don't be afraid to say goodbye without this finger. I don't have the ability to take back Amaterasu." Of course you didn't, not even the future Itachi. Only Sasuke can release the Amaterasu black flame, but he can actively extinguish the Amaterasu black flame. Gong Yi smiled casually, his other hand dexterously formed a few seals, and then pressed it towards the black flame. The seal of sealing fire. Huh! A slight voice sounded, and the group of black flames had disappeared. Sealing technique. Fugaku's expression was cloudy, and there was actually a seal that restrained Amaterasu. Result: Gong Yi has two methods to restrain Amaterasu, the high-speed movement brought by the body technique, and the sealing technique to forcibly seal Amaterasu. But his finger. Fugaku looked over, and in the middle of Gong Yi's left hand, that finger had been burned into nothingness. A beautiful hand, now missing a finger, has become not so perfect anymore. That can be sewed up with medical ninjutsu by cutting off the body. It can be said that in order to test the power of Amaterasu, Gong Yi directly lost a finger. Fugaku spread his hands. "I'm sorry, that's what you asked for." Gong Yi glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I haven't paid attention to this kind of injury." The words fell, he spread his palm openly. The finger that was missing before, actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gong Yi moved 5 fingers flexibly, as flexible as ever, without being affected at all. When he completely fused Hashirama cells and transformed into his own body. His body already has a powerful self-healing ability. Even if some organs and limbs are missing, as long as the area is not too large, they can be recovered quickly. Even said that this body's bonus to his medical ninjutsu has reached a very high level. This is also the reason why Gongyi has the confidence to pick up Amaterasu. That what he takes for granted is unimaginable to Fugaku. As if seeing a ghost, Uchiha Fugaku looked straight at Gongyi and couldn't believe the scene just now. His own Amaterasu obviously burned Gongyi's fingers. The other party gave birth to another one. What is this? Gongyi's voice sounded again, bringing Fugaku back to reality. Is there only these two abilities? Fugaku tilted his head, that's all. Gongyi, your strength is truly astounding. Gongyi raised his eyebrows and nodded knowingly. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be silent. But just when the two were silent, the door that had been closed was suddenly opened. Squeaky. A man in a black robe walked straight in. Fugaku's face changed greatly and he looked back. That person actually looks exactly like Gongyi. It's just that Gongyi in front of him is wearing a white robe, while that person is wearing a black robe. Gongyi in the black robe looked at him indifferently, and said indifferently, "Your Mangekyo, he is better than me. Stronger than you imagined. Now this fantasy world should be your second ability. As for Susanoo." Gongyi in black robe shook his head. As far as I know, as long as Mangekyo Sharingan can be turned on, pupil power can control chakra to materialize. This is just the most basic thing. Uchiha Fugaku's body trembled, and he kept turning his eyes away. On the silent white robe Gongyi and the indifferent black robe Gongyi, look and see. One person have two kinds of spiritual subjects. Black robed Gongyi doesn't. Look at him again, but cast his eyes on white robed Gongyi and let out a low voice. Wake up. White robed Gongyi trembled all over, and raised his head from the silence. Two Gongyi looked at each other, and the black robed Gongyi turned into a ray of light and instantly plunged into the white robe's body. Gongyi felt all this and looked at the familiar home arrangement again. Shake his head. Solution. Click. As if something was broken, there was a soft sound of the cup breaking. A trance, Gongyi and Fugaku were still sitting cross-legged on the slump. Gongyi suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Fugaku opposite. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. What an interesting ability. Fugaku didn't say a word, just sat like that, as if accepting his fate. Using Mangekyo's ability to build a fantasy world, even the person involved can't even notice that they are in a fantasy world. Everything in the illusion, according to the logical development of reason, seems like everything is real. If you continue like this, you can keep guiding me secretly, and focus certain thoughts into my mind. Even said, desperate to stimulate contradictions, let me in the environment, crazy. It's just that you didn't seem to do it, just show what should be shown to me, and show it again. Gongyi let out a long sigh of relief, and his palms actually clapped. Wonderful. Let me think about when I was pulled into this demonic illusion by you. Fugaku looked at him, his mouth clenched and his muscles tense. He never imagined that his Mangekyo pupil technique would be cracked by Gongyi for the first time. Of breaking it is so incredible. Another black-robed Gongyi's spiritual body, what the hell is that? Clap his palms together, Gongyi excitedly said, it should be when I want to meet your Amaterasu. At that time, you stared at me for a long time, and asked me carefully if you really wanted to see. After that, you cast Amaterasu, which first burns the tea in the cup. And the evidence is in my cup of tea. Gongyi picked up the teacup, shaken it slightly, and the tea was pouring out. If it wasn't in an illusion and everything was real, then this cup of tea must have been burned by Amaterasu. Instead of a full glass like it is now, there is nothing missing. Ah! Fugaku sighed in vain, since the first confrontation between himself and this man. Until now, never once had the upper hand. Demonic illusion didn't work for him before. Today, even Mangekyo level pupil art can't work. A firm sense of frustration welled up in his heart. You guessed it right, it was that time. Gong Yi laughed. A pair of Mangekyo can only give birth to two special abilities, such as Itachi's Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Sasuke's Amaterasu, plus Earth Life. Obito seems to have only one kind of master, but in fact, Kakashi's Kamui is a long-range attack, and his own space, Uzumaki, belongs to close-range space-time teleportation, and he can even blur himself. Now Fugaku's two abilities have also been figured out by himself. It's a real joy. Some of the puzzles in the original work, and getting the answers in my own hands, there is probably nothing happier than this. Name of this technique. Fugaku said lightly, Su Zanming. Gong Yi raised his brows. Interesting. Interesting. Really interesting. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Su Zanming. Ha ha. Fugaku looked at Gong Yi, who was laughing in confusion. What is Tsukuyomi? Chapter 245. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Suzan. Gong Yi drank the tea in the cup and pursed his moist lips. Want to know? Fugaku cautiously said. If there are no conditions, I am all ears. Gong Yi chuckled. I am happy today, I won't do other deals with you, let's talk to you. Tilted his forehead slightly, as if looking at the endless sky through the roof. Gong Yi said leisurely, there is a legend, not a very reliable one. A long time ago, the universe just solidified from chaotic mud into heaven and earth. This sky is called Gao Tianyuan. Two gods, a man and a woman, descended from Gao Tianyuan to the ground. The male is called Izanagi, and the female is called Izanami. They stood on the pontoon bridge and stirred the sea water with spears. The water dripping from the spear tip condensed and formed islands. Later, Izanagi and Izanami got married there and gave birth to the Great Eight States. This was the first world. Izanagi later died of old age, and Izanami turned into 3 children with her left eye, right eye and nose. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo,'s boy. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth wide and stared at Gong Yi in astonishment. In just a few simple sentences, there is a lot of information revealed. Fugaku, who is already the head of the clan, naturally knows several secret techniques passed down within the clan. Izanagi and Izanami are 2 ways. But according to what Gong Yi said, these 2 are not the names of ninjutsu, but the names of 2 gods of creation. Under these, Amaterasu, the master of himself, and Susanoo, the chakra entity spawned by the pupil technique, are actually just children of 2 gods. Tsukuyomi is also one of them, so does Tsukuyomi represent the pupil art that Sharingan can release? Gong Yi laughed. Of course, this legend is not reliable. 6 Paths fairy legend circulating in the ninja world, it is more real. Fugaku swallowed. 6 Paths, is it true? True or false, it doesn't matter. Gong Yi shrugged. The important thing is that in the legend I just mentioned, the man of Susanoo has another name. What is? Succulent. Fugaku touched his right eye blankly. Another pupil technique he mastered was subconsciously named Suzanming when he was born. Suzan is Susanoo,'s man, so what does Suzanming mean? Susanoo,'s man's tweet, so Susanoo is also equivalent to Susanoo,'s man's body manifesting Gong Yi's armrest and sighing, so, your pupil art is quite interesting. It faintly corresponds to the legend I know already. Where did you know it? Facing Fugaku's questioning, Gong Yi smiled slightly. I told you about those. Just now, I'm happy. As for where I know that, that's not your question. Fugaku was startled and didn't dare to ask any more questions. At this moment, his heart was in a mess, like a mess, and he couldn't understand how to make sense of it. Gong Yi poured water and drank tea by himself. In fact, what he just said is just a little bit of donkeying, myths that he casually understood before crossing over. And he cut a lot of it. Choosing to say it, it was just because Gongyi found it interesting, and by the way, it messed up Fugaku's heart. According to the original setting, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly the descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. Among them, Indra's power dominates this family. It has nothing to do with Izanami. These names may be just the original author, citing scriptures, and that's all. Go out and meet your child. Gongyi patted the hem of his clothes, stood up, and walked out. You brought him here today, presumably to let him get to know me. But this child Itachi, in fact, I have already met. Fugaku followed behind Gongyi, still thinking. He was always thinking about those things. Could it be that the Uchiha clan are descendants of gods? Gongyi just said, that is just a very unreliable legend. But the ninjutsu masters that he mastered were born at the beginning, including Amaterasu, Suzanming's name. How should this explain, father? Lord Gongyi. Uchiha Itachi bowed respectfully and saluted. Gongyi nodded. Have you graduated yet? Having graduated, I am about to go out on a mission and become a real ninja who has experienced battles. Looking at the respectful Uchiha Itachi, Gongyi suddenly felt like a dream. I still remember the last time I met this child. It was only a 5 or 6-year-old boy. Now that he has graduated, Gongyi beckoned, and Hyuga Neji walked over. Neji, my disciple. He is going to enter the ninja school soon. As his senior, you might as well give him some pointers on taijutsu. Uchiha Itachi raised his eyebrows, but Neji bowed. Teacher, he has already pointed me to it just now. Is it? Gongyi was slightly startled, then shook his head with a smile and said, it's okay, anyway. It's time to have nothing to do. You two practice pure physical skills against each other. I would like to see how well you have laid the foundation this year. Neji nodded and stepped aside. Uchiha Itachi looked at his father, but Fugaku didn't say anything and kept his head down in thought. Itachi no longer hesitated and stood opposite Neji. Before the two were about to practice against each other, Gongyi moved his fingers lightly. Hyuga Neji only felt the gravity on her body. It disappeared all of a sudden, and instantly became lightened. The seal of confrontation. Gongyi said lightly. At this moment, he was just like the teacher judge before. A 9-year-old boy and a 5-year-old boy formed the seal of opposition. The next moment, phew, the wind sounded, and the two had already fought together. Fighting back and forth, it seems to be lively. Gongyi only looked at it for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Okay, stop it. Not the seal of reconciliation. Neji was a little puzzled. He felt like he had just started to warm up. Why did it end? But Uchiha Itachi moved in his heart. Lord Gongyi, his strength is indeed strong, and he saw through him in an instant. Of course Gongyi saw it clearly. Uchiha Itachi's physical skills are stronger than expected, and he is even close to graduating. Math, I was 8 years old when I graduated, and Itachi is 9 now. He has systematic help, but Itachi, as the son of the Uchiha patriarch, is talented and hardworking, and it makes sense that he can catch up with him in an extra year. In fact, Gongyi proposed this showdown with his own ideas in it. He wanted to know how powerful Uchiha Itachi is now. And he already knew. Fugaku, your son, the foundation is solid. Ah. Fugaku froze for a moment, then smiled. Itachi is really good. ... With his strength, combining ninjutsu, taijutsu, and your family's Sharingan, he should already be above the level of Chunin. I think so too, but Itachi is still young and has to go through some trials. Hearing this conversation, Neji suddenly realized that the boy who was older than him just now had more than Chunin's strength. He practiced against himself, so he should have kept his hand. Uchiha Itachi's foundation is extremely solid. Taijutsu is tyrannical, demonic illusion has Sharingan bonus, and in ninjutsu. Although Gongyi didn't see him use it, Itachi can achieve the existence of one-handed hand seal in the future, and it must be not far behind. Genius is worthy of being a genius, and now, he has already walked ahead of others. Hearing the two adults praising him, Itachi was also a little shy. Actually Neji is pretty good too. On the way home, Itachi looked at Fugaku curiously. Father, Hyuga Neji's foundation is very good, and it seems that Lord Gongyi is also very good at teaching disciples. Fugaku hummed, but still didn't say anything. Father, Sasuke still needs a year to go to school. Why don't Sasuke also worship Lord Gongyi as his teacher, and let him practice for a year with him? Fugaku stopped and touched Itachi's head lovingly. This is not acceptable. The family and the village are not very harmonious. If we get too close to Gongyi, or even make your younger brother his disciple, it will only attract criticism from the village. Itachi blinked, realizing that he wasn't thinking enough. In fact, he thought a lot. If Sasuke became Gongyi's disciple, he could not only learn something, but also make Gongyi's relationship with his family better. It's just that now, when you look at problems for yourself, you have to go to a higher level and think about them. Fugaku stepped forward, ready to start again, only to stop abruptly at the next moment. I have overlooked a question. Why is Gongyi not interested in the position of Hokage? Chapter 246. Uncle. Go away. It's gone. Gongyi hummed, lying in the yard, looking at Gongling who was standing beside him. Suddenly asked, I asked you to monitor the water country before, how is the situation? When Gongyi rushed to the Kumogakure battlefield, he did not bring Gongbel with him. There are many reasons, the most important one is, Gongyi is confident in his own strength, and secondly, he asked Gongling to go to Kurigakure village, the land of water. He had a hunch that if Terumi really wanted to do it, it would be time for Konoha and Kumogakure to fight and attract everyone's attention. Is the best time to launch a coup. Gongling respectfully said. As the master expected, that woman did act during that time. Then she is now the 5th generation of Mizukage. Gongling nodded, yes. But the woman hasn't released any news yet. She should be planning to complete the reconstruction of Kurigakure village. She should do it again. Gongyi squinted slightly. Gongling's analysis should be correct. If Terumi wants to declare her position as Mizukage, she will definitely be in power after the master village. Rebuilding the village of Kurigakure is just a good transition time. Gongling, you seem to be getting smarter and smarter now, and you will analyze these things. 3220. Quote. Master taught well. Haha, this makes my heart quite comfortable, master. Pack up, let's find time, let's go to Kurigakure village, and it's time to get what we want. Gongyi said with a smile. Gongling asked puzzled. There are more and more people visiting the master recently, why are we going out? Those people. Gongyi's tone was leisurely, and the people in his words didn't seem to have any weight. But they are all just a group of people who are chasing after power and vying for power. And Gongyi is the best springboard for them to compete for power. But how do those people know that there is no great temptation for Gongyi and Yan? Power is at your fingertips. So-called Hokage position, as long as Gongyi stretches out his hand, a lot of people will naturally take it for him. You don't even need someone else to take it. Sarutobi Hiruzen will take the initiative to hand it over. Gongyi shook his head. For now, the position of Hokage doesn't have much effect on him. Yes, his strength is enough to beat the current ninja world. Even in the village of Iwagakure, Onoki poses no threat to him. Jinten particle style is terrible to say, known as the fusion of 3 kinds of chakras, and also, the blood following elimination on Kekkei Genkei. But Jinten particle style release speed is slow, as long as he opens the 7th door, Jinten particle style can't even touch his clothes Kakuzu. Instead, he can quickly kill the old man Onoki. At present, no one in the ninja world can threaten him, and the so-called ninja village and country are meaningless to him. Perhaps unifying the world, ending the war, and enjoying peace while you are alive is a good challenge. But right now, it's not the time. Unification. It's never been that simple. It doesn't mean that if you win someone else's battle, other people's power, territory, and wealth will all belong to you. Reason is very simple. For example, Gong Yi won the Kumogakure village and forced the Land of Thunder to seek peace. How can he go deep into the Land of Thunder, kill the daimyo, and destroy the village of Kumogakure? Then, Konoha doesn't have so many ninjas and talents. Take over the territorial wealth of the Land of Thunder. Doing so is just useless. What Gong Yi thought was not complicated, but very simple. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen continue to sit in that position. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen is experienced and skilled in managing the village. Under his leadership, take a moment to push the strength of the village to its peak. In this way, when he takes the top position, he will take over a Konoha village whose strength has reached its peak. The huge military strength is matched with the wealthy economic conditions of the country of fire. By then, destroying other countries and unifying the world will be a matter of course. This kind of decision, spanning several years or even more than 10 years, seems like those people who doubt that Gong Yi is not interested in the position of Hokage are just too short-sighted and can't see that far. Gong Yi now Hokage, busy governing the village. Better to be at ease and study some interesting people to accompany their women. Thinking of his own woman, Gong Yi's mouth corners, involuntarily a smile appeared. Gong Ling, I won't be back tonight. Gong Ling was not surprised, she just asked subconsciously, are you going to that elder sister's place? Well, prepare your own dinner, don't think about me. Gong Yi got up from the rocking chair and was ready to go out. Gong Ling bit her lip, summoned up her courage and said behind her, Master, why didn't you bring that sister to live at home? Gong Yi turned his head, tilted his head and thought about it. The streets of Konoha village are bustling and bustling. War is over, and the Kingdom of Thunder seeks peace. This time, there is no such thing as killing Hyuga Hazashi in the original book, but the Country of Thunder gave a lot of war compensation. With this war usually, Konoha's recovery speed will be much faster. On the street where people came and went, there was a sudden commotion, and then people turned their backs. Catch that kid. He broke the glass of my house. It's really annoying. Several adults were chasing a child, shouting and yelling. Who dangled in the crowd were dressed in orange and had a few cat-like whiskers on their faces. It looks like a tiger's head and a tiger's tail, and the body is also very strong. At a tricky corner, the child turned around and grimaced. Come after me. Can't catch up. Goodbye. After that, he doesn't care. Those, exasperated, turned into another street. The people behind were furious and cursed with their hands on their hips. But without scolding twice, he stopped. A young man in a white robe, carrying the clothes around the neck of the child just now, walked over slowly. Master Gong Yi, you. Naruto messed up again. No, it's just. When he was playing, he smashed the glass of my house. Looking at the respectful villagers, Gong Yi smiled dumbly and knocked Naruto on the head. This little guy, hurry up and say sorry. Naruto pouted and muttered, I'm sorry. I caused trouble for you all. Break the glass, you need money to repair it. I'll pay you here. Gong Yi took out his wallet, but before he could give the money, several villagers shook their heads enthusiastically. No, where can I get the money from Lord Gong Yi? It's really not necessary, it's just a few small pieces of glass, I'll just go home and fix it. While speaking, several villagers ran away. Gong Yi put away his wallet and smiled helplessly. These villagers, now they all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Aiwu and Wuxia, they didn't hate the naughty Uzumaki Naruto as much as they did in the original book. In any case, This child was taken care of by Lord Gongyi. Uncle Gongyi, you put me down. Carrying it like this is like carrying a kitten. Naruto said angrily. Gongyi released his hand and Naruto fell to the ground. And then this guy, pull his legs and run. It's just that he hasn't run twice. He can't move, even if he bites Kiba's legs, he can't walk 2 steps. Uncle Gongyi, I was wrong. Gongyi moved his fingers, and Naruto sat down on the ground. Come with me and go home for dinner. Oh. Naruto pouted and followed Gongyi. Even learned Gongyi, put his hands behind his back and looked like a little adult. Uncle Gongyi, what kind of ninjutsu did you use just now? Why do I feel so heavy that I can't run? Gongyi walked forward, facing the setting sun, smiled and said, do you want to learn? Naruto took a step and jumped onto Gongyi's elongated shadow. Think. It's so interesting, and all of a sudden, people can't move. I will use this ninjutsu to keep the little devils who scold me, so that they can't run away, and then I will use dye to paint turtles on their faces. Gongyi laughed, then I won't teach you. Ah. Actually, you can't learn it either. Gongyi shook his head. The technique he used on Naruto was actually an upgraded version of the low-level scholar's skill, gravity. He has 10 million academic tyrants, so he simply uses the gravity technique. 6 tones have been upgraded to advanced. The advanced gravity technique is still called by this name. However, the effect has changed drastically. Not only can you use it on yourself, but you can also use it on others. Usually, when Hyuga Neji is practicing, he will add 1 or 2 gravity to Neji at will, which has the effect of weight-bearing training. Before I let Neji and Uchiha Itachi practice, he first released the gravity technique, and then let the practice be carried out. As for this technique, what level can it reach in the end? From the current point of view, the upper limit is about 5 times the gravity. For the strong, the effect is very general. With a chakra will unlock it. However, in battle, it can be used unexpectedly once, but it can have a good effect. Of course, Gongyi's current strength doesn't need this stuff either. It's interesting to use it to teach disciples and teach Naruto a lesson. Arriving at the door of Ari's house, Gongyi felt the Anbu ninja around him, who was barely watching. For his own sake, Sarutobi Hiruzen is now more and more restraining his actions. Gongyi suddenly asked, Naruto, how old are you? Naruto jumped out of his shadow and muttered, 4 years and 4. What's the matter? Chapter 247. 17-year-old Gongling. As for Uzumaki Naruto's age, Gongyi certainly knows. He asked, just to confirm. 4 years and 4. Gongyi said leisurely, recalling that when he was 5 years old, he left the orphanage and lived independently. Naruto is now approaching his age, or going to the Jonin school. And his care for Naruto is almost here. Speaking of which, Gongyi's comrade in arms, Minato, can be said to have taken care of him for the past 4 years. Bowing his head, Gongyi said in a low voice, Naruto, maybe soon, you will have to live independently. Naruto was stunned and looked at Gongyi in confusion. Gongyi didn't explain too much, and knocked on the door of Wei Li's house. Squeak! The door was opened, and Shuli smiled softly, come on, come in. Gongyi stepped in, and Naruto bowed his head and followed. Arai saw Naruto's dirty look and shook his head. How come it's like this again? Naruto pouted, Auntie, there are always some children who can't get along with me. You scold me today, I will throw stones at them. And then broke the glass of others. Gongyi poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. Hilly raised her eyebrows, Naruto, how can you break the glass of someone else's house? Naruto made a face and ran into his room 29. Gongyi smiled, put down the cup, and opened his hands. Ilie sat meekly in his arms. The nephrite jade was warm and fragrant in his arms. Gongyi's hand unconsciously climbed up somewhere soft, and Hilly was a little shy, but he didn't stop it. Naruto is also 4 years old. It's time to let him leave you. Wei Li stiffened. The child is still very young. I'm not too young. I moved out of the orphanage at the age of 4 or 5 and lived independently anyway. I give him the living expenses every month, and occasionally take care of it. I can't bear it. Sakurai Eri sighed. After all, I raised him for 4 years, and he is just like my own child, who would be willing. Gongyi hugged Hilly and said with emotion, yeah, 4 years. Because of me, because of Naruto, you have been delayed for 4 years. You're just a weak woman, and it's not a problem to delay like this. Kissing Li Yi, Gongyi smiled and said, when Naruto enters the school, you can move into my house. Is it really possible? Actually, I wanted you to live with me for a long time, but because of Naruto, I didn't tell you. Gongyi smiled softly, I'm planning to go out recently, you can also clean up, and when I get back, move in. Eri Yi is that kind of very traditional woman. Gentle and virtuous, once she decides to follow Gongyi, she will not object to what Gongyi says. Besides, being able to move in and get along with Gongyi day and night is something she has always hoped for. But because of Naruto, she was delayed for a long time. Naruto still has the identity of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force, and he cannot leave the village at will. Can't go to Gongyi's place to take care of him. Now that Naruto is almost at the time of independence, these scruples don't have to be considered. During dinner at night, Naruto was still as lively and active as before, with a heartless look, as if he didn't take Gongyi's previous words to heart. Maybe later he will resent Eri Yi and Gongyi abandons him and lets him live alone. But when he's a little older, it'll make sense. He knew how much Gongyi and Wei Li had paid for him over the years. The sun is no more, replaced by Koyuki. In the 52nd year of Konoha, winter looks special. Gongyi is dressed in thick clothes and white, walking on a lonely road. Beside him, is Gongling shrouded in a black robe. Two walked in step, unhurriedly. This trip, they are going to get what Terumi may promise them. But don't worry about this kind of thing. When Gongyi and Gongling are on their way, they often enter cities in some small countries to eat, drink and play. Gongling seemed very curious and happy about all this. Staying in Gongyi's mansion all day long is a bit depressing for Gongling, who gradually understands this world. At this time, Gongling followed Gongyi with a bag in her hand. Is food inside? Gongyi bought it for her when she passed by a small town. Suddenly, Gongyi stopped, turned to look at Gongling, and kept groping for his chin. Master, what's wrong? Gongling looked at herself suspiciously, not knowing what Gongyi meant. Gongyi said softly, take off your hat. Ah! Gongling was stunned, but she, who always obeyed Gongyi, did not hesitate and lifted her hat. A pair of delicate faces appeared in Gongyi's eyes. White skin like snowflakes, innocent eyes, upturned nose bridge, and pink lips. In front of the black hair, the 2 ears were blown by the cold wind, and the earlobes were yui. She really is a graceful woman like an elf. Ah! How many years? Gongyi muttered to himself. No one could believe that the delicate and beautiful woman in front of him would be the kind Nohara Rin back then. Long-term use of chakra maintains muscle changes over time. Nohara Rin has changed into the pure and beautiful woman she is now. Her name is Gongling, not Nohara Rin. Even if Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Obito are standing in front of Gongling, they probably wouldn't recognize her. And Gongling has changed not only her appearance, but her height has also grown to 1 meter 6 or 8, the thighs are slender and powerful. After all, Gongling followed Gongyi and learned not only ninjutsu, but also physical training. Those strong and slender thighs, if wrapped around a man's waist. Gulong. Gongyi swallowed subconsciously. How could he have such a charming thought towards Gongling? Obviously he likes big breasts, just like Tsunade and Eri Yi. Master, then I put on my hat. Gong Ling blinked her beautiful eyes and was about to continue putting on her hat. Gong Yi raised his hand, interrupting her movement. If it is not necessary in the future, there is no need to cover up your appearance. You are not blind. Gong Ling opened her mouth slightly, and Cherry Mouth seemed a little overwhelmed. Who wants to be shrouded in black robes every day, hiding in the shadows and touching this bright world? She hummed happily. Let's go. According to our speed, it is estimated that we will be almost there in 2 or 3 days from the land of water. Maybe you took off your hat, you can enjoy the cool feeling when the snowflakes drift without any scruples. Gong Ling walked beside Gong Yi slightly lively. He was a little bolder than usual, and dared to ask some questions. Master, that woman is now a Mizukage, will she willingly give you the Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu of Kurigakure village? Gong Yi smiled confidently. The position of Mizukage may give her some confidence to face her. To me. But as long as she's not stupid, she won't break her original promise. What if she sets an ambush and lays siege to us? Then I don't mind actually destroying the village of Kurigakure and removing it from the ninja world. Snow-covered, the forest is silent. The young woman's lively and crisp voice sounded from time to time, accompanied by the man's magnetic answer. 2 days later, a large ship crossed the sea and entered the land of water. Take the time to say something from your heart. This book is to fulfill my dream of writing a Hokage fanfic, so I have been writing it very seriously. Not a joke, the author is not a newcomer, and there are millions of old books in a certain station. If I am thinking of becoming a god and making money, maybe I won't come to Flying Furnace. After all, a certain station is the industry's first. In order to realize this somewhat naive dream, I came to the flying stove that is most suitable for fandom development. The book I write is not to follow the trend of this site, but to write according to my ideas. The protagonist grows step by step and becomes stronger step by step. Where there is strength, there is a way of doing things. At what level of status, one should have what attitude to face other roles. It can be said that my protagonist is not a cold-hearted person who only crushes the outfit ratio, and he is also a flesh and blood existence. His way of thinking will change, and his attitude towards people and things will also change constantly. But writing this is really tiring. There is no mature routine to speak of, everything has to be explored by the author Kun himself. Maintain 5 chapters a day, 13,000. Word update, very tiring. Yes, my 5 chapters are an average of 13,000. Around the word exchange for other authors, it can be divided into at least 6 chapters, or even 7 chapters. That is to say, it's being updated every day. Been writing so hard for more than a month, unfortunately, my body has a little problem. Lumbar muscle strain and hemorrhoids. You know the specific situation on Baidu, anyway. It's very uncomfortable. Therefore, I have been mentioning the update, but it has not been updated for a long time, so I just keep the 4 or 5 chapters, save the manuscript, there is really no way to update it. Please forgive me and understand. I don't ask much for rewards, but the monthly pass for flowers is. Please give more, at least the data is better. Thank you all. Today there will be 5 more Filu to remind you. Reading 3 things to collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novel network and LT. Chapter 248. This is the 3rd time to return to the land of water. Compared to the previous 2 sneaking in, this time Gong Yi was much more free and easy. Although the country of water is located overseas compared to the other 4 major countries. But in fact, they also have a huge land. This land should be an island. Or some small islands dotted around, and there are people on them. Gong Yi took Gong Bell and walked around the land of water for a long time, eating, drinking and playing, and occasionally fishing at the seaside. During winter, other inland rivers freeze, but not the sea. Facing the cool sea breeze and the freezing snow, fishing is also unique. Both of them are strong in the ninja world, so naturally they will not be afraid of these cold, Just like that, I played for about 4 or 5 days. The sushi box and followed Gong Yi while eating. She swiftly ran to Gong Yi and asked curiously, "Master, aren't we going to Kurigakure village? Why have we been wandering in the big city?" Gong Yi said lazily, "Do you think it's appropriate to go to Kurigakure village's me?" Gong Ling was stunned for a while, then realized that something was wrong with her. Actually, when we blatantly appeared in the land of water, the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure should have discovered it. Gong Yi smiled and pursed his lips. Gong Ling looked to the side, and a man turned around immediately. Gong Ling frowned. According to her perception ability, the man just now possessed a Jhana-level chakra fluctuation. Gong Yi, who came to monitor them, walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. "Don't worry, no one dares to do anything to me. But the master used to kill Kurigakure village. It is impossible to guarantee that hatred will not blind other people's eyes, in case they become impulsive. Some people will control their hatred, or they will provoke me, and no one will be able to eat good fruit. Gong Yi came to a Wen Izumi hotel. Let's stay here today. According to my calculations, Terumi Mei should also leave to see me." Gong Ling hummed, and looked at the Wen Izumi hotel with some curiosity. The two walked in. After they entered, the three men gathered together in an instant. "It's definitely the devil. It should be right. According to the photo, it can never be wrong. And no one dares to fake the name of the dark blue devil and enter my water country. That kind of consequences, no one can bear. Then what do we do now to let him continue with such a swagger? It is absolutely impossible to do it. Lord Mizukage has given an order long ago. During the recent period, try to be as gentle as possible and not to do anything to the ninjas of other ninja villages. Then report back to Mizukage-sama first." "Well, that's it. Is there any room?" "Yes, but expensive." Owner rubbed his hands. "Guests should know that this kind of weather, like our Wen Izumi hotel, is very welcome. So the price will be very expensive." Gong Yi nodded. "In winter, if you can soak in warm Izumi comfortably after a tired day to get rid of the cold, that would be a wonderful thing. Price isn't an issue, it's about the environment. I'll take you to see it." The boss greeted his family to take care of the front desk, and went to the back with Gong Yi Gong Ling. In a small courtyard, inside the house, there is a steaming warm Izumi. The environment is quite good. However, the price is also unexpectedly high. Cost 10,000 taels to stay for a day. After all, it is a hotel in the capital of the country of water, which is comparable to the 5-star hotel in the capital of a country in the Washa world in the previous life. Expensive, of course. Gong Yi is not short of money now, not to mention his savings. Just as the director of Konoha Hospital, he has a very generous salary every year. After setting the room, Gong Yi took off his clothes and soaked in Wen Izumi. The sound of clogs stepping on the wooden board sounded. Gong Ling came over with a tray. "Master, the store also sent some winter fruits and pastries. Come in." Gong Ling hummed, and put the tray into Wen Izumi so that Gong Yi could eat it at any time. "Won't you come in and take a dip? It's very comfortable." Gong Yi squinted and lay comfortably on the shore of Wen Izumi Pond. Gong Ling touched the temperature of the water. It was a little hot, but if it bubbles a little on such a day, it should be very comfortable. She went to the side, changed her clothes, and walked over wrapped in a bath towel. Gong Yi's eyes saw that the short bath towel couldn't wrap Gong Ling's slender thighs at all. The clean thighs stretched out, and the white feet tentatively touched the water temperature. "Wow!" Gong Ling suddenly got in, and said happily, "It's so cool." Hee, although we also have a swimming pool at home, it's still a little worse than this Wen Izumi. Gong Yi shook his head. "If there is a chance, it would be great to draw a few geothermal veins under the house." Gong Ling blinked, and Yuhi fluttered his cheeks with drops of water. "Can the master still lead the earth?" "Not yet, but in the future, maybe I will be able to master this ability," Gong Yi said leisurely. In his mind, the top-level academic tyrant's skill of ruling all dharmas flashed by. Since he got this skill, he has been researching it, and finally found a lot of wonderful uses. Governing all laws, as the name suggests, can lead and control countless laws. Ninjutsu is also considered law. If you can master Kaden fire-style ninjutsu, Doden earth-style ninjutsu, and Suiden water-style ninjutsu to the limit, it is not difficult to transform the terrain and pull the ley lines. Moreover, Gong Yi also found that since he used the rule of law, he learned other ninjutsu almost easily. Well, even the sealing technique, he has mastered to a very advanced level. If Gong Yi wants to, he can completely untie the 8 trigram seal on Naruto. This time in the land of water, if Terumi Mei obediently handed over the Suiden, water-style, ninjutsu from Kurigakure village, Gong Yi's strength will be able to rise to a new level after studying and researching. Wow! The sound of water sounded, and the graceful body was already leaning on Gong Yi's arm. Master, let me squeeze your shoulders. Gong Yi pulled Gong Ling over. You don't need to pinch your shoulders, let me check your body. ... Night fell, and the snowflakes fluttered. A graceful body fell on the roof. Terumi Mei sensed everything around her, and then her face turned Yuhi. What is this guy doing? Just as she muttered and cursed, a voice accurately entered her ears. Come down, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 249. 5 Generations of Mizukage and Hokage. In the warm room, Terumi Mei's eyes were a bit dodging. Gong Yi, who was sitting on the opposite side, was wearing a loose yukata, and his strong and beautiful chest was exposed, which made people feel a little dizzy. Master, drink tea. Gong Ling respectfully served the tea tray, and Terumi Mei looked over. Elf-like beautiful woman had a lustrous complexion, as if she had taken some great tonic. Of course she knew what the two of them were doing before, that tactful voice, just listening to it, made Yuhi's heart beat. Shameless. Terumi Mei cursed in a low voice. The other side, Gong Yi chuckled. Mizukage, Sama, it seems a little bold to scold me in front of me like this. Terumi Mei's body trembled, remembering the countless things Gong Yi had done before. This devil's temper is not as good as he imagined. But in a flash, she wrinkled her beautiful nose. So what, knowing that I will come to you tonight, you still? It seems that you have nothing to fear. I'm not afraid that I will kill you. Gong Yi looked at this woman with interest. He rarely met such a courageous person. Terumi Mei pursed her lips and looked at Gong Yi with a half-smile. If you want to kill me, you shouldn't have to wait until now. Oh, smart. Hearing what Gong Yi said, Terumi Mei, who seemed to be calm, was relieved in her heart. Sure enough, this man had no intention of killing himself. If anything, when Gong Yi was caught at 3:20, Gong Yi would be ready to do it. I still have some use value for him, and he will not be ruthless. Gong Yi has some appreciation for Terumi Mei. This woman is strong and tyrannical, bold and careful, and can analyze anything very thoroughly with a delicate heart. She is a Kekkei Genkei ninja who can survive the blood fog policy and even establish her own power secretly. If it's not smart, it's definitely not possible. Counting the women he has met in his life, Gong Yi feels that these women have their own characteristics. Tsunade and him intersect. The deepest, seemingly careless, strong and independent, but actually very weak inside, always looking for someone to rely on, but unwilling to expose his weakness. Wei Li is the kind of woman who is very traditional in her bones, has her own career, and does a very good job. Once he had an intimate relationship with Gong Yi, he followed himself with all his heart, and was extremely gentle. As for Gong Ling, Gong Yi is still a little unsure. Now it seems that Gong Ling is obedient to him, but it is also because of the technique of nirvana. He didn't know how Gong Ling would treat his former master, if he took the initiative to unravel the technique of nirvana for Gong Ling one day. Have you brought what I want? Gong Yi said lightly, not intending to betray Terumi Mei, but to cut straight to the point and go straight to Wonglong. Terumi Mei pouted. There are so many Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu in Kurigakure village, do you think I can bring it with you? Gong Yi frowned. Since you didn't bring it here, why did you come to see me? Why, I interrupted your good deeds, and I'm in a bad mood. Women, you should know that men are the least provocative creatures. You in my skin, be careful not to eat kabuto and walk away. Gong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly. Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat, and the words just now made me chill. She had no doubt that she really wanted to fight Gong Yi, fearing that something bad would happen. A deep breath, Terumi Mei said something. Things, I have prepared them, and they are stored in a secret base outside the village. But I have something to ask you, if you don't mind, please answer me. Ask. Gong Yi didn't mention any conditions, whether to answer or not depends on what the other party asked. Can Kurigakure village and Konoha coexist peacefully? Terumi Mei said solemnly. In the position of Mizukage, the things she has to think about now are not as one-sided as before. Much hatred she has for Gong Yi, she has to consider the whole village. Now the reconstruction of Kurigakure village is almost done. The next step is to open the blockade and establish diplomatic relations with villages in other countries. Only in this way can the village obtain enough tasks to maintain the development of the village. If it is still like water and fire with Konoha, it is undoubtedly a very bad situation. Therefore, she intends to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha and coexist peacefully. Faced with this question, Gong Yi smiled and shook his head. Why do you need to ask me? I'm not in my position, I don't seek political affairs. Terumi Mei said seriously, in my opinion, it will be a matter of time before you become Hokage. Now I talk to you about the meeting between Mizukage and Hokage. If you make a statement, it represents the attitude of Konoha. At least, you have to talk to the 3 generations of Hokage first. Gong Yi avoided the topic. He is a man of great promise. If he gave Terumi Mei the answer he wanted at this time, he would kill Kurigakure village with his backhand in the future. This kind of thing, Gong Yi does not. It seems that Gong Yi is now undoubtedly the strongest representative of Konoha. If Gong Yi's promise can be obtained, at least the village of Kurigakure will not face Konoha in the future. Go and talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old man loves peace, and even Sunagakure village, where he had a vengeful life and death, can forgive him. Can get the answer you want from him. Gong Yi said lightly, with a bit of disdain in his tone. The history is staged according to the original book. Even though Sunagakure village and Konoha had a fight, and Sunagakure village reneged on their promise and participated in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure village, Sarutobi Hiruzen still accepted Sunagakure village. Let go of any previous grudges and communicate peacefully. Don't Sarutobi Hiruzen know that the wolf cubs are unfamiliar after all? Terumi Mei doesn't know this. She heard that Konoha had established a peaceful relationship with Sunagakure village, and her eyes were bright. If so, then Kurigakure village can try to get in touch with Konoha next. Once achieved, the village of Kurigakure will be able to go out without shrinking into the land of water. Couldn't get Gong Yi's answer, Gong Yi also pointed her out a way. This trip is worthwhile. Tomorrow night, you can come outside the village of Kurigakure. When the time comes, I will give you the things. Terumi Mei got up and was about to leave. When she saw the quiet and delicate woman sitting beside her, she felt a faint sense of familiarity in her heart. You are the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force that I fought against before. Gong Ling blinked, pursed her lips and smiled, but did not answer. Terumi Mei shook her head. She didn't expect that the one who fought with her, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki column force, under the black robe, would be such a lovely and beautiful woman. And so young, he looks 5 or 6 years younger than himself. Terumi Mei left. Gong Yi finished his cup of tea. Turning his eyes, he waved at Gong Ling. Come here. Gong Ling walked meekly and looked at Gong Yi with moist eyes. Master. Let's continue. The next night, under the dark moonlight, snowflakes were still falling. Gong Yi and Gong Ling left Ayutthaya and went outside the village of Kurigakure. However, they didn't wait for Terumi May to show up. They only saw the fire in the Kurigakure village, the sky-high fire, and the constant screams of killing. Kurigakure civil strife. The last chapter was driving, and it was reviewed. Filu reminds you. Reading 3 things to collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT, otherwise collection will be banned. IP. Chapter 250. Meet Orochimaru again. Dark corners, sparse light. When his hand touched the iron fence, a 7-year-old boy suddenly reached out his hand. That icy feeling made him chill. Boy has white hair, 2 Yuhi dots printed on the center of his eyebrows, and green pupils staring blankly at everything around him. Will this be my whole life? Stay here every day, lonely, deserted, and no one talks to me. What do people live for? The teenager curled up in the corner, holding his knee with one hand and sliding his fingers on the ground with the other. From time to time, the fingers stretched out white sharp bones, scratching the hard ground, which is a deep small ravine. Kimimaro. A huge roar sounded, and a middle-aged man walked in. Whoa! The chains of the prison were opened, and the middle-aged man looked at him frantically. It's time for my Kagaya clan to bloom. Come out and fight with me. Kimimaro looked at him blankly, stood up, and followed behind him. Walking out of the prison cave, looking at the fire-lit village of Kurigakure, he whispered, "What do I need to do?" Unleash your powers and kill all the ninjas you see. I, the Kagaya clan, will overthrow the village of Kurigakure today. Oh! Kimimaro snorted, his right hand pointed diagonally, and a long bone sword stretched out. Come on! Kimimaro rushed out, like a young beast, into the sky of fire. History will change dramatically because of the flapping of the butterfly's wings. But history has a strong inertia, and it will always make some things that should have changed, gradually move towards the right track. Unless the power of the butterfly's wings is enough to destroy that piece of history. Gong Yi is. It's the butterfly that changed history, but his wings only affected the village of Kurigakure, and the main direction of the wind is not here. Because of him, Terumi May discovered Yagura's anomaly in advance, launched a coup, and ended the blood fog policy ahead of schedule. Stands to reason that under Terumi May's soft-hearted policy, the Kekkei Genkei family such as the Kagaya family will not break out into war. But the innate madness of the Kagaya family, after being persecuted by Yagura, finally turned into dissatisfaction with the village. The Kagaya rebellion, repeat. Standing on the peak, Gong Yi looked at the Kurigakure village where the screams of killing were so loud. Suddenly, his ears moved. There was the sound of stepping on the snow in the dense forest, and a thin, gloomy man walked out. Orochimaru, long time no see. Gong Yi headed, and said without looking back. Relying on the perception of divine consciousness, he knew who was coming. Orochimaru's outstretched foot stopped in the air, his eyes fell on the young man's back. As for the young woman beside him, Orochimaru didn't pay much attention. Oh, Orochimaru, you are standing there hesitantly, are you afraid of me? Humph. The foot stopped in the air fell, Orochimaru snorted coldly, and walked over to Gong Yi generously. One was wearing a snow-white robe, the other was wearing a gray-white robe, facing the cold night wind, and looking at the Kurigakure village where the fire was shining down the mountain. Gong Ling wisely stepped aside, not hindering the conversation between the master and the visitor. Hey, Gong Yi, after I left Konoha, you have done a lot of great things. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said grimly. Gong Yi chuckled, what do you think about the things I did? Orochimaru was silent for a while, then slowly said, as expected of the person I once admired, you have already walked in front of me. Tisk tisk, very high evaluation. Gong Yi felt at ease. Once upon a time, in the face of Orochimaru, I had to be trembling and try my best to hide myself. But now, Orochimaru pretended to be calm in front of him. Time flies, and things are different. Orochimaru suddenly said, I'm very curious, how far you have progressed in the research of Hashirama cells. Why ask this topic? Orochimaru squinted, I've heard of your record. With your body, FA has such a huge amount of chakra. So you think, I have the power of Master Hashirama. You can deny it. No, no use. Gongyi smiled lightly and made a seal on his hands. The huge chakra suddenly poured out, and behind him, there was the sound of the soil breaking open and the wood growing. Mokuden, wood style, forge in Churiki, column home art. A beautiful and complex house appears in front of you in a blink of an eye. Gongyi spread out his hands, it's snowing and windy outside, why didn't you go in and take a seat? Orochimaru's pupils shrank, biting Kiba and spit out 2 words. Mokuden, wood style. Mokuden, wood style. The man known as the god of ninja world, Kekkei Genkei of the master. With this Kekkei Genkei, Senju Hashirama suppressed the ninja world, persuaded Uchiha Madara, established Konoha together, and ended Sengoku. It can be said that the current situation in the villages of the ninja world is also like this. Seeing that Konoha gathers the power of all the families and becomes stronger and stronger, they must also hold together to keep warm. Now Gongyi has mastered Mokuden, wood style. Doesn't that mean, Orochimaru, please? Gongyi stepped into the room, and with a wave of his hand, a few knots of wood burst into flames from the hollow in the center of the room. It seems that you have reached a very high level as a master of Kaden, fire-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru sat down beside him, slightly surprised. All of this, thanks to the teaching you taught me at the beginning, I have avoided many detours. Orochimaru shook his head and said coldly, I didn't teach you so many things. As far as I know, you have also mastered Sage Mode, Jin-dun, if you add your Mokuden, wood style, and superb physique. Hard for me to imagine that in this world, who else will be your opponent? Gongyi laughed and suddenly asked, what about pain? Click. The armrest of a wooden chair was directly crushed by Orochimaru. He said in surprise, you seem to know pain very well about Akatsuki, but you have never appeared in front of outside ninjas, and you actually know his name. Not only do I know his name, I also know his eyes. Gongyi said leisurely, it seems that he knows everything in the world. Orochimaru was silent, and he found himself in front of Gongyi. He seemed to become extremely passive. Strength is not as good, and even the knowledge that has always been arrogant is also inferior. Gongyi rubbed his chin with his hand, let me think about it, you should have seen the eyes of the immortals, and then began to doubt the various legends of immortals, and then sought proof. So today, when you come to Kurigakure village, what you are doing should be the blood of the immortals of the Kagaya family. Orochimaru raised his head, what do you want? This clan is too stupid, what they are doing now is nothing more than self-destruction. But that, a young man with outstanding talent, I am somewhat interested. Could it be that you also took a fancy to him? Inside the house, the wind and snow were no longer there, the flames were crackling, but the chill was still deep. Orochimaru was tangled inside. His current body can indeed support it for a long time, but the potential of this body is not very good. After meeting Pain's Rinnegan, he became more and more interested in descendants. The Kagaya family is known as the blood of immortals, and its master Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, is indeed powerful. To say that there is no interest in Kimimaro would be a lie. But Gongyi said this now, it seems that if he robbed him, then Gongyi would shoot unceremoniously. Gongyi suddenly said, actually, that child has no effect on you. Amount. His talent is too powerful, but God has given you too much talent, and it will inevitably deprive you of something to balance everything. It seems to me that he will not live to the day of adulthood. You mean? Orochimaru hesitated and said tentatively, he may have a blood disease. So-called blood disease is Kekkei Genkei that is too powerful will often cause serious sequelae to the body. A very simple example can be given. The Uchiha clan. If this clan has outstanding talent and reaches the level of opening Mangekyo, they are basically already suffering from blood diseases. Every time Mangekyo is used, it gets closer and closer to losing its light. Unless you get the help of another pair, Mangekyo to form an eternal Mangekyo, or blindness is inevitable. Gong Yi said lightly, it's not possible, but inevitable. That child must have a blood disease, and he may be able to break out. He showed strength beyond the limit of his age, but his blood disease was also a serious disease beyond his age. When I say he won't live to be an adult, I'm actually overestimating him. Then why do you want him? Unwilling, Orochimaru asked. Gong Yi spread his hands and looked at Orochimaru with a half-smile. Have you forgotten that when you cooperated with me, what did I do that moved you? Orochimaru suddenly realized. With Gong Yi crowning the medical ninjutsu of the ninja world, it is indeed possible to cure the child's blood disease. But it's only possible. Shaking his head, Orochimaru was slightly disappointed. It seemed that he was destined to return without success. Standing up, he was ready to leave. Wait. Orochimaru turned around suddenly. Snake Tongue looked at Gong Yi. Why, you want to keep me? Gong Yi shook his head. If I wanted to keep you, I did it when you left Konoha. Stop you, I think that maybe you and I will have an intersection in the future. After all, the ninja world is so small, and you and I are so dazzling. Thank you for your compliment. Leave a contact. A small purple snake emerged from Gong Yi's hand and swam towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru spread his hands and the snake entered his body. Not only that, Orochimaru also left a snake for Gong Yi. Actually, I'm curious, how did your sage mode come about? Want to meet? If it's not a battle of life and death, then I'd like to see it. No need, there is a good opportunity in front of you. Gong Yi let out a long laugh and walked out of the house. As he walked, the white light on his body gradually bloomed. The perfect sage mode, presented in front of Orochimaru. Gong Yi walked to the edge of the cliff and stepped forward. In Orochimaru's shock, Gong Yi actually floated in the void and suddenly headed towards the village of Kurigakure. This is Snake Sage Mode. Chapter 251. Come with me. Just after Gong Yi left, Gongling also quickly left the mountain and ran in the direction of Gong Yi. Speed is very fast, and the snowflakes can't even touch the body while running. Orochimaru tensed his face. Even a woman beside Gong Yi had such a strong strength. I am alone, and it seems that I should find an assistant. If Anko was still there, just beside me. Orochimaru took a deep breath, turned and walked the way he came. Behind him, the wooden house that Gong Yi had built before shrank inch by inch and gradually disappeared to the ground, as if nothing had happened. For some people, it seems that they haven't done anything meaningful in their life. Take Kimimaro, for example, squatting under a big tree, with a bone sword supporting him. In front of him, a dozen or so Kurigakure ninjas surrounded him step by step. Be careful, this kid killed a lot of us. Don't worry, he can't escape now. He killed my brother, 3220. Dead, I will kill him myself, dismantle his body, and cut out the bones. ... Hearing these cruel jokes, Kimimaro was unconscious. The blank eyes looked at the flower on the ground, and the snowflakes fell, hitting the petals and crumbling. Maybe if the snow is a little bigger, this flower will be covered and die. Just like myself, I will die here soon. Shoo! The wind whistled, the snow fluttered, and a handsome man appeared in the sky. Under its feet, a large swath of snow was blown away by it, leaving a field of grass covered. Kimimaro raised his head, only to see the thick back, but not his face. I can't let you kill the people I like. A group of Kurigakure ninjas stared blankly at Gong Yi. This man can actually fly in the sky. Gong Yi felt the feeling of soaring in the sky with nothing but the wind, and he was happy both physically and mentally. After he broke the limit of his body, the amount of chakra increased. At that time, he was already able to fly with the Golden Dun longsword. But in the final analysis, the Jindan longsword is only a form of chakra's change. Through the skill of mastering all dharmas, he gradually deepened his understanding after exploring the use of chakra. So far, he has been able to fly briefly in Sage mode. Sage Art Chakra, but no lower than Kekkei Genkei. Who are you? How dare you stop me Kurigakure doing things? Someone shouted loudly, and the ninja in their hands was ready to go. It's just that he didn't do anything when the companion next to him grabbed him. The voice of swallowing saliva continued to sound, and several ninjas stared at Gong Yi in fear. Deep Blue Devil. It's you, that demon, Konoha. With a few exclamations, the expressions of the other ninjas changed drastically. Some trembled, some pulled their legs. Do you recognize me? Gong Yi smiled slightly and borrowed one of his hands. A dozen hands suddenly stretched out on the ground, and the group of ninjas were caught off guard and pulled them directly into the ground. Even the low-level Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu, under the blessing of immortals, is not something these ninjas can resist. When they recognized Gong Yi, they lost their fighting spirit. Few people ran farther. However, Gong Yi didn't have any idea of chasing after them. When those people were about to leave the edge of the forest, a few big trees suddenly moved. The thick branches, in their terrified eyes, pierced their bodies directly. When everything was calm, Gong Yi slowly fell to the ground. Looking at Kimimaro, Gong Yi watched it carefully for a long time, then nodded. But he didn't say anything. Kimimaro opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. Until Gong Ling arrived here. Master, Kurigakure village is over there. And means that the Kagaya clan that has survived from the Sengoku period to the present will be completely destroyed. Gong Yi hummed and looked at Kimimaro. I have to say that the Kagaya family is born for fighting, and Kimimaro is the most peak fighting machine of this family. Even though he is only 7 years old, he has shown fighting skills before, and he is in danger in the face of more than a dozen siege ninjas. The undisturbed performance is enough to prove that his fighting talent is high. Recalling the original plot, Kimimaro killed 4 generations of Kazekage while he was still underage. Maybe Orochimaru's help, maybe a sneak attack, but a sneak attack is impossible. This young man tends to give full respect to enemies. Just like Little Lee, who was healed from a serious injury, he would also give Little Lee time to take medicine. What's your name? Gong Yi spoke lightly. Kimimaro replied blankly. Kimimaro, Kagaya Kimimaro. Kimimaro, is there a bone in a shark? Gong Yi smiled slightly. It's a nice name, it sounds fierce. Kimimaro said in a low voice, no matter how good a name is, it doesn't make any sense. Then what do you think makes sense? I don't know. Perhaps discussing the meaning of life with children is a ridiculous thing in itself. Gong Yi stopped the topic, but said lightly, people have no meaning in themselves, and there is no meaning in living. But people can find their meaning when they live. Come with me. Kimimaro raised his head suddenly. You really need me? Gong Yi turned around and said without looking back, you can follow me and dedicate everything for me as your meaning. After saying that, Gong Yi just leaves slowly. Gong Ling glanced at Kimimaro curiously, and followed behind Gong Yi. Kimimaro's eyes lit up, and he seemed to see light in the dark night when the fire disappeared. Standing up, the bone sword retracted his body, he took heavy and tired steps, and ran to catch up with Gong Yi. Master, he's following. Gong Ling said softly. Gong Yi nodded, stopped, and Kimimaro walked up to Gong Yi panting. What should I call you? Gong Yi pointed at Gong Ling, you can be like her and respect me as master. Master. Gong Yi smiled and reached out and touched Kimimaro's head. A strange energy poured into Kimimaro's body. In Kimimaro's surprised eyes, he seemed to feel the wound on his body, the disappearing chakra, recovering quickly. This effect is really a rejuvenation technique. In his spare time, Gong Yi not only upgraded his gravity technique, but also upgraded his rejuvenation technique. Logically, the upgraded version of rejuvenation should be creation regeneration. But the cooldown of creation regeneration once every 10 years prevents this route. After Gong Yi experimented, he found that the upgraded version of rejuvenation, like gravity, can be 1.6 use it on others. Of course, the effect is reduced a lot. However, Kimimaro is very young now, and the weakened version of rejuvenation is enough. His body, Kimimaro felt himself back to his original state, and even felt a little better. This is probably his talent. Fighting, fight after fight, can make his strength become stronger and stronger. The master of the body, the understanding of Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, will continue to deepen. Of course, if there is no Gong Yi, the speed of this strengthening will be faster and faster, but the distance to death will also be getting closer and closer. At the pass away from the Kurigakure village, Gong Yi stopped. A beautiful woman in blue clothes with a head wine yuhi-colored hair stopped him. Something that brought. Here you are. Terumi-me handed a bunch of copied ninjutsu scrolls to Gong Ling, and then his eyes fell on Kimimaro on Gong Yi's left. This boy. Chapter 252. Kimimaro's future. There is no doubt that white hair, double yuhi dots between the eyebrows, coupled with the unique clothing of the Kagaya family. This boy is the ninja of the family that started the war in the village just now. Terumi-me took a deep breath. I can't let you take him away. Gong Yi raised his eyebrows. What did you say? I said I can't let you take him. Terumi-me gathered up her courage and said firmly, he is a ninja of the Kagaya clan, and the Kagaya clan has just been destroyed by us. Weeds must be rooted out. What did you say? Terumi-me's expression turned pale. Looking at Gong Yi, who was full of aura, she was unable to advance or retreat for a while. Gong Yi shook his head, put away his aura, and walked slowly past her side. Pop! The dazzling buttocks burst into dazzling waves. Gong Yi waved his hand. Woman, sometimes you should know how to be sensible. You have to be with me, but you can't get any benefits. Terumi-me stood there dumbfounded, and after a while, suddenly clutched her buttocks. Soul. On the way back to the village, Gong Yi was not walking fast. On the way, Gong Yi gave Kimimaro a homeopathic treatment. Hemorrhagic disease is a disease that exists hidden in the blood vessels. Patients themselves do not know, often need to wait until the attack, to find out. It's as if Fugaku didn't know about blood disease before, but when he used Mangekyo 29 years later, he discovered the possibility of blindness in his eyes. Gong Yi used medical ninjutsu and rejuvenation to treat Kimimaro. Eliminating some of the previous symptoms, he believes that as long as he treats Kimimaro every other year, his blood disease will be suppressed and cannot be attacked. Shouldn't be difficult to live past the age of 16. Gong Yi is so devoted to Kimimaro because he values his talent. Genius who has reached the quasi-cage level at the age of 15. If you train him well, I believe that his strength will exceed expectations. However, unlike teaching Hyuga Neji, Kimimaro is 7 years old and past the age of laying foundations. What Gong Yi taught him was naturally different. The 8 inner gates. This is what Gong Yi intends to teach Kimimaro. Gong Yi is looking forward to how Kagaya Kimimaro, who opens the last gate of the 8 inner gates and is carrying Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, will shine. Compared to Might Guy, Gong Yi returned to Konoha after a month. Standing in the lively village of Konoha, Kimimaro watched in amazement. The children were running around laughing and joking, and the villagers greeted each other, where they were doing business, calling and drinking. Everything is completely different from the icy village of Kurigakure. This. Gong Yi rubbed Kimimaro's white hair and smiled slightly. Here you will have a great time and make warm friends because this is Konoha. Kimimaro's small eyes were full of anticipation, but he pulled Gong Yi's clothes. Master, I want to be more loyal to you. Gong Yi looked at these eyes with satisfaction. It's hard for a child's eyes to hide things. The kid Kimimaro is actually like a blank sheet of paper, okay. Who makes the first stroke can write. In the original book, he followed Orochimaru, but he was afraid of being abandoned by Orochimaru, and he also dedicated his life. This time, I will write the first book about my life in Kimimaro. Is no doubt about his loyalty. You are too young and too weak to do anything for me. Find you a place to live first. Gong Yi didn't plan to let Kimimaro live with him like Gong Ling. Gong Ling's situation is different. She is a three-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, and once had the identity of Nohara Rin. With Gong Ling outside, Gong Yi simply said, "Don't worry." But Kimimaro is different. He comes from the village of Kurigakure and was picked up by himself. Gong Yi will arrange him to live in the village, let him contact the Konoha villagers, make friends in the village, and take root here. Gong Yi wants people who are loyal to himself, and also have feelings for Konoha. The former is the most important, the latter is second. It didn't take much time. Gong Yi just chose a place for Kimimaro. Bought 2 rooms for the money. Well, 2. One is Kimimaro's and the other is for Uzumaki Naruto. Once Kimimaro is settled, ninjas will come to you. Dean Gong Yi, Lord Hokage, please. Gong Yi nodded, thinking to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed is fast. He knew very well that when he went to the land of water and swaggered around in the city, there would definitely be intelligence ninjas from all over the world who would know about it. Here in Konoha, you will definitely find it. When he came back, he also brought an orphan of the Kagaya clan. This kind of thing, as a Hokage, you must ask. He is really strong now, and he even said that everyone should give him some face. But he's still part of Konoha after all, and Hokage has the right to ask him things. Hokage Office Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Gong Yi with mixed emotions. Why did you go to the land of water? Gong Yi chuckled. Avoid some people and bring back one. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart moved. Gong Yi's words, avoiding some people, made his mind come alive. Some time ago, when the villagers in the village called for Gong Yi to succeed Hokage, the ninja from other families also frequently visited Gong Yi. At this time, Gong Yi should avoid these people when he goes out. So his thoughts on this place of Hokage, do you want it or not? You are willing to give? Gong Yi asked back. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, it doesn't matter whether you are willing or not, I have handed it over once. With your dedication to the village and the respect the villagers have for you, you are fully qualified to serve as the 5th generation Hokage. Gong Yi raised his brows lightly, but he did not expect this old man to be so open-minded. However, that's probably the power of Hokage. With both hands on his back, Gong Yi paced to the window overlooking the lively Konoha village. You sighed. If I take office as Hokage and do something that is not what you want, what will happen to you then? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He did not expect that Gong Yi would ask such a question so bluntly. The wrinkled face was cloudy. Gong Yi whispered, probably you will stand up to stop me. With the prestige of your 3 generations of Hokage, it may also affect other people. This situation is not what I want to see. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed slightly. What Gong Yi meant by these words was that Gong Yi didn't believe in himself. Other words, as long as he is alive, Gong Yi will guard against himself. Forget it, I will tell you directly. Now this Konoha, for me, is of no use. Gong Yi turned around and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with exquisite eyes. So, don't try to tempt me with the Hokage position. If I want, just reach out. Are you a Hokage who has been in charge of many years, and has much more experience in managing the village than me, a young man? You can continue to manage, but it's best not to disturb me. After Gong Yi finished speaking, he walked away. From beginning to end, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mention Kimimaro's identity disposal. Perhaps, he has acquiesced. A few days later, Kimimaro's relevant identity registration work, under Gong Yi's watch, is completed. From this moment on, Kimimaro will no longer be a ninja in Kurigakure village, nor a missing nin. He will be a Konoha ninja. Looking up at the Konoha ninja school in the distance, Gongyi points to Kimimaro. You'll be in there after a month of spring. Kimimaro asked curiously, will I learn something great there? No. Ah. Kimimaro was a little disappointed. But there, you can learn the most basic knowledge as a ninja, that's what you lack. And I will also have a task, which will be handed over to you later. Kimimaro blinked, looking forward to the task his master said more than the former. Chapter 253. Do you have a dream? After coming back, Gongyi. Time goes by, people also know that Lord Gongyi doesn't seem to value the position of Hokage very much. This made the big families who had done their best before feel a little uncomfortable. That kind of feeling, a little hate that iron is not steel, or a kind of, a punch into cotton is bad. It's just that no one dared to complain, most of them whispered a few words to themselves, forget it. A long time since coming to Japan. It's just that Fugaku smelled a different scent in the Uchiha clan. It seems that Gongyi is not very important to Konoha. In his opinion, Gongyi's strength has increased greatly, but Konoha is a drag on him. Faintly, some thoughts began to come alive. On this day, winter has passed, and early spring has appeared. The gate of Konoha Ninja School is full of people. It's another year of freshmen entering the school. Gongyi appeared in front of everyone after a long time. Beside him, stood two teenagers. One wears the family clothes of the Hyuga clan, and the other wears an off-white robe. Gongyi smiled at the parents of the students who came over, and his eyes gradually fell on the two people beside him. Neji, this time you enter the school, the teacher has only one request for you. Neji's eyes lit up, he rarely heard what teacher Gongyi asked him. Chief. Gongyi said lightly, the teacher was the head of the school back then, no matter if he was a senior or someone of the same level, he was no match for the teacher. As my disciple, you must do this too. Teacher, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to become the chief. Chief is, that year, the most powerful student. And Gongyi's request for Hyuga Neji is just like he was back then, the strongest in the whole school. Hyuga Neji in the original book is the absolute genius who overwhelms the whole school. This time, having been trained by Gongyi for a year, the foundation is very solid. In terms of physical skills, Gongyi has taught him everything, whether it is Gangquan or Gentle Fist, Neji is now a very good master. A while ago, Gongyi secretly modified Neji's spell on the caged bird. This technique was perfected, it was. Gongyi came forward to do it. Easy for him to modify it. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan doesn't care if they are separated from the main clan. Because of the caged bird, Byakugan, who is divided into family members, has a dead end. After Gongyi's modification, Neji does not have this defect. It can be said that the 5-year-old Neji already has the foundation to become a top powerhouse. How far he can reach in the future depends on his next development. As for Kimimaro, Kimimaro looked at Hyuga Neji with a little disdain, he was going to go to school too. Neji's strength is much weaker than him. With himself, how can Neji be the head of the school? The master thinks that Neji will become stronger later. Gongyi's voice sounded again, and Kimimaro listened respectfully. Kimimaro, after you enter the school, study with peace of mind. After school, you can go to my place with Neji and receive instruction. Besides, in school, you are not allowed to take action except in the actual combat training class in the class. Kimimaro is puzzled, he is already 7 years old, and Neji, who is 5 years old, will not be in the same class. If he is not allowed to shoot, then he will hand over the chief to Neji, but he will not disobey Gongyi's orders. Yes, and lowered his eyebrows. Neji, who hasn't experienced too many things, naturally doesn't know this, looking at the school expectantly. When the school gate opened, Gong Yi smiled and waved. Go. Two boys entered the ninja school together. Kimimaro entered the 3rd grade directly, and Gong Yi has already completed his admission procedures. There is no need for Gong Yi to worry about Neji's side. His father, Hyuga Hazashi, is already by his side, waiting for a long time. I nodded to Hyuga Hazashi and went to another place. Are you ready? Well, it's already packed, it's just. Wei Li turned her head to look outside the room, and an orange figure hurriedly hid to the side. Naruto, I am still a little worried. Aili said reluctantly, today she is going to pack up and move in with Gong Yi. But as soon as she left, Naruto was truly alone. Gong Yi said indifferently, young eagles will not be able to soar in the sky without the protection of their parents' wings. We are not Naruto's parents, but we have fulfilled our parental responsibilities. Now let him live independently, but also let him get used to this environment as soon as possible. After all, we can't take care of him forever. Wei Li forced a smile, still a little uneasy. Gong Yi shook his head and walked outside the door. And he need to release his consciousness at all, he found out, Uzumaki Naruto, who was secretly hiding behind the wall. Silently walking to Naruto, the child was squatting on the ground, fiddling with the weeds. Singer. Naruto raised his head suddenly, looked at the tall Gong Yi, pursed his lips, was about to cry but forcibly endured it. Seeing his aggrieved look, Gong Yi couldn't help but sigh. Are you being too cruel? He squatted down, like Naruto, squatting in the corner of the wall. Reaching out his hand to rub Naruto's head, Naruto tilted his head and ducked. Gong Yi's hand froze in the air, and finally pulled it back. Do you hate me? Naruto opened his blue eyes and looked at Gong Yi. Then he lowered his head again. Heart of the child, there is resentment, especially for letting him leave the aunt who has taken care of him for 4 years. Deep down, he actually regarded Eri as his mother, and regarded Gong Yi, who often came to visit him and play with him, as his father. Now his father and mother want to leave him and let him live alone. Even in the ninja world, this kind of precocious child, even Kakashi 5 or 6 years old, went to the battlefield at the age of 5, and it was a little sad and sad. Gong Yi shook his head and said suddenly, do you know why Uncle Gong Yi is so respected by the villagers? Naruto whispered, yes, they all say that you have done a lot of great things and are a great hero. That's why they respect you. Then do you know, uncle, where I am from, and how did I do all this? Naruto opened his mouth, puzzled. Gong Yi smiled and talked about the past. Once I was an orphan, not even an orphan of Konoha, just a Konoha ninja who brought me back from outside, an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. When I was 4 years old, I left the orphanage and lived alone. Naruto opened his mouth wide, he had never heard anyone mention these things. Uncle Gong Yi, who is sometimes strict with himself, and sometimes fond of him, turned out to be an orphan. Isn't this worse than himself? Anyway, since he was a child, he was taken care of by Aunt Hilly and Uncle Gong Yi. After the age of 5, go to school and start learning about ninjas. At that time I was very hard. No one taught me the knowledge of ninjutsu, I just practiced physique with Tenten. Later, as the head of the school, I graduated early. Participate in the mission and was chased by Jonin for the first time. Oh, and in that war, there are now 4 generations of Kazekage. I remember that in that battle, my captain lost a hand. You should know my captain, who is the one-armed shop owner who sells ninja gear in a street weapon shop. Naruto nodded sharply, Uncle Iga, he often invites me to eat. It turns out that he was Uncle's former captain. Having said this, Naruto realized that his uncle had experienced this kind of danger before. However, what Gong Yi said next made him know that that kind of danger is actually very light. A simple escort mission was besieged by hundreds of ninjas. A dozen people, only 5 survived, and even the uncle was seriously injured. With Sunagakure village is even more dangerous, and I almost can't return to the village. Subsequent battles were more terrifying than ever. Even the uncle entered the village of Kurigakure and fought with big men like the 3 generations of Mizukage to life and death. Eri stood behind the corner, and when she heard these words, she turned her back. Wipe the corners of your eyes with your hands. She is the one who has witnessed these things with her own eyes, and also participated in the treatment of Gongyi in the hospital. Gongyi has not been easy in these years, she sees it better than anyone else. Well, that's what happened. She fell in love with Gongyi little by little, and fell in love with this man who was 9 years younger than her. Nowadays, the dialogue between Gongyi and Naruto seems to be the communication between a father and a son. It took a long time for Gongyi to finish saying this. The past. He smiled slightly, very free and easy, as if these things were like floating clouds to him. A while ago, when you were playing in the village, did you hear anything about your uncle? Naruto is still immersed in Gongyi's exciting but wonderful ninja career. The previous grievances disappeared without knowing it, but instead became relish. Hear Gongyi's question. He nodded excitedly. I heard many uncles and aunts, grandparents say, they want you to be Hokage. Uncle, can you really be Hokage? Gongyi asked back, do you think uncle is qualified to be a Hokage? Definitely, uncle is so powerful and has done so much for the village. If you can't be Hokage, who can? Naruto stood up, clenched his fists, and said all this excitedly. Seems that Gongyi became Hokage, which is a very happy thing for him. The standing Naruto is almost as tall as the half-squatting Gongyi. Gongyi looked at the lively Naruto and suddenly asked, what about you, Naruto, do you have any dreams? Chapter 254. Challenge Kimimaro, 3rd. Naruto was stunned. It seems too early for such a young child to talk about dreams. But Gongyi still asked. Just like in the previous life in Washa, every child entering kindergarten, the first grade of primary school, the teacher often asks him what his dreams are. Children's answers will change with the trend of the times. Teachers, scientists, astronauts, big stars, high officials, and rich people in the back. Ninja World, Konoha Village, these children should also have dreams. Naruto frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said cautiously, my dream, can it be to become a Hokage? Gongyi smiled lightly, dreams should be assertive and speak out loudly instead of asking people what their dreams can be. Naruto hummed and shouted loudly, then my dream is to become a Hokage. Gongyi stood up satisfied, reached out and rubbed Naruto's short blonde hair. To be a Hokage, you have to have the courage to go through everything your uncle has gone through. Only then can you be recognized by the rest of the village and become a Hokage. Naruto's eyes twinkled, I will definitely become Hokage and let everyone recognize me. Children are actually more sensitive than anyone else. Naruto Uzumaki could feel it. Although the villagers were polite to him, they were all alienated from him. He didn't know why, but occasionally people would scold him and hate him. Even some people who seem to be good to him on the surface are more than 320 because of Uncle Gongyi. He wants to be Hokage and let everyone in the village recognize him, it's a normal idea. Gongyi did not correct his understanding. People who are recognized by the villagers can become Hokage, not Hokage can be recognized. Naruto is too young to understand these things. But when he is older and has experienced a lot, he will naturally understand. So you live alone, be strong. Learn to be independent. This is a road to the strong, and most of the strong are lonely. Because the weak cannot understand what the strong have experienced. Naruto nodded ignorantly, and had some expectations for the next life alone. After calming Naruto, Gongyi breathed a sigh of relief. He considers himself to be interested enough for Namikaze Minato, taking care of Naruto for so many years. His childhood was also considered a stable and comfortable life, at least better than his own. Coming to Hilly's side, Gongyi easily picked up a few big boxes. Let's go. Aryi looked behind him. Naruto was waving to them with a smile. Don't worry, although you moved to my place, you still have to work in the hospital every day. I will accompany you to see Naruto. Boom. Several large boxes were placed on the ground, making a dull sound. Wei walked around the house happily. This will be where she will live for the rest of her life. As for the so-called marriage status, she didn't care. Since she chose to follow Gong Yi, she will follow Gong Yi's ideas in many things. A beautiful young woman came in from the door, and Wei blinked. This is Gong Ling. Gong Yi introduced. She has been with me all these years, and will live with us in the future. Aryi nodded to Gong Ling generously. Sakurai, please give me more advice in the future. Gong Ling glanced at Aili, opened her mouth, found that she didn't know what to say, and hurriedly looked at Gong Yi. You can call her sister, that's what I called her back then. Gong Yi chuckled. Sister. Gong Ling let out a long sigh of relief, and for some reason, she was actually a little nervous. There is no bloody Shira Field sitcom. The first meeting between the two was unusually gentle. Eri is like this by nature, while Gong Ling put herself in a very low position. Gong Yi heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Gong Ling put things into the room for Wei Li. In this way, the days to come will be much more comfortable. Every day, you only need to study and study ninjutsu, teach your apprentices, and enjoy the warm fragrance of nephrite jade. Hokage now, there are naturally benefits of not using Hokage. That is plenty of time. Over the years, I have been in a tense state all the time. If it goes on like this, sooner or later something will happen. The last time I read the Book of Seals, I went crazy. He didn't want this to happen again. Take this time to adjust your mood. As for the progress of strength, Gong Yi is rather optimistic now. The top skill of mastering the Dharma, coupled with the small Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force plan he has been carrying out, is enough to deal with the Fourth Ninja War in the future. Gong Yi has been pondering since he acquired the ability to rule all Dharmas. Of mastering all the Dharmas is undoubtedly to speed up the understanding of all kinds of ninjutsu, even the ninjutsu that Gong Yi is not friendly with. He can also master all the Dharmas quickly. However, this also takes some time. Just now, I have obtained most of the Suiten water-style ninjutsu in Kurigakure village. Gong Yi tried to study it, and when the master is almost the same, he will be able to teach Gong Ling. In addition, Gong Yi is also in the research state for the second seed of consciousness. In the process of becoming stronger, divine refinement has undoubtedly provided great help. Now that the second divine consciousness seed has been born for a long time, Gong Yi has gradually found some uses. Su Zanming, who cracked Uchiha Fugaku before, is one of the magic uses. The second seed of consciousness does not have the imprint of ninjutsu, so it can achieve instant effect. However, it is possible to form an independent Gong Yi personality. Demonic illusion. Crack. 4. The ninja world, the easiest thing is to have someone else help him remove. For example, when you are fighting, your companions help you. Or in the case of the human Jinchuriki column force, hit the demonic illusion, the will of the tailed beast in the body, help the human Jinchuriki column force release. And the second seed of divine consciousness has the same magical effect. The will and thinking are all their own, but they can exist independently. Gong Yi thought of the magical effect of the seed of divine consciousness, and his eyes could not help but flicker. He has a very bold conjecture. Ninja schools courses, for ordinary people, it is more difficult to master. But for a genius, it's nothing more than that. Hyuga Neji was lying on the railing of the corridor, staring at the playground boredly. Who pass by him often talk in a low voice after passing by. Is he, Hyuga Neji? You just entered school this year. Don't look at his short time in school, but in just 3 months, he has challenged all the seniors. Now, he is the chief student of our school. Wow, that's awesome. Neji smacked his lips, feeling a little bored. For him, the things taught in school cannot be more basic. This feeling is what he experienced after he started to study these courses. The things that teacher Gong Yi taught him were not very advanced. At that time, he still felt that the teacher was stingy and was unwilling to teach himself good things. But now that I think about it, the teacher is laying the foundation for himself. Almost from the first day of extracting chakra, Hyuga Neji found that his chakra volume was several times that of his peers. No one is his opponent at all. It seems that the goal the teacher set for me is not too difficult. Hyuga Neji was a little puzzled, and his eyes suddenly fell on the playground. At this time, it was the class that was a year higher than them who were conducting practical training sessions. And Kimimaro, it's inside. Neji's mind moved, and Byakugan suddenly opened up. Under his watch, Kimimaro played against his classmates and easily defeated each other. Judging from the few short moves, Kimimaro's physical skills are actually stronger than his own. Neji was shocked. Even though Kimimaro was just a kid picked up by the teacher from outside, how could he be so strong? Jingle. The school bell rang. Neji and Kimimaro were walking on the way to Gong Yi's house. When he was about to reach the palace, Neji stopped suddenly. Kimimaro, I'm going to challenge you. Chapter 255. Incarnation outside the body. Kimimaro looked at him indifferently. Until now, Kimimaro still hasn't learned how to make friends. As for Hyuga Neji, he just treats him as the master's disciple. Faced with the challenge, Kimimaro wanted to refuse. Hyuga Neji immediately said, I remember the teacher's request to you that you see and shoot in school. Now, not at school. After saying that, Hyuga Neji didn't hesitate and took up a fighting stance. Kimimaro frowned, then nodded. Come on, I want to know too, what did you learn from the teacher? Battle is about to start. The next moment, the two quickly rushed towards each other. Drink. Neji punched out, small body, but the momentum is indomitable. Fierce and domineering. Kimimaro parried with one hand, his palm trembled, and there was a little pain. This is the Gangquan that my teacher taught me. Neji laughed and swept his left leg, rolling up a large leaf. Kimimaro stepped forward without fear. Dang! Neji abruptly backed away like steel clattering. He looked at Kimimaro in shock, and on Kimimaro's leg, a bone appeared, as hard as iron. His own punches and kicks didn't take advantage of him in the slightest. Heart! Neji realized that Kimimaro is definitely better than the kid in the school. Not holding back, Neji attacked again. However, this time, his attack had a different flavor. When Kimimaro parried Neji's attack again, Neji's figure suddenly changed, and his palms circled and slapped Kimimaro's back. Faintly, Neji has been able to smoothly switch between the Konoha Gangquan style and the Hyuga gentle fist method. Kimimaro was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. A few steps staggeringly, Kimimaro's face became more and more icy. He can't even win the master's disciple, then there is no point in serving the master. The next attack, Kimimaro no longer passively defends, but turns to active attack. The Kagaya family has no tradition of only defending and not attacking. Whoosh! Kimimaro ran fast. His speed was even faster than Neji. Boom! Kimimaro suddenly stopped, punched out, and Neji quickly blocked. Kimimaro attacks again, Neji blocks again. Seemed that Neji was taking it easy, but in fact, he was beaten by the whole body. Between fists and legs, Kimimaro, who has experienced battles, can almost instantly perceive Neji's defensive flaws. Just a few more hits and Neji will collapse. Neji bit Kiba, took a slap and hurriedly backed away. Hand seal with both hands, Byakugan opens. Is this the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Kimimaro said coldly. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath. After turning on Byakugan, I can see your movements clearly, you will not be my opponent. Kimimaro shook his head, a bone sword stretched out from his hand with a cold light. You have Byakugan, I have my abilities too. Hyuga Neji frowned. This Kimimaro can actually manipulate bones to fight. On his leg just now, and the bone sword in his hand now, could it be that other parts of him can also use the bone like this? It seems that it is not easy to win him by relying solely on physical skills. But if you want to use ninjutsu in this battle, from the very beginning, both sides tacitly agreed not to use ninjutsu, and they fell behind. Just when he was embarrassed, a familiar voice entered his ears. Neji hurriedly lowered her head and closed it. Across from him, Kimimaro also retracted the bone and looked. Eyes, walked towards Gong Yi's house. Gong Yi looked at Neji and Kimimaro with an ancient expression like a piece of wood. These two are undoubtedly the top talents in their respective clans. And they have mastered the mighty Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Carefully, if you push up countless generations, they should actually be relatives, or at least cousins. After all, the Hyuga family and the Kagaya family are all branches of the Otsutsuki family. But for now, Gong Yi said lightly, Neji, you are not Kimimaro's opponent yet. Hyuga Neji was not convinced, bit Kiba and said, if you don't really try your best to fight, you can't tell the outcome. Gong Yi was not annoyed, and ordered Kimimaro, show your Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, as much as possible. Kimimaro hummed, looked solemn, and took off his coat. Neji looked at this scene puzzled, showed his ability, why did he take off his clothes, but the next moment, he opened his mouth in surprise. Kai, dense bones, protruding from Kimimaro's chest, arms, back, and even forehead. Is as hideous as a hedgehog, and it makes people feel chills when they look at it. I can control my bones to fight, this is my ability. Kimimaro explained lightly. Neji looked away and bowed his head bitterly. No wonder the teacher said that his strongest ability right now is taijutsu, but if Kimimaro fights him in this state, how could he possibly beat him? Neji, you don't have to be discouraged. Kimimaro is 2 years older than you, and his master is better than you for the power of Kekkei Genkei. And he fought and even killed people. Gong Yi said lightly, and in fact it was. Kimimaro can kill the current Hyuga Neji quickly without any scruples. But you have my guidance, as long as you don't slack off, keep working hard. Is also a chance to defeat Kimimaro. Hyuga Neji raised his head and looked at Gong Yi excitedly, really? Kimimaro stood aside, disapproving. He thought, as long as you Hyuga Neji will improve, why can't I? Gong Yi ignored Kimimaro's thoughts and said to Neji, of course. A plan. Planning. Neji was puzzled. Gong Yi said softly, ninjas can't be perfect at all decathlons, there are always good and bad things. Everything can be, nothing is strong. Better to specialize in one and reach the peak. At the back of the courtyard, Ariri and Gong Ling, who had gotten off work, burst into laughter when they heard these words. Obvious that Gong Yi can do anything, and he still says such things. Ninjutsu, demonic illusion, and taijutsu. These are the 3 fundamentals of ninja fighting skills. If you reach the peak of a certain skill, you can be called a strong man. Have you thought about which way you want to go? Hyuga Neji frowned. For him, with a large amount of chakra, taking the road of ninjutsu is undoubtedly the easiest. But with Byakugan, on the road of demonic illusion, there is also a lot to do. Not to mention physical skills, any Hyuga tribe, no matter whether it is a branch or main clan, he can be regarded as a good physique master. Gong Yi looked at him and said indifferently, is it difficult to choose? I don't care. Whichever path you choose, the teacher can teach you the corresponding things. Neji raised his head abruptly. No, I've made a decision. I'm going to go the way of taijutsu. Reason. Hyuga Neji looked at Kimimaro, who was indifferent and disdainful, and clenched his fists and said, I will use Teishu to defeat him. Gong Yi said slowly, physical skills are not that simple, and it is even said that among these 3 paths, cultivating physical skills is the most difficult. You have laid the foundation for these years, and you should also realize it. Reach a high level in physical skills, you cannot do it without accumulated efforts. Neji bowed respectfully. Please teach me, teacher. Gong Yi grinned stiffly, yes. Today, I'll teach you the first lesson, learn how to be beaten. An invisible wave fell on Neji. It was the familiar gravity that doubled, and Neji only felt that his body was much heavier, and his steps slowed down. Kimimaro, fight him and don't keep your hands. The 5-year-old Neji is no match for Kimimaro in physique. Now that Gong Yi has applied gravity, that's even worse. Kimimaro also doesn't show mercy to his opponent, he only knows to follow the master's orders. Moved, he attacked Neji. Gong Yi sat on the steps indifferently, and said indifferently, Neji, if you hold on for 30 seconds, you will be successful. Neji bit Kiba, yes. In the depths of the house, a man shook his head and smiled. Neji can practice against Kimimaro at such a young age, and his strength will only increase faster and faster. As for the heavy fighting, which will cause Neji to be injured, Gong Yi is not very worried. Anyway, with him, as long as he wasn't killed on the spot, he could be rescued. If someone is here, they will be shocked when they see this person. This person turned out to be Gong Yi, and there was another Gong Yi outside. Gong Yi lowered his head and studied a corpse, the corpse of a ninja who had just died. With the help of the Mokudan wood-style clone and the clone created by my divine consciousness seed, it is indeed much stronger than the ordinary shadow clone. However, this is far from the incarnation of the body I imagined. Gong Yi's eyes were full of light. What he wanted was an external avatar who could truly act on his own, instead of a fragile shadow clone. If it can be successful, then the next plan you have to do will be much more convenient. Chapter 256. The Alliance of Wood Mist. Konoha 52 years. Following the previous year, the Konoha Dark Blue Demon defeated the Kumogakure force on the battlefield, defeated the 4th generation Reikage, and killed Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. This year has been much quieter than usual. This pond-like tranquility occasionally produces a few waves. For example, the war-torn Kurigakure village has unveiled the mysterious veil for the first time, facing all countries in the ninja world. Under the veil, is the brand new 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei. A woman's wealth, on the shadow of a village, the outside world is talking about one after another. Most people are not optimistic about Terumi Mei's ability. After all, this woman is so delicate, beautiful and, most importantly, young. However, Terumi Mei changed everyone's opinion through 3 things. The first is to suppress and destroy the 2 rebel families of Kagaya and Mizuki. In these 2 battles, Terumi Mei showed a powerful and terrifying strength. Yoden, lava style. Fuden, vapor style. The 2 Kekkei Genkei, combined with the skillful Suiten, water style ninjutsu, have leapt into the category of top powerhouses. Even if it is the 3 generations of Soil, 3220, who have been famous for many years. Shadow Onoki, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not dare to underestimate Terumi Mei. The second thing is that Terumi Mei personally went to the capital of the country of water, had a chat in the court, and finally won the trust of the daimyo. The daimyo of the land of water is willing to fully support Terumi Mei, rebuild Kurigakure village, and provide funds to strengthen Kurigakure village. You know, although the village and the country are interdependent, it does not mean that the country will fully support the village. Just like the village of Sunagakure, the 4th generation of Kazekage Rasa, did not have the full support of the daimyo of the Land of Winds. Forcing Rasa to let the village take the ninja elite training route, and dare not expand the number of ninjas on a large scale. After all, without the support of the daimyo, they would not have enough financial resources. Some would say task rewards. But they forgot that at the beginning of the Third World War, when Sunagakure lost to Konoha, 1/3 of the missions were divided. Although the contract was later torn up, they attacked Konoha with Iwagakure, but once Iwagakure was defeated, the contract they tore up could only be continued. In fact, not only Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village is in a bad situation now. 3 consecutive defeats to Iwagakure village and Konoha, and the loss of 3 generations of Reikage, Killer Bee, Jinchuriki Column Force, and Yatai Niyugi. Of Thunder also doesn't trust the 4th generation Reikage. Terumi Mei's ability to gain the trust of the daimyo of the Land of Water and get enough support shows that this person's political wisdom is also extraordinary. A person with great strength and enough political wisdom, no matter what she is a woman or not, she is enough to hold the position of Mizukage. And Terumi Mei is lifting the blockade of Kurigakure village, and facing the third thing in the world. It also made countless people in an uproar. Kurigakure village wants to establish a peaceful exchange relationship with Konoha village. As soon as this news came out, everyone's eyes fell on the ground. Joke. Konoha village is mostly to blame for the decline of Kurigakure village. If it wasn't for Konoha who killed the previous generation of ninja swords, 7 people and 7 people, if it wasn't for the Deep Blue Demon who seriously injured the 3rd generation of Mizukage Sujido Sujidori, the village of Kurigakure is not necessarily defeated by the village of Iwagakure. Similarly, the Dark Blue Demons invaded the village of Kurigakure, beheading the Jinchuriki column force of the 6-tailed man, releasing the 6 tails, and causing the village of Kurigakure to suffer a blow not seen in decades. All these things, Kurigakure village can actually hate and take the initiative to release goodwill to Konoha. It can be said that everyone is stunned. However, Terumi Mei did so, and even persuaded the senior management of the village and many family forces in the village. Facing Terumi Mei, Konoha was not indifferent to the news. Through the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the wish of Konoha was handed over to the Land of Water. In order to show respect for Konoha, Terumi Mei decided to leave the village after the new year, and took a visit to Konoha village. This move also made countless forces who paid attention to this matter admire Terumi Mei. Is said that the emperor does not live in danger. Terumi Mei, as Mizukage, went to Konoha in person. This person is very courageous and admirable. You know, Konoha village has such existences as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Dark Blue Devil, and Gongyi. Terumi Mei went there personally, and if Konoha went back on his word, Terumi Mei would not be able to get out of Konoha village at all. But Terumi Mei just did it. Even with great fanfare, he brought the officials of the country of water and the village of Kurigakure to visit, from the original route of the country of vortex, all the way to the hinterland of the country of fire, Konoha village. She is determined to establish peaceful relations between the village of Kurigakure and Konoha. In Terumi Mei's view, Konoha is not scary, it is the man who is scary. If the village of Kurigakure is still hanging overseas so alone, sooner or later, it will have to face that man. Now that I have a good relationship with Konoha, it can be considered a rainy day. Terumi Mei has this kind of determination, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally not ignore it. First direct contact between the 2 ninja villages since the 5 Shadows Conference was held in Senju Hashirama at the end of Sengoku. Of course, you must give the other party the highest welcome specification. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly sent a grand greeting team. In this team, there are Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son Sarutobi Aster and his wife, Tenten Jonin, and more than 30 chunin. It can be said that compared to establishing diplomatic relations with Sunagakure, this time Terumi Mei came in person, and both sides gave each other enough face. The Land of Rain. 48 years from Konoha, 5 years have passed. In these 5 years, Akatsuki was destroyed under the rule of Hanzo of the Salamander, controlling the village of Omegakure, and even the daimyo of the Land of Rain, has been turned into a puppet by Akatsuki Master for external communication. On this day, a man with a shark face walked towards the tallest tower in the country with a cold expression. There is the leader of Akatsuki, where pain is. When the ghost shark arrives, he will see it at first sight. When it came to a young man with orange hair, Ghost Shark, what is the matter with me all of a sudden? Ghost Shark took a deep breath and said loudly, Pain, please help me prevent the alliance of Kurigakure and Konoha villages. Pain turned his head and looked at him indifferently. Reason. Konoha has caused so much damage to Kurigakure village, and now Kurigakure village has to befriend Konoha. I don't agree. The ghost shark held its head up, like a shark, with a ferocious look. For the village, he always has an indelible feeling. In order to protect the village's intelligence, he even killed his own captain, Tsukazan Fubuki. Even if he was persecuted by Yagura, defected from Kurigakure village and became a wanted missing nin, he still misses the village. When Terumi Mei staged a coup d'état and he went to resist the opponent, his soft-hearted men showed mercy. He didn't want Kurigakure village to be controlled by Uchiha Madara again and become a cold tool. Terumi Mei, in his opinion, would be a good leader. Otherwise, it was in that kind of narrow tunnel leading to the forbidden area. With his strength, he performed a large-scale Suiten, water-style ninjutsu, enough to block Terumi Mei's group. Don't say kill, but block for a few minutes, absolutely no problem. But he only stopped some of the ninjas, pretending to let Terumi Mei and the others rush in. It's just that after Terumi Mei took office, it didn't go according to his ideas at all. How could that woman disregard the huge pain that Kurigakure had suffered in the past, and go to Konoha to beg for pity? He does not agree, so he wants to break the alliance. Pain looked at him, silent for a while, and then slowly said, I am willing to help you, but after this event, whether successful or not, you will completely abandon your bond with the village of Kurigakure and concentrate on doing things for Akatsuki. Dry 1. 6 Persimmon Ghost Shark nodded suddenly, thank you. You go down first, and I'll send you and me to stop this later. Ghost Shark left, and the tower was silent. Conan came out from behind and looked at Pain, at the corpse of Yahiko who had been his companion. Pain, what we need to do now is not to accumulate strength and develop in a low-key manner. Pain said without looking back, doing this for the ghost shark will not hinder our goal. We are developing and our opponents are recovering. Konoha and Sunagakure have cast aside their former feud, and if they are allowed to form an alliance with the village of Kurigakure, it will be difficult for us to do things in the future. Pain raised his head and looked at the weeping sky outside the tower. The reason, it doesn't matter. But like the ghost shark said, the pain you have suffered should not be forgotten. Once forgotten, people will forget everything they have suffered, and war will only come again after a short peace. The world should remember the pain and the suffering brought about by war. Chapter 257. Explosion is art. My father is really, our child is still so young, he sent us out on a mission. Sarutobi Aster looked at his wife Junkai tenderly and defended his father. This is also something that can't be helped. Defeating Sunagakure village and Kumogakure village, the strength of our village ninja has been recognized by many people. Now the number of tasks in the village has increased several times, and there are not enough manpower to send us out on the mission to meet and guard the 5th generation of Mizukage. This is the father's trust in us. His wife Junkai shrugged helplessly, still thinking about her son who was born. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. Sarutobi Aster put his wife behind him and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack, prepare for battle." However, all this seems to be a little too late. Boom, boom, boom. Large pieces of white clay fluttered, followed by countless explosions. The many ninjas of Konoha, screaming in agony, are constantly being bombed to pieces. Open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style, ash accumulation and burning close black lens bracket Aster opened his mouth and spit out, and a large area of gray mist gushed out, covering the nearby line of sight. Distance of the fog, 2 figures gradually appeared. One is young and unruly, the other is crawling on the ground and slowly moving forward. Both of them were wearing Yuhi cloud cloaks, and they were full of momentum. Aster 29 feet's pupils shrank. After years of combat experience, he knew that these two were powerful. Bidden Kiba, Aster quick hand seal. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom, large flames, combined with the previous gray fog, erupted into a stronger burning area. Everyone joins me to meet the enemy. Konoha ninjas who were still alive began to charge forward, covering the area with the help of flames, and attacking the enemy. Aster grabbed his wife's shoulder and took a deep breath. Junkai, go back to the village and report the situation here to your father. But. No but, our son Konoha Maru is still waiting for you, I'll stay after the break. The woman who married into the Sarutobi family and changed her name to Sarutobi Koichi, trembled all over, and then ran wild when she bit Kiba's way. When the sea of fire is accompanied by gray mist, it burns to the front. The unruly young man laughed. Throw out a few pieces of clay in your hand, pinch it quickly, and turn it into a white bird. Wings fluttered and flew out. Like a moth to a fire, the white bird entered the sea of fire, and a violent explosion occurred immediately. The fluctuation of the explosion directly wiped out a large sea of fire. Deidara, be quiet. Sasori of the red sand, who was crawling on the ground, said in dissatisfaction. The young man called Deidara pouted, if it's any smaller, everyone will run away. Forget it, I'll leave it to you, the woman who ran away, I'll kill her. Sasori of the red sand said angrily, go ahead, here, you will only get in the way. Humph. A ball of clay was thrown out and turned into a big white bird. Deidara stepped on the bird's back, and chased into the distance. Sarutobi Aster wanted to stop him, but several puppets stood in front of them. Puppet technique. You are from Sunagakure village. Aster looked ugly, as Sunagakure village treacherous again. Sasori of the red sand, tone did not fluctuate, the dying people, why should they know so much? Fei Liuhu's righteous hand is 1,000 copies. Fei Liuhu's left arm device suddenly pops out something similar to a cannon. On top of it, a cylinder filled with countless poisonous needles was inserted. Sasori of the red sand gently moves, countless poisons. Geti flew towards the Konoha ninja. Kisame Hoshigaki is standing on a giant tree with a large sword on his back. Him is another young man wearing a Yuhi cloud cloak, with a dense black iron Jinchuriki column on his face. Aware of the sight of the ghost shark looking over, young Bing said, don't look at me, I am enough to kill the people of Kurigakure village. Ghost Shark shook his head, the purpose of this trip is not to kill, but to stop Terumi-Mei. Didn't Pain tell you clearly before he set off? I am Pain. Ghost Shark frowned, what does this mean? But before he had time to think about it, the big blue bird flew over, screeching a few times. Calling himself Pain said, come on. Ghost Shark's expression was shocked, and his eyes fell to the place thousands of meters away from the giant tree. There, the Kurigakure mission is rapidly approaching. Take me to see Lord Hokage, fast. Sarutobi Koichi said weakly, and the face of the ninja guarding the gate changed greatly. You are. Quick, it's too late. Some people recognized Sarutobi's identity. After all, she is also the daughter-in-law of the third generation of Hokage. Some people specially took Sarutobi Kodopan to drive into the village, and the rest were on full alert. Sarutobi arrived at the Kodo pond just now. He was covered in injuries, and even one hand was missing. There must be enemies in pursuit. Whoa, whoa, in the shock of the Konoha ninja, a large white bird broke through the Konoha wall and flew over the village. Seeing this scene, Konoha ninjas ran out one after another, trying to attack the enemy standing on the big white bird. However, the big birds are at high altitude and can't attack at all, unless they can fly. Is this the old guy in Onoki, the feared Konoha village? Deidara grinned, since today is here, why should I leave some good memories for Konoha? Art is an explosion. Countless pieces of clay fell off his palms and flew to Konoha village. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed slightly, and just as he rushed out of the room, he saw Sarutobi's Kodo pond, which was sent to the dying. Father, someone attacked us. The enemy is. After all, the words were not finished. After seeing the father-in-law Sarutobi Hiruzen, the tone in Sarutobi Koike's heart suddenly weakened. She is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's trembling hands saw his daughter-in-law die in front of her eyes. However, he didn't have time to grieve, and the sound of an explosion from the village made him suddenly raise his head. Almost the moment he saw the figure in the sky, he spit out a word with hatred. Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped directly to the rooftop, clapping his palms on the ground. The art of psychic. Boom. The huge ape demon was summoned directly. Become a King Kong Rui. The ape demon instantly transformed into a big iron rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen held it directly, pointed the tip of the iron rod, aimed at the big white bird in the air, and shouted loudly. Long. Shoo. The iron rod became longer in an instant, blinking, and approached the big white bird in the air. Deidara's face changed slightly, and he manipulated the big bird to fly away. However, this bird is only made of clay, and it is not flexible enough to move and dodge at all. Only had time to avoid an inch, the wings were interrupted by the elongated King Kong Rui stick. Deidara was shaking, looking at the old man 320 on the rooftop in the distance, and blurted out. Shinobu. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 generations didn't talk to him at all, and the person who killed his daughter-in-law must be this person. According to Jiraiya's travels abroad, the information sent back. Wearing this Yuhi black dress, embroidered with the Yuhi cloud mark, is an organization called Akatsuki. Orochimaru also joined it. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but I didn't expect it to be so daring to deal with Konoha. Futon, wind style, vacuum sphere. Swish, swish, swish. For countless months, the Kiba wind blade flew out, only to hit Deidara in the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as Dr. Ninja. He is familiar with the 5 ninjutsu, and he is just a futon wind style ninjutsu. Seeing this, Deidara bit Kiba. Unless you want to die here, you can't stay here for a long time. Adieu. He threw a large lump of clay and flew towards the center of Konoha village. And he turned and ran. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared hard at the direction he was going, but could only fly towards the place where the cloud of clay was flying. This thing, but it will explode. I can't let the village suffer from the explosion, I must stop it. Deidara controlled the white bird and ran out of the village, repairing its wings by the way. HMPH, the old guy is the same as Onoki's house fire, and he still has a few hands. Today is the time to go sightseeing, and next time you come, Konoha village will be bombed. I have this big bird soaring in the sky, and no one can catch up. Deidara laughed, as if mocking Konoha no one. However, the next moment, his expression changed. A big black and yellow hand that covers the sky and covers the sun, grabbed it from below. Recommend a book to a friend, The Strongest Sleeping Monk in Mysterious Fantasy. If you are interested, you can go to Feilu to remind you. Read 3 Things collection of things. Push to see the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT. Chapter 258. Glazed Sky Curtain. Rumbling. The sky trembled, where the big hand of Xuanwang passed. Shirakumo collapsed, and the void trembled. That hand seems to be able to pick up the stars and take the moon. As early as when Deidara broke into Konoha arrogantly, countless ninjas in the village found it and ran out. Just because Deidara is flying in the air and can't attack, so he can only guard the village with hatred. The release of the 3 generations of Hokage is exciting. Of Hokage-sama, it was almost a single attack that forced the enemy to retreat. It's just a pity that I can't keep that person. However, seeing the big black and yellow hand, the Konoha ninja burst into a commotion. It's Lord Gongyi. Master Gongyi has taken action. Do you really think I'm nobody in Konoha? Cats and dogs dare to attack, Lord Gongyi will definitely kill him here. ... Deidara looked at this scene in horror. He wanted to escape. However, I only felt that the sky around me seemed to be blocked. No matter how you control it, you can't escape the coverage of that big hand. I can't think about escaping anymore, I must defeat this ninjutsu. Deidara bit Kiba, vomited in her mouth, and a large lump of clay appeared. His hands were quickly squeezed together, and for a moment, a white dragon roared out. Dragon! The white giant dragon Zhang Qiba danced his claws and rushed towards his closed hands. Facing this dragon, Zhan Huang's big hand suddenly doubled in size and grabbed the dragon's neck fiercely. Blast! Didera folded her hands together, looked stern, and shouted. Boom! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. Like thunder, a huge explosion sounded, and a thunderbolt exploded in the clear sky. After the violent explosion, the big black and yellow hand became shattered. Didera was overjoyed. Good chance, rush out. Whoosh! The white bird under your feet accelerated and fled outside the village. However, the next moment, his face became extremely ugly. The huge palm that had just been blown up recovered as before at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grabbed towards him at a faster speed. Who is the enemy? This ninjutsu, why is it so difficult to crack? Didera looked grim, and for some reason he regretted it and chased into the village of Konoha. However, he is not one to sit still. Although he cannot see the enemy attacking him, he has other means. Garuda. A ball of clay was thrown from the air and flew towards the big hand. In the air, the white clay expands continuously, transforming into a doll exactly like Didera in the blink of an eye. The body is huge, like a giant, standing in the sky. Didera said fiercely, "My puppet contains extremely small clay spiders that are invisible to the naked eye, and when the puppet explodes, these will be released. Clay spiders are scattered in the air in a certain range. Within the range, the organism that sucks the clay spider into the body is equivalent to setting a bomb all over the body, and finally through countless small explosions, the entire organism can be gradually destroyed from the inside out to achieve the effect of complete destruction." Exclamation mark quote. Although I don't know who you are, you must be around here. I'm going to blow you up alive. Your hands together, and a magic seal is formed. Didera is about to detonate the doll. But the next moment, his eyes widened. A huge Jinchuriki column rose from the ground, blocking directly in front of Garuda. Surrounded by thunder and lightning on the Jinchuriki column, it emits terrifying thunder and lightning. Countless arcs of lightning stretched out, directly binding Garuda. Under the paralysis of lightning, he was unable to detonate Garuda. Stay! Voice resounded through the sky, elegant and accommodating, full of irresistible majesty. Zhan Huang's big hands finally closed and grabbed it directly. Ah! Didera's whole body was in unbearable pain, and a huge squeezing force came from his big hands, almost crushing him into a fleshy pulp. It's impossible to catch me alive. Didera's face turned fierce, and she swallowed a mouthful of clay desperately. Didera's body swelled suddenly. Self-destruct. Haha, although I didn't see you, my explosion can cover a radius of 10 kilometers. You are dead. Kacha. Xuanwang's big hand squeezed fiercely, and Didera's body shattered. However, in the palm of the hand, a black sphere, flashing with a deep black, whirled. In that blackness, there is a terrifying aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already caught up not far away, and when he saw this scene, his face changed greatly. With a radius of 10 kilometers, the village of Konoha is not far away, isn't it? Boom! The black sphere is lightly shattered. At the moment of shattering, endless white light burst out of the shell and illuminated the whole world. The next moment, a powerful explosion shock wave swept out from the place where Didera died. The dazzling white light makes it impossible to see directly. The sense of danger from the instinct of the body forced countless ninjas to tremble. It seems that the next moment, they will die under this explosion. Just when countless Konoha ninjas were stunned and at a loss, standing there waiting to die. Figure flew into the air below the center of the explosion. Om! A strange voice sounded, and in the shocked eyes of countless people, a crystal blue water curtain stretched out. The entire Konoha village. Gong Yi face. There is no wave in the ancient well, sage art chakra surging out, constantly pouring into the blue water curtain. The explosion shock wave caused by Deidara's self-destruction rushed to the water curtain, blasting ripples. However, it has not affected both inside and outside of Konoha village. Not only that, but it seems that even the sound can't get in. Heaven and earth, there is silence. Only the mountains and forests a few kilometers outside the village of Konoha are constantly destroyed and turned into nothingness. This scene, like a silent movie, was played out quietly. A ninja curiously stretched out his hand to touch the blue water curtain on the edge, but just by touching it, the huge shock force recoiled at him. He touched, vomited blood and flew out. Everyone, don't touch the water curtain. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order immediately, then he swallowed and walked under Gong Yi. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Gong Yi glanced at him and said calmly, this technique is called the colored glass sky curtain. When the white light dissipated, the aftermath of the explosion completely stopped, and the sun was projected down. It shines on the blue water curtain, emitting a colorful light, like a rainbow, and like a glass, dazzling. Sarutobi Hiruzen chewed on the name, only to feel it was worthy of the name. This water curtain, like a sky curtain, directly protected the Konoha village that was about to be destroyed. Even a brick or a tile was damaged. If it wasn't for this ninjutsu, then the 10-kilometer mountain range that was destroyed outside Konoha village would be the fate of Konoha village at this time. It really is a ninjutsu that destroys the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and felt a little more awe of Akatsuki in his heart. With such an organization, just dispatching a ninja at will, can actually achieve this level. His own disciple, Orochimaru, known as Sanin, is only one of them. Can't imagine who else is inside. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Gong Yi's back, can resist such a devastating self-destruction. Gong Yi's strength, and how terrifying it is. Gong Yi watched all this with satisfaction. The Kurigakure village Sweden water-style ninjutsu given to him keeps reading, learning, familiarizing, master. Finally, it is integrated. Immediately, inspiration is born. The skills of ruling all the laws are touched. One of the characteristics is that it can evolve into all kinds of techniques. After a period of time that is not too long or not too short, Gong Yi deduced and developed this Sweden water-style ninjutsu. The level has reached the level. No matter. It is the difficulty of learning, or the power, and the coverage area. Especially under the blessing of Sage Mode, its defense strength and coverage area will be expanded countless times. Able to resist Deidara's ultimate ninjutsu self-destruction is enough to explain everything. When everything is calm, Konoha village remains the same. Countless Konoha villagers walked out of the house and came to the street. Their eyes fell on a large forest destroyed by the explosion in the distance, and their expressions were horrified. However, when they saw the white figure standing in the sky, like an immortal, they could not help but feel the blood in their hearts. In our village, there is a strong person like the good Lord Gong Yi, and there is nothing to fear. Long live, Lord Gong Yi. Long live, Lord Gong Yi. Long live, Lord Gong Yi. ... The sound of the mountain and tsunami sounded, and all the Konoha villagers were cheering for Gong Yi in reverence. Gong Yi turned around, smiled slightly, and flew in the air like a fairy, looking at the villagers. It's okay, go back and do your own thing. After he finished speaking, there was another round of cheers, many of which were sincere thanks to Gong Yi. Gong Yi smiled and landed suddenly beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a complicated expression. You saved the village again. It's nothing, I should do it. Gong Yi said lightly, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Akatsuki, let's do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed. 4. Akatsuki, they, Konoha executives, they are all tacitly aware of it, but they don't take it to heart. Now that Akatsuki has made a move, he can't ignore the opponent in the future. But the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically. Gong Yi, Akatsuki shot, attacked and killed Konoha, team to greet the Kurigakure mission. I am afraid the situation has changed. Gong Yi nodded, and his body rose into the air. I'll be back when I go. Chapter 259. Clap la la. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore was deafening, and violent currents were drawn out from the depths of the earth. This is the world of water, like a flood destroying the world. Kisame Hoshigaki danced with his hands dazzlingly with his big sword shark muscle in front of him, and performed one after another of Sweden water-style ninjutsu. Opposite him, it is the Kurigakure mission. Terumi Mei confronts him without fear, and when it comes to Sweden water-style ninjutsu, she, the Mizukage, considers herself to be no weaker than anyone. However, after fighting for a while, my heart kept sinking. Sweden water-style ninjutsu of the ghost shark is extremely exquisite. And the amount of chakra, like a tailed beast, is endless. Any Sweden water-style ninjutsu from his hands will almost double the power. Strong person can be called the top ranks of the ninja world. However, Kisame Hoshigaki was forced to betray the village by the fourth generation of Mizukage Yagura and cannot be used by the village of Kurigakure. Terumi Mei secretly hated, but also knew that now was not the time for remorse. Chojuro, the official who led the protection of the land of water, Kisame Hoshigaki asked me to deal with it. Yes, Mizukage-sama. A young man with a strange blade on his back looked solemn and treated with vigilance. He is a new generation of ninja swords with 7 people, and the owner of the double-knife flounder, Chenjiro. In terms of seniority, Chenjiro is actually with Kisame Hoshigaki, and another Momochi who betrayed the village. Same generation. New ninja sword owners after the death of the previous ninja sword 7 people and 7 people. However, the seniority is the same, but the strength is very different. The strength of Kisame Hoshigaki, even when the 3rd generation of Mizukage was in power, has the name of a genius. Now that many years have passed, its strength is beyond people's imagination. As only about 10 years old now, it was only with talent that Terumi Mei gave him the flounder, one of the 7 ninja swords. However, talent is always just talent, and it takes time to transform into hard power. With his current means, he couldn't interfere in the battle between Mizukage, Sama and Kisame Hoshigaki. Bang tong. 320 a water droplet with a thickness of 5 meters rushed out. Terumi Mei hid behind, quickly approached Kisame Hoshigaki, opened his mouth and spit. Yoden lava style, the magic of dissolving monsters. A large amount of corrosive liquid like magma surged out, forcing Kisame Hoshigaki, who was lurking in Wang Yangli, to keep retreating. Kisame Hoshigaki, you were a member of the village, why did you attack us? Terumi Mei was furious and kept throwing all kinds of ninjutsu in her hands. Kisame Hoshigaki slaps both hands into the water, and instantly uses chakra to create 100 shark-shaped water bombs, which continuously attack Terumi Mei. He said indifferently, because I used to be a member of the village, I don't want to see you go to Konoha and wag your tail for mercy. S.A. shame for Kurigakure to do this. Bastard, you don't know anything. Terumi Mei bites Kiba and grabs it with Yoko, and a large water stream rushes in. Throwing it forward, the current formed a water dragon, roaring at the sharks. The huge roar caused more than 1,000 sharks to shatter inch by inch. Sweden water style water dragon bite. HMPH, I don't understand, but should the pain in the village be forgotten? Kisame Hoshigaki pulled out the big sword and slashed it in the air. Wang Yang was separated for it, a giant shark, riding the wind and waves, rushed to the water dragon desperately. Geniuses of the Kurigakure village. After many years, one of them defected from the village and trained outside the village and became the backbone of Akatsuki. The strength of the two is outstanding. Woman has 2 major Kekkei Genkei, Sweden water style ninjutsu proficient. The man has a terrifying and unparalleled amount of chakra, comparable to a tailed beast, and he uses ninjutsu to sweep around. Of ninjutsu are used in their hands, the power is unparalleled, almost weaker, they will die. A lake. Waves crashed and the water burst. Ghost shark, your speed is too slow. An indifferent voice sounded in the distance. Kisame Hoshigaki turned a deaf ear, and continued to attack Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's face changed slightly. From the beginning of the battle, she noticed that there was a long-haired man wearing the same clothes as the ghost shark standing not far away. Man is very strange, with some black iron jinchuriki column stuck in his face, his expression is cold. Terumi Mei didn't dare to be careless at all, and in the process of fighting the ghost shark, she even set aside a bit of attention to guard against that person. Terumi Mei cheered up when she heard the other person speak. Just when she was preparing for the opponent's use, what kind of forbearance, her pupils could not help shrinking. The art of psychic. Phew, a big gray bird, with outstretched wings, flew out from under the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Boom, the earth trembled. A black rhino, with its hind hooves digging into the soil, panting heavily, its eyes like bandages looking at Terumi Mei. The next moment, it will launch an impact. After the big bird and the rhino, it is not over yet. A yuhi-colored giant dog stepped on the water and ran frantically. The smell of sulfur came out from the hot air exhaled from the giant dog's nose. How is it possible? Terumi Mei can't believe, how can one person summon 3 psychic beasts? Ghost shark, let me help you. Kill that woman. Long-haired Pain gave orders indifferently, as if killing a Mizukage was as simple as pinching an ant to him. The 3 psychic beasts attacked at the same time. Terumi Mei's silver kiba clenched her teeth. Today, even if I die here, I will also kill the traitor Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame Hoshigaki looked solemn. In his heart, he is missing Nin. But the 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei, did he not betray the village? He bowed his head to the enemy. The two are not right or wrong, neither good nor evil. It's just where they stand that determines their angle. The next attack is a moment of life and death. Mizukage, Sama, I'll help you. The young boy rushed out with Flounder in his hand, and slashed directly at the yuhi-colored giant dog. Chakra was extremely sharp, and in almost an instant, he chopped the yuhi-colored giant dog into 2 pieces. However, in the shock of Changjuro, the yuhi-colored giant dog stood up again, and there was another head on his neck. Can't kill. I don't believe it. The blood fog of Flounder is pulled out. Countless light thorns flew out, bombarded the giant dog, and pierced the giant dog. But at the next moment, the giant dog split into several heads. It really can't be killed. Changjuro was stunned, he has never encountered such a situation. Just when he had no masters, Terumi Mei put a foot on him. Ow! Escape with Chojuro and a few adults. Ching held a Byakugan and said anxiously, but what about you, Mizukage, Sama? Terumi Mei licked Yuhirin's lips and looked at everything contemptuously. If you want to kill Mizukage, it's not that simple. Be prepared to pay the price of your life first. Kisame Hoshigaki's heart moved, and an inexplicable sense of danger came. Terumi Mei's gaze shifted from the ghost shark to the 3 attacking psychic beasts, and smiled charmingly. With her hands pressed in the water, from her body, the mist fills frantically. Its high temperature is enough to melt everything. Its speed spreads the sky and the earth. Futon, vapor style, skillful fog boils the sea. A large amount of fog is used, and the Kurigakure assassination technique is used, but it also incorporates the characteristics of Futon, vapor style. The mist was constantly boiling. Not only that, Terumi Mei is biting kiba, completely ignoring the loss of chakra, and frantically refining cell activity. He opened his mouth and spit, and the turbulent magma was mixed in it. Yoden, lava style, is flowing through the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and under the lake, the lava spewed out, burning everything. After releasing these 2 ninjas, Terumi Mei turned pale and smiled miserably. There was only so much she could do. I hope Ao and Changjuro can escape alive. The delicate body, slowly sinking from the lake, without any chakra, she will be buried here. Kisame Hoshigaki retreated frantically, turned into a shark, and kept moving in the lake. Behind him, a large fog ignited the lake with the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Turbulent magma spewed out from the ground, forming a fire Jinchuriki column, covering a radius of 10 miles. This woman, she is crazy. Kisame Hoshigaki admitted that he underestimated Terumi Mei. How could it be so simple to be the shadow of a village? In a desperate situation, everyone has the means to perish together. I can't die, I have to live. But Terumi Mei is desperate to launch 2 Kekkei Genkei at the same time. How could it be possible for him to escape so easily? Even Pain, not far away, is within the attack range. The endless magma enveloped the long-haired Pain. The next moment, Terumi Mei will die, the ghost shark will die, and even the long-haired Pain can't escape the endless lava. Om! A black Yuhi Uzumaki emerges from the void. 2 figures appeared in the middle of the lake. The leader is wearing a Yuhi cloud cloak, with a handsome appearance and short orange hair. Eyes swept away, facing the blow of death, his body moved without a wave. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. Bang! The magma poured into the ground. The boiling mist rolled back and disappeared in an instant. Terumi Mei, who had not yet sunk to the bottom of the lake, smiled miserably. Did it fail? Boom! A big black hand covered the sky and the sun, and the time was stuck just after the release of the Shinra Tensai Almighty Push sign. The masked man standing behind the short orange-haired youth changed greatly. Pain, back. Pain sucked with one hand, and the ghost shark fell into his hand. Masked man took Pain and the ghost shark, his body stepped into the void, disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing beside another long-haired Pain. However, for all this, the big Xuanwang hand turned a blind eye and continued to grab down the lake. Boom! The monstrous waves were expelled. Zanhuang grabbed with a big hand, as if he had caught something, and then slowly retracted into the air. Under the blue sky Shirakumo, Gong Yi, like a fairy, overlooks everything. Behind him, there is Terumi Mei, who is all wet and has a delicate body. Gong Yi stood in front of Terumi Mei, keeping all eyes on him. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he opened his mouth. Pain. Chapter 260. Gong Yi's Pain. If there is no accident, this handsome young man with short orange hair is Yahiko's corpse. Gong Yi once had a relationship with the original Akatsuki trio, and he will never forget each other's appearance. Facing Gong Yi calling out his name directly, Pain stepped forward. Looking from a distance, Rinnegan, like a bandage, is indifferent and ruthless. Deep Blue Devil, Gong Yi. Gong Yi's mouth rose. No Pain, I should call you Yahiko, or Nagato. Pain's expression changed slightly. How do you know? I know that. It doesn't matter, it matters that you shouldn't shoot Konoha. Gong Yi overlooks the 4 people below 4. Masked Man, Heavenly Path Pain, the animal Pain who is good at psychics, and the panting Kisame Hoshigaki. Wow! A black robe was thrown behind and fell on Terumi Mei's wet body, completely covering up the looming spring light. Terumi Mei bit her lip and looked at the back of the man in front of her with mixed emotions. Just when he thought he was going to die, he suddenly appeared and saved him. Black robe, Terumi Mei said softly, be careful, Kisame Hoshigaki Sweden, water style, is extremely strong in ninjutsu. That long-haired man is good at psychics and can summon more than one psychic beast. Also, Terumi Mei's eyes fell on the masked man's expression, the Sharingan exuding evil, which was terrifying. That masked man is from the Uchiha family, good at. Before she could finish her words, she felt that her body was pulling away from Gong Yi. Take care of yourself. Gong Yi used Sage Art Chakra to send Terumi Mei to a hilltop, and his eyes fell on the 4 people below again. Since the shot is made, there will be a price to face the wrath of the devil. Today, you should stay here. When the words fell, there was almost no gap. Zanhuang's big hand suppressed the heaven and the earth, and it was photographed with a bang. Senpo, Sage Art is the palm of the sky. The power of one palm suppresses all things. blocks space, and makes people unavoidable. However, facing this scene, Pain, who was standing in front of the three people, snorted coldly. "Don't be ashamed. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push Jung." Bang! Xuanwang's big hand flew back upside down. Still in the air, it collapsed into pieces of mud. Not only that, Pain stretched out his right hand and pulled hard. Bansho Tenon Universal Pull. Gong Yi raised his brows, but felt that his body was completely out of control, and flew towards the place where Pain was on the ground. Kisame Hoshigaki watched in shock as the two fought, especially shocked by Pain's tactics. This is the power of Rinnegan. Repel all ninjutsu. Control gravity. Even powerful beings like the dark blue demon are involuntarily drawn in. If he took the opportunity to shoot at this time, would he have the opportunity to kill Gong Yi who flew over? He held back. Although he had the intention to fight Gong Yi, it was definitely not the time to take advantage of others. Pain looked indifferent. A short black stick suddenly stretched out, and the tip of the short stick was extremely sharp. "I'm going to kill you today, boring guy." Gong Yi was sucked directly by Pain, and the sharp black stick stabbed directly. The next moment, it will pierce his chest. However, in the face of this attack, he showed his face, and his hand was golden, and he grabbed it directly. Black short stick was pinched by him, and he pulled it hard. Click. How come? Pain didn't have time to be surprised. Gong Yi's next attack came. Senpo, Sage Art White Shock. Endless light fills the world, no matter. Was Rinnegan or the Masked Man Sharingan, they were both stimulated and pushed directly. Not only that, but there were tears in their eyes. Eyes that see more clearly will only suffer more trauma when exposed to strong light. Gong Yi snorted coldly and showed his body. Behind him, 99 long swords flew out, one hovered, and stabbed the four straight from all directions. He wants to catch these four people in one net. However, there was a loud shout from the place where the sword light was wrapped, and all the long swords flew out. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push Sign. Bang! Gong Yi retreated, suspended in the air, with a gloomy expression. Is this the power of Rinnegan? Pain took a breath. Since he appeared to now, he has used the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign 3 times in a row. No matter what. Was the wide area attack that deflected Terumi Mei and perished, or Gong Yi's black and yellow hand just now, it cost him a lot of chakra. Just now, the 99 Jin Dun long swords were bounced off in one breath, and he almost fell into danger. Suddenly raising his head, Pain looked cold. How much do you know about me? Gong Yi shook his head. After all, it's not your eyes that can't exert the purest power. Humph. Pain was puzzled, but immediately said, if I hadn't come out in a hurry, I would have killed you today. The words fall, the masked man tacitly uses time-space ninjutsu, and with the 4 of them, he will break through the air. If you want to go, how can it be so easy? Gong Yi's face. Stern, with a quick hand seal with both hands. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Several arms stretched out from the ground and directly grabbed the feet of the 4 of them. The ghost shark's big sword shark muscle crossed, and the arm was cut off. The masked man's body was blurred, avoiding the arm transformed by the mud. Pain bites Kiba to release the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign again, flicking the hand that grabbed his foot. 3 of them quickly broke free, and were led away by the masked man. However, the rest of the long-haired Pain was not so lucky. He had no means to break free from the arm reincarnated from the inorganic, and was directly caught. However, he is not someone who just sits still. With a single move, a panda-like psychic beast stands in front of him. Not only that, but he said fiercely, "Kill him." Phew! The gray giant bird flapped its wings and pecked Gong Yi with its long beak. Moo! The black rhino slammed with 4 hooves. Beside the rhinoceros, the yuhi-colored multi-headed giant dog roared and grinned and bit Kiba. Be careful, that giant dog can't be killed. And the people from the Kurigakure mission have returned and are standing beside Terumi-Mei on the hilltop. While guarding them, Mizukage-sama was watching the battle nervously. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw Gongyi overpowering the 4 people and forcing the 3 people away. However, Changjiro was still terrified of this ninja who used spirituality to master his skills. Terumi-Mei shook her head and sighed, "Changjiro, don't worry, that man is stronger than you think. His methods." In the void, a long black spear appeared slowly and fast, and its length reached 5 meters. The black light of the spear tip flickered, and its sharpness was incomparable. The spear flew out and shot at the gray giant bird. Rumble! A giant Jinchuriki column, rising out of the ground, soaring into the sky. Endless lightning, transformed into chains, wrapped directly around the black rhino. Gongyi opened his mouth and spit out a sea of fire, which directly surrounded the rushing hellhounds. Finally, a huge golden long sword smashed to the ground. Gongyi held the hilt in both hands and slammed into the distance to be reincarnated by inorganic pain. The beast bound by his arm, chopped off. Black and white panda patted its chest and roared in front of it. However, the next moment, golden light flashed. The earth was in a mess, and a ravine several hundred meters stretched out. Black and white panda is split in half. Pain, the beast behind him, was also split in half and died in a daze. All of this is complicated to say, but it happens at the same time between the light and the flint. Changjiro stared at this scene in a daze, with his mouth wide open, stunned. Turned on Byakugan swallowed his saliva, unbelievable. Just now he was fully focused and could see clearly. But it was precisely because he could see clearly that he terrified Gongyi's method. How could he release so many ninjutsu at the same time, and he doesn't need a hand seal. Terumi-Mei squeezed her palms tightly, and a look of determination appeared on her pale face. This kind of existence, do you still want to be an enemy of him? Is Kurigakure village qualified to be an enemy of him?